Well, hello and a very warm welcome to day 2 of Goodwood Revival 2022, where we get to take a look back in time to revel in the glory days of motor racing at this iconic Goodwood circuit here in Chichester. Well, David Green alongside me for what is going to be a great day 2, especially after what we were treated to yesterday on day 1, David.
Absolutely fantastic. Top and tailed by the Spitfire Dawn and Dust Patrol, of course, which you've just had this morning to kick things off. And yes, of course, we had the Freddie March first race of the weekend, and it really delivered.
Yeah, I mean, talk a little bit about that. The two winning drivers there, you had Sam Hancock and Fred Wakeman.
Yeah.
I mean, they completed 38 laps of this beautiful circuit. They were talking so beautifully about it, just racing into the dusk there. They won by a very cool 9 seconds in the end, but it was a treat, wasn't it, for everyone on day 1?
Yeah, and speaking to Fred after the race, he talked about driving into the night and catching that sunlight coming into his eyes. He basically said he couldn't see for half the lap, so it was amazing he got to the end anybody, but it takes some skill to drive into the night, and it's just a great sort of race, that. And then, of course, when it gets dark, you get those headlights blazing into the darkness. It was absolutely fantastic.
It was a pretty magical end to day 1 here, and if you guys did miss it, don't worry, we've got you covered. Well, before the action does begin here on day 2, we'd like to just take a moment to pay our respects to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. We had some brilliant tributes yesterday. This was one of them from the Duke of Richmond here, signing the Book of Condolences. And the Duke of Richmond, he also said some special words yesterday as we looked back on Her Majesty's love of all things Goodwood. Well, let's have a little look then to day 2 here and what you guys are in for. There's loads of action happening on and off the track. Let me remind you of that. First up at 9 a.m, just a couple of moments' time, we'll see the track parade of the Austin 7S's.
And then coming up at 10:55, the most hotly contested race of the day, possibly, the Settrington Cup, powered by one human pedal power.
That is for the junior members of Goodwood, of course. And then my favourite, the Sheene Memorial Trophy for those two-wheel motorcycles. That's at 11:20 a.m. And shortly after that, we'll have a track parade to pay tribute to Graham Hill.
In the afternoon, we'll be celebrating Ferrari, 75 years of the iconic brand. That's coming up at 2:30 p.m.
And then there are plenty more races to capture your attention, but we'll round out the day with the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy at 5:30 p.m. Well, so much, obviously, to look forward to. That's all the action on the track, David. That's hotly contested, but there is plenty happening around Goodwood as well. Don't just stick to the circuit. Trust me, there is so much going on in the Revive and Thrive section of Goodwood, and we have our reporter Amber Butchard, who's down there for us throughout the weekend.
Another glorious day here at Goodwood Revival. Welcome back. Stick with us today. We are going to be finding out about some fantastic upcyclers, repairers, remakers. We are going to be speaking to some of the best dressed people here at Goodwood Revival. We have an awful lot to choose from. All that coming up and more. See you later.
I spent about 5 minutes down there yesterday, David, and it really did feel like I'd stepped back into the 50s in terms of everything was there. There was even a bit of a drive-through kind of cinema centre where people just dancing and having an absolute ball. Have you been down there yet?
I haven't yet, but that's definitely on the list for today. And have you took some tips from today?
Possibly. I went to see a stylist. I mean, she was brilliant. Anyway, so there's so much down there in the Revive and Thrive area. But let's get back to the racing then at hand. We have our very own Ed Foster, who's actually finished front row on the grid in his race tomorrow, the Lavant Cup. We will not stop talking about that, Ed, but you're also down there in the assembly area ready to chat to some of the drivers taking part in today's races.
Well, good morning from the assembly area, and the first practice session of the day, the Sussex Trophy cars are already here. Now, this is where all the cars assemble before going out onto the circuit, and I'm going to be talking to all the drivers, or at least some of them, before they go out. And I can tell you, it's one of the worst times to be talked to, but I will be sticking microphones in their faces, getting their thoughts before they go out. And if we just spin round, I will then get onto the podium, which is always the start-finish straight here at the Goodwood Revival, and I'll be interviewing third, second and first. And the wonderful thing about doing the podium interviews is you're always talking to absolutely delighted racing drivers. So I'm going to bring you all the action from the assembly area for the whole day.
Yeah, it's a great little gig that Ed's got down there. He gets to speak to every single rider if they wish to speak to him. I mean, there are so many amazing names here as well this weekend, David. We kind of teased a few of them yesterday if you were here, but possibly let's talk about some of the people that you might spot if the eagle-eyed viewers wandering around. Who possibly would they be?
Well, we've got the great and good of motorsport, of course, as we always do at Revival. We've got the likes of Jenson Button here, Dario Franchitti. We've even got current IndyCar driver, Scott Dixon, making his first appearance at Revival. I'm looking forward to seeing him racing today.
It's the St Mary's Trophy that actually you really should keep your eye on as well. It's full of Formula E stars, isn't it, at the moment? The current Formula E world champion is in there as well, Stoffel van Dorn. You have Jean-Eric Verne in the lineup as well, Andre Lotterer. There's so many names in that one, which is going to be quite the event, isn't it, David?
Well, yes, part one of the St Mary's is with the racing royalty. We have part two also coming up with just the owner drivers, really. But obviously, yes, in race one, and Romain Dumas on pole position for that. Very quick driver in pretty much anything he steps into.
And the Ferrari tribute as well is going to be pretty special. That's happening around lunchtime today. We got a glimpse, didn't we, of a few Ferraris yesterday. We went down to the garages where they're kind of being held, and we actually got to have a look at a very famous one. I think it was worth something like £25 million, David.
Well, you know, Ferraris are fast, but they're also beautiful. And if you love cars, you love Ferraris. And it's a great way to celebrate 75 years. We've got some really rare cars. As you said, 1951 Italian Grand Prix winning car driven by Alberto Ascari. That's in the parade. We even got a really rare Ferrari Indy car as well. And lots of gorgeous cars. There's a P3 there, the yellow P3, which I think looks absolutely tremendous as well.
We're looking at a couple of them down there. I mean, you've all filtered in now. The gates are very much open here as we set up this second day perfectly. The action is just getting underway on the circuit in our first parade lap that's going on right now. Everyone's waving to the crowd. They really are having a special moment down there.
Well, yes, these Austin 7s, 100 years old these cars are now, and you can see how many variations of the body shapes, different guises these cars take, and they're out there doing a lap to show and kick off proceedings on the Goodwood track.
Yeah, they are indeed. What a moment for these guys. One to savour for a long time, I'm sure. Well, enjoy watching these beautiful machines going around the circuit this morning, and obviously they kick off proceedings here before we get into our racing. It was a full day of practice yesterday, only one race to round out the day. That was, of course, the Freddie March Memorial Trophy, and the winners there again were Fred Wakeman and Sam Hancock. An awesome victory, one they will not forget. And again, some beautiful vintage clothing being worn by all here, which does make this event super special. Well, for now, we'll say goodbye and we'll hand you over to our brilliant commentary duo who will kickstart proceedings, Martin Haven and Bruce Jones.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much indeed to Rachel and David. And we'll catch up with Ed again a little bit during the course of the day, quite a lot during the course of the day. Ed also will be in action racing tomorrow in the Relive Cup in his MG. Well, the first track parade of the day celebrates the centenary of the car that got Britain motoring, the humble Austin 7. It was Herbert Austin's Model T moment, if you like. This car was genuinely affordable for relatively normal families, and it took everybody away from Shanks's pony and into motoring. And it also, perversely, created a whole motor racing industry, because the Austin 7 was available, relatively affordable and tunable as well. Now, the humble beginnings of the car certainly belied the fact that it then went on in small capacity classes to racing success, but also led to a whole host of innovative engineers trying out their skills. You can see in the centre of the shot there, the first ever single-seater Austin 7. Now, Alekis Igonis was a single-seater builder. He built specials based on Austins and various other cars of the 1930s, 40s period, and then went on to design things like the Morris Minor and the Mini. You'll see out there is a red open Austin 7 with number 29, I think, on the side. That's the car that Bruce McLaren started his racing career on. You can see some of the dirt oval racers, the little Austin 7 midgets that were raced in the 40s. Bruce, it was sort of, in America, the Model T sort of started the hot rodding era, which then created so many other kind of racers and tuners and engineers, and the Austin 7 is the equivalent for British motor racing.
It's effectively, what purpose would you like for your vehicle? Now let's amend it and chop it and change it to see what we can achieve. And these little racers look exquisite, but other people, they use it as a regular road car. But just touching on Bruce McLaren car, I saw it fleetingly just at the back of one of the shots. The person who's driving it through the course of the weekend was McLaren employee number 8.
Wow.
Worked for McLaren for 55 years. And I wrote his name down somewhere and I've lost it, but it's
paper.
Ray is the first part of it. So that's the car that sits pride of place as the first car in the array of cars at the McLaren, I don't think it's called the McLaren Technical Centre anymore, that amazing building on the outskirts of Woking that's been the home of McLaren for so long. But to see that car, and it was what really, Bruce McLaren, Grand Prix winner, but race engineer extraordinaire, but also the guy who really got that. I mean, it was his team, but there was nothing he wouldn't do. He led by example, but the engineering expertise was extraordinary. And that car, clearly very special, something he had back in New Zealand when, of course, he had the disease that affected his hips, that meant he couldn't go to school for a while, so he spent his time just practicing engineering, and that was the car he did it all on.
And look at the variety here. The thatch roof, I'm not sure was a standard production version offered by anybody, but you're right, you could get a 2-door saloon, you can get a coupe, you can get a van, you can get a convertible, you can almost any body shape imaginable was constructed on an Austin chassis. And Austin also licensed the 7 to be produced abroad. So the first cars made by Bayerischer Motorenwerke, BMW, was a BMW Dixie. It was an Austin 7 built in Bavaria under license. The first cars built by Nissan was an Austin 7 built in Japan under license. And if you go to the British Motor Museum at Gaydon, you will see versions of those cars as well in their little Austin 7 display. I mean, it didn't just get Britain motoring, it helped to get Germany motoring, and it helped to get Japan motoring as well. So it really is a very, very important car in the terms of global motoring. You can see there's even sort of little taxi cabs and all sorts of specials. The Austin 7 Ulster is perhaps the best known racing version, 2-seater with a pointed boat tail rear and cut down bodywork, low cut down around the driver, and the sort of classic fishtail exhaust down the side. But they were built for racing by the works, and then copies were made. In fact, there's a red car that you'll see, again, an open car with that sort of boat tail rear end that's going round, which is an Austin 7 Supersport, which is a very small limited number produced by the factory, not quite like an Ulster. It's just got a little bit more width to the scuttle and a sort of stand-up windscreen rather than the aero screens of the Ulsters, but it was produced for amateur racers to go racing rather than the factory car. And you can see, well, there you can see what an Ulster looks like without the bodywork.
Here's one I started earlier, but I haven't got round to finishing.
Yeah,
but again, it just shows the techniques, the production techniques that were achieved by people and used by people to do something different with these cars. But Martin, first of all, 100 years since the first one of the Austin 7s hit the road, but the fact is I've just had a quick look down the enormously long entry list in the race card. I think the newest one is 1938, so that in itself is still 80x years old.
Yes, they didn't survive the war, because by the time engineering had been rushed through in its advances by the 39 to 45 conflict. Suddenly there was a whole host of other cars, and pre-war cars felt very dated. Little highboy roadster kind of a look there to that Ulster. Now there you can see there the bodywork would have been framed around that wooden frame. I'm trying to remember the word for the fabric that was used, and again used on sort of vintage Bentleys and so on. But fabric was much easier and cheaper to build a body, special body, particularly with, than aluminium, and so quite a lot of them were fabric bodied. Also helped that it wasn't that heavy either. So you can see the traditional lozenge shaped Austin 7 grille. You'll see that in almost every special, but there are some cars with a very slightly different Austin grille as well, and you'll also see a couple of closed cars with a very different look to the body, and those are Austin Swallows. Now that Swallow Motor Company, based in Blackpool, was run by a young engineer called William Lyons. You'll see quite a few of his later products here at Goodwood, as well as course vehicles, lots in the car parks and lots racing as well, because Swallow, who started as a sidecar company, used Austin chassis, again licensed, to build Austin Swallows. And there's Bruce McLaren's Austin 7 Special. Car number 58, I was trying to remember what 8 it was, 28 or 58, there you go. That is the car that got Bruce McLaren started. And of course, you know, nothing ever much happened to him after that. He stopped at Austin 7s, and the company that bears his name, again, will be represented here as well quite a lot in various different guises. But it was just, it was available. And again, you know, by the time Bruce was looking at building cars in the 50s, these things were all over the place, dirt cheap, and almost, you know, had no value. But for somebody who wanted to learn about how cars worked and how to make them better and how to make them faster, it was perfect. He's got the classic sort of Ulster style boat tail rear end. He went his own way with the exhaust, but you know, it's just an absolutely classic Austin 7 Special. Whatever you wanted, you could make. It still had the same Y-frame chassis. It still had the same 4-cylinder 750cc engine. It still had the same puny amount of horsepower. And as a driver, it taught you the value of momentum. And that's what everybody talks about here at Goodwood particularly. But you know, by the time Bruce got into Formula 1, 1500cc, it was still all about momentum. Everything he learned in the 7 informed him, helped him engineer cars, helped him work out what his car needed when he was racing for Cooper, and then when he started his own team, of course, he had all of that knowledge.
And what one forgets is that Bruce McLaren hit Formula 1 before, you know, very young indeed. He went in a hop, skip and a jump once he came up to Europe from literally racing that Austin 7 on the beaches of the North Island of New Zealand, and in a hop, a skip, he was in with Cooper in Formula 1, and obviously went on to become a Grand Prix winner and found that amazing team. But to me, this display of cars, I just tip my hat to everyone who has restored these cars, because they were superseded, as you said. They led up to the Second World War. After the Second World War, technology had moved on so much since these cars from the 1920s that you would just park them in the barn.
But the great thing is that these things have survived in so many numbers. You know, there's a ton of them here, literally. So we're celebrating the centenary with 100 Austin 7s. Box saloons, you've got, again, sort of landaulettes, rubies, just every conceivable. I was talking to a couple of the owners on Thursday, and they were just sort of, they're just going, the selection of cars here is just fantastic. Whoever curated this has done such a good job. The owners themselves are looking around going, oh, didn't know that was here. Oh, haven't seen those out there. And, you know, and these, I have a huge admiration for anybody who motors regularly in an Austin 7. Tony Drott, the motoring journalist and racer who passed away earlier this year, his actual only owned road car was an Austin 7. So he just loved the simplicity of it and toodling down to the pub in it.
Well, it was sort of visceral, it was dynamic. But now these cars will park on, they're over by the Lavant Straight, but some of them are dotted within the main race paddock. So, Ferrari 250 GTO short wheelbase competition, Austin 7, and then you go along, and others are tucked away here and there. But filling the infield, and I mean, the sheer number is what really makes me laugh. And Rustington, obviously not far down the coast from here, so lovely sign writing. And for everybody who's had these cars, restored them, a chance to be with the myriad different shapes and sizes must be such a thrill. And isn't it great to see them out on this sunny morning?
I still want a Ruby. Of all, I just still want a Ruby, and I know I'm not going to be allowed. It's either a Ruby or a wife, and Mrs. Avon definitely gets
How
the
close
nod
is
there,
the decision at the moment?
Well, no, it's not. It is the next time I buy an old car, it will be instant divorce. But I would love a Ruby. It's even less practical than the Morris Minor, considerably less practical than the Morris Minor, but they're just gorgeous, and they are. It's a little bit like they said to the 2CV. It's every car you'll ever need. All right, you're not going to go long motorway journeys on them, but you can see from the variety of different body shapes. You can have a standard family saloon. You can have Ruby. You can have box saloon. You can have box vans. There are commercial vehicles there with soft tops and tilts that you can see there with the hay out the back. So a farmer's vehicle for almost every conceivable use or need. The Austin 7 in the 1930s and 1940s was filling that need, and they were economical, and they went a long way on very little maintenance, fuel, love and affection, everything else. It was a real worker's tool. Now there, unfortunately, failing to proceed is an Austin Swallow. So that's one of the two that are here, and that one completely original, unrestored, exactly, showing its life. It's got life and love and a whole near century of history in it, and it's just a beautiful little thing.
But the very thing, after the Second World War, many of these cars were rebuilt many times. Unfortunately, one was done by my father. It was his mechanical engineering, I suppose one could say, starter kit. And what was great, by the time he'd finished taking the car apart and putting it back together, he still had some bits left over.
Yes.
A little unfortunate, so some reverse engineering was required.
Unfortunately, the Swallow has rather twanged the tow rope there, so that's going to take a little bit more rescuing. There was a lady going through the paddock under martial power yesterday who I stopped to help. Unfortunately, her Austin had also decided that perhaps it was a little overawed by the majesty of the event. Everyman Garage, by the way, that's not an invented for Goodwood name. That is a local garage. So to the boys and girls from Everyman, normally those vehicles will be out recovering normal vehicles. Well, here they are recovering normal vehicles. They're just normal vehicles from a very slightly different era. And hopefully, for those of you who have travelled down and are parked in the pre-66 car park, if you're not parked in the pre-36 car park, you're doing a little better than some of our Austin 7 owners. But they've all made it down here, and they will be out again tomorrow morning, enjoying the morning light. And actually, I think we're all a little bit like lizards this morning, aren't we? Everybody is in the sunshine for a very good reason. It was fairly chilly overnight. I think it down to about 6 degrees. Certainly felt like it at 6 o'clock this morning. So if you go down to the Austin 7, so if you go to the inside of the circuit, come back from the paddock and so on, and meander anti-clockwise around the track, you'll find all the Austin 7s, and they're just worth half an hour of your time there alone.
Oh, and if you're just looking at those Austin 7s, look to the left, just 4 Spitfires parked up on the grass.
The Spits and the Hurries are down there. The military vehicles are a little further along the Lavant Straight towards the tunnel that goes under the track, which connects the inside and the outside on the Lavant Straight. So there's the Spitfires, the Hurricane, and all the military vehicles are down there as well that have gathered this weekend, that were parading yesterday morning. The Spits have already been up. It is chilly, madam, isn't it? But my goodness, that is a fascinator. That is absolutely glorious. I said this yesterday.
My hair looks in the morning.
Said this yesterday, Bruce. It's so easy for a chap. You get a flat hat, of which there are, numerous everywhere. You get a tweed jacket and a pair of chinos, and suddenly it's the 1950s. You put a tie on and you feel like you've done the full works.
But as you were saying, I mean,
for the women,
the choice is so infinite.
Yeah.
But I mean, I look at the standard of dress that we have, and year on year it gets higher and higher. You might feel a little out of sorts when you're at the petrol station on the way here. Yes. This isn't how you normally dress, but as soon as you walk into the gates of the circuit, it makes sense, and you're part of something very special. And it really adds. Also, I think people's behaviour is extraordinarily good and respectful. I think it always would be, but it just seems more so here with the right costume.
And actually, you know, it is all part of it. You know, the lengths that the team at Goodwood go to make the revival look right. That's only so. It can only go so far. We were talking about this on the radio earlier. The revival with the track as it was in period, with all the stage setting and everything else that goes in, most of the buildings you're walking around don't exist outside of the little bubble that is the revival. If you came here in March, 2/3 of what you see in the paddock doesn't exist. It is built for the revival to recreate that era. But the other thing is, it is like a band just doing a sound check to an empty hall. Until the audience comes in, it is just a sound check. It is just a setting. And the audience are what makes this, the audience and the drivers and the teams who all buy into this little bubble of delight that is the revival. Every single one of you here, you are part of it. You are part of what makes the photographs look as though they should be sepia toned because they're from the 1950s. Everything about everybody who comes here is so important. So bring your kids, bring your friends, spread the word, get them infected, because if you come once, I don't think you ever go away going, yeah, I don't think I'll bother with that again. Well, let's get down as the cars are ready and rejoin Rachel, see where she's got to.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, we were talking about it yesterday, weren't we? This is the Drivers' Club. I should really call it Riders' Club because I've got Tommy Hill with me, obviously former British Superbike champion, obviously in the World Superbikes as well. Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy this weekend. Tommy, things haven't quite gone to plan, have they?
No, this year is real difficult. I mean, all the guys get the bikes out, blow the dust off, and we let rip round the Goodwood circuit. But yeah, it is what it is. It's a tough era, as I say. These bikes have, as I say, never been out on track too much. So yeah, we get out and pull the throttle back and rag them around the track. So, but yeah, to be fair, it's all about taking part of Goodwood. It's an amazing event, and it's just being here and enjoying it, and trying to get a few laps if we can, if we make it round.
Did you tell me you're now onto your third bike or third piece of machinery?
Yeah, as I say, third time lucky. So if not, we'll have to resort to the camels in the back. So, but yeah, it's a great event. So we just got to take part. Hopefully, third time lucky today. We can get out and get some laps and go and enjoy ourselves. But what a lovely day! The sun's out, so I'm looking forward to it.
It's perfect. We won't keep you too long. Go and enjoy the Riders' Club. I'm now going to rename it. Tommy Hill there. This is the Drivers' Club, officially known, but I've renamed it Riders' Club. Let's go and find David quickly before the next race gets underway, because actually we've been transported to Egypt. This is the theme this year, isn't it, David?
Well, Drivers' Club always has a theme, and this year it's Egypt, and they've gone pretty deep in, I'd say. We did have camels yesterday. I'm guessing they have a bit of a lie-in on a Saturday, maybe, so they'll be joining us later. But I have stumbled across this little scene here, and ladies are working hard here, and I'm not quite sure what's going on. Could somebody tell me what's going on here?
Of course. So we've come all the way from England today. We're here in Egypt, and lots of ancient artefacts are being found out. We're from the Daily Star, and we're reporting live on all this business. It's rather exciting.
So how's it going? Have you found anything interesting?
I mean, there's been quite a lot of big discoveries being made over here as we speak, which we're reporting live on. So,
Ladies, what have we found?
We found an ancient ship that's been underground for about 5,000 years. Yes, we're very impressed with our finding. I actually found it.
Well, both
Dorothy
of us.
Partridge.
And Mary Hamblin. Yes, both of us.
So I hope we get credited for it.
Yes.
So you'll be brushing all weekend?
Yes, indeed.
Well,
and
very delicate job, really.
any other artefacts that we find, we will just continue to be brushing them, yes.
Well, best of luck. Best of luck. I hope you find some more interesting things here at the Egyptian Drivers' Club.
I mean, it is fantastic down here, guys. Obviously, we've just said we've come to Egypt, haven't we? The theme for the Drivers' Club this year. So if you do get a chance to have a little wander around the circuit, it's not just about the racing. But for now, let's go back to the racing, okay? Because we do have our first race of day 2 about to get underway on the track. So let's join our commentators again for this one, Martin Haven and Bruce Jones.
Hello everybody, welcome wherever you're joining us, either here at glorious Goodwood on this beautiful September Saturday morning, or wherever you are across the world, whatever time of day it is. And indeed, if you're watching on catch-up online, whatever month of the year it is, we are ready for the track action to start with our final practice session, or our practice session for one of Sunday's races, the Sussex Trophy. Now this is for sports cars of a type that raced between 1955 and 1960. So famous names: Lister, Cooper, Ferrari, Jaguar, Tejero, Maserati, Lotus, a whole host of beautiful front engine sports cars of varying different capacities. Martin Haven and Bruce Jones ready to talk you through this practice session for the race.
And it was a time at which you had the large being challenged by the small. The nimble was the way to go. And looking at the Lister Costin, beautifully sleek. But when you get to the Lotus, there's a whole phalanx of those. The Lotus Climax 15s, they're smaller, they're more nimble, different ways of doing things. And it really was a time of change in motor racing. So wave flags around the circuits for the drivers on their outlap. And this is the Tejero Jaguar. Again, it's very similar in shape to the Lister Costin. Aerodynamics were becoming more and more important, Martin.
They absolutely were. Now, on this circuit, still having a big, powerful engine and keeping that momentum up does work. 2021 winner was the Lister Nobly. You'll see that out, car number 17. But this Tejero Jag, John Tejero has got an awful lot of different vehicles representing his portfolio throughout the various categories. Just behind you saw a car that is really not suited to this track. Car number 7, one of the long-nose Jaguar D-types. Gary Pearson, the preparation expert and ace driver, is at the wheel of that. And the D-type built for Le Mans, built for the long straights of Le Mans. Car number 4, the familiar colours of Sam Hancock's helmet at the wheel of the Ferrari 246S. So essentially the sports racing version of the last Ferrari Formula 1 front engine cars, a couple of which you'll see racing here.
And that's one with pucker history, second in the 1960 Targa Florio, with no less a driver combination than Phil Hill and Wolfgang von Trips, who the following year duked out the World Championship, and alas, at Monza in 61, Wolfgang lost his life, Taffy lost his life, and Phil Hill became the first American to win the World Championship. But they were paired. That just showed in the day, of course, they would have been racing single-seaters and sports cars. The Ferrari contract, to be frank, Enzo Ferrari thought more of his sports car team than he did of his Formula 1 team.
Yeah, well, that's because they were cars that could win him the big classic races, particularly the Le Mans 24 Hours. This car being very successful in Sam's hands here. He's had a number of wins, almost never out of the top 3, even if they don't claim victory. So keep your eyes open on that. I mean, beautiful, long-tailed, swooping, elegant profile of the car. And Sam always drives it beautifully. Car number 6 in shot now. This is the long-nosed G-type again with the white nostrils. That's John Young. Again, another car with lots of works history behind it.
And just going back, Martin, to the Ferrari we're looking at with Sam Hancock, a decade or so ago, that was driven frequently by Tony Dron. So on the road he was in an Austin 7, but on the track he was driving thoroughbred above all thoroughbreds.
And of course the classic shape of the Jaguar D-type. Jaguar went to Le Mans with the C-types and won, developed the C-type into the D, and you can see the family resemblance. Of course the D-type with that absolutely crucial fin for high-speed stability on the Mulsanne straight. And the little anorak notes that you need to know to be the pub bore is that the fin does not travel straight back. It actually curves towards the centre, away from the centre of the car rather, to help balance the car aerodynamically for the driver's head.
Right, we've been looking at the big Chargers, the D-types, the Tejeros, the Ferraris, but the cars that are quickest, the nimble little Lotus 15s already. Car 37 is at the top of the pile. That's Miles Griffiths in Phillips Walker's 15. Roger Wills in his own, the Kiwi superstar here at Goodwood, is in second place of the time charts at the moment. Third place, very early in this session, but the writing is on the wall, is Olivier Hart in a very, very famous Maserati 300S. It's car number 14, and it's an ex-Fangio car. Here we're looking at something super rare, the Sega Ferrari. David Cook, former Harlequins and England rugby international. This is a car built by two brothers in Switzerland in the town of Aigle. It was a Claude et Charles Gashnang Aigle, the 5 letters of Checker. They also built a Formula One car, Switzerland's only Formula One car, until the Sauber team came around decades later.
And relative of the brothers is racing here this weekend as well in the St Mary's Trophy. So Neil Jarney is the director.
Sebastian Buemi jumped the wrong way.
Jumped the wrong way. And Natasha Gatznang, who raced in sports cars as well, another descendant of the family. So that history, it's Mr. Bunderbaker's boys. It keeps trickling down through the family.
It really does. And David Cook, I mean, he's brought brilliant cars, but if there's something slightly rare, something different, they seem to lure him in, and he's brought this Checker, and he's talked about he has independent rear suspension on the back. That's the sort of main difference, and that's why he has the bigger hump behind the driver's shoulders. Right, top of the charts, because he's done 2 flying laps now, is number 16. Look at it, and it's James Cottingham in the Tejero Jaguar. And as Martin was saying earlier, John Tejero, who designed sports cars galore, he also has some single-seater experience too, because some of those are competing in the Formula Junior race. So the diversity of the John Tejeros, the Colin Chapmans, the Eric Broadley, they were designing things every single moment they were awake.
Well, again, Charlie Cooper, the Cooper Car Company, if somebody wanted a racing car, who was he not to build one for them? So like Lotus, like Lola, would have built cars for Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula Junior, for sports cars, for just about anything that was raced. There was a Cooper, and yes, the company so prolific, and designers in those days, unlike nowadays, just designed anything and everything, so they cut their teeth in all sorts of different ways. Miles Griffiths, second fastest, car number 37. That's the little low Lotus Climax, the Lotus 15. So Miles Griffiths in the car owned by Philip Walker. David Hart, third fastest, car number 33, and that is another Costin designed Lister Jag. So, what are we looking at here? That is car number 9.
That's another Tejero. That's
Darren McWhirter's Tejero Jag. Very different look to the Cooper car number 3. So this is a Cooper Monaco. And Oliver Crossthwaite of Preparation Experts, Crossthwaite and Gardner driving that. And again, in some of our Formula 1 races here, some of our single-seater races, you will see the front-engined versus rear-engine battle. We already had that yesterday in the Freddie March Memorial Trophy. Front-engine sports cars versus mid-engine sports cars. The Cooper Bobtail, very competitive against the heavy hitters. Andy Priaulx, 3-time World Touring Car Champion, European Touring Car Champion and hill climb ace, and now better known as father of that quick young Sebastian Priaulx in the HWM Jaguar. Again, so many British sports races of the late 50s, Bruce, powered by the XK engine, which took Jaguar to C-Type and D-Type Le Mans success. So you got the Listers, you got HWMs, you got Tejeros. It was the go-to big banger British engine.
Well, it just simply made sense. The HWM, older, higher, taller, and this is a great one, restored a couple of years ago by Gregor Fiskin, had its problems. In fact, it had an accident here a year ago, and it was 2 years ago, it was last year, I think, and absolutely nothing to do with the driver. 3 drivers just sort of got caught up with each other, but restored. Take a look at that. The level of preparation is exquisite. Yeah. But for Andy Priaulx, we were just discussing this earlier, I think he might rather get into historic racing, because now he's the historic specimen in the family, with young Sebastian doing so very well. But always such a technician. But great to see him here, wearing the colours of Guernsey on the helmet, of course.
Yeah. And when you take a look at that HWM from the back, as it goes away from you, go, oh, that looks very like an AC Ace, stroke early AC Cobra. It absolutely does. Here again, the Jaguar C-Type, D-Type rather. This is the long-nosed car of Gary Pearson. He and John Young will be doing D-Type battle. This is a fast-flowing circuit. Oh, and Lister Knobley pulling over at the side of the track.
And now, this is it number 1 that's outside the track? That's Harrison Newey, I think, climbing out of that. That was Joe Macari's car.
Yeah.
and that was a late entry here, so I don't know what went wrong. And then how many laps on the board? 4 laps on the board, 10th fastest for Harrison Newton. Now this is one we need to watch, the bright orange Lotus 15, very easy to pick out of the pack, 2nd fastest at the moment, and in the hands of Miles Griffiths, who really does go very well here. This is definitely going to be a contender. So if qualifying ends as it is, he will start in the middle of the front row, and on one side he'll have that number 16 Tajero Jaguar. He'll have to look up to that, and on the other side he'll have David Hart in a Lister Costin Jaguar. So they're both high. He'll be sitting in the middle of the front row, down low.
Now, while you're watching the orange car, another one of those Lotuses to look out for is the car of Roger Wills in the silver and black helmet, the colours of New Zealand, the land of the long white cloud. And both he and Miles get so much out of these cars. Roger Wills, former winner in his Lotus, and Miles also racing a front-engine Lotus in the Formula Juniors. So he's got a lot of front-engine Lotus experience, but Roger Wills, absolutely one to watch out for. What car number is he? He is car number 24. So another of those, here we go, in shot right now. Long white Lotus, long white cloud. There you go. It's the same deal. Chasing.
Now, great to see a real twitch to the tail as Roger Wills is pushing very hard behind David Hart.
Yep.
In fact, we've got Hart and Hart. What was that programme in the 70s? Heart to Heart. I can't remember. I wasn't very good on TV. But we've got Hart Junior in 5th place, but Hart Senior in that green car being driven so hard. The Lister Jaguar Costin pushing on the blue helmet, but. You know, this is the absolute dichotomy of this race. You have the blue helmet, the larger Lister in front, and down low, sitting down low, Roger Wills. They're both being chased very hard indeed out of the chicane by Cooper Jaguar T38 with Manuel Elisab on board. But Roger sitting down low, just being smooth. That's what you have to be in these Lotus 15s.
Yeah, he hasn't got the horsepower of the big Jaguar XK engine. He hasn't got the grunt of the Ferrari. But what he doesn't also have is their weight. So it's a less powerful car, it's more aerodynamic, and it will carry the speed. Whoa, big moment there. Getting back on terra firma. That is Lotus 15 of Michael Birch. So again, little moment for him. Car number 2 in shot. Let's take a look at this. This again, Julien Majoub, who has raced old cars for very many years, a Sadler Chevy. So this is again another take on the front engine sports car. It's low and sleek in the mould of the Lotuses rather than the bigger Lister Nobblies and Tajero Jags and so on. It's a great looking car.
It's incredibly twitchy with all that Chevrolet punch, but I can't think of, even though we often see Julien in Grand Prix Alfa Romeos and things from the 1930s, this car is super twitchy, really short wheelbase, and he can afford the tyre wear because he has a company that builds historic racing rubber. So, but he's just such a showman in this, and I think if you put most people in, it would probably scare them to a point at which more than 3 coffees would be required.
Yes, it's got that real sort of, it's like an AC Cobra in disguise, doesn't it? It's got a real feel of that.
It's good for 6th fastest, but that is still 3 seconds off the ultimate pace because Miles Griffiths in that orange Lotus 15 has just moved ahead of Sam Hancock, who's in the pits in that glorious Ferrari.
Right ahead of Julien.
The yellow one, which is the 81.
Yeah, right ahead Julien is a Ferrari Testarossa, yellow and black, that car being driven by Mike Malone. So a 250 TR/MM 250 Testarossa / Mille Miglia. So I'm not sure which Testarossa and which Mille Miglia bits are which. You have to be much more of a Ferraristi than me. Sam Hancock having a wash and brush up in the pit lane, and probably just a check of tyre pressures and so on. Because if you can't make the cameraman leg it up the pits, then really why are you there?
Right, we've got 6.5 minutes remaining. We've got a gap of 0.8 of a second between the Ferrari and the pits. That's in 2nd place. Sam Hancock is obviously just wanting a few adjustments. He go and have an outlap and maybe get 1, possibly 2 flyers in, but he knows what he's doing.
Somebody's losing oil, aren't they? He's got smears all over the windscreen. Now, it is still relative. I mean, 9:30. It's not that early in the morning, but the sun is still relatively out. It is September. You know, we are heading towards the vernal equinox, so we We have a low sun in the sky, and he's obviously getting a lot of glare. So probably quite a lot of somebody's been blowing out a little bit of oil smoke.
Yeah, I think he can point his finger in many directions. Great work from the camera crew. They got down low enough for us to have a fleeting shot through the smears on the top of the windscreen. So, but Sam, our sympathy only goes so far. You are driving one of the most exquisite cars in the meeting and driving it very well, but you need to move on. Yeah, 8 tenths down.
If he was having less fun, we'd feel more sympathy. Yeah, he's right in the middle of the two Lotuses. So Roger Wills, you're looking at now up to third fastest,
and really going faster and faster, but he's got to find just over a second. But Roger will be thinking about this, but what he needs is clear track up in front. Of course, the Lotus can take many cornering lines, it's so incredibly nimble, but he just doesn't want to be obstructed by someone who's slower through the corners, has more power, and then pulls away from him on the straights. But I think now we need a longer shot to see if it's clear up ahead. Let's see his second sector time.
A very good looking lap from Roger Wills. Very quick indeed, and you know, he's put this car on the front row, he's won from the second row, he's put this car on pole before now, so he definitely, you know, whenever you see him in this Lotus on the entry list, you know he's got a real shot every time he goes out. He was just, by the way, going by that was David Hart.
Coming in slowly, I think, coming back to the pits perhaps. David Hart is now down into 5th place with that glorious number 33, the Lister Jaguar costume, but Roger Wills, will it move him up a position this lap?
Yes, it does. He's goes in the middle of the front row. So
12 thousandths of a second down on pole.
Oh, wow. So it really is battle on now. That's why Sam Hancock wanted a clear screen, because he's now 8 tenths away. It's Lotus 1-2, Ferrari in 3rd, James Costingham in 4th place on row 2 in the Tajero Jag. That's sleek, low, sort of metallic mid-blue. It's almost a Kyriakos, but not quite, with the white noseband. But Roger Wills in the white Lotus, car number 24. Now he's got traffic in front of him. Andy Prio in the HWM, that dark green car, British Racing Green Machine. That's, you know, the next car he comes up again. And actually, Prio's car looks very much like what it is, which is a road car that could also be a sports racer.
It does, and James and Andy will be feeling his way in with that. Another person normally going very well here, just moved up a position to 6th, is James Wood in the Lotus 15, owned by Karina Laumann, and James gets a lot of track mileage in a lot of cars, a real historic specialist, and he'll be hoping he can squeeze a bit more time. He's 2.7 seconds down on Miles Griffith's best time, the best time of all, of course, the Lotus 15. He's also in a Lotus 15, so a little bit of chagrin at the moment for James.
Yeah, and again, it's how much you can get out of the car, and actually, we talked about this yesterday during practice, and we will again during the races, that where you qualify on the grid in the single practice session that almost everybody has. A couple of races do get 2 practice sessions, St Mary's and the Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy. That's a bit of a smoky end to somebody's
Tajero
session.
Jaguar, it's Darren McWhirter the whole way down from the very far north of Scotland, and we talked about a little bit of oil on people's visors. Well, there's a whole lot more about to be coming their way.
Yeah, that unfortunately. Let's hope that is just a blowing oil line rather than something more fundamental and clattery under the bonnet.
Gosh, remarkably hard for Darren to see a figure of our sort of height, Martin, so he had his head above the cloud, but not for long. When eventually it was in the cloud, he had to pull off.
Yeah, that's a real shame. That's such a pretty shame. I mean, you know, some of these cars are just gorgeous, whether they're fast or slow. To my mind, it's almost immature. I know a fast car always looks better, but some of these cars are absolutely achingly gorgeous. And there's that.
Now, we saw the visual of that spray, but the drivers are the ones who get to feel it out on the circuit. Hopefully it's not too much. People who are still pressing on, James Wood pushing very hard. David Hart in 33, the Lister Jaguar Costin, had a slow lap. Now he's picking up the pace. He's only got 2 minutes remaining in the session, but still something else leaking a bit of smoke out there. Which one's coming in slow? It's on the right-hand side of the shot, so maybe faster laps are going to be harder to come by, except no one's told Sam Hancock, because he just banged in after that pit stop, the fastest of the 3 sectors of the lap of any driver out on the track so far.
Yeah. Well, and here is Sam Hancock. Not sure there is oil down there. I think that was just oil leaking onto an exhaust or blowing through an exhaust. Hopefully it was just oil smoke, and that shouldn't leave too much on the track.
Right, Sam Hancock, well, the tail's out, not because it's slippery, that's because he's pressing on. 8 tenths of a second is a big ask, but I think it's within his remit. He's getting the fastest first sector of all. He set his fastest second sector using all the curb, but luckily not any of the grass on the exit of the chicane. The lap time he needs to be. He got to get in the 124s.
Fastest lap
by 42 thousandths. That's precision.
Excellent. So the Ferrari again shows that it's got the potential. And as always, in his hands, dancing. And again, as he starts this next lap, he's come off the fastest lap of the session. The car still right up on its tiptoes, dancing around underneath him. Car number 16 just picking up the Tajero of James Cottingham. Where's he? He's now fourth quickest, still fourth quickest. He's not been in the top three, but the orange Lotus behind that's the second fastest car miles.
Second and fourth together, and Cottingham will improve his lap time, I'm sure, but can he get within the top three? They're all covered by nothing. The top three cars by 54 thousandths of a second.
Last lap for each of them. Hancock's already on his last lap. He won't make it to the end in 20 seconds. So
top four now covered by under 0.2 of a second. This is the closest we've seen at Goodwood for a very, very long time. One little block and one of these challengers won't get another flying lap done to their desire, but this is getting fantastically close. It's Hancock, Griffiths, Wills and Cottingham. Will it be the same? The checkered flag is now out. This is their final shot at glory.
So the red Ferrari of Sam Hancock, that's the quickest car at the moment. Car number 4, you'll see it whistling past you at almost at the end of the lap now. He's being chased. Roger Wills in the white, number 24 Lotus, and then James Cottingham, car number 16, with the orange car right behind him, and that's actually taking a little bit of speed perhaps out of the Lotus. And it actually
Cottingham is the one on the charge. Car 16 just saw him get a shot in behind the orange Lotus 15 of Miles Griffiths. Not had his best first sector, but they're separated by, we are talking thousandths of a second, the difference between these two.
So James Cottingham, car number 16, is he going to be on the front row of the grid? Is he going to break into the top three in the pretty little Tajero Jag? Nimble through the chicane, big dab of opposite lock as he gets the power down as early as possible, charging to the line, which seems like a long way away. Across the line he comes. It is an improvement, but it's not enough to get him into the top three.
How galling to be fourth fastest, you're the second row, but you're only 0.135 of a second down. Sam Hancock didn't improve, Griffiths didn't improve either, and just waiting for Roger Wills, who'd be the last one to take a shot. The white and black Lotus 15, the target is 1 minute 24.855 seconds.
In the chicane now, Roger Wills heading out of the chicane. Underneath as he comes towards the line, Sam Hancock, I think, is on a it doesn't look like he's on a slowing down lap. Did he get enough?
No, he'd taken the checkered flag.
So he's bringing the car in anyway. Roger Wills did not improve on that one. So Sam Hancock on pole by 42 thousandths of a second. In third place, Roger Wills, 12 thousandths of a second off second. James Cottingham, 81 thousandths back in fourth place from third place. This could be modern one-make single-seaters. What you're looking at here is Lotus versus Ferrari versus Tajero. 3 different chassis, 3 different engine manufacturers, never mind types. So a 2.4 litre V6 Ferrari engine for Sam Hancock is the one that has claimed pole position. The Lotuses with their Climax engines, second and third. James Cottingham with that XK Jaguar 6-cylinder engine in the pretty Tajero in fourth place. Good morning, young man. Hopefully you will be here in 20 or 30 years bringing your children with you as well. It's a scary thought for all of us. But for the parents around and about, I think bringing your kids and indoctrinating them is absolutely our duty.
It's also licensed to have a good time. I mean, what a glorious day to be here in West Sussex. The sun is shining. We'll take that all weekend long. And looking at the cars they put in to the collection here, that was a fantastic official practice session, or qualifying as we know it in the outside world. But again, the high shot, brilliant high shot, looking down the diversity of the machinery there, the diversity of liveries, I was taking liberties with the liveries, but it's just such a shot. And then the paddock off to the left, the show in the background, the Goodwood, the Earl's Court Motor Show off on the right hand side of the shot, the catering areas, it's just exquisite.
Champagne, everything you need in life. Shop champagne, sunshine. And actually, I'm just reading some notes from Ed Foster on this. Rivals the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy as the prettiest of the weekend. I don't know why he thought to write that down, but actually he's absolutely spot on. These cars are gorgeous. Whether you're the fastest or the slowest, there's not an ugly one in there. They are just pretty. So that is the practice session concluded for the Sussex Trophy.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
Well, I told you the Drivers' Club was a pretty special place. I'm very pleased to say that Howard Donald from Take That was having his breakfast and he's left his fry up to come and chat to David and I. Are you such a gentleman? Thank you so much.
I had I'm a mouthful of sausage and he came over and disturbed me like all the waiters do in restaurants.
He's not even a waiter, sorry. I mean...
I'm definitely not going to get a tip for that, am I?
No.
Howard, though, special times, isn't it? Goodwood Revival. Have you been before? If not, what are you driving? Tell us the story.
I've been many times. I've been. I'm very lucky to be a guest of the Duke of Richmond. I've raced my car here, a little Porsche 356. I raced it 2 years ago. Smashed the side of it. Realised how difficult how dangerous this track is. I love it. I mean, I've got quite a few classic cars, so it's just right up my street. And I brought my brother here from Manchester, and he just can't believe his eyes what's actually going on.
I think you might be eating your breakfast over there now.
I know, yeah.
Has the Duke ever asked you to do a bit of a riff, sing? You know what the parties are like, the balls. Have you ever been there and, I don't know, did a bit of a sing-song for him?
No, not really, because the other two guys are not into cars, so I've let somebody know that's in his office that I'm a DJ as well, so I want to do some of these parties at the race course.
Parties, weddings, Howard is available. No, guys, I'm joking. But tell us a little bit about, again, this is the Drivers' Club. This is pretty special, isn't it? You get to see the who's who of the racing world. Anybody in particular you've kind of made friends with over the years that you always love to have a catch-up with over breakfast if time allows?
Well, again, I'm into classic racing, so I see quite a lot of amazing classic racing drivers. And saw Jenson Button yesterday. Said hello to him. I don't think he knew who I was, or he wasn't even interested. I think he needed a wee, actually. I think he was rushing to the toilet. But yeah, it's very special. You only have to look around and you just see so many amazing people, so many amazing cars. And I mean, they go above and beyond to actually make this event special. And it's probably the world's best historic event.
Is there a race in particular you're looking forward to this weekend?
I'm looking forward to watching the Cobras and the GT40s race round. The noise, I love noise, and I'm very disappointed in electric cars for that reason.
It's not quite the same, is it?
No, not the same. Not the same.
Howard Donald, thank you so much for your time. I'm not going to keep you any longer because your breakfast is probably now cold. Such a gentleman.
No,
good luck today and enjoy a fabulous weekend.
No worries. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There we go. I told you, you never know who you're going to catch. And
what a gentleman.
Such a great chap to literally leave his breakfast, guys. We're not even exaggerating there. He's now gone back to his brother over there and having a wonderful time now. I mean, yeah, guys from Take That being here. I'm surprised, though, he's never performed at the estate for the Duke.
Well, I think for someone like him, he just enjoys being here, maybe not being in that persona and that, fulfilling his passion for cars. He talked about his Porsche he has there. And, I think he's just really indulging in the weekend like we all are.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll have a little look around and see if we can grab someone else. I've got a couple of my bike friends here, and David spotted a couple of the riders he knows. But until we get them, we're going to pop down to Ed, who is still in the assembly area.
Now, I'm on the grid before the Madgwick Cup, so let's go and talk to some drivers. Follow me, Ed. There's something about having a microphone shoved in your face in the assembly area, and that's bad enough, but actually being on the grid and then having to talk to the likes of me is not always ideal. So hopefully the drivers don't mind. Miles, on pole position, it's obviously a beautifully handling car, this one.
Yeah, it's lovely to drive. Obviously hasn't got much power, but carry lots of speed through the corners, so it's good fun.
And it's effectively a single-seater with sports car bodywork.
Yeah, that's right. Although if you're brave enough, there is a seat either side. So if you fancy coming for a ride, then hop in.
That is really kind, but I'm quite busy, so I'll give it a miss today. You were saying that obviously you just got to carry speed. These cars are all under 2 litres. I guess Lavant and the chicane are two of the most important corners.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously the Maserati's going to have more power, so it'll be about trying to, carry the momentum through the slow corners.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, Ed, follow me around here. Let's see if we can get hold of second place man, Manuel. Manuel, I'm going to come round. It's obviously a very close qualifying. Are you going to be able to get in front of these guys by the first turn?
I wish. I don't really know. I think it's going to be real fun. There are very different type of cars. The behavior is completely different. So I think it's going to be a wonderful race.
So do you have any plans before a race start, or do you just have to see how it pans out?
I will try to put the car somewhere. try to don't bother anybody and make a clean line on the first turn. I think that's the aim of almost everybody.
Put the car somewhere, but not on the grass.
Exactly. As my father says, the black parts underneath the car and the green parts on the side.
Perfect. Well, best of luck.
Thanks.
Right, let's head over here. We've got Malcolm here. Malcolm, it's a lovely view, that, isn't it? No cars in front of you.
It's a beautiful view. I hope it stays like that, but these guys are very, very quick, so yeah, we've got work cut out today.
Who are you looking out for behind you? Because qualifying is not always a sort of an exact science, is it?
Anybody that goes faster than they did in qualifying, to be honest. I mean, it's just going to be good fun. It's just such a beautiful meeting, and with these cars, it's just great.
They're obviously not hugely powerful, under 2 litres, but do you have to look after anything? Brakes, tyres, anything like that?
Yeah, but you have to look after the cars. You drive them slightly differently to the modern vehicles, be a bit more cautious with them. But the Bristol engine cars are running a little bit more horsepower. We've got sort of 105, so we'll see how we go. It's going to be fun.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, let's head on to the second row. We've got Josef here. Josef looking as though he probably doesn't want to be talked to, but I'm going to jump in anyway. Josef, there is a card's width in front of you. Is that your target?
Of course, it has to be. No, I'm in a good position here, so I will do whatever I can, and enjoy the race.
And how's the car going?
Good, good. I'm very happy with it. It's I have a good overview. Engine is running fine, so it's a lovely car. It slides well, so very comfy.
And what's the secret to a good lap here?
Not to brake too hard. Just keep the speed up, basically, and drift around the corners.
Confidence then?
Yeah.
Best of luck.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right, let's head up to the front of the grid because we've got a speech any second now. Just follow me, Ed. We've got the Duke of Richmond up here about to give a speech, and I can see him talking to his son and Will from the content team. Any second now we will go to the Duke of Richmond, but the Madgwick Cup, so these cars are all under 2 litres. It's all about carrying momentum. As Josef said there, try not to use the brakes too much. After this, they've got a green flag lap, they've got to warm up the tyres, they've got to warm up the brakes, and they've got to make sure everything's up to temperature, because as you go down into Madgwick on the first corner of the first lap, you need the grip and you need to be ready for anything. For now, let's go back to Rachel.
Well, you never know who you're going to find in the Drivers' Club here, and I found my good friend Billy McConnell. He obviously rides in the British Superbikes Championship in the Stock Thousands class on a Honda. Billy, a little bit different here, isn't it? From Settrington last weekend to Goodwood this weekend. You do get around. How has it been so far?
Yeah, this is a fantastic event. You know, I come as first reserve last year, didn't get a chance to ride, and this year I managed to get on the Triton Thunderbird, so I'm really looking forward to it. It's right-hand shift, the wrong way with the gears. I went for the rear brake a few times yesterday, and then obviously it's on the opposite side, so I ended up pushing into neutral. So getting that in my head and keeping clear track today, and starting 8th, and I think should be a good race.
How different is it though from racing the circuits that you do week in, week out on the Honda, like I just mentioned, to going back here to yesteryear and feeling a completely different machinery?
Yeah, it's a cool feeling when you're going down the straights and you're looking at all the old dash and the instruments, and that you almost feel like, you know, you're back in the old school movies and stuff like that. And you got to take your hat off to the boys that rode around in them with, you know, open face helmets and all the gear. But it's such a cool event. You know, everyone's dressed up, all the pit crew and that, and the bike you ride and the old school feel of it, the vibration through them. My hands were going tingly and numb yesterday, but yeah, it's a cool event. So I'm very, very happy to be a part of it.
And Le Mans start, is that you that's getting the honour of racing to the bike?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So I think Richard's going to keep it revving up, and just got to make sure I don't trip up off the start line running over to it, and make sure I hit the gear on the right side.
You're starting on row 3. Aims for the race?
We just want to make sure we finish, get the bike to the line, and you know, I had a little bit of with James Hayden yesterday. He come past me and your racing mind takes over, and then I went under the brakes and then got all the gears and all that wrong again, just because I went back into that racing. So main thing is to finish, and if there's a bit of a battle there, you know, we'll have one.
If you know James Hayden, he would put the pressure on, that's for sure. Well, Billy's obviously taking part in the Sheene Memorial Trophy, which is coming up in a short while's time. Billy, good luck for that.
Thanks, guys.
Right, we're back on the grid. We've talked to the front couple of rows. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of go a little bit further back. A lot of these cars do tend to be out of position. So practice here with 30 cars on the grid is actually very hard to get a clear lap. So in qualifying, it's all about trying to find a gap and trying to get that quick lap in. But if you make one mistake on your one clear lap, you can be back here. Actually, here's Martin Stretton. I recognise that helmet. Let's come round. Martin, I didn't think a Porsche 356 should be this far up the grid.
It can if you drive it flat out.
Do you brake?
Yeah, at Lavant and at Woodcut, and a bit for the chicane.
I take it a little mistake at Lavant costs you a lot.
Yeah, this car's all about momentum. It's fantastic around the corners, huge amounts of fun. But when you go on the straight, you just have to preserve every bit of momentum you've got. So one mistake does cost.
I can imagine you subconsciously hunker down in the car, okay, down the straight.
Well, I'm short anyway, but yeah, I'm ducking down.
Yeah. Best of luck, Martin.
Thanks.
Right, let's carry on here to the buckler, Paul Steed. Beautiful little thing, this. Paul, what's going through your mind at the moment?
I'm just trying to keep the position we got. We had an exceptional qualifying, top 10, feel we're punching above our weight. If I can keep Martin just in front of me, I'll be happy with that.
Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's carry on down the grid a little bit. Got Alexander here. Just recently sold the Bonhams, I think. Alexander, everything under control?
Everything's doing just fine, thank you, except for me. But I'm fine. It's great.
On your warm-up lap, how much effort are you having to put into warming up the tyres and brakes?
We have to warm up a lot because it's a very big start, and we're looking forward to it.
Me too. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, after all of that, we're going to go to the Duke of Richmond.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather on this glorious morning to enjoy the sport that we all love, it is tinged with great sadness following the death last week of Her Majesty the Queen. Her life and reign are impossible to put into words. Her impact on the world, too great to quantify. Her grace, constancy, and selfless devotion, an inspiration to us all. Horse racing, as well as motor racing, plays a very big part in our life here at Goodwood. And throughout her long life, she was devoted to the sport and frequently visited Goodwood Racecourse from a young age. Indeed, the association continued right to the very end, with her final winner, Love Affairs, being here at Goodwood just last Tuesday. As the nation, and indeed the whole world, mourns her loss, I am comforted by the sense of togetherness that we all share this weekend. The bonds of family and friendship are never more important than in times of trouble and sadness, a sentiment I know she would have wholeheartedly endorsed. I would now invite you all to stand and turn towards the screens, where we will play a short film remembering her times at Goodwood, after which we will together observe a minute's silence. Thank you.
Minute silence in memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. The flags here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit, as everywhere across the country, at half-mast. But as His Grace has pointed out, Her Majesty was a huge sporting fan. In her particular field of expertise, it was single horsepower. We're going to unleash a few more now as we begin our racing programme for the day. For the rest of the day, there were a couple more practice sessions. There'll be a second chance to see at lunchtime the Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy practice, and that will be bringing all the boys to the yard, guaranteed. But for now, we are ready to go with the cars on the grid for the Madgwick Cup. Now, these are smaller sports cars from the early 1950s, and as Ed pointed out, all sub 2 litres. So around this long, fast, flowing Goodwood circuit, momentum is absolutely king. Martin Haven and Bruce Jones here, ready to call the action.
Well, looking down on the glorious scene, but for Pietro Tencioni in the penultimate row of the grid, he can't get his Emini Sport to fire up, so he's already flagged the marshals to come to his car. He's trying to get that engine to bark. Every other engine is going at the moment. Fortunately, just 2 cars have to feed past him if he doesn't get away at the first time of asking. So those last-minute problems, they've sat on the grid for quite some while.
And there's actually a gap on the row in front of him, which should be 3 wide, because pulling out this morning, Gunter Leiner in his Tajero Butterworth with its unique flat 4 AJB engine, a very distinctive car. Go and take a look at that, by the way, in the garages in the paddock, sort of just opposite the chicane on the inside of the circuit. A very, very interesting take on a sports racer. Well, we've got so many different shapes and sizes and volumes and ways of slicing the 2-litre sports car, from the little Lotuses, the svelte Maseratis. You've got the traditional makes, and you've got the newcomers, the new garagists, the designer racers like Colin Chapman and his like.
And again, for Porsche fans, unfortunately, the Urs Beck driven Porsche 550 Spider doesn't appear to be down on the grid. But for all the other cars, they're waiting to take that formation lap to come back around for the start of the race. But we heard from the drivers that Alexander McQueen Kotelbaum wanted to saying, you know, about how they've got to work so hard on this lap to get heat into everything that needs heat. And you were just saying it's a bit of a cool morning, it's a bit of a breeze, and people wearing dresses. You're not one of those, which is your good fortune today, Martin. But the sun is shining, all will warm up. But for the drivers right now, around the course of this lap, just coming up 2.4 miles, they've got to work very hard on this lap to be able to give it a full attack down to Madgwick on the first racing lap.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody is searching out sunshine this morning rather than shadow. The day will warm up. High is forecast to be 19, maybe 20 degrees, so it should be a nice warm day here at Goodwood. And certainly for the drivers, this will be hot and sweaty business. They will be working very hard indeed. So, as the field runs past you, let's take a look at them from front to back. Well, the first car coming by, bright red car number 5, Miles Griffiths, the man on pole position, has just qualified in the top 3 for the Sussex Trophy in the session immediately before this. Unusual looking car. Those of you who aren't 50 sports car experts will probably have no clue. The grille doesn't give it away. It's a Kieft. A short-lived, fairly successful manufacturer, particularly of smaller single-seaters. Behind is Manuel Elisab. His red Maserati is an A6 CGS. Malcolm Gammons, third in a Lotus 9, and that Malcolm, sort of Ron Gammons, the MG specialist, with, yes, you've guessed it, an MG motor. So that's the silver car with the red stripe. That's your front row. The moss green car of Oliver Marseille, I beg your pardon, a Lotus Mark 10. Now that long, low shape with the big fins at the back and the bulge in the bonnet hiding the Bristol 2-litre engine. He starts alongside Josef Otto Rettenmeier, who's in another of the Maseratis, the first of the burgundy-coloured Mazdas. Look also for the fast starter Martin Stretton from row 3. Malcolm Paul's Lotus Bristol Mark 10, the red car. Martin Stretton in the white Porsche 356 Speedster with the blue stripes. Expect him to get away quickly, and alongside him will be, in fact, the second of the Maseratis, Carlos Silicki, in his A6. Adrian Sukari starts 9th in another Maserati, and Paul Steed in a white and blue Buckler. That's car number 38. If you didn't know what that was, That's what that is, the white car with the blue nose and the blue stripe up the centre. So that is your top 10. The rest of the field sweeping through. Unique white car with the multicoloured stripes of Venezuela and the black armband. That's Nigel Winchester in an AC Ace Bristol. Now, an AC Ace essentially was the car that became the early AC Cobra. No, it doesn't look like a Cobra, does it? It is a recreation of the car's original body, which was built in Venezuela for sports car racing. So that car you can see lining up on the fourth row of the grid, up by the pit wall, with the red, blue and yellow of Venezuela. And just one of so many different shapes here. There are barely two cars that are the same on this grid. There's a clutch of Lotus 10s, Lotus Bristols, and there's two or three Maserati A6s, but other than that, there is such huge variety. Right towards the back, the final car on the grid is Bruce McWhirter, car number 22, TOJ1 is its registration. TOJ, short for Tajero, John Tajero, who designed the MG Sports. And away we go. Flag drops, very slow getaway indeed from Manuel Elisab in the middle of the front row. He's just been swamped by everybody, but our poleman Miles Griffiths leads them. And the Burgundy Maserati, Josef Otto Rettenmeier, I think, up into second place, Bruce.
But the car of the middle of the front row, Manuel Elisab, literally went backwards, then going into Madgwick, hand up from the driver who started the outside of the front row, Malcolm Gammons and that MG engine Lotus. So two of the front runners,
he's pulled off on the
big
left.
Problems early on, but brilliant start from pole position by Miles Griffiths, fired up by already having done a practice session, had to sprint down, hop into this less powerful car, this Keith. He's driving it absolutely beautifully. There he is with about half a second's advantage already, turning into the second part of St Mary's, up over the rise, then into the compression, going wide but not too wide. That's perfect to set himself up for Lavant.
Yeah, the Keefton period raced at Le Mans 24 hours in 1954, so it's got good high-speed history. And Miles Griffiths knows how to pedal a car around Goodwood. He's done plenty of that and already starting to creep away.
And he's doubled his advantage by the time he came to the exit of Lavant, the second part of the Lavant and Maserati. From fifth place on the grid, Josef Otto Rettenmeier, we heard from him before, he's up into that second place. And then three body shapes. Let's go for a Lotus moment back in third position. Noi 1, it's car number 25, that's Olivier Marseille. That's a Bristol engine example. He's driving that really well down.
Yeah, that's the Lotus Mark 10 with that really distinctive finned rear end and a huge looping spin. Luckily, no damage done for Paul Steed. That's the Buckler DD1. Again, another unique shape in this field as the Kieft leads by 2 seconds across the line. Josef Otto Rettenmeier in second, Oliver Marseille in third. Fourth place, car number 23 from 6 on the grid, Malcolm Paul in his Lotus. Well, that looked like a little bit of cold tyre and competitor avoidance there. And again, got away with that. It
breathe in, and then compose, and take off again. So a small error comes to a swift conclusion, but fortunately one that doesn't remove the Buckler from the race. So car 38, Paul Steed coming in that Buckler DD1, now driven into the paddock. So he's recovered, but not to continue in the race. But at the end of the opening lap, 2.2 seconds clear of the pack and pulling further clear with every corner he takes. Miles Griffiths, the number 5 Keeft, going beautifully. Josef Otto Rettenmeier and Olivier Marseille up into fourth place. Car number 23, Malcolm Paul, and into fifth, Manuel Elisab, thinking, what did I do wrong at the start of the race? Well, you shed 3 positions before you got to Madgwick, an awfully slow start. And the driver from second place, Josef Otto Rettenmeier, has got the bug of going for a spin. It's still the colder tyres, maybe. Yeah, no, I think so, probably. I mean, the track temperature isn't exactly high, so that moves the moss green car, the Lotus Bristol, the Lotus Mark 10 of Oliver Marseille up to second place, Noi 1 on the registration. 23, Malcolm Paul in third, another Lotus Mark 10. Then recovering to fourth place is the car that sort of started from the middle of the front row, Manuel Elisab. He's up to fourth place in the Maserati, and then in fifth place is the white Porsche Speedster. Again, of all the shapes, it's probably the one that most people can pick out, because a 356 Speedster is still a fairly recognisable shape. That's Martin Stretton, again, very recognisable helmet. One of those that you always spot, and behind him, with the big 527 lettering down the car, from 9th on the grid, Adrian Sukari in another of the Maserati A6 CTSs. Well, about to have a change of second position because Malcolm Paul attacking and there was no answer from Olivier Marseille. So one Lotus surpasses another. Emmanuel Elisab, which should be catching the pair of them. Look in the background of the shot, that red Maserati. But he's not as nimble as these glorious little Lotuses round the first part of Lavant into the second part of Lavant and onto the kink.
Yeah.
No, sorry, it's St Maria. My apologies there.
Yeah, Elisab not as quick as the Lotuses either, but if they start to dice, they're going to hold themselves up. In the red car, number 23, Malcolm Paul with the fastest first sector of the race of anybody on this lap, but Miles Griffiths, end of the story for a smoky Porsche, and Martin Stretton bails out of his first ride of the day without completing the race, and that is very unusual for Martin. So it looks as though that was a mechanical, so the mechanical frailty has cut a swathe through our front runners already.
Every one of the front row starters has had a problem now, apart from race leader Miles Griffiths, 7.5 seconds clear at the end of the previous lap. He is soon going to be out of sight of the others. The second place battle just coming through the chicane now and over the finish line, almost into Madgwick goes our race leader. He's going to be close on 10 seconds, I think, his advantage when Malcolm Paul will come across the line. Let's have a look. Goes across the line now in second place, 10.2 seconds, 1 second clear of the second of the Lotuses. Olivier Marseille in third. Manuel Elisab still atoning for that poor start up into fourth. Martin Stretton should be fifth, but he won't be. It'll be Adrian Sukari. So we've got a lot of Maseratis up the front end.
Yes, and maybe because they've been raced successfully for so long, they're feeling a little bit more reliable. Miles Griffiths in the 1 minute 36s. Now that's where he qualified. His fastest lap in the race, 1:36.57. He did a 1:36.85 in qualifying. So in fact, with a full tank of fuel, he is going quicker than he managed in qualifying. Malcolm Paul in second place. He's just dipped into the 38s. His previous lap was a 1 minute 40, 1:38.6 in qualifying. He did the 1:38.6. So he's actually also a few hundredths of a second or a few thousandths of a second quicker than his best lap in qualifying. Now a little further back, a little less able to produce the outright flying laps. There's the recovering Josef Otto Rettenmeier in car number 14, that burgundy Maserati. He's got work to do, hasn't he, to come up through the field.
He's fallen down to 16th place, now 15th. He's gone ahead of the other Rettenmeier, Stefan Rettenmeier. He's now attacking Luke Rethenau. No, Rethenau's behind. That's the silver Veritas Nürburgring. The car's built at the circuit. And
that's a big grassy moment. That is a very big moment when the driver's being bounced around. These cars, of course, without seatbelts originally.
Well, that's St Mary's, all of it, and the bit beyond, the Leicester MG of George Edney. That was a real bouncer, but you know what? The car appears to be fine. The driver shaken but not stirred, and will continue into the race.
Yeah, and that's that really is a Coke Brown moment. That's a proper scary one. Just coming through the shot, car number 4 from the Taylor Field, Richard Pilkington in his 1954 pale blue Fraser Nash Sebring. The leader puts a lap on him already. This is the leader's 4th lap of the race, and he is already lapping traffic.
Now, where did it go wrong for George Edney? Well, into the second part of St Mary's, an absolute rodeo ride over there. And then, of course, all he's seeing is crops up ahead, and you don't want to drive into those. So a little rotation on the grass, a big moment. The Hart now coming down below 200 beats per minute, 180, 160, back into the race.
Yeah, maybe not heart rate dropping quite that quickly. I think the colour draining from his face, though, at huge speed. Here is our race leader, Miles Griffiths, the man who qualified on pole position. Now he's just backed off the pace a little bit. No 36.5s anymore. He's down to a 36.6, but it is still lapping quicker than anybody else in the field by around a second and a half, nearly 2 seconds lap. Second and a half quicker than Malcolm Paul, 2 seconds and more quicker than Oliver Marseille in third.
How easy is it to keep your focus up front? And it's clear he has kept his focus, lapping within a few tenths of his previous time, but he's about to come across a gaggle of the cars towards the back of the field. Out of the chicane he goes in that little Kieft. He's got a trio of cars. He shouldn't catch them until the exit of Madgwick. He doesn't want to catch them in that first corner, the double apex right-hander. If he can then pick them off down the straight before Ford Water, that is the plan. In fact, he's going to pick one off going into Madgwick. Yeah. Such is his advantage.
Well, he knows he's got nobody breathing down his shoulder, and that means that he knows when he catches traffic, he can pause 1, 2, just wait and look for the gap, and the gap will come. Beautiful car in shot at the moment. This is car number 16. This is Stefan Rettenmeier in an Oscar, Italian-built car with an Alfa Romeo engine. And when you see that in the paddock, you think, well, they could have cleaned it a bit. It actually it clearly has had no restorative work since it was built in 1953-54. So a fabulous piece of original history, and just ahead of him, car number 77, and this is this slightly misfiring Playford MG of Massimo Bettati. You can hear it fluffing away. It's blowing a little bit of oil out as well. Have to say, Massimo looking down into the cockpit, looking at the gauges. I think he is destined for the pit lane.
I have found a trend. If you've got anything with the MG engine, unfortunately for MG fans, there's a problem. We had one starting on the front row, and for Malcolm Gammon's the problem was clear before he got to the first turn on the opening lap. You see George Edney bouncing across the field in his Leicester MG, spot the trend going on here, and the Playford MG smoking, popping, banging, and not for much longer as Martin predicted. And Nostradamus Haven got that one right into the pits.
These will all have, it's just the Mark 1 human ear roll that informed me. These will all have been T-Series MG, so the sort of pre-war car so beloved of fighter pilots, the MG T, D, F, and so on. Those are T-Series engines, so perhaps a little more frail than their 1960s counterparts. Across the line though, in the Kieft, once more comes Miles Griffiths. And you know, right now, Goodwood on a summer's day, he is really enjoying himself. A second problem for the number 9.
That's Tom McWhirter. He's had not the best of mornings for him, but that's the glorious little Togero Bristol. As we were commenting, Martin, it looks like a sort of the nostrils of BMW, but there's lots of interplay and interchange back in the 50s.
Yeah, between Bristol and BMW, because the Bristol engine basically was a direct photocopy of the pre-war BMW engine that was in cars like the 507, 508. So the 4-cylinder Bristol directly derived from that. The Kieft continues on its merry way, and again Miles Griffiths just keeps the car rattling around there in the 1 minute 36s in traffic. The last lap down to 1 minute 39s, but again he's got plenty of breathing space, no need to take any risks with other cars.
The battle that may change is the battle for second place. Malcolm Paul, car number 23, ahead of the 25, also a Lotus of Olivier Marseille. 1.1 seconds between them in that battle for second place. That could be traffic affected, but the advantage ought to be in the hands of Malcolm Paul, being the leader of that pair. But for right now, red and yellow slippery track warning flag being shown to Miles Griffiths as he comes back down the Lavant Straight. Here's the battle for second place. The red Lotus of Malcolm Paul ahead of the moss green metallic version of Flavien Marseille.
A couple of good battles up and down the field as well. Just saw the battle for, I think, what is 12th place come past us. 19 and 8, nose to tail. 19, these cars started sort of in the middle of the pack.
You know, one driver, I was talking about the problems for people with their MG engines. It's completely coincidental, but there are still a couple out there. We heard from Alexander McQueen Cocklebaum. He's in 10th place. Car number 17, which is the Leco LECO MG Sport, and also going fairly well. Let's look to see where he is. There's the Cooper MG as well. That's car number 21. Nigel Batchelor, he's down in 16th place. So again, 5 different companies with an MG engine aboard, and again with so much interplay, what's the most suitable engine? It's an under 2 litre category. Who's got engines available for that? We'll build a pretty or maybe not so pretty sports car body to go with it.
Well, and you know, you couldn't go out and build your own engine quite so easily, so taking something that was off the shelf was definitely the way to go. George Edney we're looking at on camera now, car number 99, the Leicester MG. George is driving, started in 20th place and is currently in 15th place.
Well, he was the one who went for the bounce, and this time his line through St Mary's was about 20 yards to the left of the previous time around. He was on the track.
Oh dear. But not for long, he went off on the other side this time again. I think watching the mirrors as this battle for second place came under change.
Well, it's flipped around. It was getting much closer. It was 0.8 of a second, down by 1/3 of a second from one lap to the next, and now we've got Flavien Marseille in front and back in front, because of course Malcolm Paul had overtaken him. He's got to do it again.
And I'm sensing that Malcolm Paul there had just a little lift for confidence as the 99 car went off in front of him, and Oliver Marseille coming through on the inside, still on the inside. It's side by side as they come down to the chicane. Okay, this is not the place for bravery. This is like the old Eau Rouge, going the door handle is not a good thought.
And I just wondered who's going to get the better exit, and still in front is Olivier Marseille, but you don't really want to be on the grass when you're trying to put the power down. There isn't a lot of power for these cars. They're small, they're light, but Malcolm Paul should have the advantage, and so he does by the time he gets to. But 2 by 2 into the chicane is never going to work, and Malcolm Paul worked that one out. He thought, okay, right, I'll have to find another moment, but it was just by being on a slightly compromised line, even though he was in front, Olivier Marseille ran out of road on the exit and then couldn't put the power down, and then was passed by the end of the start-finish straight.
See the way he's leaning forward in the car to try and make it, urge it to go quicker.
We've all done it.
Well, you and I have a similar height when we're racing indoor karts and so on. Yeah, you're always leaning forward or bouncing or something to try and make the wretched thing go quicker because it hasn't got the power to deal with our height and weight. So Malcolm Paul eases away from Oliver Marseille in second place. And Miles Griffiths is a long way clear, 16 seconds at the beginning of the last lap ahead of his rivals.
One of the quickest drivers is still cursing himself. It's Joseph Otten-Rettermeier, got up from 5th to 2nd, unfortunately went for a rotation. He's back into 7th places, but he's not going to catch the car that's next up the order in 6th, which is Matthias Silecki, who has got a buffer of 14 seconds. So I'm afraid that order won't change, but the battle for second place most certainly could, except Malcolm Paul's got his tail up. He's back into second now, and he is pulling clear.
Yeah,
and he's just banged in the fastest first sector of anybody all race.
Yeah, absolute flyer this lap. And this is the sort of pace that he put in to get up into second in the first place, then sort of settle down in a battle with Oliver Marseille in the moss green car. Marseille still trying to hang on to his coattails, but it seems that as the fuel weight lightens in the car, Malcolm Paul has got a bit more pace in hand, and he comes across the line again in second place, 16.5 seconds behind Miles Griffiths. And Griffiths was the clear fastest car in practice. Now, always say that you can't necessarily read everything into that, because practice can involve cars being out of place because they don't get as clean a lap as some of their rivals, but in this case Miles definitely had the advantage in the race that he showed in practice.
To be honest, the short length of the practice sessions does mask some of the performance. His advantage in practice was only under half a second, but in the race it's clearly been more than that. But don't forget, the driver who started second, Manuel Elisab, had that awful start, has been stuck in traffic, picking his way through, but in race pace, you know, he's lapping, unfortunately for Manuel, about 3 seconds off the pace of the race leader.
Well, I think one of the secrets that Miles Griffiths has is he hasn't just got one quick lap in him. He's got that sort of pace every lap that he's sitting in the car, and that's what you see from all our pro drivers that you're watching. You know, touring car champions, Le Mans winners, IndyCar winners, IndyCar champions, whoever. They've got that relentless perfection. They've got that ability to hammer out the same lap time after time after time. And that's the difference. That's by keeping that pace up, by being close to the ultimate pace on every lap, not just as you and I would be, Bruce. You know, if we're lucky once in a calendar year, then that's where the difference is made. It's not that he's got a couple of tenths, is that he's always got a couple of tenths every single lap, and those add up.
Now, that was really unfortunate in that battle for second place. Malcolm Paul and Olivier Marseille going past Richard Pilkington in that number 4, Fraser Nash Sebring. Unfortunately for Olivier, this was his opportunity, but he put the power down too soon coming out of the chicane. Tail went a little bit sideways. Momentum, which they all will tell you in these under 2 litre sports cars is everything, unfortunately was removed before he even started to apply it.
But he is very slowly closing on Malcolm Paul. He's not got much time left. It's this plus one more. Actually, depending on where the leader is, they might actually get this plus
no,
two.
I think he'll be just short of that. So I think this is the penultimate lap of this 20-minute race, the Madgwick Cup for under 2 litre sports racing cars from 1948 to 1955. But it's been a masterclass from Miles Griffiths. He had a warm-up in a more powerful car. He just did the official practice session for the Sussex Trophy, legged it down the paddock, had his car waiting for him in the collection area, and there it is. It looks small, sleek, Italian. Oh, hold on a second. It's Italian red, but it's a Kieft. It's built in the UK.
Yep. Coming across the line in 8th, just past us, Nigel Winchester in his unique white and Venezuelan coloured machine. So Nigel started in 11th place, now up to 8th place after a couple of cars ahead of him had problems. He was just looking to have a fun time racing that unique bodied AC Ace Bristol. And 8th place finish behind Joseph Rettermeier at the moment. And here comes the leader across the line. 147. He's doing 136s. He could do another. He's doing 142s. He could do another lap. Okay. Unless he slows dramatically, and he might. But then if he doesn't know what the time is, he may well not do. He might have one more lap after this.
Miles Griffiths has really come off the pace. His last lap was a 1 minute 42. Once he got up to speed, he was doing 1 minute 36s, 1 minute 36s. May have been traffic, might be a problem. Maybe he's so far clear, but it's down to under 11 seconds, and it was almost going out by 2 seconds a lap before. But Malcolm Paul, we've got, unfortunately, that's the car we saw in problems earlier. I think pulled off at the side of the circuit white with the dark blue stripe. Was that the, I thought we'd seen that go into the pits. The
Paul Steed with the buckler.
Yeah, the Paul Steed car, but off at the side of the circuit. Not our race leader there. He is into the compression, out of the compression up to Lavant. It's a double right-hander, but all on his own. Driven beautifully by Miles Griffiths, this number 5 Kieft.
Well, it's going to be very close to the end of time as he gets to the line. So the checkered flag will be ready, whether it is thrown or not. Depends.
40 seconds from there, he could get through as he powers down towards Woodcote.
Well, if he's doing a 1 minute 42 or 43 lap, as he has been for the last couple, then time will be up a couple of seconds before he gets to the line. If for any reason he goes any quicker at all, then there will be a couple of seconds remaining on the clock. So
okay, he's coming on to start-finish straight now with 18 seconds remaining. He's, I don't think he's going to be able to back off enough.
Well, he
no, hold on, sorry, I picked up another car.
Back off enough.
9 seconds to go, he comes past it. No, he's doing another lap.
Veritas waves him through, the checkered flag is not out, so time has now elapsed. So
now it has.
Yeah, the following battle for second, Malcolm Paul and Oliver Marseille, they get this lap as well, so extra bonus for Oliver, but his moss green car has just come past us and he's now been dropped by the second place, the red Mark 10 Lotus Bristol, and he's now 4.3 seconds back, so that battle appears to be completely defused.
So I think there were 4 to 5 seconds on the clock when still left on the clock when Miles Griffiths went past, and so this is the final lap. His advantage is 11 seconds. Yes, it's come down, he's backed off a bit, but who will finish in second place? I think Malcolm Paul does have the legs over Olivier Marseille. The last 2 laps he's not just put himself back in front after the order was swapped, but pulled 4.3 seconds clear, and on this lap he's still edging out yet further.
And he's coming up behind car number 19, Simon Arscott. Simon was battling with Lutz Rathenau's, Simon in that red car number 19, Tejero Bristol, and it was the Veritas of Lutz Rathenau that was battling with him. You can see the silver car just a little further back. Aldeida passed him just coming past the start-finish line, so that battle has been decided in favour of Simon Arscott. He qualified just a little quicker than the Veritas and has proved in the race just to have enough. They did come a couple of laps nose to tail past the pits, but that battle has been diffused. But Miles Griffiths from pole position dominated the start and has dominated the race. Victory will go to the Kieft 1100, and Miles Griffiths takes the checkered flag now, having completed a total of 13 laps, and he will finish a dozen or so seconds, a little less than that, ahead of the Lotus Mark 10 Bristol. Malcolm Paul in second place, the red car crosses the line, and Oliver Marseille in third position. That was a late addition to that car, but has thoroughly proved that that is a very quick machine.
We might have a change of position coming up. We're still waiting for fourth place Manuel Elisab to come through, but the battle for fifth, 5, 2, 7 and 12, it's very close indeed in this gaggle of Maserati A6 GCSs. Will it be Sukari or Siletsky? We'll
Elisab comes across the line in fourth, and will traffic have anything to say about it? 5:27 in fifth place.
Okay, so that's Sukari's gone ahead, Manuel Siletsky, so that was changed around. Joseph Otten-Rettenmeier in the what had been the fastest of the Maseratis, coming back through, nearly catching the pair.
That's Siletsky. That was the end of that battle. So his Mazda, no, he has looped it around by the chicane. And so that battle very much diffused. There you go, on the grass around the outside of the final corner. Easily done, very, very easily done. And a great plan view of that pretty Maserati. Well, there is the Kieft again. If you put a Trident on the grille, you'd be going, oh dear, Maserati have lost their touch a little in terms of prettiness, but it is a very effective weapon, and in the hands of in the hands of Miles Griffiths. Very quick indeed. I think maybe it's hard to imagine how you could actually genuinely get anybody inside either of those passenger seats, but I didn't realise that the three-seat McLaren F1 concept was quite as old as this. It's yes, they've stolen an idea from a 1950s Kieft on the seating positions, but you know, it places the driver perfectly in the centre line of the car and in the centre of the weight transfer front to rear as well. So a very, very handy place for Miles Griffiths to be. He can feel everything the car is doing. Boy, he was pretty relentless there, wasn't he? Again, with not too much opposition close behind him. The enjoyment there is trying to make every lap a little bit more perfect than the previous. And he didn't do a bad job at all.
So the top three cars will assemble down on the start-finish line because they've done the start. This is the finish, and they will be interviewed by Ed Foster when they get down there. So it's Miles Griffiths taking victory in that Kieft 1100. That's car number 5, joined by a pair of Lotuses, and Malcolm Paul worked very hard and got that second place, and third place to Olivier Marseille. So our first top 3 of the day here in the gorgeous sunshine at the 2022 Goodwood Revival.
And as is tradition, there's no cash, there's no championship points on offer, there's no bonus money. There is a traditional laurel garland for the winner and a cigar. So those are cherished as highly as any brown envelope full of white fivers might have been in the past. And again, Miles Griffiths, his first winner of the day. And there will be a number of workshops up and down the country next week with fresh laurels very proudly displayed on the walls, because this race meeting, this creation of His Grace has become just such a key element of British motor racing, but of global historic racing as well. Let's hear from our top 3 drivers. Ed Foster is ready to pounce.
Olivier, what a fantastic race that was. I mean, you had him in the middle of it, but couldn't quite hold on.
I mean, I really tried. The car started to get a bit hot, and I tried to follow, and he was faster than me. End of.
Oh, very honest. You're clearly not a racing driver.
I mean, if someone's faster than you, you've got to admit it at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, it's a beautiful drive. Well done.
Thank you.
Right, let's find Malcolm. We'll go over here. Sorry, Olivier. Malcolm Paul just receiving his cigar. Malcolm, you could never quite relax, could you?
No, Ollie kept me honest on that. Yeah, I was a little bit lucky. We had a bit more top-end power than he did. So, yeah, no, it's a very good race, very good.
Looked like you were having fun.
Indeed we were. Yeah, privileged to be here.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's find Miles, first place by some margin. Miles, you're not really sweating. You made that look a little bit easy.
Yeah, I sort of wanted to get a gap after making a good start because I was expecting these guys to be a bit quicker, but I guess they sort of held each other up. So I managed to make an escape and enjoyed cruising around in the sunshine. It's great fun.
Not a bad start to the day. Put it on the front row of the grid in the Sussex Trophy, and now you've won this.
Yeah, obviously I had a bit of an advantage just getting out of another car, so done some laps this morning, but no, it was great fun. Loved it.
Congratulations.
Cheers, thanks.
30 of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
We have always believed that lavish personal space is essential to an unrivaled experience. Our perfectly sized ships are the ultimate vessels to explore the world and discover the freedom of having unrivaled space at sea.
Tom Robinson, it's great to meet you with your fantastic Hatters Gamble and Gun. Is this your first Goodwood Revival?
No, we've been here a few times, no. It's my first. Angus has been here for a bit, but I'm really enjoying it, yeah. It's a great festival.
Oh, lovely. And I'm so intrigued by all of your gorgeous hats here. Can we go in and have a look? These are amazing. That yellow one there is fantastic. What's your favourite hat out of all the hats here?
So these are the fedoras, and they're really, really lovely, but Shelby is more my style, and we have the leathers, which have been a really good sale this weekend.
Fantastic.
Loving the leathers, yeah.
The Shelby, I'm guessing that's named after Tommy.
Shelby, yeah. Tommy Shelby.
Fantastic. What's the style you're wearing right now?
It's a cord, I believe. Cord hat.
Lovely, lovely. What has been your best-selling hat? You said these have been very popular. Do you have anything else?
Very popular, yeah. The fedoras, this morning we've sold lots and lots of fedoras. We have a few customers come in. I think we've sold about 8 of them this morning.
Amazing.
Quite good, yeah.
That's incredible. These colours are so fantastic. I love the red. I love the yellow.
Really
gorgeous.
Bright colours. The camel colour, which is the lighter brown, has been a really big seller, as well as the grey fedora as well. That's been a really big popular as well.
I'm guessing it's good that we've had such fantastic weather for you guys. It means people are more interested in buying felt hats or straw hats, less interested in buying umbrellas. So that must be working out.
It has been great. The weather has been perfect. It has been. Yeah, the Panamas, we've sold a fair few of them as well. A few ladies come in and bought the Panamas, but the fedoras have been amazing. The leathers have been also really great.
Excellent.
Shelby's as well.
And so besides obviously coming here and buying hats from you, what is your top tip for Goodwood Revival, or something you're really looking forward to doing?
Watching the bikes race around the track, I think. That's what I'm really looking forward to, which I think is starting quite soon, I believe. I'm really looking forward to that, yeah.
Excellent. That's great. Well, congratulations. The hats look fantastic. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. No, thank you. Cheers.
Well, the Settrington Cup is a huge part of the Goodwood Revival weekend, and it's competed in these Austin J40 pedal cars, and they're fettled as much as any other of the classic cars here over the weekend. And this is where it all happens, at Austin Pedal Cars. We've got the last one of the original series built here, the first one raced, and we've got the MD of Austin Pedal Cars, Mark. Tell us about this place.
Well, this is Austin Pedal Cars. Obviously, 10 years of the Settrington Cup, we had to bring something to Goodwood to show off what we're doing. It's quite new to us. We're actually launching Austin Pedal Cars here at the Revival, and we've got loads of things to show you. We've got history, we've got new cars, we've got cars for sale, we've got restored cars.
So you've got everything here. You can buy an old restored original.
Yes.
So we've got the actual old one there, and then one you've cleaned up, shall we say?
So we pass our hands over everything that comes to us. So we've got very, very original cars, which are, as you can see, maybe a bit rusty. We've got restored cars, previously restored cars that we put our hands over, and we've got restored cars that we've restored.
And not only that, as any good car manufacturer, you've got a concept on the go, I see over there.
We do, yeah. We have our continuation concept, which is a kind of forward-looking view at what could be for a J40. We've taken all the components, we've lightened them, we've used proper technology, 3D design to produce something really, really special.
Still 1 human horsepower?
Still 1 human horsepower, yeah.
Can we take a look at the concept? So what is it different from the original?
So pretty much everything is different. So we've basically taken the original car and the original pedal system and made it better in every way. So everything is machined from a solid billet of aluminium, all designed in-house. We stress test everything to make sure, like a proper car, just to make sure it will hold the weights it needs to hold. We've got the best leather. We've got a handcrafted aluminium body. So it's very different. It'll turn into a very light and easy to pedal car.
So obviously this will be a class above the original. So I think it'd need a class of its own in a race, wouldn't it? Surely.
It is, I suspect, very, very unlikely to be eligible for the Settrington Cup, which of course is not really the point.
Well, I know the scrutineers have really got their eyes on those J40s. So
I think they do a good job. Yeah.
So further around here, we've got all the parts as well, and I like to see all the now, because there's a lot that goes into these pedal cars. They're not just simple things, are they?
No, we've really treated this like a proper concept car, and we've gone through every detail of the car. We used all the modern technology available to us. So we analyse every part, we scan, we 3D model, and we stress test. And we do all of that before manufacture.
And it's fantastic also to see these original cars coming back to life here.
Yeah, absolutely. There are plenty of cars around on the market, and what we like to do is present cars that we've sort of touched, just to make sure they're perfect for sale for anyone that's interested.
And of course, like any performance car maker, you need a test track.
Absolutely, yeah. And of course, here we are, Settrington Cup at Revival. We thought we'd have our own little mini Settrington Cup available to children for free to come and enjoy the cars as they're meant to be.
So future J40 racers out there practicing.
That's right, absolutely.
Well done, and we look forward to the races over the weekend.
Thank you very much.
The Settrington Cup, the shortest race for the shortest people, but there are some quite famous names here. I got Dario Franchitti behind me, and his daughter Sophia is with his lovely wife Ellie. I'm going to come round now. Sophia, is this your first time doing the Settrington Cup?
Yes.
And are you quite excited?
Yes, I'm very excited to do this.
And what kind of tips have Mummy and Daddy given you?
If you get butterflies in your tummy, just breathe them in and out and pedal as fast as you can.
Well, it doesn't get better than that. I love your sunglasses, by the way. They're very smart.
Mm-hmm.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's just have a quick chat to Mum and Dad here. Dario, Ellie, come in. Are you more nervous watching this than going out to race?
Yeah, absolutely. Organised chaos this morning. Then I'm very nervous. She had to sign on, and I said, I phoned Ellie. I said, where is she? They were in the hair salon. I was like, aha! But no, she's a little nervous. So I was saying, I get nervous before races. Just breathe. Just in the crowd. I think a lot of the kids are getting freaked out a bit by this massive crowd. But it's a lot different watching this race to actually having your daughter in it. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
It'll be fine. Ellie, you're a glutton for punishment. Not only are you married to Dario, a racer, but now Sophia's getting into it.
I know. We're hoping that she might take on other pursuits, but
it's not horses.
I'm going for horses, but I don't know which is worse. Both are expensive, and both are going to end up causing accidents. So
You'd hope for chess. It's cheap.
Chess is a wonderful. Golf, tennis. Yes, there's lots of sports we might be taking to after this instead.
Best of luck, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
They look so cool, don't they? The kids there, ages between 4 and 10, of course. That's the age you have to be to compete in this awesome next race. And I hear there's quite the waiting list as well. And I mean, there's only 31,000 of these cars ever made, between 40s and 71, I think they last became in production. Obviously, you were just chatting there to the founder of it, getting a few more tips, but this is quite unique. They obviously don't have any horsepower. It's pedal power, like Ed was just talking about, and it's surely quite nerve-wracking for the younger generation.
It's really nerve-wracking here. We heard about the young Franchitti there getting butterflies and how to deal with them, which I thought was very sage advice there. But of course, it's the shortest race, but you wouldn't think so for these guys. They've got a long way to down here, and they've got to pedal themselves. So, it may be short, but it's going to certainly strenuous.
And I don't know what we call them. Do we call them walls, chicanes? It's a variation of a chicane, isn't it? They have to also navigate through down there.
Yeah, exactly. I hope they all make it through in one piece.
I love it as well when earlier I was watching them in the assembly area and some of the dads were saying they don't have to pedal up as well, do they? No, some of them walk and some of them get pulled. It's quite the spectacle here, but I believe Ed is down the start line. There are a couple of them waving here. They're all super excited. Ed is down there with a couple more names for us.
The Buncan family, and we've just been talking about the fact that you're more nervous about this than you going out to race yourself.
Yeah, for sure, way more nervous. I'm going to be. This is the biggest part of my day. So my race later in E-Type with JB is going to be just chilled. So yeah, super nervous for him, but can't wait to see him out on the track. It's great. It's our first time here, and yeah, it's great, really good.
Right, well, look, Austin, what kind of training have you been doing for this?
At my granddad's house.
And you've just been doing lots of pedalling?
Yeah.
Up and down the lane?
Yeah.
And has your father been giving you any tips?
Yeah.
What tips has he given you?
Pedal start.
Well, it's all about the start, isn't it? Well, look, Austin, best of luck.
Thanks.
Well, David and I have just come up here to the start line as well, where all these children are getting ready to go. And remember, again, it's like a Le Mans start, isn't it? They have to run into the cars, jump in, and then start pedaling as fast as their little legs can manage.
Well, the tension's certainly building here. And as we see, there's so much work going into the cars. I remember speaking to Justin Law here, multiple race winner, multiple hill climb champion at Goodwood, and he was definitely more nervous about preparing the car for this race than anything he was doing over the weekend. And it's just brilliant to see all these cars looking good. And look at these guys here, ready. They're getting their starting positions ready here for the run.
I'm going to go in and chat to this little boy here because he definitely looks like he is ready and waiting. Young man, can I just ask you about exactly your approach to this? Is this your 36 car here? Is your name Alex?
Yes.
Well, Alex, lovely to meet you. You just look like you were preparing your sprint start there. What is the race plan for yourself?
So I'm going to try and get the best getaway that I can, pushing off with my left, and I'm going to try and get in front of everybody so that I'll have a free path for the chicane and not get boxed in, and then just try to go as fast as I can down the final bit.
Alex Roach, that sounds like the best plan ever. Good luck for your race.
Thanks.
Well, Alex there has more plans than I think some endurance racers for his race there. And I'm just going to speak to this young lady. What's your name?
Poppy.
So, Poppy, which one is your car?
That one.
Now, I have to say that's one of my favourites in this race. Absolutely fantastic paint scheme. I don't want to break the concentration, but you look almost ready to run right now.
Yep.
What's your race secret? I won't tell anybody else.
Don't have my hands fully on the steering wheel because it will make you slow down.
Have you been practicing?
Yep.
What's your prediction?
I don't know.
You going to win?
No, I know I won't win, but I might come third, but I don't know.
So podium. That's a strong one. Yeah. Well, best of luck, and I hope it goes well.
Thank you.
Well, they all look pretty ready on the start line. Some of them know exactly how they're going to approach this race. And I mean, they're all under 10, remember. This is going to be fast, it's going to be exciting, and it is pedal power. Right, let's time to hand over then to Martin and Bruce for the commentary.
Poppy Postins, by the way, sharing that J. David livery car with her sister Molly, so they will do a race each. There's a race today and a race tomorrow for the Settrington Cup Austin J40s, and these cars were designed and built in the late 1950s through the 60s into the beginning of the 70s, built in a factory in South Wales that was set up to find employment for war veterans, disabled veterans, and it was not just a great entrepreneurial outing, but also obviously created a whole history of kids pedaling cars. So Yes, it's all about the nerves, I think, and getting those legs running. The Le Mans style start. You saw the young man with the rabbit in his overalls.
Taking the Jackie Hicks approach. I shall not do the Le Mans start, but quickly into the car. And you really feel for the taller drivers, trying to get the knees crammed in, not hitting the steering wheel. But we've got a clear leader coming, 2 cars clear, a pale blue one and a pale green one coming down.
Oh, with the Mike Hawthorne bow tie. Very
Mike
nice
Hawthorne
indeed.
lives on.
And there's Polly in the J. David livery car. Now, she is looking at 3rd place at the moment. The moss green car in 2nd place. There are so many that are similar colours, I'm afraid. As they get to the chicane, it's always hard to tell because there are no numbers on the front. The numbers are always on the side.
Okay, it was car 36 leading the way. We heard from Alex Roach before. He had the very measured approach and absolute sprint clear from the chicane. Overtaking for 2nd place. Car number 12, it's young Joe Bain, who went so well last year, moving up the order, but he's surely not going to catch the Roach that is leading and charging clear. Young Alex.
Alex is absolutely charging, and those legs are really going to be burning here. This is a real 200-metre sprint sort of distance. Great stuff from Alex Roach, and lots of pre-event training, I'm sure, in the legs just to keep those pedals pumping. But it was carnage at the chicane behind, Bruce. I mean, the cameras are missing all the action. We still have cars leaving the start line.
We've got a car that hasn't negotiated the chicane. He ran out of space. Car number 52 having to reverse. Not ever ideal in a race. That's Andrew Beaumont.
There's a few going backwards.
Hugo Beaumont going backwards. It was 4 or 5 abreast in the midfield. At the front, it was like an arrowhead. We've still got some cars leaving the start line effectively.
So many dads that are racing here. Duncan Rabagliati, his kids are here. Gregor Fiskin's kids are here. Both Dario Marino's kids are here. The Franchitti family. Darren Turner's 2 children are in the race. There are just so many parents have got their kids racing because they come for the weekend, and why not? And so many of these cars are prepared with, at the very least, at least as much love and attention as is slathered over the actual real race cars that the parents have been driving. And the liveries and the look of these cars are just fantastic. The bright pink one, obviously a real standout. There's a couple that are in, recognisable factory colours. There's a Lotus green with yellow stripes coming down towards the finish line.
But there's one right at the back with the police bell on the bonnet in a Panda car livery. So that's a great thing too, but might be having
When I was a kid, I didn't have a J40, but I did have a sort of Jeep thing that had a bell on the front when I was 4 or 5, and I've got pictures of me in that when I was a young whippersnapper. But that is absolutely good. Well, she's rounding up the field very nicely.
Like a sheepdog at the back.
Yeah, and there you can see again the traditional Lotus colours. I'm not sure if that car had yellow wobbly wheels, actually. Probably need to check. Well, no, I mean, you can have chrome hubcaps, that some of them have just gone for the sort of bare wheel.
I tell you what, it's a very good thing there are no photos of me in a J40. I went down the North Downs rather faster than I possibly could stop, and luckily there was an escape road.
Well, absolutely gorgeous. Well, Ed is going to have to separate the wheat from the chaff on this one because the timing screen hasn't helped us in any way, shape or form. This is all done with the Mark 1 human eyeball and whoever gets to the line first. So congratulations to all our enthusiastic young pedallers, boys and girls. You've done a fantastic job. It is absolutely one of the crowd favourites, one of the real highlights. And as always with events like this, there's lots of weeping and tantrums, but the kids are fantastic. It's all the parents.
They know after they've completed their urine sample test, they've got to go and have a Mars bar and a hot chocolate, and all is going to be fine.
Fantastic. Well, Ed is down there with our winners, so hopefully somebody has got them up on their mum and dad's shoulders so they can look to him eye to eye.
It's absolute chaos down here. There's been a few tantrums, but all the children seem to have had a great time. Jack Porter, congratulations, a podium finish. What kind of training were you doing?
Just up and down my road and jumping in the car.
And how long have you been training for?
Like a week or 2.
Oh wow, so not long. So do you think you'll be back next year?
No, I don't think so. I'm too big.
Well, congratulations on the podium.
Thank you.
Right, now, a familiar face here, Joe Bain, the defending champion. Now, Joe, I've asked you many, many times whether you want to be a racing driver, because every time I interview you, you finish on the podium. Do you still not want to be a racing driver?
No, not really.
And do you know what you'd like to be?
A dancer.
Oh, a dancer, amazing. Well, I'll tell you what, your legs, you've got strong legs to finish on the podium once again.
Thank you.
And so what's the plan for the next race?
do the same as I did in this race.
Well, it worked, so I'd go for that. Well done.
Thank you.
Right, let's go to first place, Alex Roach. Alex is just saying hello to all his fans. Alex, talk me through the race.
Well, I think my main best bit was my start, as I managed to get away quite well and I got up to speed quite quickly, so into the chicane I had already got a bit of a gap, so all I knew from there was just to accelerate full speed. Although halfway down the final straight I had a bit of a wobble and thought it was all over, but luckily I stayed in, so yeah.
Well, Alex, it's a fantastic drive, and if you're bored later, you should go up to the commentary booth because you speak much better than some of our commentators, so congratulations.
Thank you.
So we're having the celebrations there after the Settrington Cup. That was some start, wasn't it?
Wonderful start. There was one young man here who really got going. I think he's probably got an illegal, I think it's probably a setup.
Do you think he's going to get a 5-second penalty?
Oh, it's great. What a great weekend it is. I mean, his Grace has done a wonderful job, and you know, the relationship to everybody's wearing the right bands, and the half-mast is wonderful. So it's just a very big event.
It's a fantastic tribute, I think, and also when you see the young kids there out in the Settrington.
The kids are wonderful. I mean, it's a great part of the Goodwood weekend.
We saw them doing well there.
Gerhard Berger, one of the fastest men in the world.
Do you really want an autograph?
Yes. I'm a big fan.
But I charge him.
I'm a big fan.
Gentlemen, what have you got in store today?
Yeah. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
You got a family here?
Sorry. Yeah.
Well, it's a little family get-together. Gerhard, what are you up to this weekend?
I came here just with the family to watch. It's the best event in the world, and I unfortunately a lot of time I have some other things to do and I cannot come. But this year was free, and once you're here, it's just a dream.
Well, you've picked the perfect day for it today.
Perfect day. We just see the kids racing, and I have my kids with me, and everybody's happy, and we have great events in the evening. But now we go see some beautiful cars.
Will we see you behind the wheel one day here?
Well, I've been so many times racing here, and I decided to stop. I decided to be spectator.
Well, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
at the Trackside Marketplace. I'm here with Richard from Vintage Collectible Clothing. Richard, is this your first time at Goodwood Revival?
So I'd say this is probably our 12th year here.
12th year, so you are a veteran revivaller.
You could say that, yes, yeah.
And I can see you've got some beautiful cashmere, you've got some gorgeous winter coats. How is it going? What are your top sellers this year?
So I would say in the last few years, the cashmere has really taken off. I think people have kind of really come to appreciate it, and certainly buying second hand is far cheaper. So with the price of new, the wholesale price going up so much, that it's a nice way to own. It's affordable luxury.
Oh, I completely agree, and so necessary once you get into winter. Just feels so gorgeous, doesn't it, cashmere? Do you have any tips for people buying cashmere? Like, what's a good thing to look for when they're buying it secondhand?
Yeah, sure. So I would say the best cashmere is Scottish. So anything made in Scotland is the best. Following that, Italian is very good. Do you want washing instructions?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So if you really want to care for your cashmeres, hand washing is the best. I don't do that, I'll be honest. So 30 degrees, delicate wash, like a wool cycle. Don't spin it too much and don't spin it too quickly. But rather, when you get it out, just give it sort of manipulate it back into shape and just dry it flat, and it'll be fine.
That is going to change my life. I'm not even joking. I did not know you could do that on a 30-degree wash. That's incredible.
The better quality the cashmere, the more, the better it washes as well.
Excellent. It feels strange talking about cashmere in this gorgeous sunshine, but I know that a lot of people here are huge fans of vintage cashmere, and that is going to be incredibly, incredibly helpful.
They're also huge fans of keeping warm, and anyone actually watching the race it's very cold over there, so this is deceptive. Yeah.
It is indeed. Richard, thank you so much. So helpful. Have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, and you. Thank you.
Next up, the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy. Now, all the bikes are here in the assembly area. The riders have just gone off to a rider briefing down the other end of the assembly area, and they'll all come pouring out in a second to get to their bikes. Now, obviously, just come with me, Ed, this is a two-rider race. So the first rider has to do a Le Mans start, run across the track, get onto their motorbike, and then basically grab the clutch and get going and release the clutch and go. So the order here, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down the assembly line, will not be like that going into the first turn, because it's all about the Le Mans start. They then have to come in and change riders. So there's some bikes with one very fast rider and one slightly slower rider. There's some with two quite fast riders. So it all depends on how quick both of your riders are. The other thing I want to point out is that these bikes are notoriously difficult to start. And actually back here, if you just look down here, Ed, you can see that you have to basically reverse the rear wheel onto this. Then off a battery, they spin these rings here, which then drives the rear wheel. You have it in gear, and then that turns the engine and starts the bike. So they're not easy things, and you see a lot of them pushing them down the assembly area, desperately trying to get them started. But once they're all started, they'll keep them like that all the way through and have someone holding the bikes on the start-finish line for the start of the race. So in a few minutes, we'll hopefully see some riders come out of the briefing room, where I'm sure they've all been told to behave themselves, and we'll hopefully grab a few interviews with them. But for now, that's everything from the assembly area.
Well, this is going to be a pretty exciting race, that's for sure, the Barry Sheene Memorial. It's 25-minute race there. Like Ed just said, a Le Mans start for the riders. They jump onto their bikes and then set off around this prestigious circuit. And in terms of the front row here, James Hillier, a TT legend, is on pole, followed by Josh Brooks. He's a former British Superbike champion. He's in second. And then you've got Michael Rutter, again, famous for riding around the TT. He's on third. And then you look a bit further back as well, Dave. You've got so many great names. We spoke to the likes of Tommy Hill a bit earlier, Billy McConnell, he's currently in the Superbike Championship as well, and then also Peter Hickman, who we haven't mentioned, the world record holder, of course, around the TT circuit, the fastest man ever to go around there. It's again a stacked field like we see in every race here.
And I've got a feeling some of those guys further back are a little bit out of position potentially, because they even haven't been in Goodwood before, or haven't been on the bikes before. So I think we'll see a lot of action coming through the field.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see if they all start as well, because Tommy Hill earlier, he said he's on his third iteration of the bike. He's having quite a few problems there, and James Hayden as well was meant to start. He said that he had a brake problem and possibly wasn't going to be on the grid today. And we haven't even spoken the likes of Bradley Smith and Eugene Laverty. There's so many names in this one, so do keep your eyes peeled for exactly what's going to unfold. And it's always about tactics again. Do you put your fastest driver out there first, or rider out there first, sorry, or do you go with a bit of a tactical affair?
Well, as a neutral, I hope they mix it up so we see lots of action throughout the race. But it sounds like, hearing Ed there, that one of the biggest battles is getting the bike off the line for this second Le Mans start of the day after the Settrington Cup.
And I mean, it's quite a difficult task to follow, isn't it, the Settrington Cup? And then just seeing the kids, the pressure is very much on after seeing how fast they powered down the home straight here.
Well, Alex, the young chap you spoke to at the beginning, he had a really tight, lengthy game plan, which paid off in the end.
Yeah, he did indeed. He knew what he was doing. Under the age of 10, of course, he had the right mindset to become a winner here. Well, conditions are pretty much perfect for this. It's warm, there's not too much wind. I'm looking down the track, there's no kind of, it's good grip, I'm going to say that for sure. We'll have to wait a few more minutes until the riders are ready in the assembly area for this next race. Well, as we wait for the riders to assemble, let's head over to Amber and see what she's got for us.
Pete and Carla, you are looking so fantastic. Is this your first time at Goodwood Revival?
It is not. We were here last year.
Last year, was that your first time?
That was our first time, yes.
And please tell me a little bit about what you're both wearing, because this hat, exquisite. I love your tie. How did you decide on what you were going to wear?
I found what was available in something comparable to a charity shop in Virginia.
So you've come all the way from Virginia to Goodwood Revival?
Yes.
That's fantastic.
I, on the other hand, this dress and this hat belonged to Pete's grandmother. And this cape came from a charity shop, and it is vintage, as is this necklace.
That's amazing, and it all goes together so perfectly. So the hat and the gloves, did you say, are from your grandmother?
But the hat and the dress are from his grandmother.
That's so lovely. That's so lovely. When did you inherit these pieces?
I've had the dress for quite some time. The hat is a sudden find. It came out of a box just a few months ago, and I fell in love.
I
think it was made for me.
I completely agree. That's amazing. Those stories, those personal stories about clothes are just the best. Well, you both look fantastic. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's all hotting up here down in the assembly area because all the riders have been told to get on their bikes. What I'm going to do is just jump in. Let's see who's on this bike first. I think this is Michael Russell. Michael, are you on the bike first?
Yeah. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but yeah, I'm out first.
Have you been practicing your Le Mans start?
No, that's what we're just talking about. So a bit worried really. And it's so delicate to get into gear. You've got to be real low on the revs, but with all the bikes revving up round you, it's so difficult. So yeah, it's a bit of a challenge.
Best of luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Right, actually Michael Russell is actually getting on the bike. No, Michael Russell, here we go. Here's Michael Russell, showing Michael Russell. Good qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, it went well yesterday. It's great having Michael as a teammate. He makes my life much easier. And let's hope the bike keeps going for the race, really.
And what's the game plan?
I don't know, it's difficult to make one. Keep going, let's see where we are for the last 3 or 4 laps and see what we have to do from there.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, it is all quite noisy, but let's see if we got Josh Brooks here putting on a helmet. Josh Brooks chatting with Ken Kingham. Ken, what's going through your mind right now?
I'm speechless.
What's the game plan for the race?
Sorry?
What's the game plan for the race?
Hope the bike survives.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Right, I think that's everything. The bikes are about to go out, so that's all from us down in the assembly area.
Thank you very much, Ed. So you join us up in the Girling commentary position here, looking down on the bikes.
This is a bit more my field, Martin Haven. Keith Ewan alongside you, I've got to say I'm mega enthusiastic for this, because despite the fact that these guys pretty much haven't seen these bikes, all your VIP riders are thrust into the excitement of the revival, and they find themselves on motorcycles that have got gear levers on the wrong side, brakes that virtually don't work in comparison to what they're used to normally, tyres that are as hard as iron, and motorcycles that have handling characteristics of like nothing else they've ridden for some time, perhaps at the earliest a year ago.
You know, when you get into a 1950 sports car, the controls, at least acceleration, brake, clutch, are in the same place. The steering wheel does the same. It may not feel like it's much connected to the front wheels, and you don't have slicks or aero or anything else, but at least the gear lever, you know, the gear selector, first, second, third and fourth is normally the same. You're right. I mean, a lot of riders talk about the fact that almost all these bikes have what's known as an English gear change, which is on the right hand side. Anybody who rides a motorcycle now or races a motorcycle now, the gear shift is on the left hand side. And actually, we're just talking earlier on today, or Rachel was talking earlier on today to a couple of riders, saying it's great until you get into race mode, and then you're like diving inside somebody on the brakes, and then you're trying to shift down, but not with the gear shifter, and that's where it all goes a bit wrong.
Muscle memory, you're absolutely, it's a reflex action, and it's something that you're so used to doing. And the other problem can be as well, depending on, you know, on the old configuration, it's up to go up, down to go down, if you like. Well, in racing configurations, it's down to go up through the gears, and on the left foot instead of the right foot. So some of these guys, if they get in a muddle, that's probably why half these bikes explode during the course of the weekend, because they've been over-revved in a way that they shouldn't be. Just to give you a clue, James Hayden is out, as you will have heard already, and his partner Michael Hose, they're out. That's bike number 16. Levi Day and Gordon Russell are out on bike 78. That's been withdrawn as well. And then we have Francois Fabry and Andy Hornby on bike 22. They're out. Now, Levi Day, it's quite fortuitous really, so he's swapped the 78 bike and he's now out, and bearing in mind he's not even touched it, ridden it or done anything. He will be riding with Bradley Smith on the back row of the grid.
Well, let's take a look at our grid then. On pole position on the number 17 Matchless, James Hillier will start. All the pro drivers start this race, and in part 2 tomorrow they will finish off. Vincent Blackshadow, Josh Brooks in the centre of the front row, and the Velocet of Michaels, Rutter and Russell on the outside of the first row. Norton Dominator and Manx Daytona Norton on row 2. Norton International, Triumph T110 and Triton Thunderbird. So the first 8 machines are 8 different machines. Then the Vincent Lightning of last year's winner Steve Plater, won on an MV Augusta last year, but he is back this time on that Vincent Lightning. And as we go through the grid again, you can see names that to me are just famous names, Manx Nortons and so on, but some real outliers. The 2 BMWs, the supercharged BMW R57 and the R55, those are going to be real handfuls. No rear suspension on those bikes at all.
Worth pointing out, there were some pit lane penalties yesterday for speeding in pit lane, which meant that their fastest laps were taken away from them. So the likes of Peter Hickman, who you find way down on the 8th row, somewhere along those lines, and John McGuinness, 2 very famous TT names there, they got pit lane penalties for exceeding the 20-mile-an-hour pit lane speed limit, which meant that their fastest laps in their qualifying. So we could see guys like them coming through the field. It's going to be tough. 25-minute race then. Obviously there's a window of opportunity for taking over your partner's machine, and the fact is that that part of it is going to be tactically very, very important. We don't have the MVs. You mentioned the MVs of Steve Plater last time. The MVs were a cut above the rest last year. It's a lot closer this year from a performance point of view, and therefore we're going to get much closer racing. A Le Mans start. Now, some riders are too weak or unable or don't want to do the run across the track, so they're going to be sitting on the bike and their partner is going to run across, tap them on the shoulder, and then they bring their arm down. They'll have their arm up so they can't have it in gear and cheat. Steve Parish, of course, it comes to mind, as he always does.
Well, elderly, infirm and cheating, all encapsulated in one chaotic package that is Steve Parish. Well, now, this is the only race today that's going to be started on a Le Mans start. Even the Le Mans type cars won't be started with a Le Mans start. Tomorrow, there will be one race here in Goodwood, but there will be another motorcycle race that will start with the Le Mans start, and that will be in fact that will start today. That's the Bol d'Or, the 24-hour classic in the Endurance World Championship, will also start at a modern race with the Le Mans type style.
That's where I hear your voice, your dulcet tones most of the time.
Not this weekend.
Martin Haven alongside me here, and we are looking forward to this. This is going to be an absolute cracker, I've got to say, from the start. So it's the pro riders, the VIP riders that start first today, and they swap over to the entrants, the team owners or whatever it might be, but the amateur riders will start second. They will do the second part of the race. Tomorrow it will be the amateurs that start the race, but the pro riders that finish it, so the ones under the flag. So they'll really be scrabbling for position tomorrow. Michael Rutter there, you can see him in his 145th anniversary Batham's leathers. So I think it's Tim and Matt Batham, the runners, the men behind Batham's Brewery, are here as well, and it's their 145th anniversary this year. So Rutter better get a good run across the track.
And the other thing is, you want a handful of throttle. Your teammate is there revving it, keeping it nice and hot, and just making sure it's ready to go.
The big problem is cold tyres down in the Madgwick for the first time. Here we go then, the flag's up, so they're running across now. Le Mans start, jump on the bike, and look at that, Steve Parrish gets a great start already. Steve Parrish on the right hand side on bike number 6. Did he cheat again? He's second at the moment, so Steve Parrish had already blasted into second place from way back down on the grid, so all that qualifying didn't really matter, but he's been absolutely blitzed into turn 1. He's going to have to be very, very careful round here on these cold tyres. No tyre warmers, of course. They've come out. There's been a little bit of wind here. It's been very cold this morning here at Goodwood, but straight off out of the mark is the 17th
position.
Absolutely.
Second place is the red number 7, and that is Jeremy McWilliams, who shares that bike with Duncan Fitchett, and they are definitely a potential winning combination. Eugene Laverty had problems on the warm-up lap on this supercharged BMW. That's not Eugene, is it? That's number 3 machine. They had problems on this. The Clausen and Resch, that's the second of the R57 supercharged BMW. Yes, really supercharged BMW.
Look at this. Already way out in front. It's a 25-minute race then, and they have a window of opportunity between minutes 8 and 16 to change riders.
Well, you talked about cold tyres, Keith. Getting out front means you've just got number 2 also with a problem, and that's the Ashby and English machine.
Glenn English, that'll be. So Glenn English has blown that up early. They were actually, although they didn't qualify well, you would have expected Glenn English to be somewhere like in the running towards the end of this, but they're going to have to sort out and resolve the problem and get it ready for tomorrow's race, of course. But here's James Hillier. James Hillier, he was way faster than everybody else yesterday. Looked great, and look at that lead he's got up the end of lap 1.
And he's had the advantage of nobody on his shoulder, which means that he can just breathe a little when he's trying to settle the bike down into places like St Mary's and at the end of the lap into Woodcote, so that he knows he's got the grip in those cold tyres.
He will need to work very hard. The man in second place, Jeremy McWilliams, is a master of closing things down. The 32 bike is Ian Simpson, another man that races really, really well too. The Scot will be looking to try and catch the Irishman, and then of course the Englishman out front.
Great battle here. Josh Brooks with the red number plate, number 55, just hanging on in front of this battle. And that is 68 and 12, so Michael Rutter has got ahead.
Steve Brogan, that is. That's Baywatch Brogan that's on the back there. Baywatch Brogan has got his own tutor school. He teaches riders circuit training and the like, so he really does know how to make it work. But
sweeps around the outside into St Mary's. That's brave stuff. It's no easier a corner on a bike than it is in a car.
Brogan was, of course, a Superstocks champion in this country, so you can expect Brogy to be somewhere thereabouts towards the end. You've got to keep an eye on Jeremy McWilliams, the man in second place at the moment. A 5-second lead Hillier has over him, and he might need that lead because McWilliams is an absolute animal when he gets a sniff of a win.
The standing lap, a 1 minute 39 for the leader compared to 1:44 for Jay McW in second.
Steve Plater in pit lane as well, by the look of it. So is that Steve Plater that's...
Well, some of these cars are real Chrome Dreams Showboat Specials. That machine, as you can see, is still bearing every minute of its life.
Yeah, that's a shame. Steve Plater qualified well, but they had a penalty for pit lane infringements as well. So they had their fastest lap taken away from them. So their grip position didn't really represent what they might have been capable. And the 55 has gone through. That's a brilliant ride from Josh Brooks. Josh Brooks, this could well be his best ride of the year, I have to say, because in British Superbikes, things have not been going anything like what they should be for the ex-champion.
Well, listen, you know...
Oh, he's caught McWilliams and passed him. McWilliams has gone behind. The Australian is properly on it here. He's really getting the grips with Goodwood.
And Josh Brooks, he might not be having a great season. He hasn't forgotten how to ride a bike.
Clearly.
And that's clear, you know, and that's the thing. And yeah, he's got ahead of Jeremy McWilliams.
8 seconds though. 8 seconds is a deficit.
Yeah. Oh, Jeremy just having a little reach down on the bike. I thought maybe there as he came through.
Difficulty with these bikes, Martin, is to get used to them, to get the characteristics of a bike in just a couple of hours of running is so difficult. Tomorrow is going to be even more hectic once they've got used to them. The weather is set fair for the entire weekend, so at least that's consistent.
Well, Duncan Fisher was saying that Jeremy probably won't even show up for practice. He was quite surprised that he did, but Jeremy has ridden his bike a number of times. But he said, Duncan was saying, no matter how many times Jeremy comes back to the same bike, he always goes, oh, gears are on the right.
That's because his memory at 58 years old isn't as good as it used to be.
28 and experience.
I can't believe he's just come back from America, of course. He should be jet lagged. He's only just come back from racing in the AMA, not the AMA, what am I talking about? Moto America Baggers Series that McWilliams won Daytona earlier on in the year. Brilliant tactics, offer the banking to take that Baggers win, and he's been right in there all year long. He was only supposed to go out for one race and he ends up doing the whole series in America.
And look at them, they're chin down on the tank. I mean, they're absolutely trying to find every iota of performance. The battle here still raging on for 4th place.
It is, but Hillier is extending his lead out front, 9.9, nearly 10 seconds now. Hillier in front of Brooks. That's a brilliant.
And for James Hillier, it's lap record after lap record after lap record. He set purple laps, which is the fastest race lap for anybody on every lap of the race so far. We're on lap 4. He's got 3 new fastest laps, and look at the move here.
It's getting tight. 2 by 2 they go. That is Michael Rutter.
Yeah.
Rutter then goes through on the Batham's bike.
They're going by Brokers again, and you know, and look, the battle's changing here again. Broken up the inside of Rutter as they catch
Brody's not shy,
machine.
that's for sure.
Yeah, no, he'll put it in, lick the stamp and send it. But again, you know, you've got to have in your mind the clarity that when you make the move and then you need the gear, you're going in the right direction or with the right foot. Otherwise, you end up with a box full of neutrals or a blown engine.
Pretty short race this as well, really, considering they've got to swap riders at some stage between lap, I think,
right, what's 25
minutes
minus 8? That's 17 minutes, isn't it? So with 17 counting down to 0, that's when the pit lane window will open.
You'd leave your fastest guy out as long as you could, and I think these are quite clearly the faster guys out of the pairings that we've got. But Rutter is under. These two like each other. They've both got great sense of humour. There's going to be a laugh in the pub tonight.
And they're catching Jeremy
McWilliams.
Jeremy McWilliams.
Easy for you to say.
Yes. I've got the dog's teeth into my own eyeballs today. It was the other way around yesterday. They are definitely catching McWilliams on that number 7 machine.
Pushing, and again, Brogy's a big lad, you know. Once he gets out in the air, I think those wide shoulders are costing him, because through has gone Rutter yet again. Rutter, well, marginally thinner.
No fairing to tuck down behind, and as anybody who's ever ridden any kind of motorcycle knows, once you get above 30, you start to feel the wind resistance. Once you get above 60, you really know about it.
Ooh, that was close. He was taking a line then, the other side of the white line, and believe me, on a motorbike, you don't get away with it like you do in a car. Once you touch the grass, you're on the floor.
Absolutely. Avoid the pain.
Look at this, he's leaning all over him. Brody wants a fight.
He's got one. And just remember, boys and girls, grey is good, green is bad when you've only got 2 wheels.
Unless you've got a rumble strip, which there are 1 or 2 of them here, but you've got to be a bit of an enthusiast to find it.
Well, even then, again, you know, with a modern slick, that's more manageable than with these road racing tyres.
Some of the suspension here don't cope with the patter too well.
Right, 20 seconds till the pit lane window opens. There was the pit lane klaxon sounds. Already somebody is in, so that's a little bit premature. It's the number 51 Norton Dominator. So Ian Duffus handing over to Derek Bunning, but by my estimation,
I think Ian
25 minus 8 is 17, so that may not be a pit stop. That might be a problem.
They had problems throughout the day, and they are swapping motors tomorrow. He's going to ride a Triton tomorrow, so Duffus has probably got a breakdown. It leaked oil yesterday as well, and they had all sorts of problems overnight. They've been trying to fix it, but obviously clearly not for Ian Duffus.
Josh Brooks in second, the number 55 machine, now with the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 30.4. That is just 0.6 of a second quicker than the previous fastest lap of the race leader.
And that's going to be down to the second rider. Let's see what happens. It's 9.8 seconds now between Hillier and Thomas pairing to the Brooks-Kingham pairing that are now in second place. So Brooks is going to try and make as much of this gap that he can until he has to swap the bike. But I think Brooks is definitely the faster of the 4 runners, if you like. that we've got in first and second place if we include their partners.
I was talking to Duncan Fitchett on Thursday, and I said, you know, what do you think your chance? He said it would be great to get on a podium, but he pointed at the number 55, the Vincent Black Lightning. He said that thing is fast.
Parish is in. Parish is in.
Yeah.
So Parish will swap bikes now. The number 6 of Parish will swap to. I think he's running Barry Burrell is his partner. So Barry Burrell goes out on the bike. We'll see what Bazza's like.
Great looking helmet. He's got the fake goggles painted on the top as if he's got them over the top of his visor. So he comes back out in traffic, nearly a lap behind the leader. So there is the leader, James Hillier, with the pink helmet and the gold and black leathers, sweeping around some of the back markers that have yet to stop. Goes by 33. Who's on board that? That's Alan Cathcart and Joachim Volksmusenol Jr. Sir Alan Cathcart.
He's not really, but everyone named him that in a magazine once, so everyone's caught on to Sir Alan Cathcart.
I guess that was him, because you wouldn't be calling me sir.
Yes, I do, sir.
Please, sir.
Sir Martin Havers. Quite well. Here we go.
That's another thing that ain't happening.
So Hillier still out front, 9.8 was the gap, but now they're going to settle in. We won't get a true representation of everybody as soon as they start coming in and swapping riders. Parish has already, well, he wears out very easily nowadays, Steve Parish, so he's had to come in.
Well, plus he's got false teeth to wear and roads to repair as well. So he's got two jobs here. He's part of the road building
and he's
crew.
A man that they said couldn't run across the track to get on the bike in a Le Mans start. Yet he played cricket yesterday for the Duke of Richmond and has been running around fixing roads in a string vest earlier on today.
Could have or couldn't have or shouldn't have. Another fastest race lap from Josh Brooks, 1:30.44 it's down to now. So 1:30.48 in response from James Hillier, the race leader last time round. So Josh Brooks not making as much of an inroad.
It's incredibly close when you look at these lap times, considering the difference in bikes. McWilliams gets a little pat on the back.
Yeah, coming by. That's Michael Rutter.
Rutter properly teasing her. That's the kind of spirit of Goodwood that we like to see.
to which the McWilliams responds to me, "Hey, see yourself, get out of it." Through he goes, leaves Rutter behind him. But Rutter just little tap on the shoulder. Right, lad, we're here.
I like the logo this year, Revive and Thrive. This is Thrash and Survive, I think, at the end of this particular motorcycle races. Rutter looks at the insider, goes underneath McWilliams. These two proper old stagers. Really, there's a few years between them. In fact, it's 108 years if I add up their birthdays. So Rutter then goes in front.
Them, surely.
108 between them, yes.
Oh, look, just grabbing the bike and easing himself forward there, McWilliams. He knows all the tricks.
I'm surprised he didn't grab a hold of the seat and give himself a bit of a drag past them as well. It's all fair in love and war on motorbikes, ladies and gentlemen.
He'll probably give the Barry Sheene to Kenny Roberts hand signal in a moment or two if he gets back past.
Brilliant names, of course. Barry Sheene, the Barry Sheene Memorial. Sadly lost him at 52 years of age. It seems such a long time ago that he left us. The 2 times world champion, 76, 77. Brilliant on 500cc bikes. This is the Memorial Trophy, and everybody wants to win it. There is a prize for the fastest lap, I believe, as well, which is the Mick Hemmings Trophy, who actually beat Barry round here in this race, I think, back in 2010. So it's a situation where everybody has got something to win, and here comes Rutter again, because Jeremy McWilliams will never ever let him have the space. The number 7 is McWilliams, 68 is Rutter.
Made his name on 250 Grand Prix bikes, and McWilliams has still got that ability to make himself half the width that he actually is standing upright, isn't
and that's about the thickness of our arms.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a very, very tough looking. Here's Hillier. Hillier, the race leader, is in. Time to swap. It is the 17 of Hillier. He comes in. It's George Thomas, I think, that goes on it this time around.
Right, okay, so we do not have much time left.
He's going to get back out pretty well. Look at this. He's going to get right back out into the fray. These guys have still got to come in yet and swap riders, and he's in behind the fast group. So George Hillier, he's got to make this work.
1 more minute.
George Hillier, what am I talking about? I've combined 2 names. George Thomas has taken over from James Hillier.
So you got Michael Rutter, Brogan and McWilliams. This is now the battle for second. Rutter goes through on 68, but
this is going to run and run to the very flag. I can feel it. Well, until they come in to swap riders, that is. And again, Williams up the inside, but Williams has done it again. The Ulsterman, he has got true grit, but Rutter doesn't like to be outdone. If there's a pint on it, then I know these two will fight to the death.
Brooks has stopped. Brooks and Kingham, who were in second, the 55 machine, that stopped. The leaders, 17, have stopped. So this is now the lead battle. So Jeremy Williams, but you know what he's going to do? He's going to bring it in now, because this is the last chance saloon. They've all got to come in.
Yeah.
He's going to hand it over to Duncan Fitchett, going, I gave you the bike in the lead. Come on, what did you do with it?
Here we go again. Oh, here's a quick pat on the back from Rutter to McWilliams. It's all getting quite personal now, isn't it? McWilliams grabbing a big handful of the right hand, the throttle on the right hand side, and Rutter's up the inside again. What a great race, what great entertainment here for the Goodwood Revival, the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy.
Well, this is only a 25-minute race, but you know that the aftermath will last all the way through the evening in the bar, won't it?
Oh, Brogies are taken to the dirt, so that's up on the dirt.
Now,
What's Steve Brogan coming in? Yes,
he's
he is.
into the pits. The other two have gone straight by, and I think...
Now they've got. I think they've still got.
Well, no, 25 minutes minus 16:09. Okay, so
yes, they've still got
minute
time.
30. They're lapping in minute 34s.
Might just make it.
They had better make it, because otherwise the penalty for not making it is enormous. So on the Norton International, number 12, Steve Brogan hands over to Ian Bain.
Yeah, good.
Now everybody's
here. We go.
Come on,
you two have got to come in. Stop playing.
Yeah, no, there was the Barry Sheene hand signal.
Very nearly. They've got to come in this lap. If they don't go, that gets a bit tighter. So if they don't come in this lap, they're going to pick up a penalty.
Very tight indeed.
Here we go then. So McWilliams has got some kind of a lead over Rutter now because of the fact they nearly came together.
60 seconds they've got now until the pit is shut.
Number 6 is Barry Burrell. He took over from Steve Parrish. They go round the outside of him. This is going to be tight, you know, Martin.
Duncan Fitchett, who's taking over that number 7 from Joe McWilliams. It's Duncan's bike. He is going to be sweating bullets right now. Come on, guys, come on.
Yeah, hurry up.
You know,
so side by side again they go. Now then, there should be just enough time to get this done.
Yeah.
Long side, left hand, the 68 is Michael Rutter. The number 7 is Jeremy McWilliams, leaning into Rutter. That's the other thing you do. You use your knees and your arms to keep a bike and a rider off of you so they don't interfere with your levers and the like. So hands up, they know they're coming in. They've got enough time to do it. What a well-judged swap this is going to be. Through the chicane.
Luck or judgment? I don't know.
No,
but
I think judgment
they're in.
From these guys.
10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, 5 seconds to go as they get into the pit lane. Okay, so the game is back on. 68 and 7 both stopping. And that means that we should see, yeah, we do, the Hillier Thomas number 17 machine back out in front.
Michael Russell has just jumped on from Michael Rutter, so the Batham's man moves out the way. Now, Michael Russell
and there goes Duncan Fitchett right beside him as well.
Michael Russell is quick, though. You wait and see what he can do on this motorbike. He's a very fast runner anyway. You don't often hear from him. Not exactly a household name, but he's fast on these bikes.
Well, there's Duncan Fitchett on number 7, right behind number 12, Ian Bain. Bain and Brogan, that machine was in this battle early on. There's the leader, not too far ahead. Not too far ahead at all.
He's got trouble coming his way. Michael Russell, Michael Rutter's teammate. I know it's slightly confusing, the two Michaels, but Russell is quick.
Well, here's George Thomas, the race leader.
Rutter has put him in a perfect position, so Michael Russell is in a great position. Let's wait and see them come through. There's enough time. We've got 8 minutes left.
There's 55, that's second. All right, so on the timing screen it said 9.4 seconds last lap. That was sort of more like 6 to 7, I thought. We're trying to peer through. So he will sort of have visual, because don't forget, these guys have been in the pit, so they know who the leader was, they know where their machine was, so he will kind of have a decent idea. And don't forget, although the pros don't race these bikes regularly, the owners do, and so they will know each other, so they will sort of see the bike in front and know who it is and know what the chase. And there's the chase in the chicane. That was the leader. There is second. That is not 9 point anything, is it? That is more like 6 seconds.
It's going to sort itself out. This is the big variable coming up now. How fast are the amateur riders compared with the pros? The pros have put these bikes in the best position they could put them in on the day, but now we've got to wait and see. Russell comes through now. Got a big gap, big deficit, 7.3 up to the Brooks-Kingham pairing. This is going to be interesting to see whether he can close that down in these final few laps.
Yeah, can't tell at the moment because it's only the outlap for Russell and for Bain and for Fitchett. Bain's got ahead of Fitchett, so number 12 in 4th, number 7 in 5th place. There they are in the background of the shot.
68 Michael Russell is right on it now.
Yeah. So first sector of the lap, leader number 17 a 30.39, second place number 55 30.06, third place number 68 30.42, and then the guys in fourth and fifth, 30.9, 30.3. So there's not much between them in terms of pace on the first sector. This is the first flying lap, don't forget, for the pit stoppers on that last gasp entry.
There's the number 12 bike being dispensed with by the 7,
Duncan
so
Fitchett
Drew has gone
underneath Ian Bain, and
easily.
then Bain comes back at him. Yeah, but Fitchett overcommitted on the way in. Ian Bain just kind of pulled the cape out of the way.
That bike's quite fast as well, I've got to say. It's, it drove straight under, and I think McWilliams was suffering with that as well, wasn't it? It just wasn't quite didn't quite chuck out the horsepower that he needed to make the number 7 force forward.
But it's super reliable, that Norton Daytona Manx. Very well known and very well fettled bike. Duncan Fitchett is a good rider as well. He's had plenty of success at the Revival on
Here we
this
go
machine.
then, look, it's come down to 6.7 seconds now. 6.7 is the lead, and that is doable, although 5.5 minutes left to the checkered flag makes it pretty tricky. We'll see who's pulling up all the routes around here at Goodwood in a minute. 14 seconds back, Russell. He's not really doing what I expected him to do. I've got to say, Michael Russell, not quite the man I thought he might be on this motorcycle in this second half of this race.
5 minutes and a 6.7 second deficit. Ben Kingham on the 55 Black Lightning has got to try and rein in. That is not going to be easy. He's not got the rate of closing that he needs. Third place is still the Michael Russell number 68 machine. Fourth, Duncan Fitchett now. He's broken away from Ian Bain on number 12. So Fitchett, the red number 7. Fittingly enough, of course, Barry Sheene's famous number in the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy.
George Thomas is 2.5 seconds slower on a lap than Kingham. But as you've already said, it's not quite enough to really pull back that 6.7 second lead that Thomas has at the moment over Kingham. We'll see. It's 4.5 minutes of this race left,
which might be 3 laps, and at 2 seconds a lap, we might get a big sort out into the chicane waiting for the checkered flag. We might get a drag race to the line. It may not be that far away.
Well, certainly on motorbikes it's more interesting when they're doing the out-braking manoeuvre into the chicane. And we'll see how if the bollards are soft enough.
Okay, pit lane entry penalties, not for any of our front runners, but Eugene Laverty and Thomas Schwab on the supercharged BMW, they picked up a penalty. Hutchinson and Perkins also on the number 18 machine, they picked up a penalty. Luckily, our front-running group all relatively clear.
Just waiting for our timings here to give us a clear indication of who might be there or thereabouts.
6.3 seconds, it is 2 laps. It's going to be tight, but I'm not sure Ben Kingham is going to catch.
I don't think there's enough time. I think that they did enough. James Hillier put that machine in a really good position up front, gave a big lead over the pro riders, and George Thomas has done just what he's supposed to do as a partner and make it work for them. Just keep those consistent laps going. Don't make a big mistake. It's 6.351 and 3 minutes left of this race.
Well, we just saw Ian Bain in 5th place on the number 12 Norton International, and this is Duncan Fitchett, 4th place for the number 7 Norton Daytona Manx. This motorcycle race, originally known as the Lennox Cup, it was renamed in honour and the memory of the late Barry Sheene, who was a winner in this race in 2002.
Here comes your race leader, over the line then.
So great start to the race on the matchless from pole from James Hillier. He really got the drop on the field. Great start from him. And George Thomas, as he said, doing exactly what he needs to do, maintaining the advantage. Closing fast on 55 though, in 2nd place. The Vincent Black Shadow, started by Josh Brooks. Ben Kingham is coming down to 5. It's gone from 6.1 to 5.0. That's a big gap, but it's not enough. There's only 2 minutes left. Look, he's got his head down on the tank, never mind his chin down on the tank.
Yeah, Kingham's doing everything. George Kingham's doing everything he can do, and I don't think it's going to be enough. George Thomas has got it covered at the front on bike number 17. 5 seconds it's down. It was over 1.5 seconds quicker last time around. Bit of smoke in the air now. These bikes are beginning to get a little bit worn out. Hopefully we won't end up with an oil trail somewhere that causes a problem for your race leader here. Coming through then, George Thomas goes through on bike 17. Here's your second place man on the 55 machine. It's Kingham in second place.
Is it going to be the traffic that gives Kingham the chance? Because don't forget, George Thomas gets there first. It's number 25 blowing out a lot of oil smoke, and that's the Rudge of Jenny Tinmouth, who started it, and Mike Farrell.
Beautiful motorcycle, but looks like it's done its mileage for today at least.
Looks like that might need a bit of re-ringing. Yeah, that is
everyone will smell that, and that will frighten the life. Yes, he's just pointing to it, because sometimes on a bike you don't know. Obviously, it's leaking over the rear wheel till you tip it in, and then before you know where you are, it's like being on ice, and down the road
everybody,
you go.
like the leader and Ben Kingham, who've just come past him, have been smelling it for 3/4 of a lap.
This is close.
It is close.
Look at this again. 5.0 it was over the line last time around. What's it going to be when it comes?
It's going to be about 3.5 seconds, and this will be the final lap of the race. 4.7.
Not enough.
No. Traffic may yet play a part, and I think it is here.
Yes.
Definitely. As you come into the first corner, you need that long flow through the double apex right-hander at Madgwick, and unfortunately Ben Kingham just a little offline.
That's the difference between pro riders and amateur riders. Pro riders would have just rammed it straight up the inside or around the outside of them, and that just, if you're slightly reticent, you're not going to keep that momentum going, and on these older bikes you need momentum mid-corner. So 4.7 then, Thomas over Kingham for your front two. Michael Russell still 9 seconds further back, which surprises me. It just goes to show you how well Michael Rutter rode that machine to put it where he did. The 68 bike is still in third place, but Williams and Fitchett only managing fourth place at the moment. He's a further 5 seconds back on Michael Russell. And then Brogy and Bain are another 10 seconds further back in fifth place at the moment. Hickman has made quite good progress actually from his starting position. Peter Hickman, your TT winning man, he's in there with clues for the sixth place pairing on bike 90.
Here
Checker
is your
flag must be ready.
Checker flag awaits.
So the checker flag will be ready for this man to come through. It is going to be the George Thomas-James Hillier pairing that will take the checkered flag. It has been an immaculate 25 minutes as he comes to the line. The checker flag is ready, a clear winner. 4.7 seconds ahead of the second place pairing of Kingham and Brooks. He comes through to take second place. This is all part one. Of course, we've got another race to go tomorrow. They will start from the same Le Mans grid positions tomorrow as well. But that was a superb ride from Hillier and Thomas. Brooks and Kingham second. Russell and Rutter are in third place. And they will be your top three today in the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy. Fast-paced race, very quick times, some very close racing early on. I've got to say, very competitive as well, particularly from the pros. But once it all shook out down to the checkered flag, the amateur riders, the team owners, team entrant, team bike owner, whatever it might be that was the second rider, they've done a great job in consistently keeping the bike where it needed to be for the finish.
And qualifying did not deceive us. Fastest in qualifying, James Hillier, George Thomas. They ended up winning on the matchless. Second fastest, Josh Brooks, Ben Kingham on the Vincent Black Shadow. They finished second in the race. Third fastest, the Michaels, Russell and Rutter on their Velocet. They finished in third place. The Norton of Lee Johnston and Nick Pearce didn't finish the race. That was the fourth fastest qualifier, but fifth on the grid, Duncan Fitchett, Jeremy with Williams. They finished in fourth place on the Daytona Manx Norton. So qualifying for the bikes, easier to have a clean lap. There's much less machinery in the way when there's a sea of bikes out there than when there's a sea of cars.
I think James Hillier did the business from the start, and I think that was important. He gained that 10-second lead right at the very beginning, and that is what has won this race for that pairing.
Well, when you see the highlights, not only was like a whippet across the track, but he had a second in hand by the time he got down to the first corner. His start was phenomenal, and they're all going to have to match that in the second race. Otherwise, they're going to be seeing his tailpipes disappear then as well. So down into Madgwick, he was away and clear, and his teammate George Thomas made no mistakes there either to bring the bike home with the checkered flag. First to the flag, they claim victory in part one of the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy. There are two separate races, so it's not aggregate, so we could have two completely different podiums. Seems unlikely, but we could. They could just be shuffled around a little bit.
Well,
you know.
I think they've all got a swing for this now, so it's something that they can look at and work on. The 17 machine, that's a special actually. It's a mix of new parts and period parts, so it's a motorcycle that's been made for the period, and it works very, very well. There is James Hillier walking in, the Rich Energy sponsored BSB rider, so British Superbikes, shaking hands with his partner out on the track.
And you know, it's all a bit of fun, and it's nothing relevant to what he's racing, except racing's racing, and it's always relevant. And you know, every day's a school day. Whatever you do, you always learn something. But what, of course, he's reminded of now is that he hasn't lost it. It's not him. And when you've got a season that's on the skids, you've got to remember it's not you. And when you're having a purple patch, you've got to remember it's not always you either. But you know, that's your level, and this is his level, you know, head and shoulders above a field of pros.
It's quite good watching Michael Rutter and Josh Brooks enjoying themselves in the sunshine here as well. So everybody enjoys being at Goodwood. The Revival is a very important race meeting for a lot of riders that come back. We didn't see much of John McGuinness either. McGuinness finishing well down the order, so slightly surprising for McGuinness. Where did he end up? 10th in the end. Billy McConnell was down in 11th place. Steve Parrish's pairing with Burrell ends up in 12th place. Mick Grant, I never mentioned Mick Grant. Now there's a superstar if ever there was one. A winner on Superbikes, a winner on Grand Prix bikes, a TT winner, of course. He ends up in 14th place, and he's not 80 yet, but he's pretty close to it. The man looks like he must bathe in formaldehyde. It's hard to believe he looks the way he does. Let's hear from the guys down in the start and finish line.
Right, Michael Rutter, what a fantastic race that was. Michael, I'm going to start with you. Michael Russell, I'm going to start with you. What a fantastic race. Podium at Goodwood, you'll take that?
Oh, every time. Sunshine, Goodwood, a wonderful bike put together by Richard, great teammate. I mean, what more could you want? Lovely wife. I don't know.
Absolute winner. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, yeah.
Michael, you were having a lot of fun out there.
I wouldn't say it was fun, but yeah, it's good to ride around with Jeremy and all the lads again. And they're a bit slow, so you can have a bit of a mess about up the straights, but in the corners it gets proper serious.
Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Right, let's find the second place, guys. We've got Josh Brooks and Ken Kingham here. Let's start with Ken. Ken, you just needed a few more laps.
Yeah, I didn't really know where I was. I sort of saw P2 and then it was dash 7. I think it might have been saying 7 seconds behind. So I thought, well, I'm just going to keep going as fast as I can. I kept catching people, but I wasn't sure who I was chasing. But we're second, so that's fantastic.
Well done.
Thank you very much indeed.
Josh Brooks. So I just let you get your cigar. Josh, in my notes, I've got next to you, I've just got V Fast. Great first stint.
Yeah, it was a really good race. I feel like I was maybe a bit too slow off the start. We had a problem with the clutch yesterday, and I was desperately trying not to slip the clutch too much at the beginning. And James was just gone. He set the pace straight away off the first lap. So I think I was actually able to manage to match James's speed, but I'd lost too much off the start. So it was just head down and try and make up anything we could. But to come in second is a great result.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, let's go to the first place, guys. George Thomas and James Hillier. George, did you know that the gap was closing near the end?
Yeah, the mechanics were telling me to hurry up, basically.
What's going through your mind then?
It was a bit hard because I didn't know how big the gap was, but it's quite hard just to press on or slow off or so. But James got the big gap in the first, so it made it a bit easier. So yeah, well done to James and Stuart Tong for the bike. So yeah, excellent.
James, what a start. Have you ever had a start like that?
No, but hopefully I can make a habit of it. I suppose it was I just wanted to get the work done and build a bit of a gap, but I didn't expect it to sort of pull away that much, and I don't know, I'll only take a little bit of credit for that. Stuart's built an amazing bike. This thing is like just a good bike, so hopefully we can do a bit more again tomorrow and be back here again.
Enjoy. Congratulations, guys.
30 of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
3, 2, 1, go. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
All aboard, everybody.
How do I look? Hello.
Oh, what a feeling now. I know you love it, babe. If you can take it all, I'll give you everything.
Hold your breath. Make a wish. Count to 3.
On we go.
We're not in Kansas anymore.
Oliver, you will be the greatest man of all time.
Bridge!
Sky Cinema brings you classic movies from the golden age of Hollywood and beyond.
You can't turn something like that down.
Bring it down right there.
Right, Mr. DeMille, I'm ready for my close-up.
This car belongs to the Pakistani ambassador.
Does?
Inside this room, all of my dreams become realities. And some of my realities become dreams.
Please, sir, I want some more.
An unrivaled range of movie greats. Available now on Sky Cinema.
Well, it's time to bring you hopefully some good words from our journalist friend here, Tim Hutton, automotive journalist. It's actually David Green's friend. I'm now calling him mine as well. Tim, thank you for joining us. For those people whose first time here at Goodwood Revival this year, what are your top tips and what really should they be kind of seeing this time?
Yeah, well, it's fantastic to be here again, and
as always, the Duke packs in the sunshine as well. It's phenomenal. Key things, I think, are the 75th anniversary Ferrari parades, just some fantastic cars on track that have come from all over the world, so that's a real thing to go and see. And also the Graham Hill parade, which is just, again, an amazing collection. I don't know how they pull it together, but they do every year, and it's just a phenomenal sight to see.
And Tim, you're a stalwart of all the Goodwood motoring events, as well as often other events throughout the year, but Revival is the pinnacle, isn't it?
It is. There's just, as you walk through the gate, it's just a step back in time, which, you know, everyone says, and it's true. It's just a time warp, and it's magical, and you tingle, and the hairs on the back of your neck go up, and it's just stepping back in time to this just wonderful, fantastic world, which is just mind-boggling. All these cars, all the outfits, just all the attention to detail. It's just phenomenal, amazing.
You mentioned, Tim, a couple of parades and tributes, but in terms of racing, for those people who don't particularly know, I mean, David and I yesterday had our eyes very much on the Lavant Cup and then the St Mary's, but for you, which one should people watch?
For me, I think the Stirling Moss is just fantastic. Sun setting, it's again iconic. The sun dropping down Lavant Straight, these fantastic cars, Ferraris, Jaguars, just coming down there with the sun setting behind with a silhouette, that's a magic moment. And also for me, like you said, the St Mary's Trophy is just really great, good fun racing. So that's a big one for me to watch this weekend.
Proper close racing in the St Mary's.
It is. It's kind of it's touring car-esque, but it's just really good, clean, door-to-door racing with drivers from all eras together, and it's just amazing to see just how talent kind of rolls across the ages so much. It's just fantastic.
What did you also make of the Freddie March Memorial as well last night, which obviously ended day one here?
Yeah, I mean, what a way to round out the beginning of the weekend with a fantastic race. And Sam Hancock taking the win it was just perfect. And again, the sun setting, I don't know how they do it, but it's just perfect visuals year on year. It's brilliant.
I saw you wandering around all day yesterday. You're obviously here today, and I'm guessing you're here tomorrow. But you still don't get to see everything in 3 days here, do you?
It's you bump into so many friends here. It's like a family. So you spend most of your days stopping and starting, catching up with everyone, and it's such a big event. I haven't got as far as seeing all the Austins yet that are parading around this weekend. So I want to get over there at some point. Over the road, I want to get to the Bonhams auction, which just about got enough time to go and see if there's anything I want to have a bid on. So yeah, it's huge, a huge event, and all the planes as well.
Well, Tim Hutton, thank you so much for stopping by to chat to us. And yeah, good luck with the rest of your weekend, and hopefully you get over the road and enjoy everything that Revival has to offer. Well, that was Tim Hutton there, guys. And I do hear that the military band are out now on the circuit, so time to head back up to the commentary.
Thank you, Rachel, and we are looking forward to seeing the Graham Hill tribute coming up in just a few moments. We've got a military band playing on the grid as well. Listen to this. We've got some beautiful noise, some great looks, and it's lovely to see. And behind them, lining up on the grid, you can see a big variety of cars and some crash helmets in the style of Graham Hill, because these cars that are all heading out right now and coming onto the grid are cars that were driven, raced by Graham Hill in the 1950s, 1960s and 1970s. So what we are doing is celebrating 60 years since Graham Hill won his first World Championship title. Bruce Jones is with me. Bruce, it's lovely to see this huge combination of cars that will be out there as the military band is giving us a little bit of a display to get things going.
It certainly is. Anyone's Grand Prix career that stretched fully for 18 years, including 2 world titles, is enough to celebrate. But the diversity of Graham's career, very much a career of the 60s, where he drove sports cars. He was a Le Mans winner. He won the Indy 500, and many other cars that have not been seen before or here for a very, very long time. The diversity of the career is really what we have to celebrate, and he won in everything.
So this is a lovely sort of celebration of Graham Hill, and he also became a man who really enjoyed being on the media. Let's just listen in a little bit, shall we, into some of this beautiful sound.
Okay, I'm good to go when you are. Yeah, okay.
So the band just playing nice gentle music to start with. It's all going to be picking up a bit more in a moment. In the meantime, behind them we've got this wonderful collection of cars to celebrate Graham Hill, a man who actually started learning to drive remarkably late in life in many ways, Bruce. He was 24 years old in 1953 when he first learnt to drive, and he bought a 1934 Morris 8 Tourer, drove it home, and yet a lad who learnt to drive at 24 went on to this incredible success, this mixture of success that you were talking about.
By the age of 24, current racers would have done 16 years of kart racing through into car racing. It just boggles your mind. He earned his drives by being a mechanic, and lo and behold, as Lotus rose, so did Graham. It wasn't the dream start because those Lotuses broke more often than not. His first season, I think, only had 2 finishes, but he persevered. But what we really celebrate is when he moved to BRM and took that world title in 1962.
Well, we've got some wonderful things to look at, to talk about as well, and some remarkable cars in that collection. And one of those is one of the Lotuses that he took his second title with in 1968, the Lotus Cosworth 49. And that is owned by a very famous man in Formula One these days. That is Adrian Newey. And I believe that there is an opportunity to go down to Ed Foster and catch up with Adrian.
Now, I'm on the grid, and Ed, follow me. There's an amazing collection of cars. It's incredible what Graham Hill drove during his career. One man that many of you will know, I'm so sorry I'm interrupting here. Adrian, fantastic to see you. This is your car, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's a very special car to me. When my dad had Lotus Elans in the 60s, so Lotus was kind of the team that we followed, if you like, and then Tamiya came out with a 12th scale model of a Lotus 49, which was the first 12th scale model I built, and it's a great little model. It kind of teaches you how suspension works, how the monocoque, the stressed engine, etc., etc. So that kind of, I think, was one of the main things that set me in the course of wanting to be involved in motor racing as an engineer, if I possibly could be. And so when this car came up for sale here in Goodwood, then a friend bid on it for me, and it was not particularly good condition, so I thought, well, now what do I do with it? And I thought, well, actually, I built the 12 scale model. What could possibly go wrong if I have a go at the real one? So that's what we did, stripped it down. Clive Chapman, Chris Dinage from Lotus helped me refurb, or had all the suspension and chassis refurbed. Paul Lanzanti lent me his workshop and helped me every time I got stuck, which is quite often, and here we are.
Amazing, because Graham Hill won his second World Championship with Lotus. As a designer, were you sort of an admirer of Lotus's and Colin Chapman and what they did?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think the innovation they came up with, obviously a very open rule book in those days, so you could come up with all sorts of weird and wacky ideas. Some of them worked, some of them didn't. So I think I was just talking to Herbie Blash earlier. He was there in the late 60s with Lotus. He said, I think in 69 they had 4 cars. They had the 49, the 4-wheel drive car, the gas turbine, and another car, I can't remember what the 4th was. So the sort of diversity and challenge that those open rules allowed was fabulous.
And just finally, we're celebrating 60 years since Graham's first World Championship in 1962. Your thoughts on Graham as a driver? Well,
obviously I did it was way before my time. I've been lucky enough to work with Damon. I think if you look back, probably other drivers, Jim Clark, Jackie, perhaps were slightly quicker, but Graham was kind of almost like Nicky Lauda became in his second carnation at McLaren, where Alain Prost was probably a quicker driver, but through sheer grit, guile and determination, then Graham and obviously Nicky could still win championships.
Adrian, thank you. Enjoy your run.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's stay with me, Ed. Derek Bell. Fancy seeing you on the grid. Celebrating Graham Hill. He was quite a figure, wasn't he?
Oh, he was, yeah. I mean, he was Mr. Motor Racing in my book. There were lots of other great drivers out there. I mean, obviously Stirling, but he already was well established as the person. But Graham just had that personality and humour and stuff that we just all loved. You know, he was so popular. I mean, Stirling was too. It sounds awful, but he put them under the same. But they were so similar in what they did for British motorsport. You know, absolutely remarkable. And I raced against him on the Tasman Series for 2 months, 7 races, which was wonderful in those early days. And he was just a Superman all round. And I got to know the family, and I don't know, it was just great. You know, he just. You saw him on the shows on TV and that sort of thing. And he was always humorous and said the right things. And even when he did the film Grand Prix, he was just Graham. You know, they told him what he had to say, and he said it the way Graham would say it, not the way they wanted it at all. But he was just like that. He did what he wanted. And we had some very amusing times, I mean, which obviously you can't talk about. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them, but there's so many tales that we had, all of us together. Imagine spending 7 weeks. And it was he and Jochen Rindt and Graham Hill, Piers Courage, Frank Gardner and Chris Hamon and myself, and we had 7 weeks together, and it was the most amazing camaraderie that you could ever imagine.
Happy memories. Now, Derek, what are you driving today?
I'm driving the beautiful Ferrari in the middle up there, the 250 GTO, which Graham won the TT here 1 year. I can't remember which. I guess I was here, of course, watching, but it's just what I obviously associated with that car anyway, because I, drove for Ferrari in the early days. And it's just lovely to get in a car that's so special, and it's in memory of him, really.
Now, you're obviously known as a Porsche driver, but as you just said, a factory Ferrari driver as well. The 250 GTO it's kind of one of the most important cars now and the most valuable. When you drive it, do you get an idea of why?
I don't know, not really. I mean, you drive it and people say, but it's worth 80 million, and you go, well, don't you think about that? I say, no, I just drive it. I mean, today we're not driving fast, but I've raced those cars here in the TT. 3 years I ran them, drove for somebody. And you drive them because they're a race car, and they're a beautiful race car, and they're so easy to drive, and you might not win, but you'll always be there with them. And it's just part of that era, and I was lucky to enjoy that. And then many people here that have never driven a V12 have never driven a car.
Derek, thank you so much. Just before we go, can you spin round this way to the camera, because he's got this fabulous, all his Le Mans wins down one sleeve. Look at that. What an absolute hero.
I have to point, I didn't put it there. Last year I was the Grand Marshal at Le Mans, and bless their heart, the ACO said, we'll make you a driver's suit. And this is the suit they came up with, and I thought it'd be, sort of a bit subtle, but I walk around looking like an advert. But I'm very honoured to have won Le Mans, and of course next year's the centenary, so we're all going back for some big events.
Derek, thank you very much. Let's go up to the Duke of Richmond.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's wonderful to have you all with us for this very special weekend. Perhaps it is particularly appropriate, as we mourn the death of Her Majesty, to be celebrating the career of that extraordinary British racing driver, Graham Hill. We recall Graham as being perhaps the most British of all our legendary motor racing stars, from what some have called the new Elizabethan era. Throughout the 1960s, his tall, genially self-confident, yet on race day mornings unapproachably morose and intensely focused figure exemplified the very best of British character. He was fun-loving, extrovert, he could be absolutely engaging, he was a man of the people. Yet Graham was also legendarily determined, focused and intent upon success, and always doing it to the best of his considerable abilities. He never suffered fools gladly. He always spoke his mind, but he could display a real sense of self-deprecating humility and what became famous as a terrific, often wicked and entirely natural sense of humour. I vividly remember him here with my grandfather at our Easter Monday meetings in the 1960s. With his beetle brow and his immaculately trimmed moustache, he could look as fierce as the cartoon character Dick Dastardly. Then his face would crack into that famously bright and often mischievous smile. My most vivid memory of him is in fact a rebuff, when I screwed up the courage, aged about 8, to ask him for an autograph, only for him to glance down at me and tell me to sharply bugger off. Regardless, he remained absolutely always one of my racing heroes, and I treasured his autograph, which I'd already actually got. It was here at Goodwood on Easter Monday 60 years ago that Graham scored his first outright Formula One victory, winning the Glover Trophy race in the wonderful little V8 BRM Old Faithful, which of course Damon is driving today. But the Glover Trophy wasn't a World Championship race. Could he and BRM possibly win that on that all-important level? Well, he promptly proved that he could. He won that year's Dutch, German, Italian and South African Grand Prix, and in his BRM, he just pipped Jim Clark and Lotus to the drivers' and constructors' World Championship titles. He remained with BRM as team leader for 4 more seasons. His focus, concentration and tempo brought 3 consecutive victories in both the Monaco and United States Grand Prix. His almost trance-like driving intensity made his cars just do what he wanted. And in parallel, he amassed a vast string of successes in sports, GT and saloon car events of anything from 10 laps to 12 hours in duration. Most notably, he twice won our Goodwood Tories Trophy races here in 63 and 64 in Colonel Ronnie Hawes' immaculate red and blue, pale blue Ferraris. He even tackled the Monte Carlo Rally in a Sunbeam Rapier, and as Stirling Moss would say, 50 quid, old boy, not to be sniffed at. And Graham really was a true Brit. Not at all from a well-off family, very much an ordinary working man with extraordinary ambitions, plus the ferocious work ethic to achieve them. And for that, he was both loved and admired. He hadn't even had a car of his own until he was 24, what he described as his distinctly evil 1934 Morris 8 Tourer. As a teenager, he'd served a 5-year apprenticeship with Smiths, and one dark night while riding his pre-war Velocette home from college, he rammed an unlit parked car. The impact shattered his left thigh, which left him with one leg 1.5 inches shorter than the other and a lifelong limp. Having already ridden a few scrambles and trials on that Velocette, he then transferred his competitive instinct to rowing for the London Rowing Club, whose colours later he so proudly adorned. After 2 years, Royal National Service, he returned to Smiths and to the London Rowing Club. And once he'd passed his driving test, Graham saw an advert for a driving course at Brands Hatch, tried his hand in a 500cc Cooper, and found his vocation. He made his racing debut in another Cooper at Brands Hatch, met Colin Chapman of Lotus, and when he married his equally competitive and accomplished rowing wife Betty, he took a job with Colin, becoming Lotus storeman and occasional driver. From his Grand Prix debut in 1958 to his retirement in 1975, Graham competed in a then record 176 Grand Prix, won 14 of them, twice became Formula One World Champion driver, and a crucial addition, he also became the only man ever to have won the World Championship, the Indy 500 and Le Mans, the so-called Triple Crown. Graham was at his driving peak during the years of 1.5 litre Formula One from 61 to 65. He is best recalled as 1962 world champion, but he was runner-up in 63, 64 and 65. In 64, he actually scored more points than eventual champion John Surtees, only to be taxed for exceeding the maximum number of scores that were then allowable. After 7 years as BRM's team leader, he joined former rival and firm friend Jim Clark at Lotus for 67. Jimmy would say that Graham's advice made him staggeringly aware of how little he'd been paid in previous years. It was after Clark's death that Graham's sheer force of personality picked up that shattered team and carried Lotus to morale-boosting wins in the Spanish and Monaco Grand Prix. And he completed that tragic year by clinching his second Drivers' World Championship title. In 1961, he won the Monaco Grand Prix for the 5th time in 7 years, confirming his immense powers of sheer concentration, stamina, and mechanical sympathy. But a terrible accident at Watkins Glen, in which he was thrown from the car, left him with severely injured legs. And against doctor's orders, he resumed racing at the 1970 South African Grand Prix. Out of the car, he could barely walk. Yet in it, he finished 6th, after perhaps the gutsiest drive of his entire career. After his comeback, he was, as a driver, a shadow of his former self, yet he continued because he still enjoyed it. And he proved that winning really was inscribed in his DNA, scoring his final F1 victory in the International Trophy at Silverstone in 1971, and also his great 72 Le Mans win for Matra. In 73, he entered the final phase of his illustrious career, driving his own Shadow and then Lola cars before becoming a constructor with his little team's first hill designs. He seemed set to break the barrier of over 200 Grand Prix starts before, in 1975, announcing, with youngsters quicker than myself around, it wasn't fair to hog the cockpit, and retiring to run his team instead. But that November saw the tragic air crash which claimed our champion. Graham didn't live to see his son Damon go on to emulate him, becoming the first son of a world champion to take that title, driving for Williams Renault in 1996. And it is in fact a very special day for Damon because it's his birthday too. So many, many happy returns, Damon, and thanks for everything you have done for Goodwood and motor racing as a whole. It's hugely appreciated. And as well as Damon, I'm also delighted to welcome Graham's other children and grandchildren too, and sincere thanks to the whole of the Hill family for their long years of support for everything we do here at Goodwood. So while we mourn our Queen today, we also celebrate the life, the character, and the astonishing achievements of one of our great Goodwood motorsport heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, Graham Hill. Thank you.
Well, that was really lovely to hear from the Duke of Richmond, a fascinating tale of Graham Hill all the way through from the beginning of his career towards the end. And it is remarkable, having read up about Graham over the last few weeks, just to get us sorted out. And I was looking at a book written by Neil Ewart in 1976, and with a foreword by now King Charles III. He was Prince Charles at the time, and he said, from the first moment I met Graham Hill, I became a devoted admirer, and it was always the greatest possible fun to meet him on the various occasions that our paths crossed. But that was a connection they had then. Let's go to a more modern connection, of course. Let's go and hear from Damon Hill.
So, Damon, you're a regular here at Goodwood, but today is something rather special, the celebration of your father.
Yeah, they're very kindly celebrating 60 years since my dad became world champion, 1962 in a BRM. So the first British driver in a British car to win the world championship. Of course, there were British drivers, Mike Hawthorne before him, and British cars. The Cooper was driven by Jack Brabham, but my dad race. So they're going to put on a full celebration for Graham Hill and all the cars that he drove in his career, or many as they can get together, yeah.
It's quite extraordinary when you see the amount of cars there, how many cars he actually drove and how many he was successful in.
I mean, obviously they can't put all of them on because, in those days they drove anything that came along because they got paid by the owners of the cars to race them. So their catalogue or their whatever it is, the list of cars they drove in those days is huge, and every driver used to do that. They were jockeys, so it'd be like being a jockey. They'd fly up and down the country and drive different things on the same day sometimes.
And of course, he was the king of versatile driving, wasn't he? Winning races nobody's to put together.
And that's it. The all-rounderness of his career enabled him to do the Le Mans, run that, and Indianapolis, and also TT races, GT. So he won it in a Ferrari round here in the TT. At least I think he did. I think he won. But I'll check that. But so I'm going to drive the Ferrari as well that he raced.
250 GTO?
250 GTO. It's very expensive. It belongs to Sir Anthony Bamford, and it's probably worth many, many millions of pounds. But I'll be very careful.
I've heard you've had not so careful with a GTO in the past around here.
Yeah, I was in a race with Nick Mason. He was supposed to take over, but I put it in the gravel before he got a chance to drive it. So apologies, Nick. I didn't.
How did that feel, putting a 50+ million car in the gravel?
Very embarrassing. Yes, very embarrassing. Not my finest hour.
But coming back to your father, of course, he's, a true celebration, and rightly so here. What else are we going to see in the parade?
Well, my son is driving in a Lotus 49 as well, and Adrian Newey's got his Lotus 49s. We've got 2 Lotus 49s out there, and so it'd be a proud day for the Hill family. It'd be fantastic.
What else have you got planned today?
That is about it. We've got a party this evening because it is my birthday. But so I'm hijacking the party that his Duke of Richmond puts on every revival. So it's going to be my birthday party.
I would just claim it as your own. Certainly a big weekend for the Hills. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Right, the marching bands are leaving the grid at the moment. If we just carry on down here, Ed, there's a couple of drivers by their cars. I'm sorry, it's quite busy in here. Excuse me, guys. Actually, we've got Josh and his father Damon chatting here. Josh, I'll just jump in. Was that you having a seat fit, or have you driven this before?
I've driven it before, but it's the first. I've just got here, so yeah, I kind of just jumped in it and just tried the seats out now. Yeah.
Very special moment, celebrating 60 years since your grandfather's first World Championship. You must have heard from your father Damon, all the stories.
Yeah, it's a very special character, and it's a really special moment for me, for Dad as well. It's nice that it's happening on his birthday too. So yeah, massive thanks to Team Lotus and everyone for getting the car ready, and looking forward to it.
I've got to ask, you said you've driven this car before. Have you driven it with this rear wing?
I did, at Monaco, so where you need a downforce.
And does it actually work? Because they were banned for being dangerous, I think, but I guess it does work.
It definitely does work, yeah, absolutely. It's you can feel the effect, because I've driven it in both specs actually, so you can feel it working. We're not going to be driving that sort of speeds today though.
Well, enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's carry on around here. Mind the wing that we've just been talking about. Who we got here? We got Rick Hall and Martin Stretton. Rick, you're sort of Mr. BRM, and do you prepare Old Faithful?
Yes, we've done over the years. We've looked after it for the Collier collection, and yeah, we did quite a lot of work on it when they first bought the car. And yeah, it's very, very original, and they wanted to make sure we kept it that way. And yeah, when they send it over, for these events, particularly for Goodwood, and we're proud and privileged to be able to look after it and run it.
Rick, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, follow me, Ed. We've got some drivers getting into the cars. In this car, I think it's Ewan Surgerson, who has the most amazing Graham Hill moustache, but I don't know where he is. Let's carry on down here. Who have we got here? A beautiful Alan Mann Racing Mark 1 Escort. I'm sorry, just jumping in. You're about to go for a passenger ride. Nervous?
No, my father's driving, so very confident.
Right, we're getting calls for everyone to get into cars. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Let's see if we can grab one more person before we pass back up to the commentary box. It's amazing to see the breadth of machinery that Graham Hill drove, from tiny single-seaters, sports cars, touring cars, and of course this amazing short wheelbase Ferrari. Now, it's very confusing because there's two that look almost identical, but the way to tell is the other one has little chrome front bumpers, and that is what Clive Beecham. We've just been talking about your car. I'm always very nervous because these two cars are very, very similar, and a lot of people get it wrong.
They do, but Ross Brawn's one has the bumpers. That's the most easily identifiable difference, plus the radio aerial, and then there are a number of other little differences. This one's faster, but not in my hands.
Just give us a little word on Graham Hill, because he was an amazing man and driver.
Yes, he was. And the first time I believe he ever went to Le Mans was when Stirling asked Luigi Canetti, who ran the NART team, to have Graham Hill accompany him. Luigi didn't even know who Graham Hill was. Anyway, they proved an incredibly competent team. They got the GT lap record, were running third overall ahead of the Maseratis and the Works Testarossas, except for two of them, but then had to let it go in the 9th hour. But had a great time in this car, and not many people know Graham raced this.
Clive, thank you very much for bringing the car.
Thank you, John.
Right, let's carry on down. We've got maybe a minute left, see who else we've got. It's quite hard once everyone gets their helmets on and they get in the car. It's almost impossible to see who is driving what. Let's go for a bit of a touring car. Graham Hill, Roy Pierpoint on the side. What a fantastic machine you've got to take around the circuit.
Yeah, thank you. It was Graham Hill's
1964 Monte Carlo rally car, raced by Graham and Ian Walker, and race prepared by Alan Mann in period.
And is it still very much an original spec?
It is, but a few years later. So it was then raced by Roy Pierpoint in British saloon cars in 68 and 69. So think of it as a GT40 underneath, but a Falcon on top.
Sounds absolutely lethal.
Yes.
Right. Well, we're pretty much at the back of the grid there. So that's everything from me.
Thanks very much, Ed. Yeah, that's fantastic. And seeing such a variety of cars, and the fact that he did the Monte Carlo rally in such a huge beast as that as well, it is remarkable.
Calder Torini in the snow, yes please, but Graham Hill would have loved that. But I think what came through loud and clear from the Duke of Richmond and Gordon in his wonderful tribute was how hard Graham worked at everything he did. He had to make his career pay, and didn't he ever just get that right?
He had a book of notes with him all the time, didn't he? He was famous for always writing detailed notes about everything he was driving, everything about the car. He would spend hours going through those notes with his team and getting everything as he wanted it to be.
But just think back, of course, no computer overlays there. Every lap in testing had to be considered and recorded, and great to see Damon down in the BRM P57-8, the eight-cylinder, but just 1.5 litre engine, Old Faithful. His first win of Formula 1 win for Graham Hill was that year here at Goodwood in the Glover Trophy, then in the World Championship in the Dutch Grand Prix. That was the springboard, and of course 60 years ago he struck gold, the first world title for a British driver in a British car.
And to do it with BRM, which had been a team fighting for success for a long time since post-war. It took them a long time to get to that phase when they could finally win the championship. But that season started so well with that victory here at Goodwood, and then he was on the roll.
Well, look, I mean, for BRM fans, they were so used to the manifold disappointments they had over the years, and much was said about if they hadn't won in 62, the plug might have been pulled. That could have been the end of BRM, but as we know, they continued until the mid-1970s. But the car looks exquisite, of course, from the Collier collection, as you can imagine, and it's always special for David to get on board, and with son Josh alongside him. Josh had a brief racing career, but they're the two cars that won the two world titles. 68, the red car on the inside, the Lotus 49, and of course the BRM number 2 from 1962, 60 years ago.
Isn't it a wonderful display? And you're looking at how Formula 1 evolved during that period. In fact, some of the older Formula 1 cars further back, he started out in front-engine Formula 1 cars. So he went through a period where Formula 1 changed completely from a front-engine car to a rear-engine car with no wings and no slicks. And then, of course, he ended up in the early 1970s when they went to wings and slicks. So he went through a very big transitional period in Formula 1. And he was competitive all the time through it.
Exactly so. Once he got those first 2 years of Lotus under his belt to gain experience, but sadly too much experience of retiring from races rather than seeing the checkered flag at the end. Of course, it came thick and fast. But I mean, down on the grid, hearing that interview with Adrian Newey, wouldn't he love to be in a period where basically the design book was open? You could go wherever your fancy took. Now, of course, much more prescriptive in Formula 1.
And there we are, we're looking at the big Ford and just hearing about how he competed in the Monte Carlo. He also raced, actually we've got some Ford Galaxy 500s competing here this weekend. He also competed in one of those at Alton Park. So saloon cars was his thing as well, but rallying wasn't a big deal, but it's amazing that he actually did the rally at Monte Carlo in this. The way he switched from one car to another at times when he was battling for a world championship, it just does not happen in this era.
No, but don't forget, back in the early 60s and the late 50s, there were only about 10 Grand Prix in a season, plenty of time, and it was all about start money, and that is why so many drivers did the rallying as well, because if Ford's paying your fee, you'll be taking it, or BMC or whatever at the time. But the shapes and the little Lotus 12 to the Escort twin cabs and the exquisite Ferrari GTO down there, E-types, and also one thing that must be said, it's fitting we're celebrating it here at Goodwood because Graham had so much success, and the blue nose of that Ferrari, the GTO, the 64 model, that was the second of his 2 wins here in the Tourist Trophy, and it's very, very hard indeed to overestimate how important it was coming down to Goodwood when the world's greats were down here, driving sometimes in 3 different classes of car in one meeting, all in the search of glory, but also the winner's check.
And his career started in some of the more humble Lotuses, the sports cars, as you mentioned, that relationship he had with Colin Chapman. It was a bit of a relationship that sort of worked and didn't work. It had moments, didn't it? Because Chapman was crucial to him to getting involved in motor racing in the first place. He was a mechanic. He was just helping build cars. Then he started to drive for him. But then they had a little bit of a kind of falling out, and he went to BRM.
Oh, 100%. I mean, at that point, Graham had worked out he was good enough to win races, but he needed a car that saw the finish. But you're talking about two very opinionated and forthright characters, and 4 sparks would fly. But it was patched up, and it's so funny that both you and I have arrived at the same book written in about 1975-76. You were mentioning Neil Ewart's book. We've had them on our bookcases, and with good reason. He was the character we wanted to read about in the 1970s.
Definitely, he was remarkable. I was just talking about what King Charles III, as he is now, His Majesty said about him. And he said about that Graham Hill to him was the embodiment of all the best that is implied by the word fun. I love that. I love that comment.
No, totally. And also, don't forget back in the mid-60s and into the 70s, Graham did a lot of work with charities, most notably the Springfield Boys Club up in North London. And those would have been attended by the young Prince of Wales in the day for these charity evenings, and a huge amount of work. Graham always put back as much as he took out, and still the Springfield Boys Club runs on, but it was for underprivileged children to give them a chance to make more of themselves and have some fun and do some sport. It really was about giving purpose. And then, of course, with that inimitable character, the humour, that would have really, really worked.
It would have worked, yes. No, he had a tremendous sense of humour and the way of putting things across. And it's interesting. He didn't do a lot of preparation when he was doing a speech. He would make notes. He would sit at a table, watch the people around him. He wouldn't drink anything naughty. He would just make some notes when he was at a charity function or perhaps a promotional function of some sort. And then he would stand up and he would just embody the crowd of people who were there. They loved his speeches.
He was such a powerful persona, but obviously clearly very, very good at reading the room, reading the people. But looking at this circuit here in the sunshine, seeing his array of cars, and it really just does encompass how many cars he might race on a typical weekend. He could be in 3 different classes here at Goodwood, at Brands Hatch, at Silverstone. And the ability to jump from one car, an Escort twin cam, into a Lotus 49 and so on, is a huge jump.
And the amazing thing, which we've already talked about, and of course you're looking here at what was later as he was creating his own Formula One team. So these were cars from 1975, started off being a Lola and was then basically being developed into the Graham Hill, the first Graham Hill cars. Sadly, of course, that then didn't happen when he died at the end of 1975 in the plane crash. So we never then saw these Formula One cars after that. But his time throughout the sport was so involved. He had a huge accident in 1969. He broke his bones. He was 40 years old, and he yet still dragged himself out. He would go to events in a wheelchair. He would go to events in a wheelchair to make sure that he still went to those events. And it was nearly 3 months before he was allowed out of the hospital, in fact. He was badly injured, but he still went back into Formula One, still raced, and he won Le Mans after that. He won it in 1972.
Yeah, with Henri Pescarolo in the Matra. And again, what do you not want to do when you're not physically good? A 24-hour race, and in cars that really were very, very physical to drive. But that was the mark of the man, that sheer determination. But coming back, he did start to appreciate by early 1975. He just realised that he didn't have the pace anymore. Better to run the team, but also better to bring on a young gunner. Tony Breeze, who sadly died in that same plane accident, clearly had the makings of a great.
Yes, that was one very, very sad day when they died together in the crash. To have driven some of these most remarkable cars, you mentioned this, winnering the TT here at Goodwood in this car, 1963. He won the 1964 race. That was the last ever tourist trophy to be held here at Goodwood, and he won that as well. So the history of him for Goodwood, as the Duke of Richmond earlier mentioned, he won his first ever F1 race here at Goodwood. It was a non-championship race, but Goodwood was actually fundamental to him. And one thing I learned looking back, when he married Betty, they had a honeymoon weekend at Bognor to be close to Goodwood as a reserve driver, because there was an event going on that weekend. That was really when he was just starting out, 1954. So he said, right, we're going on to honeymoon at Bognor Regis just in case they want me at Goodwood.
At that stage, when you don't have the money to back up your career, you cannot afford to miss the possible opening of the door. But that 64, the slightly reshaped GTO, just exquisite. But that was when Graham already had a world title under his belt. He was already starting to look at racing Indy 500. Why? a big challenge, also a big paycheck, and of course he won that race a couple of years later.
And nobody else, we still talk about it, but nobody else has ever done that sort of victory of Monaco, of Indy and Le Mans. And some people say it's the F1 World Championship, but really it's Monaco, it's Indy and Le Mans, the three very separate races. We know that Fernando Alonso has tried to do that in more recent years, and he has won 2 of them. He's won Monaco and he's won at Le Mans, but he hasn't managed to win the Indy 500.
No, he's given it a shot, but again, just that sheer breadth of ability, but also the application. But as you said, the sort of very studied approach that Graham took to his racing really did pay dividends. But it was the skills he honed in the early cars, and as we pointed out, he only started driving road cars at the age of 24, yet I think sometimes working on a car, as he did as a mechanic, does help you get a better understanding of how they go together and how they should perform. And he took that experience and he really made it work.
He did, and it was remarkable what he achieved, starting out in these little front-engined cars, the Lotuses, and then moving on through the ranks of such a variety of cars. What a pleasure it has been to see that variety of cars heading around this Goodwood circuit that was so important to him on a beautiful day here near Chichester in West Sussex. What an absolutely gorgeous day we have. Blue sky above, a little bit of cloud, temperature building up, a little chilly this morning, but it is a stunning day. And I've seen so many happy, smiling faces when I've been walking through that paddock area earlier on this morning. Everybody around just enjoying, soaking up the atmosphere, soaking up the history of some beautiful cars, meeting friends perhaps who are big fans of motorsport that they haven't seen for many years. Also, of course, bumping into the occasional star driver. There are some big smiles.
And also just many double takes. Is that Pedro de la Rosa just walking past, etc., and so on and so forth. But I heard one American visitor, I couldn't escape the fact he was American because he was wearing stars and stripe pants and a stars and stripe tie, and he was just saying to his friend, "This is too much." He didn't know where to look next. So we've all really enjoyed that.
Well, it's a glorious shot, as you can see. You're just looking down the sort of paddock areas here at Goodwood as people gather. And you're also looking at us. I almost went away from the top of the commentary box, sitting over the pits. That's our beautiful viewpoint as well. We are loving being here at Goodwood this weekend. Let's look back at some of the highlights of what we've just seen on track.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffith that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
So excited to be here at the Sky Revival Cinema. Jane is going to tell me all about it. Jane, what's going on?
Well, thank you very much, Amber. Welcome to the Sky Revival Cinema. We're here today showing 4 classic films from Willy Wonka, The Italian Job, Grease and The Grease Sing-Along.
Oh, The Grease Sing-Along. That sounds exciting.
That's at 6 p.m. every day. It's been ever so popular.
I can imagine. I can really imagine. Let's go in and take a look around.
Absolutely. Follow me. So we have some fabulous complimentary popcorn here for all entrance people.
I love it. I might grab some of that on my way out.
Absolutely.
I love this red carpet as well, the red carpet that we're entering on. Fantastic.
Well, we want everyone to feel glamorous. And welcome to our beautiful Sky VIP photo op.
Ah, I love it. So good. So good, so good. What film are you screening at the moment?
At the moment, we've got Willy Wonka.
Yeah.
And right afterwards, we'll be showing The Italian Job, which is one of my personal favourites.
Oh, is it? I think Willy Wonka is probably one of my personal favourites. It's a very, very good programme of films you've got going on here, I must say.
It is.
Fabulous. And so this is a glorious open-air cinema. We are so lucky with the weather this weekend, aren't we? And what else do we have going on out here, though? Can we have a look around?
Yeah, absolutely. Follow me. So we've got some fabulous food and drink stands. The Gin and Pim stand has been exceptionally popular. And then here we have a selection of vintage cars.
Oh, wow.
And deck chairs for people to enjoy the films.
And are these cars all in keeping with the themes of the films? I see a Mustang over here.
Yes, they are. And also we do have some specialist cars reserved for Sky VIP customer winners.
Oh, wow.
And they've got a selection of 6 beautiful cars to choose from, so they can feel like they're in a drive-in movie. It really is like stepping back in time.
Oh, gorgeous. And I love the deck chairs here that you can sit in. It's like watching a film at the seaside or something. It's so nice.
It's gorgeous. It's all about the experience. It's all about the vibes. It's about making people feel special and transporting them back to a happy time.
Oh, gorgeous. What is going on here?
We call this rustic chic.
I love it. It's great. Oh my gosh. Wow. This one here is so Grease. I love it. It's brilliant.
Is. Well, Grease is one of our more popular films that everyone loves to come and see.
Yeah.
The sing-along is usually booked out. It is such a beautiful vibe with people up dancing and singing. It's glorious. If you get a chance to check it out, make sure you do.
I will do. I will do for sure. Thank you so much, Jane. Have a fantastic weekend. Thanks for your time.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I know a man who'll be going dancing and singing probably a little bit later. It's this man next to me, James Hayden, former motorcycle rider, of course. James, obviously, we worked together on the superbikes. Bit different vibe being here, isn't it, at Goodwood? You've been coming for years. I know how much you love it here. What makes it so special and what brings you back every year?
Well, I mean, look, it's the attention to detail. It's just like walking into a postcard. You know, just it's so impressive what they do here. Obviously, I don't race anymore. It's the only time I get to come and race, so that's really exciting. Obviously, you get to dress up, have a few drinks in the evening. It's just a wonderful, wonderful event.
And sadly, you didn't get out today, did you?
No, it was a real shame. I mean, the bikes are fragile, especially these pre-54s, and unfortunately the pistons had a big hole in it, so that was that. And we asked around, we couldn't get any spares, so I was stuck at the side of the track watching the Le Mans start. Beautiful day, all the fans out there. I was absolutely gutted, but it happens, and I can enjoy a different side of it, and there's always next year.
I know how much I'll be hurting James as well. He's very competitive. He's been on the podium here before, not this time, I'm afraid. Tell me what you thought, though, at Barry Sheene. Obviously, some pace there from Hillier and Brooks, who obviously came 1-2 in the end.
Yeah, very much. I mean, obviously, the absolute missiles those years, those couple of front bikes, the rest of the Manxes and stuff were all together, the Williams, the Rutters and stuff. So it was a good ding-dong, but unfortunately, Hillier on that bike was just gone. He was in a different league.
I'm really fascinated about how these bikes ride and perform, because I've heard the controls are completely opposite to what they are these days.
Yeah, that's right. You know, you have gear changes on the other side, same as the back brake. And the thing is, they actually handle beautifully. You know, once you get them in, they're nice. They're just, you know, no brakes and no power compared to a modern thing. But it's all about corner speed and keeping it running. And they can be a real challenge in their own way. So they're great fun when you get into it. But it's a bit different when you first start. When you first get on one, you're like, what? And everyone's just going past you, and then you get into it and you're like, yeah, I love it. They're great.
And James, well, you brought your family here this year, and that's, I guess, what Goodwood is all about. It's not just about the racing, it's about the Thrive and Revive section over the road. It's really a family affair. What have they been interested in, apart from possibly hoping to see their dad ride out there on the circuit?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much for everyone. You know, they love it. You know, also going over the other side, and there's lots of sort of kids stuff there, and just looking at the cars, and it's just so different. You know, they're all dressed up in their outfits, so they've enjoyed that. You know, all picking their outfits over the last few weeks, and yeah, it's nice to be somewhere as a family. When we go and do our stuff, we're always away on our own, so also something like this is just so much more than the motorsport. It's also about family and friends, and so much to see: planes, helicopters, cars, bikes, people. Wonderful.
It does have it all. James, thank you so much for chatting to us. Well, it's time now to turn our attention to the Glover Trophy, and Ed is down there on the grid with a man on pole, Andy Middlehurst.
Andy Middlehurst, you're on pole position, a position you're familiar with in this car. Big gap to second, but you were just saying that you think Joe might have had a problem.
Yeah, I think he had a broken front anti-roll bar, so that would certainly on the fast turns slow the car off. So it's all a momentum circuit, so if you're losing out on the fast ones, then he's going to have an overall slow lap time. But we have picked a bit of pace up from last year as well, as we always do.
You've started so many races from the front row. Do you ever have a plan?
Just go hell for leather from the word go, really. It's not really a plan, just got to go for it and, you know, try and get ahead.
Andy, best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, it's a pretty exciting race then, which is going to get underway in a couple of moments' time. It's always great to hear from the man on pole, just to get how he's feeling there. It's a pressure position that he has, the most wanted position, yet still you've got to hold your nerve.
Yeah, I always think yesterday he was probably really happy, but it's today he's on pole. He's looking at all those behind him who's got the crosshair on his back. I mean, everyone's out to beat him.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, let's just go back then to James Hayden, who he had here. So gutting, isn't it? When you are a former competitor like James was in MotoGP, World, British Superbikes, he is still so competitive. You come here, you're one chance the whole year, and it doesn't go to plan.
He must be absolutely gutted. But if your bike's not going to work at one race meeting in the air, it's Goodwood Revival. So much more to do here than just race. So obviously he's disappointed. He's a natural racer, but the family still get to have a good day. I mean, if it happened at Knock Hill on a rainy weekend, you know, it's back in the car on the way home, but at least here he's got some things to do.
Absolutely. Well, it is the Glover Trophy, like I mentioned, coming away shortly. For now, let's get back down onto the grid with Ed.
Joe Kulisake, you were 1.7 seconds off, but apparently you had a bit of a problem.
A little bit, yeah. We found the broken suspension part. Anti-roll bar in the front was broken, so we're not sure when it broke, but hopefully putting it back on will at least stay with Andy. He was really on it yesterday, so he's the guy to beat, and we'll see. We'll just have a good, clean race and hopefully come home somewhere in the front.
These two cars are pretty different. Is there a bit where you have an advantage or he has an advantage?
I thought I did on the back straightaway a bit, but looking at our speed traps, he's found something on the back straight, so I think we're pretty much even in that spot, and he's probably, you know, a little much more quicker on the sector one, so we'll see if we can clean it up a little bit.
Joe, best of luck.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Well, we've now heard from the guys in P1 and P2 then on the front row there from Ed. It's just great to get that insight there, and hopefully we can get the guy starting in third as well in a short while. But just explain again about this race, about the Glover Trophy and what to expect.
Well, the Glover Trophy's for these early 60s F1 cars, and it's the really small 1.5 litre engine, tiny engine, 1500, and you know it's apt that it comes after this Graham Hill celebration, because that was when Graham was in his heyday with those cars, and they're so elegant and small, and you'll see them sliding around, very skinny tyres, but these great engines, some of them V12 engines with only 1.5 litre capacity. Incredible.
A very special race then, which we're going to be treated to shortly. But for now, let's go and check out the man in third, Nick Fennell. He's there.
Nick Fennell, it's quite a front row this. I mean, a stunning front row. Are you going to be able to cling on to their coattails?
We'll certainly try. I mean, you know, we're in a good place to start, and we'll see what we can do.
These little 1.5 litre screamers, all you want is, I guess, more power. Small mistakes cost a lot, don't they?
Small mistakes really wipe you out because you've got to keep them on the boil the whole time. And so if you miss a gear or something like that, you've lost a long length.
Now, you'll be striving for perfection. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. And holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
We are now preparing for the Glover Trophy race, which is going to be for the Formula One cars of the period that Graham Hill won his first World Championship in 1962, and where he was so competitive throughout that whole era. It was a time where the cars were pretty small. They had 1500cc engines. You're seeing them coming out of the assembly area now. If you're watching us online as well, or if you're here at Goodwood, I hope you get a good sound effect too, because especially the Ferrari that's going to be sitting on the front row of Joe Kawasaki, that's got a fantastic sound, and we will be listening to the power machinery coming from all of these, the Coventry Climax, the Lotuses, the Lolas, and that Ferrari on the front row. So Bruce, plenty to look forward to here. Andy Middlehurst is the man who's going to be starting from pole position in the Lotus 25, which in its day was also an extremely rapid car.
It was. From the outside of the circuit, of course, it looked remarkably like its predecessor, the Lotus 24. When the bodywork came off, the Lotus 24 still had a space frame chassis, but the Lotus 25 had a monocoque, lighter, stiffer, and far, far better performance. So two of those on the front row with the Ferrari in the middle.
So let's have a look at how they line up on the grid then. And Andy Middlehurst, who's a 7 times winner of this event, effectively, in the Lotus, is on pole position. The Ferrari 1512 is alongside. And then we've got Nick Fennell, who we were speaking to earlier on with Ed Foster. Mark Shaw and Chris Drake are on the second row, a Lotus and a Cooper. Then Philip Behofer in the BRM and John Militovic in the Lotus. And then Richard Wilson in the Cooper Climax. He's 8th on the grid. Martin Stretton, very experienced historic racer, of course, in 9th. Andrew Beaumont in 10th place in his Lotus 24. Further back, we've got a series of Lotuses, some of the older ones. The Lotus 21 of Alex Morton and Dan Collins, then the Brabham of James King, 13th, Patrick Jamin, and then Andreas Dortoni. Then we've got Stefan Jöbstel, John Clark, and Jaap Biljevin. He's having his first outing in this Lotus Climax 18. And then Frank Tuia and Charles McCabe in 20th place. So that's how the top 20 look on the grid. As we go further down the grid, these guys are going to be struggling a little bit more to play the game, but who knows, we may have some cars that are coming through. A few more of the Lotus 18s. They were an earlier model of the Lotus.
They certainly were, and of course Colin Chapman, the designer, owner of Lotus at that point, he was constantly tinkering changes, trying to find ways to just eke out a bit more performance, and famously everything to him should be as light as possible. Weight was not your friend. It did lead to the cars being somewhat fragile, and of course Graham Hill's first 2 seasons were peppered with retirements, but by the start of the 61 World Championship. He'd got it very right indeed.
Yes, he had, and it was the BRM that took the title in 62. It was Ferrari that took the title in 61. Actually, the one Ferrari that we have out here, Bruce, was a car that came along a little bit later in 1965, and it didn't actually win any Grand Prix. Not just this particular car, but I mean they only built 3 of them, the 1512. It didn't actually win any Grand Prix.
No, it didn't, but it won the prize for making the best noise, and the clue's in the name when Ferrari stuck to the size of the engine and the number of cylinders. 15, that's the 1500cc, and 12 for the 12 cylinders, and the 12 is the important number there because it does make an exquisite sound. Will it last all race? It hasn't always managed to do so, Lawrence Soriano's car, but Joe Colasacco drives it very well, and if anybody is going to keep Andy Middlehurst honest, Nick Fennell will have a crack in the other Lotus 25 from the outside the front row. It's going to be a fantastic scrap, but Andy Middlehurst is so on top of that Lotus 25.
And he is such a top driver, Andy Middlehurst, as well, with so much experience in different forms of motorsport over the years. So yeah, he is looking for the victory, and it certainly went well enough for him in qualifying yesterday. He raced Formula 4 back in the early 1980s. He went into rallying, then saloon car racing, and taking titles in the Monroe and Firestone Championships. Production saloons was very much his thing in the 1990s. He went into British touring cars as well, and then dominated in Nissans in the 1990s. So, but the Glover Trophy here has been his very successful event in that Lotus. So we'll see whether he's going to convert the pole position into yet another win, and we'll be looking for battles further behind. There's no doubt about it, from Lotus and Cooper. The first, we've got a Ferrari on the front row, then a couple more Lotuses. Chris Drake then in the Cooper Ford. He lines up 5th on the grid. This was a car that raced back in 1964 at Alton Park, and Chris has had this car since 2018, so there's a chance for Chris to get a good result here today.
And also one thing that's very important in that period, it wasn't just works teams, there were lots of privateer teams, and just taking Chris Drake's example, Bob Gerrard's team, Gerrard Racing, ran the car for John Rhodes and John Taylor, but that's clearly work livery. Green with the yellow for Team Lotus, the team from up in Norfolk, Colin Chapman's team, and number 25 is Andy Middlehurst on pole position, and the sister car, number 29, the outside of the front row, Nick Fennell, without the yellow stripe. And let's see how close they are on the track, but will that Ferrari get in among them? I hope so. And there's the Bob Gerrard Racing crew, 91, and that's Chris Drake, last minute shake of the hand.
Yeah, that's lovely to see. 2-1-1 just behind him, you can see that's John Medishevich in the Lotus BRM. So sometimes the Lotus, when it was a Team Parnell car, Reg Parnell's team, they would actually put a BRM engine rather than Coventry Climax 1500cc. And I was talking to John early, he said it lacks a bit of torque compared to the Coventry Climax. You've got to keep it revving high to be able to get the speed out of it.
I mean, that was always the case with these cars because, of course, what horsepower they have is very limited. In 1966, they said, you know what, 1500cc is not enough. Let's go to 3 litres. And before 1.5, it was 2.5 litres, so it was changing the whole time. But that first season, 1961, it was all about Ferrari. They had an engine that was more than suitable for the preparation of that championship.
Yes, they'd already done well in Formula 2, and basically they converted their Formula 2 engine into a Formula 1 engine. It was perfect timing for them, and that's how Phil Hill went on to win the title, dominate the championship in a way that year. So we're about to see the cars go away on the formation lap. You're looking onto the left of screen, the green and yellow. That's the pole position man of Andy Middlehurst. In the middle, you've got Joe Colasacco in the Ferrari, and on the outside, car number 29 on the right as we look at it, that's Nick Fennell in another ex-Jim Clark car. They're both actually cars that were raced by Jim Clark on the inside and the outside in the early 1960s, and we'll see how they get on when we get to the start of this race.
Coming right up, the BRP class, UDT, Laystall, Yeoman Credit Racing Team, all these privateer teams having a crack at the works, Lotuses and Ferraris. They were the standard bearers. Let's see if they can do so today.
Yes, and in the style of grid as well with the 3-2-3. So it's the formation lap is underway, and the starts will be very, very important, running down towards the Madgwick corner. It's a decent run down towards that first corner, and the key thing about it, unusually for many circuits nowadays, when you get down into the first corner, it's not a big heavy brake and changing down through the gears. You actually carry a lot of speed through this first section. Some great viewing points up on the outside. I do hope everybody up there is enjoying the view right now as the sun is shining down on the cars. Lovely to see everybody there down on the exit of Madgwick Corner, a crucial part of the track because it is a key overtaking area.
It really is, and Madgwick is effectively two corners. There are two apexes there, and if you are on the outside of the track, the grandstand side for the start of the race, you're more than likely going to be on the outside when you get to Madgwick, and if anyone inside comes a little bit wide, you've got to come off the power, and then you'll lose momentum all the way down the long straight to Fordwater. And Fordwater, well, it's probably flat, isn't it? Maybe a little confidence lift, so if you've lost 2 or 3 miles an hour, that will manifest and become more and more, and you'll be ruining the fact that you just weren't quite brave enough. Your foot came off the throttle, but preservation is a good thing too.
Into St Mary's and then down towards Lavant. This is sort of the most distant corner, if you like, from the pits. So then they start heading back again on this clockwise circuit, the aerodrome circuit, but with a few more little ups and downs to the nature of the circuit than many other aerodrome circuits that were picked up after the war. This definitely has a little bit more elevation change in it and some slightly odd cambers, which is all part of the fun and games.
It is an experience here, knowing where there's the odd bump or so that may just unsettle your car, and we call it the Lavant Straight, but of course it's even got a kink in it at the start, and then at the end it does a very funny thing. You need to position the car on the building, towards the building, straight ahead from you, and suddenly the track is 1-2 car widths narrower, just at the point you need a little bit more width for a bit of overtaking, and the car's just approaching that point right now.
Yeah, this is one of the key areas. Trying to overtake here, it's not impossible, but it is tricky, as you say, because it's easy to get blocked out. Then you come through the right-hander, and then you get a quick acceleration before a heavy brake into the chicane, and that sometimes does allow some overtaking. But it's really, once you're into the chicane, there's one line through it, so you don't really want to be going in there side by side.
But one of the many, many advantages of these early 1960 Formula 1 cars is the fact they're very narrow. They're about as small as they can be. So in comparison to the Can-Am, McLarens and things we've seen in some of the other races, there's a little bit more space, but it still is only really one line through that chicane.
So here we go then, the car's heading down to line up on the grid, and we are going to see how the Glover Trophy is going to work its way out here, and there's a lot of excitement building up as we look forward to Formula 1 cars from the early 1960s in great form now, beautifully restored, rebuilt, many of them shining and in their original trim as well. But the man Andy Middlehurst that you're looking at right now on our screens is the man that we are expecting to take the victory after an impressive pole position at a 1 minute 22.6 yesterday compared to 124.4. But Joe Colasaco, as we heard, did have a problem, suspension problems on the Ferrari, so there could be a little more pace out of that car. Which of them is going to be faster off the line? Who's going to make the better start? We're about to find out. The Glover Trophy at the Goodwood Revival is all set to get underway. They're revving the engines, the flag flies, and we are underway, and it is a good start for the Ferrari, and Joe gets away slightly better than Andy, but it's going to be side by side down into the first corner, and Andy Middlehurst does actually pick up enough pace. Obviously got a good engine there that gave him that energy to get in front as they went into the first corner. Now let's just watch behind to see if anybody's battling hard. It's a nice little battle going on behind them at the moment. Chris Drake in the number 91 trying to hold on to that next position, and in through Fordwater, flat out through here, and now trying to get a feel for the car.
Yeah, really interesting start. Just a little more punch off the grid from the 1512 Ferrari, Joe Colasaco, but before they'd even got down to the first corner, it was Andy Middlehurst putting his stamp on this race. The second of the Lotus 25s with Nick Fennell into the compression and up the rise into Lavant Corner. The first 4 cars starting to make a break, with Chris Drake fourth in that line, having started 5th in the field.
I think Mark Shaw missed out a bit. He's lost a couple of places. My goodness, that was very close to contact there, wasn't it?
It might have been Andrew Beaumont, who's a single-digit number on the nose of that Lotus, but other cars were turning right, and he wasn't at Lavant. But the first 2 are now starting to make a break, and again in a straight line. The Ferrari's a bit quicker, but because Andy Middlehurst knows this Lotus 25 so well, he just gets it round the corners all the better. But it's super tight in the midfield.
Well, we're just looking down the field, but as you see, Andy Middlehurst does have the advantage as they come through the chicane for the first time, trying to keep it neat and tight. There's a bit more battling going on, and he's opened up a bit, as you say, through the corners. Andy Middlehurst definitely has the advantage. Colasaco in second, Fennell is in 3rd place. Chris Drake is still up there. He's in 4th position, but the one who lost out, as I mentioned, was Mark Shaw, number 99. He's dropped down to 6th place. He started 4th, so he's missed out on a few places. There's Chris Drake. in the Cooper, and he's gone well here in the past. Let's see how he gets on this time. Can he get a podium finish today? He's going to have to push a little bit harder and try and find a way past Nick Fennell if he's to do that.
Right, how long is this race, Ben? It's 25 minutes. A little bit of time. What we often see in Glover Trophy races, it's about being able to keep your tyres sweet all the way through. I mean, it's standard, it's motor racing, but certainly you need experience. And who did we lose there? Was that Philip Buhofer? No, it was Philip Buhofer with the green helmet. That's car number 3. But that was a good save, because we know a lot of people go for a little spot of farming on the exit of St Mary's.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Philip, the Swiss driver. That's an ex-Graham Hill car, funnily enough, that he drove in 1964 and 1965. But Graham didn't probably take that same line, thankfully, but he's got back on the track and he's still going. So there you are looking at Chris Drake. Chris is still running in 4th place, but there is our race leader, Andy Middlehurst. As we kind of expected, he's got away well. He's being chased by the Ferrari of Joe Colasacco, but it's not quite working out. And then as we come down through the order, they're looking at Richard Wilson going through in the Cooper, and then that little error from Philip. Let's have a look at this. I don't know if we're looking at the same. No, we're looking at a bit of smoke actually coming from one of the cars.
It's Martin Stretton's car that's smoking away a little bit there, so he's tumbling down the order. That's unfortunate. Sorry, it's not. It's Sam Wilson who's dropping back from 6th place by the looks of things.
All right. Okay, so we'll see how that goes. But Martin Stretton has dropped back as well.
Okay, no, it is Stretton further back. In fact, Sam Wilson, they've both got a dark blue helmet with bright green swirls atop, so I jumped the wrong way. But look, first to second, it's opening out all the time. It was 1 second at the end of lap 1. It's 1.7 seconds at the end of lap 2. Halfway round lap 3, you can still see Andy Middlehurst, so much poise. And just to reiterate, that Lotus 25, the first car in Formula 1 with a monocoque, lighter, stiffer, and we all know a brilliantly stiff chassis really, really helps transfer the performance of the car through the tyres down onto the track.
There is Martin Stretton with the smoke coming from the back of the car, and that is looking a little bit unfortunate. Martin, who's won the Glover Trophy in the past himself, he's always very, very rapid in all forms of historic classic racing cars, but that is not looking good, is it?
Yeah, he's chasing around after Patrick Jamin in the Wilmette Racing, the famous red livery with the white stripes. So a French driver enjoying a British car on British soil. But yeah, anyone behind Martin will be finding life a little more slippery than they'd like it to be.
Good battles going on. We saw James King actually involved in that little battle that's just inside the top 10 there. So this is all looking quite insane. 22, that's James King in the Brabham, and he's under a bit of pressure at the moment, isn't he? From the number 26 and Andrea Stortini.
Well, he's just yes, he is under pressure. Very tidy exit. Now, a little story about James King. As a student from America, he twisted his family's arm.
He's just lost the inside, actually.
Lost the place, so he's gone the other way. Stortoni moving up through. That's Andrea Stortoni, ex Marston Gregory car, and in those days, of course, lots of drivers drove each car because they got moved around between the teams. But just going back to James King, that number 22, the green and gold Brabham, he came over and saw Dan Gurney win the French Grand Prix at Rouen, the first win for Brabham chassis in Formula 1. He went back to the States, continued his education, came back to the UK to start his racing career in the next decade. A lovely story, and here he is, 58 years on from that win at Rouen, and he owns the car and he races it and drives it very well indeed.
Oh, that's lovely to see. And there we can see still James King's trying to battle away and keep a bit more positioning here if possible. Oh, we've got a bowl. No, what a shame. That is John Milicevic, and it's got a broken right front suspension, and thankfully he's been able to pull off to the side without making contact, and I think that probably just snapped. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think it's just the front wishbone onto the lower front upright has broken away for some reason.
That's Alex Morton, and sliding to the edge. It's 2-0, 20-0, isn't it? Not 2-1-1. Anyhow, I was going to say, listen to the engine notes. You can pick out the climax. That's the majority of the cars in the field. The second place Ferrari, much more aggressive sound. And goes up from Joe Colasacco.
That is a great shame. It looks as though the Ferrari is not going to be running much longer. And you did say to me earlier, Bruce, that you've seen this a few times. The Ferrari running well up front here at Goodwood doesn't always last the race distance.
I wish I hadn't said that now, but anyhow.
You didn't say it there.
Look, that's true. You gave my secret away. But the thing about these cars, they're very quick, they're very small. I mean, the cigar tube shape, it stands the test of time, still looks brilliant on the front cover of the box of Waddington's Formula 1 game. However, they were always fragile, and Lotuses most famously were very, very fragile indeed. Almost always the quickest car once they got to the Lotus 25, and in the hands of Jimmy Clark. And look at the helmet, Jimmy Clark replica, blue with the white visor strip. when you know how to drive these cars like Andy Middlehurst does, it's amazing anyone can keep up. And it just shows that performance that Joe Colasacco did have in Lawrence Oriana's Ferrari. But alas, it's not the first car in this race to have a pop. Hopefully that'll be the last. We've still got 18 minutes to go. They are fragile, little engines producing a lot of power.
You were right, yeah, and of course about Colin Chapman always wanting everything to be light, and that always didn't make things as reliable as they perhaps could have been. It did worry some drivers. The other aspect that Colin Chapman, I'm sure, won't be a problem for these guys because they've done plenty of races at Goodwood, is he didn't want much fuel in the cars, did he? He was always saying to the mechanics, can't we take a bit more fuel out? And they would often put in a little bit extra because he nearly always made them run out of fuel.
Yes, Colin. Yes, Colin. Yes, we did exactly as you said, Colin. But that was that burning desire for victory, but really cutting it as fine as he possibly could. Now, some of the earlier cars, you know, you could really see how from 61 to 65 they just moved on so quickly. From a distance, they don't look enormously different, but look at that dark red Lotus 18 in the background. Unfortunately, that was very slow away from the grid. That's got an Alfa Romeo engine. It was one that raced in South Africa. They couldn't always afford to have the Climax engines, and for some reason, the Alfa Romeo was very popular there. But in terms of horsepower, I'm afraid Brad Hoyt is still looking for it.
So Andy Middlehurst is now lapping many of these cars. He's got a huge lead now because we've lost the Ferrari from the field. He now has an advantage of some 10 seconds over Nick Fennell, but what it does mean is Mark Shaw is up into a potential podium finishing position. He's only 1.2 seconds behind Fennell, so that's a good close battle indeed, and we'll see how that goes. And then we've got a few other drivers that are having in their own battles, but Andy Middlehurst absolutely on his own, looking for an 8th victory in the Goodwood Trophy in this ex-Jim Clark Lotus, and it looks so elegant, so neat and tidy. In the days before they added wings, they didn't have the aerodynamic aspect of the cars providing lots of downforce then. They just tried to reduce the amount of drag that they had in a straight line, and of course because they just had a 1500cc engine, they could keep that engine cover very low, drop the engine down as low as possible. Centre of gravity was vital to them.
Yeah, so in 1966, the year after this period came to an end, up to 3 litres, much bigger engines, and I've got a book with these amazing photographs of just the exhaust pipe shapes as they were trying to make things as aerodynamic with a much bigger lump in the back. And of course Graham Hill, we've just celebrated 60 years since his first victory, which is in with one of the cars in this race. However, as we saw with his grandson Josh driving a car with one of those amazing vestigial wings, they were looking in 68 for ways of getting downforce, and they came up with some wacky solutions. The high wings eventually too dangerous, banned, bring them down low.
But wings have become a thing ever since then, of course, such a crucial part of Formula One, and even current Formula One. A lot of it is about changing the rules with regard to wings and aerodynamics that keeps adjusting the whole Formula One scene. Back in the 1960s, this early 1960s, it was just about body shape, trying to reduce drag. And as you said, some of them a bit more square. The Lotus 18 is definitely more square than the later Lotus 21, for example, and then the 25 itself.
I do need to apologise, that was 2:11 pulling off. I thought it was 2:0, but then we're seeing 2:0. That's Alex Morton pressing on in that Lotus Climax 21. So he was one that didn't have the suspension problem, and he should be now in the top 10. Andy Middlehurst nearly 14 seconds are good. He's got this one in the bag, but he's still got to go for a quarter of an hour further, and that's not always a guaranteed element in these races.
No, of course, when you're racing cars that are in the 1960s, reliability is not always guaranteed, as we've seen already from a couple of cars. We've seen the Ferrari drop out, and we saw John Milicevic have that problem with a broken front suspension as well, so that can always happen.
Yeah, and Martin Stretton, we saw him leaking fluid. He is retired, and unfortunately number 2 as well, Federico Buratti, one of the Lotus BRMs, car number 2, that has also parked up. So we've lost 4, but we've still got 23, and they still look fantastic.
They run on quite narrow tyres too, didn't they, when they were racing in the early 1960s, and still as they are now. And you can see there's the Lotus 18, the slightly more square machine that we just saw briefly. As we go back to the Lotus 21, which is definitely more rounded and looking for more of that straight line speed. Through St Mary's and down towards a heavy braking area, but nonetheless these single seaters, you can see they're pretty stable under braking. We'll watch some of the saloon cars coming down there later, and really they slide around all over the place. With these light cars, they can brake really quite late. They are in a straight line by the time they get on the brakes, so it makes the braking a bit more stable.
Right, a few changes of places. Well, the key one is Philip Buhofer. We saw him sliding a little bit wider out of St Mary's. He's just moved from 5th back to 4th, so he's the top BRM driver in this race, BP261. His next target, well, he's 4 seconds down on Mark Shaw, But, what could have been? Mark Shaw, there he is, car number 99 with the blue and white helmet, and he's getting rather close to Nick Fennell. Last time around he took a third of a second. This time he looks like he's taken even more, so the charge is on. And again, a driver who made a mistake. He was starting, I think, 4th on the grid. Yes, he was 4th. He made a terrible start, fell down to 6th, and he's been recovering ever since.
So this could be a battle for second, as you say. This is going to be interesting after that difficult getaway, and certainly using a lot of road there. Nick Fennell just up ahead of him. So we've got a lovely close-up view, the open-face crash helmet as well that would have been used in the early 1960s. And he is getting that little bit closer. But can he now make it work in terms of the sector times that they've done? That first sector, he was 0.2 faster than the car ahead. So he is bringing that gap down just a little bit. He was under a second behind when they came over the line last time. And you can see the determination and desire in his face as he chases after Fennell.
Well, look, Nick, Ben, think back to your racing days. If you have a car just in front and you can just feel you're getting marginally closer, that doesn't half give you the get up and go. And this is the older Lotus. This is the Lotus 21 from 1961, raced by Jim Clark. He went down to South Africa, won 2 non-championship Formula 1 races there and the Grand Prix. He got his season off to a flying start, but it wasn't to be, of course, for him that year. It was very close.
Here's a chance because they're in traffic, so there is an opportunity, but it didn't quite work. I wondered whether it was going to slow them both down a little bit and that he was going to be able to take advantage, but Nick Fennell just held on to second place from Mark Shaw, but Mark Shaw's putting the pressure on. The bright yellow wheels on the Lotus, very classic colour scheme from Lotus.
Absolutely so. The mustard fields of Norfolk, I think that was the indication. Or the Canaries that the Dutch weavers brought across back long before. Well done for Nick Taylor keeping out of the way in that Scuderia Colonia. Lotus 18 wouldn't have the pace, but it's a question. Is it a question of when, not if? I don't know, because you can be sure that Nick Fennell's not going to leave the door open if he possibly can help it.
So let's have a look at how close. So we're now coming onto the main straight here, where you really do pick up the pace. Over 140 miles an hour for the race leader Andy Middlehurst. That's the sort of pace he's doing down here, but it is a difficult place to overtake because it's fairly easy to block the entrance here, so there's a little bit of movement. Now you've got to get this neat and tidy through the final part of Woodcote up towards the chicane. He has a little think about going up the inside, decides against it. Now it's about corner exit.
It really is, and if you can make the driver in front make a little mistake, go a little too deep into the chicane, then they're not going to get a good clean exit. Now that was a misgear.
That was a misgear, yeah.
But for Nick Fennell, clearly, and we were talking about good exit speed, but that example of physics wasn't exactly how he expected it to be. Will Nick Fennell be able to carry on and get to the podium, or will Buhoffer?
Slowing down a lot. That isn't just a missed gear. When we say a missed gear, what we're saying is that when he went from one gear to another, sometimes you don't get into the gear and you have to go again. That's what it looked like, but no, it's more than that. There's a definite mechanical problem going on.
There really is, and we talked about Philip Buhoffer rising from 5th to 4th, and as Nick Fennell trickles his way back in, he's not going to come the whole way round. Philip Buhoffer's now in 3rd, and he's lapping faster than Mark Shaw, so the driver who had a little error could yet, well, he's going to be on the podium, could yet be in 2nd place.
I tell you what, Nick Fennell told us there how experienced he is of Goodwood, because he's done a brilliant job of knowing exactly where to park that car, that there will be they don't need to bring out a yellow flag, they don't need to bring out a safety car. He's put it in a completely safe place. I'm sure it's happened to him before here at Goodwood, and I hope it doesn't happen too often in the future for him.
No, very, very wise indeed. And also these cars are amazingly valuable, and the last thing you want to do is leave it sort of in the field of fire.
Yeah, no, but he did a great job. He's moved it over, he's stopped it early to prevent more damage. But I'll tell you what, Shaw's really still pushing on hard. Great shot, as you can see, as the concentration, the focus, and I think that was, you don't always get to see that in modern motor racing.
No,
but it is so important.
And also you can still see more of the shoulders, you can get the driver's movement, not as much as the 1950s Grand Prix car, but there is still some absolute key. But again, with open face helmets, those who still choose to wear. Great little battle we're looking up here, rather further down the field, just out of the top 10. In 12th place, it's car number 56, that's John Clark, a Yeoman Credit racer, the Cooper.
Yeah, Dan Collins has just gone past him, hasn't he, in the number 21 car, so they're having a good little battle there. That is for 12th position.
But it's Cooper against Lotus. It's exactly as it was in the day. But at this point, Lotus, after those 2 World Championships in 59 and 60 with the previous type of Formula 1 with the bigger engines, 2.5 litre, then when it went to the smaller class from 61 onwards, Lotus just moved ahead of Cooper.
Yes, that's right. Cooper's time with the mid-engined car was the late 50s, as you say. With the slightly bigger engine, it didn't work for them quite so effectively when they brought in the 1500cc category. He's just lost out a little bit on that last lap, so easing off. And this is a good bit of pace now coming up from Dan Collins in another of the Lotus 21s. So this was a car driven by Stirling Moss in his Ireland and Jim Clark at various times in their careers. So it has tremendous history as well, and it's now up into 12th, no, a little bit higher, into 11th position. So up front, our race leader, Andy Middlehurst, has a lead now of some 20 seconds. There he is. So he's lapping this little group now of cars that are in 11th and 12th position.
Right, the battle we really wanted to see, because Philip Buhofer in third is faster than Mark Shaw, but we've got, what, 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock, so taking a second a lap is not quite going to be enough. But hold on, let's think about it. We've got 7.5 minutes to go. We're lapping in 1 minute 25, so it could have as many as 5 more laps. So in fact, it is enough to get on the tail of Mark Shaw and take a tilt for a possible second place. But no one surely can do anything about the driver of car 25, the supreme Andy Middlehurst in the supreme car in this field, the Lotus 25.
Yeah, I mean, it was the most competitive car when it was racing in Formula One, with Jim Clark absolutely dominating to take the title with it. That monocoque chassis, which worked so well, and which then everybody started to copy in the world of Formula One, building monocoque chassis, because that stiffness and lightness of the chassis delivered so much performance. Jim Clark adored it, looked after the car so well. He was one of the great drivers who could actually nurture a car to the checkered flag in a day, which, as we've seen today, cars often break down from this era. They would then as well, and he was one of those drivers who just looked after it the whole way. He had the incredible pace, but he also had awareness.
Yeah, and one of the drivers who, even in the 50s, the cars were bigger, more solid state, but even then, I remember interviewing long ago the great loss this year, Tony Brooks. What a master craftsman, but he said, yeah, he was a fast driver, but I finished races. But also, that wasn't to say that Tony wasn't fast, but he really was aware that you don't break these. No. They'll break themselves given half a chance.
That's right. Well, there was a little thank you wave there, I think, from Mark Shaw, as he was putting a lap on the number 55 car of Jaap Bjeljeven, who's having his first outing in that car this weekend, so I hope he's enjoying himself. That's one of the Lotus 18s, number 55 there, the more square version, but still got this potential battle going on. So there is the number 3 car of Philip Buhofer, who had that little off, if you remember. He went onto the grass, lost a bit of time as a result, but he is just gradually catching up. That last lap he gained over a second, so the gap is now about 1.5 seconds between them.
Yeah, so I was doing the little maths, and first thinking, no, he can't possibly catch him in time. He certainly could. He could catch him by the end of this lap, if not halfway around the next one. Suddenly, having been safe in that second place, Mark Shaw is having the gap cut right down. He lost Nick Fennell. Now he's got another problem.
Yeah, because he's got traffic ahead, and he's got to get past it quickly in order to keep the other car behind by going through. Ooh, the car just touching the grass, so he hasn't managed to get through yet, and he's still got the threat from behind, so he's got to watch out here.
Yeah, Sid Hall's Cooper is just unfortunately right in the way, but didn't interrupt him too much in the chicane. He now is looking to get a slipstream. These low cars don't get much of a slipstream, but whatever he can get, whatever part of the toe, he's determined to get up the inside before Madgwick, and only just gets past the Cooper. Now Philip Buhofer may be able to take a wider line and have a better exit from the corner, but then he had to have the tighter line through the second part of Madgwick. But now they've got clear of the traffic. Let's see what is going to happen. The clock is counting down. 4.5 minutes remain.
Philip did that well, actually. He got in there quite bravely. That was a good, brave move, safe move, but he went for it. He knows he's got a chance of taking second place here, so he wasn't going to wait too long to get past the other one, and he is now chasing down again. So on that last lap again, he was quicker than Shaw, so this change for second is definitely on the cards. Philip Buhofer trying to get that little bit closer, but Shaw is keeping his focus at the moment, as we can see from that open helmet. We don't have an open helmet for Philip, so we can't quite see the expression on his face, but the car is working very, very well. This is the BRM, so it's the ex Graham Hill car. Is it going to be able to get into second place?
Actually, just when there was there was no traffic in front of them, suddenly Philip Buhofer in the number 3 BRM lost a little bit of the margin. He got it down to half a second, and I don't know if there was a poor gear change or whatever it was, out through Madgwick. Look, he's lost a fair bit of ground. Interesting. He did all the catching. Maybe he pushed too hard too soon.
Yeah, they've definitely lost a little bit of time, and for the moment, Mark Shaw, he makes a little error there. I don't really think he would have lost too much time. He kept his foot in, but he definitely kicked up a bit of dust on the grass there on the outside. Now that lap he did was a 25.6. It was
He's responded.
quicker to Buhofer, who did a 27.1.
But when he came back over the curbs on the exit of the chicane, you could look at his face with the open face helmet. I can sense him sucking through his teeth. Going,
I love that picture of the focus though. And he's looking in his mirror. Oh good, he's still quite a long way away. He has to move his head over to get a good view out of the mirror.
Right, 2 seconds. He gained 1.5 seconds in his fight back to retain that second position. So Mark Shaw pushing on. Meanwhile, 21 seconds up the road in the lead. Andy Middlehurst putting on another masterclass. Who else is making the moves? Chris Drake still hanging on to 4th place, and Sam Wilson's risen to 5th, and the person who's Andrea Stortoni was the one who's lost out in recent laps. He's fallen back to 8th place overall. So Andrew Beaumont is now the last driver in the top 6, which would have been the last one scoring points back then.
Yes, top 6 then and scored points, not the top 10 as it is and the current regulation. So there's our race leader with just over 2 minutes to go. Andy Middlehurst is lapping these cars very, very effectively, driving beautifully, isn't he? And the car just looks so elegant on track, even though in some ways you think the ride height is quite high. That's just the way the cars were designed, and of course they used to run on quite bumpy surfaces a lot of the time.
And it was the last period in Formula 1 in which narrow tyres were there, because then suddenly the slicks arrived, they got wider and wider, and obviously they had to have wider tyres with all the extra aerodynamics they were finding through the late 60s.
The suspension was always something of Colin Chapman's love as well. He created some fantastic independent suspension in the 1950s and then continued to create it. And it really has become a system of suspension design that then got copied by pretty much everybody.
Absolutely so, and of course in the next era, when the 3-litre era and the arrival of Ford DFE, of course the suspension could then be hung off the engine, which was a stressed member for the first time, and much like the Lotus 25 suddenly added lightness and stiffness, so too did the fact that the Ford DFE could have the parts hung on it. You could put some other parts in the bin, you had all the torsion rigidity that you really needed. But really, the Lotus 25, fittingly with that 25 on the body, fittingly with the Jim Clark replica helmet, was the car of the end of this period.
So elegant.
65.
And that inboard front suspension, so you can't see the spring and damper at the front, you can see it at the back of the car, you can see the spring damper unit at the back, which provides the energy in the suspension, but in the front it's hidden away in the monocoque chassis, and that is to get the airflow through the car. That was reducing drag. It was something that they picked up on very early on and created. That was another aspect of the car, but they weren't the only ones to do that, but it was an aspect that was being well utilised in the early 1960s.
Now Philip Buhofer still in 3rd place, going on to what is the start of the final lap. He gave it a really good lick. Remember, he ran off the circuit at St Mary's, only just lost ground, but the last few laps for him have been slower. Mark Shaw reacted. Don't forget, the gap came down to under half a second. Mark nearly dropping the car last time around out of the chicane. This time he's absolutely nailed it. He's not going to win the race, but second place surely is now in his hands.
The race time has come to 0, and when the leader comes back around, it will be to see the checkered flag for the Glover Trophy here at the Goodwood Revival on a glorious Saturday after a great job in qualifying, which saw him take pole position by 2 seconds virtually. He has taken dominance in this race. A great start, a good run down into the first corner. He has controlled the race from the very beginning. He's now into the final corner, and it is Andy Middlehurst once again in the Lotus 25 who wins the Glover Trophy at the Goodwood Revival, celebrating to see the checkered flag. And it's a big, big margin. Now it looks like it's going to be Mark Shaw who's going to come home his second in another Lotus, the earlier Lotus 21. He's going to come through in 2nd place. It's car number 99. It's the second of those two. He's had a really good race, and it's nice to see him punching the air. And 3rd place there, Philip Buhofer, who challenged for that 2nd place for a little while. And there you can see them both looking pretty happy, actually, with the way things have gone. Well done to the two of them. They've scored excellent podium finishes as a result. And of course it was a shame to lose Joe Colasacco in the Ferrari fairly early, because he was running in a strong 2nd place, couldn't quite keep up with Andy Middlehurst, but it was lovely to hear that flat 12 engine screaming around the circuit. Sadly, it didn't last for whatever reason.
For whatever reason, it's possibly a tuppeny, threepenny piece, or maybe something that cost just a few lira. But towards the end of the race, I just want to pick out the fact that Philip Buhofer regathered his senses and closed right in, just 1.1 seconds off the tail of Mark Shaw on the end of that final lap. 18 laps in the bag, they'll have all enjoyed it thoroughly.
Chris Drake ended up in 4th place in the number 91 car. And then we saw the number 14 car, Richard Wilson. So he started in 8th, ended up in 5th place. So that certainly gained him a few places as well. And the top 6 was completed by Andrew Beaumont in another Lotus 24. But our race winner there, a dominant race win for Andy Middlehurst, with so much success in his career, and he's won so many times in this particular car as well. He's won at Monaco, the historic race at Monaco. He's won many times too, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's just totally on top of this car. He really knows. He's a quick driver, but he also he understands how it should be set up for the various circuits as well. Of course, how you set it up for Goodwood is totally different from Monaco. But I reckon also the decades of his racing and rallying experience, but the diversity, that really helps. And the fact he's one of those very, very technical drivers. But he's an expert in this, and he's done it yet again at Goodwood.
But it still means a lot to him to win a race like this at Goodwood in a Formula One car from the 1960s, when it was a period of such great success for British drivers and for British teams. Yes, Phil Hill won the championship as an American driver in 1961. But then it was the Brits who were dominating in 62 with Graham Hill. That's what we're celebrating this weekend, the 60 years. 63, it was Jim Clark. 64, John Surtees, when he was driving for Ferrari, but it was still a British driver who took the victory. And then in 65, Jim Clark took another title. So for different British drivers, we saw a lot of World Championship titles in this 1.5 litre period.
It really was a time of rich picking. It was a time Formula One had a sudden boost in its development, but then it settled down. Then the cars became larger and larger. If you put one of these cars next to a contemporary Formula One car, put it on the far side, you wouldn't see it.
No, I know. When you stand alongside a modern Formula One car, I'm always a bit blown by how big it is. They are huge, and yet they still go racing hard and wheel to wheel. So look at this. Congratulations to our top 3 finishers, and it's lovely to see some shots. And we've got a chance to catch up with them with Ed Foster.
Right, what a race that was. Philip Buhofer, we're going to need to get your helmet off. What a fantastic race it was. A little 1.5 litre slipstreamer of a race, which was great. Just give you a second to get everything off, the hands, the helmet, the mask. Philip, there was a moment there when I thought you were going to have Mark for second.
Well, I was too many times in the grass. I gave him too much chances and too many mistakes, but in the end I'm very happy. The car is great. I can improve, but for me, I'm totally happy to be here on the 3rd place.
Wonderful, congratulations. Right, let's find Mark. Where is he? He's over here. Follow me, Ed. Mind the tyres and exhausts. Mark, blimey, the hunter became the hunted then. It was a quite busy race for you.
Yeah, it was. Didn't quite the start I wanted, but I probably ended up better than I was expecting, so yeah, pretty good.
And you managed to hold off Philip in the final laps?
Yeah, I must admit I didn't realise it was Philip. I saw that orange nose cone getting closer. I thought I was kind of, no man's land, but then I had to speed it up a little bit. But great race for us, yeah.
Well done, Mark. Right, let's see if we can catch Andy here. Andy, an 8-time winner of the Glover Trophy. That must sound good.
Yeah, I must admit that this time I thought I was going to get a bit of stick from Colasacco, but I got a good start and got away, and I just drove flat out. I did see the pit board, but I just decided that was it. I'll just flat out for as many laps as there was.
When you're flat out in this, there's not many people who can compete. Well done.
Thank you.
30 of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
Now the TT cars are about to go out and most of the second drivers have rushed off to the pits, but we've got a couple here, Manuel Pirot, Romain Dumas. If I can just jump in. Romain, how much tactics do you have for these sessions?
Not much. Well, not to be disrespectful for the for the quality of the race, but just our car didn't run yesterday, so the tactic is just to share this half an hour and have track times. For me, really, I try to drive the best I can, but if you start doing all tactics and stuff, then you get into the spiral of wanting more and more and more, and then you might as well do modern racing. I think tactic is to give as much value as possible to the car you're driving, and if something comes in terms of result, it's very welcome anyway.
Manuel, thank you. Romain, let's get you in. Romain, you're showing with Mr. Shepherd. How are you finding the Cobra?
Oh, yesterday was very nice. I mean, for sure we are already very fast, even faster than last year, surprisingly, but the weather is very good. So yeah, let's see today. For sure we not gain a lot of time, but we enjoy a lot. You know, it's the best event, always repeat. I mean, it's why you see so many different people. I mean, looks agreed today, it's amazing. So a lot of fun. Let's see what happens. We have like even more power than last year. You know, it's always like that, you know, on this Cobra more and more. Unfortunately, the chassis is still the same, and the brake also, and the tires also. So let's see, but for sure we'll have a lot of fun.
Goodwood was obviously pegged the Cobra's back and raised the ride height. And Bill Shepherd, the owner of the car, was trying to persuade us all that actually it was the ride height change that's improved it, but it's not, is it? It's the power.
You know, at the end of the day, I'm not really convinced, let's say like that with the tires we have, that the ride height could do or can do or is doing a lot of difference. You know, when you see, when I'm driving, how the car is handling, I'm not so convinced that the ride height is doing a big difference.
Romain, it's an amazing grid, this one. Which cars are you looking out for?
Well, I think normally, you know, Jenson Button and New Way is, I think, the best car. We are joking with them a lot. We told them they have to take care when they put the 7 gears on the straight. Now, normally this car will be fast. A lot of cars, you know, and at the end, don't forget, it's a 1 hour race. As we saw the last 2-3 years, you need to have a good reliability. And for sure, we always struggle a lot with the rear tires. So let's see, you know, during a long stint, what's going on.
Romain, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, the cars are just leaving the assembly area now, so perfect time to go to the comms team.
Thanks very much, Ed. So what we're looking forward to then is another practice session. As we heard, they got out yesterday to have a little play, but this will be a key race this weekend, Keith, because it's something that you and I are going to look forward to tomorrow afternoon. It's sort of, in some ways, the climax of the whole event. It'll be a 1 hour race.
Yeah, it really is. And listening to Romain Dumas saying, talking about a little bit, he just alluded to tyres there as well, and a couple of other little bits of setup that are really going to make the difference over a race that long.
Yeah, well, the tyres they use here at Goodwood are hard tyres. They don't provide a lot of grip. It's the same for all of them. And that's partly why we see the cars sliding around. That's what we love to see. We don't want to see them just sort of gripped solidly to the tarmac.
You're a solid car man and a good driver. How much difference does it make, the evolution of a 1 hour race? Something like tyre pressures, you can end up with too much of a ballooning effect. If they get too hot, you get less grip at that point, but of course you want them to spread out on the track a little bit with a lower tyre pressure perhaps later in a race as well. How much difference do those sort of subtleties make?
Well, I think with these tyres it makes less difference than it does in a lot of modern race tyres that are developed for modern racing. So they have come up with tyres here for Goodwood that are very resilient, pretty hard, not providing too much grip, and in a way that's on purpose, and that's sort of what you could almost hear. So a subtle change on the car that you were talking about, the ride height that Romain Dumas was talking about, that's sort of why, because he knows that there's not a lot of grip from these tyres.
Yeah, I was going to say, he was fairly dismissive about ride height.
Most modern cars, you can make a subtle change like that and it will make a big difference to the handling, but with these cars it's a slightly bigger deal.
It's probably why they enjoy coming here and driving these so much, because it's down at the end of the day to actually sticking it in as hard as you can and making sure that you get the best from your car. There's plenty of room for error and fun and games, I feel.
And we've got a beautiful selection of cars, and I think that's really what we're looking at here. For example, a beautiful AC Cobra. Now this car, actually, I think this car could be one we're going to be watching. They had a slight mechanical problem with it yesterday, the number 94 car. It's being driven by Alex Brundle. I think Alex is in the car right now, and Bobby Verdon Rowe. It's a good combination of drivers. I saw Alex briefly earlier, and he was pretty happy with the way the car felt until they had that mechanical problem, which did put them out a little early. But I think they're going to be reasonably competitive, mind you, a bit like Romain Dumas and the others were saying. He thinks the Jensen, Button, Harrison, Newey car could be the one to beat, but let's keep an eye on this, because I think this is going to be one of the pace setters.
Already though, very confident in the way he's throwing it around. I mean, it's slithering all over the track, white line to white line, and it's just, it's, mind you, they've been standing around for a while, haven't they, these drivers? They want to get out there and have some fun in the sunshine here at Goodwood.
Yeah,
it does bring out the best in a driver, doesn't it? Or a rider, even if we talk about motorcycles as well. This kind of weather, consistent over the 3 days, you can really get down to it. You're working your way through any kind of problems that you're having with your bike or your car, and slowly but surely you're getting nearer and nearer the pace.
It's a great looking car, isn't it? It looks like it's got eyes on the front, and it's going nice and quickly, this Cobra. Part of the AC combination, of course, a British manufacturer with American horsepower that works so well. Let's have a look at how the lap times are looking as it comes over the line. It's going to be up somewhere near the top, but it's actually fourth fastest at the moment, 1:27.6. So the fastest car that we've got out there at the moment is the number 13 car. That's going quickly again, as it did yesterday. That's the Sean Lynn and Jimmy Johnson car, but this one has just gone at a good relative pace. They're all in the 1:27s in that top group. Austin Healey smoking away there. Just saw it briefly as it went past, and that isn't looking terribly encouraging.
That's definitely going to be a retirement in this session for the moment. You mentioned Jimmy Johnson there. I was actually surprised how quick he got down to Goodwood yesterday. Really enjoyed his outings. So keep an eye out for the what is he, 7 times NASCAR champion. The man certainly knows how to pedal, and he's been quick in IndyCar as well. He's been very impressive actually in IndyCar, I think, as he's moved across. So discipline is not necessarily a bar to Jimmy Johnson's performances, that's for certain.
Yeah, it does look like the Austin Healey, sadly, is going to come to an early end in this session.
Got a way to go yet to get home as well.
Yeah, at least they've got till tomorrow.
Love this camera. You can look down on the cars working their way through Woodcote down towards the chicane. It's right up on the massive great crane, and of course we wouldn't have the privilege of that if we'd had thunderstorms and rain as we've had in recent times elsewhere. Goodwood seems to have its own ecosystem here, though. It's always sun shining.
This car's just gone fastest. It's just gone fastest. Gordon Shedden, I'm pretty sure, is in the car at the moment, and this was quick yesterday as well. They actually set the 3rd fastest time together, but it looks as though he's working quite hard at the wheel, doesn't it?
Working quite hard and enjoying every second of it as well, I suppose. A man who's used to using all of the curves and a bit more at places like Knock Hill.
Yes.
He wouldn't be scared of anything here, I suppose, but he's drifting the thing through really neat and tidily from white line to white line, a little bit of inside curb as well. Pretty impressive actually as he gets down in the dip where it compresses the suspension. I think he was waiting for the compression to gather it up with a bit of grip.
Well, it's lovely to watch a superstar touring car driver in a historic car like the AC Cobra and delivering us some fantastic shots as well. As we look at the TVR Griffith, this is a car of Mike Whitaker and Guy Smith. Guy is in the car at the moment, I think, because he has a pretty distinctive yellow crash helmet. And it's another classic British sports car of this period that we're going to be enjoying in the RAC Tourist Trophy celebration race, which will be taking place tomorrow afternoon. And it's got some decent pace, this car. It's second quickest at the moment. The gap is 8.5 tenths off the time that Gordon Shedden has set, but still looking very, very rapid. Further down, we've just seen a slight jump up once again for the Jimmy Johnson car. Number 13, that has just popped back up into second place. Let's just see where the guy, he's running.
We'll have a bit of everything, shall we? We're going to make the track a little wider.
Yeah, that was almost a mistake, but he actually kept it on there, goes across the line, and yeah, that's actually, no, it doesn't make him go any quicker. And in fact, Tom Christensen has just gone fastest in the number 17 car now. So we've got the Lister Jaguar Coupe has now set the pace at a 1:25.8,
which is not hanging around, that is for sure. So the 17 car, we're looking at it now. This is the fastest man at the moment out on track. Just keeping an eye out for Andy Prio as well. I spoke to him this morning at breakfast, and Andy was saying that he's not getting along quite as well as he was hoping to get along with. But then he said, have you seen the entry list? I think everybody's looking down that entry list and seeing so many star drivers. I think that's phasing people just as much. You wouldn't think it would you, professional drivers, when they look at the entry list and see a lot of star names? But I think when you come here for what is essentially a party for most of these drivers, they come here to enjoy themselves. Suddenly the old competitive fluid gets flowing, and Andy was looking that maybe he should start thinking about racing rather than the enjoyment of Goodwood.
Tom Christensen was saying earlier that this car is handling well. He's not sure it's got quite the straight line speed of some of the other cars, but he said it was fun to drive yesterday, and he feels that it's got a reasonable chance of certainly being up near the front. He's just, as I say, set the pace here. He's done a 1:25.8, the 9-time Le Mans winner, but he's become very much a regular of racing here at Goodwood. And let's just see if this lap time is any different. So 1:25.8 is what he's done so far, and now he's just gone over the line, and yeah, it
stays the same.
Yeah, stays the same for the moment. That was not quite as rapid a lap.
He's got a little bit of traffic coming up as now. He's just put these headlights on just to let them know he's coming. Oh, Button and Newey have gone top, 25.461. So Jenson Button and the young Newey are out there doing what they should be doing in the car 22, so keep an eye out on that. I don't know who's driving it at the moment. I can't make an assumption between those two, to be frank. They're probably both quite quick in that car.
They are both quick actually, and both have obviously great records.
This is the car you're looking at now, if you can peer in.
So this is the car that Jenson Button and Harrison Newey are sharing. Harrison Newey, just so you know, he is the son of Adrian Newey, but he's a regular. He's been racing seriously since 2014. He raced in the British Formula 4 Championship, and he was runner-up in that series. He raced in FIA Formula 3 for a couple of years. He won the Asian LMP2 series in 17 and 18. And he's raced in Japan as well, the Super Formula in Japan, which is a really serious single-seater category. It's like GP2 really. So he's raced at very, very high levels, and we can expect both Harrison Newey and Jenson Button to be very rapid.
And that's why they're all fearing of them, of course. If you've got two drivers that are actually capable of hustling along, then chances are they'll be the ones that you've got to beat in the overall 1-hour race. Now then, they're coming up with the snake-eyed Cobra, which we quite fancied a little bit earlier on. The 94 car is still there. It's fifth fastest at the moment. Alex Brundle and Verden Rowe.
I think that was a little wave to say, do you want to go past? I'm not sure. Let's wait and see if that's exactly what it was. This is practice. This is not, and it is qualifying. So how?
Oh, don't get much closer than that, folks.
That was a little error.
2 wheels on the grass. The grass must have dried out quite nicely since this morning. It was a chilly morning to start with. There was a lot of dew on the ground and the grass was quite wet. It must have dried out just enough here at Goodwood to give enough grip to stay out of the field.
Look at this, so you're about to see, I think, a bit of a switch around between two very rapid cars, both up there in the top 6 places at the moment.
Didn't quite get it done, and now he's going to be looking for the toe down towards the chicane. Will he go for it on the brakes? I don't think he will, you know.
That's interesting, actually, looking at that. The Cobra is slightly quicker down at the end of the straight, but now they're into a bit of traffic, so that's going to make life interesting. And it looks like he's coming in. He's coming in. He's got his hand up. That means I'm coming into the pit. So.
Oh, I'll have a bit.
Oh, no.
He does go off.
Keep off the barrier. Oh, he does. This was the car that set the pace yesterday.
Well, he's setting it now. Johnson's top at the moment, 1:25.098. But that won't be a fast lap.
No, actually, it wasn't. In the end, it wasn't the fastest. It was one of the fastest during yesterday. But that, my goodness, that could so easily have been into the barrier.
I think he scrubbed all the speed off, and that was the bit that saved him in the end.
Sideways. He hopes to keep it going for a bit, then straightens up. Actually, well played, because he kept it straight, then hit the brakes, comes off the brakes at the right time as well. If he'd stayed on the brakes, it probably would have locked up and gone in the barrier. That's a driver who knows what they're doing. Get off the brake, let it steer again, back onto the circuit.
That snap in the opposite direction is so reminiscent of cars. We don't have that problem on motorbikes. When they go, they go.
Yeah, there is a chance to save in cars, and that's exactly what happened there. So, as you say, this car has set the pace now, 1:25.0, so 3/10 faster than the Jenson Button Harrison Newey car. We've got another little mishap for the Porsche 904.
Yeah, that's Bryant or Neil Yarney that's in that one.
Yeah, exactly. It is the car being shared by the two of them, Ollie Bryant and Neil Yarney, both very experienced drivers, so it's a bit unusual to see an error from either of them.
Hang on, that's a bigger error.
No, that's the Austin Healey we saw earlier.
Yeah, Smokey Joe.
Yeah, the Austin Healey that pulled over, sadly unable to continue in this session, so that's a shame. But hopefully, fingers crossed, touch wood, they'll get the car repaired in time to go racing tomorrow. As we return to another of the Cobras, this is the number 68 car. Yeah, Marino Franchitti car. This one, actually no, this is the Dario Franchitti car. Sorry, both Marino and Dario are competing in this race tomorrow. So Marino is in the number 9 car. Sorry, the 8 car. That's an AC Cobra.
That's Davies and Turner.
That's right. So he's in the number 8, and then Dario
Marino at the moment. Then he must be. He's 8th at the moment. Franchitti and Kaduri.
It was all looking a little bit tight as they were going through, but maybe Gregor Fiskin in the car at the moment.
Keeping up with these guys is pretty tricky because you don't know which driver they put in when they go out. It's kind of a last-minute decision on who's going out first to run in this practice session. This is only a practice session. Can't wait till the race tomorrow. If this practice is indicative of anything, we should be in for some fairly hectic action.
Got a lot of cars in the pits at the moment because we're just over halfway through the session, and we're now seeing quite a lot of driver changes taking place. And but this car is still being hustled along very, very impressively indeed. Alex Brundle was in it. I think Bobby Burton Rowe's in the car now. These two who are sharing, that looks like Bobby's crash helmet to me. And they're both very rapid.
And very sideways.
Bobby, an historic racer for quite some years now, having raced in single-seaters when his career began, and now loving having a play with the AC Cobra and seeing what they can do with it. And yeah, I think they're going to be competitive. This is his car, but he is also a very, very rapid driver, so to share it with Alex Brundle is a really good mix. Look at that sideways moment, and look at a cameraman.
I was going to say, there's a photographer there. He's either rolled off the banking having had a bevy too many, but he's going to get a good shot from there, or he's going to get shot by the organisers, one or the other.
Yeah, it's a great place to be, and in many ways it's quite a safe place. He's up at a slightly higher level, so even if a car does go off there,
he's going to be looking straight at him.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be in a safe place. Sliding out of the van corner onto the straight, and just seeing whether this is going to be a good lap for Bobby Burton Rowe. That car's dropped down to 7th place at the moment. There we are with the car that's fastest, the second of these two, the number 22 car. That's still the pace setter, the Jenson Button Harrison Newey car, but also with another rapid machine.
Button and Newey have gone to the top again, so 24.88 now we are. 24.88, having just done that on lap 9. Certainly putting some laps in as well. So the 22 car we can see here, cream with the red roof and the slightly opened boot lid, which we took to be an aero advantage of some kind or another yesterday. I'll just have to wander around the paddock and find out exactly why that is. I feel it's drawing air through the cabin. Now, whether that's helping in the cooling or whether it's an aero effect of some kind, but we saw a couple of the E-types, these lightweights particularly, that are running the boot lid open in that manner.
It was a thumbs up. It looked like he'd had a message from the pits probably to say come in next time around. It looked like it was an okay, I'm coming in, and he'll finish off the lap and then bring the car back in, so we could see a driver swap. But this is the fastest car so far, and at the moment it's on target to be in pole position for tomorrow's 1 hour race, which will then be split between the two drivers, and they can choose when to make that pit stop. Up to a certain level they have to then come in and sit in the pits for a minimum 50, well, I say minimum 50 seconds from the pit in to the pit out. The minimum time is 50 seconds, so they often try and get right to the point on that. We saw a few penalties for people doing it a bit too quickly yesterday in one of the races.
20 mile an hour is the pit lane limit here. It's very narrow, very short, very difficult, and obviously safety is of the essence. So 20 mile an hour, and if you exceed that, speed gun police will get you, and you will be penalised accordingly. A lot of people have lost their fastest laps this weekend so far in qualifying, and that could cost you. You don't want to be down the grid, that's for sure. You know, watching Jenson Button, I think it was Button was out there just a minute ago in the 22 car, but Button always used to, his hands hardly moving. You know, when he drives a car, he's a very smooth individual in a race car, but he doesn't get a chance to be like that in this class of racing. His hands and everybody else's hands are working 10 to the dozen in there.
No, it is a busy time out there. Porsche 904, the number 44 car, we just saw that going through the shot just then. That's the David Clark Stefan Johansson car. They're running on synthetic fuel this weekend, so it's all part of the sort of move ahead, and that's one of two cars that's running on purely synthetic fuel. The number 44 car just in the mix there. There's the number 4 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray, Benoit Trelouillet and Ollie Jarvis in that car. So there's another one to watch out for as we go through the course of this weekend.
Yeah, this one's got the solid rear windscreen, the other one's got the lovely splitter, like a fastback Corvette. Easily distinguishable marks between the two Corvettes out there.
It's Rob Jarvis, sorry, I said Ollie Jarvis, getting myself called out, but it's Rob Jarvis and Benoit Trelouillet who's driving this car. Benoit with huge experience here at Goodwood as well, and a very, very successful racer in sports cars in particular. As we look quickly at the Porsche 904 of Ollie Bryant and Neil Yarni.
That sounds sweet, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's got a nice crisp voice to it.
It's not.
Here's the 13 car again. Second place at the moment for Johnson and Lynn in this practice session.
The Button Newey car is still fastest at the moment, as you say, from the Johnson-Lynn machine, which is second. Gordon Shedden, the car, is in third place. The Tom Christensen machine in fourth currently. Andre Lotterer, another superstar driver, is currently in the fifth fastest car. And Rob Huff in the sixth fastest. So that's the number 12 Jaguar, another semi-lightweight E-Type Richard Mines car. And they are sharing that car themselves.
Probably worth pointing out, the top six only split by a second, covering the top six, which
that's pretty impressive, actually. I mean, when we were looking at the pace in that Formula One race of the early 1960s, and we saw just how fast Andy Middlehurst was, he had so much more pace than those around him. But it's not going to be the same story in this race, is it, Keith, when we get into this tomorrow? Because not only have we got a split of drivers, but we've got very, very closely matched cars in terms of performance.
Yeah, that split of drivers, whenever you've got the co-driver scenario, it's always a bit of a worry, isn't it? Because nobody wants to be the guy that lets down the fast driver in the crew. And we saw it earlier on in the Sheene Memorial Trophy race that we had here a little earlier today. And really the star driver, if you like, that won that race for their team was, he set a near 10-second lead to start with, and then when the amateur rider jumped on, he was able to just keep chipping away, and he just held on to the end. And it's going to be a similar situation here. It's what your co-driver is capable of doing in combination with your fast VIP driver.
Yeah, that's right. So this car is actually, I think Andre Lotterer is in the car now, because it's setting the fastest middle sector that they have done so far. And let's just see, yeah, it moves them up to third. So I think Andre Lotterer is in that car right now. Another very rapid E-Type semi-lightweight. It's funny really, because most of Jaguar's success on the international scale was with the C-Type and the D-Type Jaguar. When the E-Type came out, they didn't race it straight away. They sort of took a little bit of time to... It was built as a road car initially, road sports car, and was so popular. And then started to develop the semi-lightweight. Came along a little bit later, so it didn't have huge success when it was out on track then, because other cars had sort of moved on. But now here at Goodwood, it really does seem to be a very, very rapid machine to have. We've got one at the top right now, the Jenson Button and Harrison Newey car. This machine, number 79, currently fourth fastest. Gordon Shedden was in it earlier, I think. It's now the other driver who is in the car, and that is Andrew Smith, who's just getting in a few laps with just 4 minutes to go now of this session. So this is pretty much the last practice session that we have for the weekend, because after this we are into parades indeed, but also races. We've got a couple of races coming up fairly soon. We've got a Ferrari track parade initially, but then we've got the St Mary's Trophy Part 1. And actually, quite a few of the drivers who we're talking about in this are in that St Mary's Part 1, because it's all about star drivers, but in saloon cars rather than sports cars.
Can't wait. And the weather is lovely.
Yeah.
Perfect for spectating at somewhere like Goodwood, that's for sure. 26 car then comes into view.
Tiffany Dell
at the moment. Tiffany Dell. He can still drive, Tiff, you know. It's I think of him more as broadcasting nowadays, but the old boy can pedal.
He can. What I love watching actually though is when you see him on screen, if he's doing one of his motoring programs on telly, he's always very sideways, isn't he? Because you want to impress the audience. It's the telly side. When you watch him in the E-Type here, he's actually very, very smooth, very straight. He's not
the fast racer.
Yeah, exactly.
The two differences are distinct. Sideways is not fast.
No, and that's Tim knows that. Back to front, everywhere around. He's great at putting on a sideways show when he's on camera, on television. But if you watch him here, he's actually pretty smooth with this E-Type. He's not letting the back end drift too much, and he's just going past the number 94 Cobra that has set a good pace already in this session. Just seems to be backing off. They seem to be backing off a bit with it now. I hope there isn't a technical problem, but it may just be because we're towards the end of practice. You're putting mileage on these cars. 2 practice sessions. You're going into a 1-hour race tomorrow. You've got to be a little bit aware of the mechanical issues on older cars like this, although they are beautifully prepared, I have to say. But look at some of the work that goes on is stunning. But it is always a little bit of a worry that if you're going to do all the laps in practice flat out and then go into this 1-hour tough race, you could be in for some mechanical issues. So I think some of the teams are a little bit wary when we're in this second practice session now.
Somebody didn't tell this man, Lotterer, he's gone top, 24.781, and that's a quick old time. He's pulling out of it now. He's coming towards the end of the session, obviously, so he's done the time, put himself on top, pushed Button and Newey back to second place, Johnson and Lynn back to third place, Shedden and Smith to fourth, Christensen and Waitman back in fifth place, and then there's the Franchitti car. I think that's Marino, isn't it, that's in sixth place at the moment with Kaduri. Half of Means we've not spoken about there either, have we? They're in seventh place. There's so many good big names here. Prio and Assam have come up into ninth place now, so he's broached the top 10. Brundle and Verdon Rowe round out the top 10. Then you've got the likes of Minassian. Needell's actually having a good ride there, to come up and drive there, I should say. There's the mixture between a bike and car commentator. I've just called them riders, you guys call us drivers.
Yeah, often.
Apologies to everyone out there.
That's what we all do, we all get it mixed up, but it doesn't matter. We're all having fun this weekend. It's all about enjoying the show, and I hope everybody who is watching on the sidelines right now, or indeed watching online with us.
And looking forward to what's going to come tomorrow. If you're here today enjoying the practice sessions, you can be online tomorrow and watch the races that these guys are going to be busy in.
Yeah, we'll bring you all the action on the track, and of course we're bringing you as much of the fun and games that's going on off the track as well. So many elements to the Goodwood Revival. It's not just about the cars and the driving, but we will bring you every element that we possibly can over the course of both today and going into tomorrow, with another beautiful day ahead of us and some very tough races, particularly this one. I think this one is going to be highly entertaining, looking at the difference. I mean, the difference between first and second at the moment is less than 1/10 of a second. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? When you've got some very different looking cars out there from an early period, and yet they are that tight together. I think the Goodwood guys that put together the rules, they'll be very happy to see this. Sometimes there have been restrictions, for example, on what you can do with if you're an AC Cobra, well, you're limited to such and such in terms of power and performance because we don't want you to dominate. They do try and play the game a little bit. There are some rules across the board for the different types of car, but it's working well. As the flag now comes out, actually the gap just has gone back up. The number 22 car has gone back up. The Jenson Button Harrison Newey car has just gone top again. So that car there you're looking at on our screen, being shared by Jenson Button and Harrison Newey, has now gone fastest. So that means pole position for tomorrow, because I don't think anybody else is on a threatening lap.
24.5, that's it, I think. 24.5 dead, so 1 minute 24 seconds and a half. Absolutely spot on, and done at the flag virtually, the very last lap. Stuck that time in to bump Lotterer back into second place and Johnson back into third, and top 5 separated by 0.985, so less than a second covers the top 5 drivers.
That's amazing. I think that less than a second with this type of car, historic cars with such different history to them, different preparation over the years, and with some very talented drivers, yes, but a mixture for drivers from single-seaters, from sports cars, from all sorts, and yet we've got 5 cars covered by a second. So we're in for a tremendous race tomorrow, I think, in the RACTT, as it is known. It is historically one of the most significant events that was held here at Goodwood. It used to be a 9-hour race that would run from 3 o'clock in the afternoon until midnight, so it would take it into nighttime, and it was the first major race in the UK that went into nighttime. And there were some complications in dealing with that when they first ran it, but it became hugely popular and very significant too in terms of manufacturers trying to win it, because it was something that viewers, spectators loved to see, and it was a significant win on a Monday morning when you could announce that you were the winner of the Goodwood TT. So cars coming back into the paddock area now, and it has ended up with the Jenson Button Harrison Newey car. Harrison, son of Adrian Newey, the Formula 1 designer. Both of them actually were very quick in the car. They have set the pole position for tomorrow's race, and there was some great action on circuit.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
Well, Goodwood Revival attracts racing royalty, and we can add to that list NASCAR legend Jimmy Johnson. Welcome to Goodwood.
Thank you. It's been so fun. I'm having the best time here and truly enjoying the experience.
Well, currently driving in Indy cars, but I think that AC Cobra is a little bit different to what you're driving at the moment.
I honestly feel more comfortable in that Cobra and the Galaxy I'm driving than I have in an Indy car, because they're so similar to my NASCAR in the way you kind of drift and slide a NASCAR vehicle around. So I feel more at home here than I have the last 2 years in IndyCar.
You had more than a little bit of a drift into Madgwick there just on the last session.
Yeah, I had a driver error trying to select third gear, and it got very exciting down there. And I'm thankful that they put some blacktop out near the tire barriers. Otherwise, I would have been firewall deep in the tires.
Well, we're really excited to have you here. What's your first thoughts about Revival?
It is so special, and I've watched from afar for many years and have always wanted to attend. But to be here in person and to experience this, it's beyond words. I'm so thankful that I'm here. I'm so thankful that I got the invite. Huge thank you to Sean Lynn, to Gregor Fiskin for the drives in the car, and my very gracious host, Dario Franchitti. He and his wife, Ellie, have been hosting us and showing us all around.
Be careful, he'll lead you astray, I think.
Yes, they will. They've been trying to.
Well, you've got one more day to go. What's your first impressions of the track? Did you prepare for it in any way?
I stopped through maybe a month ago and got a couple laps in the car. But what a beautiful circuit. It's nice to see circuits with so much grass all around them. And then my largest observation has just been the effort that all the fans have put into dressing the part. And on your in laps, you can just see everyone in proper attire, and it's really special.
Tell me a little bit about the cars you're racing this weekend.
I'm in a 63 Cobra, which we just finished qualifying in that car. I drive on the right-hand side, which is new for me. I've had a heck of a time trying to figure out shifting with my left hand. And then I'll be in a Ford Galaxy here in a few minutes, and I'm sitting on the correct side for my driving style and look forward to having fun in that car too.
That's a big car to take around this track.
It is. Again, it's so much like my NASCAR vehicle, so it's very similar.
So what's the plan for do you know which way you're going to be driving in the RSC tomorrow? Are you going to be first or second in the car?
We're still trying to figure that out. I don't believe I've done a professional race with a standing start. So there's a bit of a conversation about it if I should do that or not. So we'll see.
Well, we're loving it here. You got fourth in that. I mean, you've got to be quite happy with that for your first time.
Very happy with the result, but more happy the car is in one piece after my little episode down there in turn 1.
Well, I think we're getting waved at. I think you've got another race to go to straight away, haven't you? So you wanted in the assembly area. Very happy to have you here. Enjoy the rest of your weekend in Goodwood.
Thank you so much.
Jimmy Johnson there, absolute legend. Great to have him part of the Goodwood family. Now we're going to take a look back at that qualifying session.
This is where the magic happens. We're here at Betty's Hair Salon, where people are coming to get the most exquisite period hairstyles for the weekend. Let's have a look inside. Rhiannon, hello. Tell me a bit about what you're doing here.
So we have the lovely Jill. Sorry, can I just move your arm? We don't want to get caught. So the lovely Jill is in a fabulous 50s dress, and we're going for a little bit of a Grace Kelly look. Keep it nice and classy, a bit of a brush out, and nice and glamorous.
Looking absolutely gorgeous. How are you finding it?
I'm thoroughly enjoying it, thank you. It's absolutely brilliant to come and get your hair done and look the part and enjoy it.
Did you choose what you're going to get done, or did you just let Rhiannon go crazy?
I let Rhiannon go crazy. Why would you not trust Rhiannon?
That is absolutely the best answer. I completely agree. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic weekend.
Sitting here is Gerhard Berger, a former Formula One driver for Ferrari. Gerhard, celebrating 75 years of Ferrari, you must have many happy memories of it.
Of course, for a race driver to be with Ferrari or to be part of the Ferrari family for so many years, I've been 6 years with them in Formula One. It's the best thing what can happen for a race driver. I mean, it's not always that you're going to win everything, but it's just to be in this family is something very special. And even afterwards, as today, it's great to come here to celebrate with them and being in such a great event and then driving a car for a couple of laps. And we all know how much fans love Ferrari. It's a pleasure to do.
Gerhard, have you had to buy a drink in Italy since you drove for Ferrari?
No, I even don't know what the word buy means. If you're once a Ferrari driver, it's usually a red carpet and a lot of love. But of course, even after so many years, I just been 2 days ago in Italy and Ferrari, and we went lunch, and so it's just they always keep you in your heart, and they are with you. So as I said before, to be once a Ferrari driver, it stays forever.
Go hard, enjoy the laps.
Thank you very much.
Well, from one Ferrari F1 driver to another, I've just found Mr. Stefan Johansson here in the pit. How are you doing?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Very good.
You're just out. Have you cured the gremlins in the 904 in the Porsche?
Partially. It's still popping and banging a little bit, but it's better than it was yesterday anyway.
Now, we were a frequent visitor. You're not here every year, but how are you enjoying Revival this year?
Oh, every year it's amazing. You know, I wish I could come more often, but it's the best event in the world. I think it's just fantastic.
Now, of course, we've got the Ferrari parade coming up, and you're the last F1 driver Enzo signed. Have you seen the parade yet? Had a chance?
I have not, actually. I was too busy involved in the car and everything yesterday, but I hope I can see it now. Yeah.
Have you got a favourite Ferrari race car from the years?
You know, they're all amazing cars. I mean, it's, you know, like I say, it's like Garrett just said, it's an honour and a blessing to be a part of that family. It's something that every driver in the world ever strive for, I think.
Well, you seem like you're enjoying yourself. You'll have some more fun in the TT tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Wish you best of luck.
Thank you so much. Yeah, looking forward to it.
And I think just before the parade, we're going to hear from Sir Jackie Stewart.
So, Jackie, more often than not, you were on the other side of the pit lane to Ferrari, but it's hard not to love it, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's no brand like Ferrari in the world. I mean, if you were in deepest Africa and somebody said there's a Ferrari, you know, a Maasai warrior would know what it is. And this car has got a great history to it. Beautiful car. And they were great lookers apart from anything else. I mean, apart from being the best car of their time. So it's nice for me to be able to have the opportunity of driving it.
Now, the Goodwood Revival, it seems to get bigger and better every year. Are you having a good weekend?
Yes, terrific. I mean, His Grace has done a wonderful job, particularly, you know, with Her Majesty's passing. Wonderful display of the, you know, all the...
So, Jackie, it's an
emotion involved that everybody has. You know, look at the half mast. It's beautiful. The whole thing is great.
So, Jackie, thank you so much for coming and enjoy the car.
Well, thank you.
It is amazing that he is going to be a part of this. Lovely to see that. And a man who, of course, was very close to Graham Hill, who we are celebrating this weekend as well as celebrating Ferrari. So we were celebrating 60 years since Graham Hill won his first world title a little bit earlier on today. But now we're about to celebrate a 75th anniversary, and that is since the beginning of the Ferrari brand, which was in 1947. And so that's when Enzo Ferrari, who had already been very, very involved in motorsport before the Second World War, started to really start his own unit. He had a passion for motor racing from he was 10 years old apparently when he started. So for the kids amongst you here at Goodwood today, you may be the same as Enzo Ferrari was, getting a real spirit of motor racing at a young age. He did that at 10 years old. He raced after World War I until about 1926. He occasionally raced in the 1930s, and he was competitive, no doubt, but he decided relatively early on in his driving career that driving wasn't for him, but preparing building cars was. And he got involved with the Alfa Romeo Works team, was running that team before the Second World War. And then, after the Second World War, it was time to set up Ferrari as a brand to start getting out there and actually racing. And that's what we're going to enjoy now, is seeing some of those very, very early cars that were created post-World War II. They started out with humble sports car, the Ferrari 125S. I say humble, I mean it had a V12 1500cc engine, and we've seen that car at Goodwood many times before. It's not actually here this weekend, but we are seeing a huge variety of Ferraris which will be coming out onto the circuit very, very soon now, and that's going to be lovely to witness. And we have quite a mixture of machines from that 1947 period, taking it up to 1966. So we're not bringing you all the very latest Ferraris. At the Festival of Speed, of course, a very different event taking place earlier on in the year, we often have the newest, very latest supercar Ferrari. This is taking us up to effectively 1966 when Goodwood stopped the competition side of what was going on around this circuit. But now we are beginning to see some of those cars coming out on track. And we saw Jackie Stewart at the wheel of one of those cars, and you're seeing a mixture of single-seaters, sports cars from that era. I'm very happy to say that Keith and I have been joined by Doug Nye. Now Doug, I read so much of your writing about the history of motorsport. It's fascinating, your pieces, and you've written so much about Ferrari over the years, because the support to Ferrari is massive. When you think about how it started in 1947, they only built a few cars that first year, didn't they? But the way it ramped up through the sort of 1950s into the 1960s, it was an incredible climb. Sorry, we're getting a little bit of a delay. Try again, Doug. Start us again.
Shall I try again? Yeah. Trust me, I come onto the commentary pitch and look what's happened. It's all broken and blown.
No. It's lovely to have you with us.
It really is, actually. I've got to say that we were just having a chat while you were introing the Ferraris a moment ago. And Doug, I mean, I'm from motorcycles. I read all your stuff as well. And I'm particularly interested in Enzo Ferrari.
Well, I'm really glad that you read my stuff, because I make up most of it, so that's fine. Enzo Ferrari actually is the whole core of why we're here today, really. He really was Mr. Motor Racing. And right from his first sight of a Edwardian Grand Prix car banging past with an explosion every other telegraph pole, you know, in those days, chain drive, he was besotted with racing. He only ever wanted to become a racer. He became affiliated to Alfa Romeo and became a racer in Italian national events, became good enough and successful enough to be invited to join the Alfa Romeo Grand Prix team for the French Grand Prix in 1924. And actually during practice for that race, poor chap had a nervous breakdown in effect, and he thought, what am I doing at this level? I can't cut it. And he withdrew to become a racing manager, and at the end of 1929 he set up his own Scuderia Ferrari, ran very successfully with Alfa Romeo cars during the 30s, and at the end of the 30s was effectively fired by Alfa Romeo. He then set up on his own and post-war began building racing cars. And the car that's on screen now.
Yeah, with Ross Brawn driving that car. It's his car, isn't it? Ross Brawn, the boss of Formula One.
Absolutely. Now Ross has a car that I'm very familiar with, having rallied it in Australia in the past when it was owned by a friend of mine.
Wow.
It's actually the 1960 Goodwood TT winner, as driven then by Stirling Moss, hence the number 7. And the iconic colours of Stirling's entrance. Rob.
Yes, I mean that is very important, because the colours of this display are wonderful. But as you say, Rob Walker, who ran the team, there is the number 7 on the left.
That's it.
You're looking at it there. And as we heard, because there are 2 like this with number 7, but this one has the chrome bumpers on the front, so that's how we know this is that one.
Well, this has chrome bumpers and the radio aerials, you see,
yes,
in the centre of the roof.
Oh yes.
And Stirling maintains that it was such a comfortable ride towards the end of the race that he turned on the radio to listen to Raymond Baxter giving the commentary. Now, if you've ridden or driven a 250 GT, you'll know that the thing is so damn noisy in the cabin. It's not going to work, but never mind, it was a great story.
Doug, we're looking at such a mixture here. We've got some of the Grand Prix cars of the early
green
period.
nose there is a Lancia Ferrari from 1956, essentially. It's a replicated car because none of them survived, but it uses original V8 engine and gearbox. And the Lancia Ferraris were an adaptation of the 1955 Lancias. And the 1955 Lancias were the only cars that Mercedes-Benz feared. And Mr. Ferrari, when Lancia collapsed at the end of 55, was given all that material.
That was an amazing boost, wasn't it?
Backing from Fiat, which
incredible.
Italian government, to go racing for La Patria, for the fatherland, for the country.
That was amazing that he had that opportunity.
green, BP green 250 GTO there. Isn't that a glorious sight?
Under the Italian national anthem as well, right at this moment in time. You couldn't get much more atmosphere. I've got to say, all the hairs on my hands and arms have just stood up.
Isn't that the most magnificent anthem?
It's the best in the world. There is no doubt about it. The Italian national anthem.
Absolutely. The Ferraris that we see here is the David Piper Racing GTO, and David was one of the most favoured, really, and the most revered of the Ferrari privateers. And Mr. Ferrari himself used to refer to him as Nostra Pipa, our Piper.
What about the IndyCar in the background? I can see better go for the same things here.
It is fascinating because it is the only time that Ferrari went for the Indianapolis 500, isn't it?
1952.
Yeah.
And that was a 4.5 litre V12 Grant Piston Ring Special. Grant Piston Ring being the sponsoring company. And they sent 4 cars to America for that race. Only one qualified, which was the works car of Alberto Ascari, who was going to win the World Championship that year. And Ascari had one of the Barani wire wheels collapse on the banking, and if they'd run the Hallibrand light alloy wheels, he might well have finished very, very well in that race.
Enzo was quite nervous about being embarrassed, but thankfully at least they had some pace. We're looking for such a mixture of machinery here on this grid now, as it all stops and lines up, and everybody gets a chance to get this view. Front end into rear or mid engine.
Well, front engine
was a big deal, wasn't it? Of course,
it was a big deal. But the Ferraris were so successful 52, 53 when they won back-to-back World Championships with a 2-litre 4-cylinder. But their sports cars grew really with the V12 engine, although there were 4- and 6-cylinder inline engines as well. But the V12 Ferrari is just the most wonderful, glorious, dynamically innovating vibro machine you can possibly have. I tell you, that car number 14 is the 1958 Le Mans 24-hour winner. It's a Testarossa. Which means red head, and the cylinder heads of the V12 engine were crackle finished in red, and that's where the red head, the Testarossa, comes from.
Doug Nye has joined Ben and myself here in the commentary position up in the Girling Tower opposite the front straight here in the grandstand. Doug, I've got to say that we're never going to have enough time for the amount of knowledge that we could get from you. No, we've still got plenty more in this session, but what particularly in Ferrari and the way that Ferrari transitioned from those early days to where they are now impressed you the most?
I think it's Mr. Ferrari's longevity. If ever there was a Mr. Racing, it was Mr. Ferrari, and I had the great privilege, the awestruck privilege of interviewing him once for BBC TV at Maranello, and I just couldn't believe that I was in the presence of the man that I'd written about and read about, for so much time.
And was he easy to talk to? Because some drivers were terrified of him, basically, weren't they?
Well, I was going to go to the film Race to Immortality and the like. I mean, how accurate are they in depiction of the main man himself?
Well, I'm not an impartial observer with Race to Immortality because I was involved with that movie, and unlike some of the film crews I've worked with in the past, they were an absolute joy to work with. And I think it was pretty accurate. The thing with Mr. Ferrari, he was intensely demanding, he was intensely ungrateful, he was intensely everything. And if there was a weekend after a race failure, his screaming could be heard in the street outside the factory. But curiously enough, when somebody won a race for Ferrari, he would say hardly anything at all.
Just listen for a moment, guys, as they go off the line, that sound. It's all these Ferrari engines. It's an incredible noise. I mean, as you were saying, some are 4-cylinders, some are 6-cylinders, so many are V12. But the difference in sound levels, and for Enzo, the engines were always the main feature, weren't they?
That's absolutely true. The car was the engine as far as he was concerned, and the chassis was just a bracket to hold the wheels up with a hole in it where you drop the driver. And if that driver didn't work, like a bayonet fitting, you unplugged him and put another driver in his place. The thing with Mr. Ferrari was that he was a driven man. and he was driven largely by his family background, and he came from a really contentious family. And his mum, who lived way through his life, she burst out of the office one day having had a screaming match with Enzo, and she said to anybody who would listen, because his elder brother Alfredo had died of flu during the great pandemic, and she said to anybody who would listen, I had 2 sons, only one of them was intelligent, and it's not this one. Well, Mr. Ferrari had that red hot poker up his trouser leg for all his life.
Yeah,
that's what he was responding to.
Very fiery, feisty man. But we're looking down towards the back of the lineup here, Doug. And this was a later car, of course, when the sports cars went to mid-engine.
Yeah, forgive me, but I go all bubbly up the pipe about the Maranello concessionaire's livery.
Yeah, so that's the red and blue, is the Maranello concessionaires.
The Cambridge blue and red, and that is hugely important here, because it was the Cambridge blue and red Maranello concessionaire cars run by Colonel Ronnie Hoare, which was so often successful here.
And quite often driven by Graham Hill, who we're celebrating.
Who was the 1963 TT winner here, and he's on the big posters that we have. But the LM was essentially a sports racing car with an open cockpit from 63, and they put a roof on it for 64 and said, no, it's a GT car. And the FIA said, no, it's not, because they had Ford behind them who were just coming in
with the GT40, and
they said, well, we're not going to race our GT car against a sports prototype with a roof on. And Mr. Ferrari tore up his entrance license and threw it away and said, well, I'm not racing that.
Wow.
And that's why when John Surtees that year won the Formula One World Championship in Mexico City, his car was painted white with blue American stripes, because it was entered by his American distributor Luigi Chinetti. And Chinetti was the man who talked him into building production cars post-war in the first place to sell to America.
That's right, yes, because he came over to see Enzo early on, didn't he? Yes. So creating the sort of road car side that, of course, has been hugely... I mean, selling road cars to him was how he funded his racing, wasn't it?
That was his only interest.
Yeah, sell as many road cars as you can, and then you can fund as much racing as you like.
Absolutely.
But they never actually had big money, did they?
No,
I mean, not for many, many years. I mean, in recent years it's different, but he was fighting budgets all the time.
Yeah, it was a hand-to-mouth existence. But in 1963, the Ford Motor Company tried to take over Ferrari, and that was going to be what became the GT project, the GT40 project. But the Ford finance people came in and they said, okay, Mr. Ferrari, so we know about all this, what you're building, but how much do you spend on promotion and advertising? What's your advertising budget? He didn't understand the question. He said, advertising? We race. That was it.
Keith, look, we've got such this collection of cars, haven't we?
I was just looking at JYS a minute ago, Jackie Stewart out there in the parade as well. So
do you have a favourite? Do you have one just in this parade, not necessarily in the whole Ferrari scale, but if we're looking at this parade, is there anything?
GTOs are always a bit of a favourite of mine, I've got to say, just from an aesthetic. I've never driven one. I've never driven a Ferrari in my life, ever. How strange is that? I've been in motorbike racing, I've been in racing around race paddocks for the last 50 odd years, and I've never driven a Ferrari on the road or on a racetrack. And
Keith, send me an email.
I find it very... And I've got a few friends that have got Ferraris, but strangely enough they won't lend them to me. I don't understand that.
No, we've got a 500 Testarossa, the TRC four-cylinder engine car, sports car. And there are so many confusing classifications of Ferrari. You've got 250 GTE, 275 GTB. The little red sports car that's just gone through the image there. Don't know if we can pick up on it ahead of this yellow car. The one with the high tail. You see that?
Yeah.
This is a recent reconstruction using original mechanical parts of a lost Ferrari.
Wow.
And that is one of the original style Ferrari Dino SPs, which was their first rear engine sports car, and it's been built by wonderful enthusiast who's in command here, Jason Wright. And that is an extraordinary project to have rebuilt that. And you see over on the left-hand side there were the shark-nose single-seater cars with the 2 intakes.
Yeah.
And they have also been created by Dan Setford of Setford Racing for Jason Wright in this remarkable project that they've done.
And the 2 car you're looking at with the shark.
Yeah, and this is the shark-nose, which was my late friend Phil Hill's 1961 World Championship winning car.
And it's actually Arturo Metario who's driving it today. I don't think he's around tomorrow, but Arturo was a key Ferrari driver in the early 1970s.
When I interviewed Mr. Ferrari, there was one big oil painting on the wall behind his desk, and it was of Mazzario in the Targa Florio.
Yes, because he was a twice winner.
Yeah, in a 1973 car. And I said to him, why have you got Mazzario behind you? And he said, è un grande stradista, which means he was a great road racer. And Enzo always had, I shouldn't call him Enzo, sorry, Mr. Ferrari, had enormous respect for traditional open road races like the Targa Florio and the lamented Mille Miglia and all the other races in which Mr. Ferrari himself had driven during the 20s and 30s.
And which Ferrari had huge success in the sort of 1950s and 60s. There was a whole batch of wins on those on those road courses.
Absolutely.
The Mille Miglia, for example, many victories.
Well, the Mille Miglia, you know, essentially it was built post-war by Ferrari.
Oh, was it?
And well, essentially in terms of their victories.
Yeah.
And that built Italian prestige.
Yeah.
And that was always very, very important.
In many ways, in that era, the road course like the Mille Miglia was actually more significant than Formula One at that time.
Well, the Mille Miglia, the 1,000-mile race on public roads around the leg of Italy, was regarded as the be-all and end-all.
Yeah.
The only one that could challenge it was the Carrera Panamericana through Mexico.
Yeah.
But that only lasted until 54. The Mille Miglia survived until 57, when the Marquis de Portago, the Spanish driver, very sadly crashed in a works Ferrari and killed people.
Yellow Ferrari, we don't often see yellow, but actually they used yellow to celebrate the Formula One race the other day.
Yeah, well,
they were all in yellow overalls.
That's the yellow of Modena. The colours of Modena are mid-blue and yellow. This yellow is Belgian racing yellow, which is enormously hallowed racing livery. You know, Belgium is a hotbed of racing, everything from cycles right now, you know, like Evenepoel, the winner of the Tour de France. But Jacques Swatters and Écurie Francorchamps and the related Équipe Nationale Belge were great Ferrari champions.
Wow, lovely. And it was such a mixture. I mean, I think that's what we're being able to celebrate here. Where else but Goodwood, Doug, would be able to get so many different cars?
Well, I wonder what Mr. Ferrari would make of an event like this at the end of the day.
Do you know what? He was sitting signing autographs at one of the Mille Miglias. He was talked into doing it, and he turned to his PA, Gozzi, and said, what are all these people doing, faffing about with these old cars? Why don't they buy new ones?
I know, but that was his mindset, because he got rid of quite, as you were just talking about, some of these cars have been recreated because he got rid of them or used the parts to build the next one. It was always the next one that counted to him.
None of the shark-nose Formula One cars survived.
Isn't that amazing? And yet it was such a successful year. You would have thought he would have kept them.
No. They were successful 61.
Yeah.
And they suffered in 62.
True.
And they were broken up at the end of 62.
It was almost like they were not good enough.
The Lancia Ferraris, though, they had won the World Championship in 56. They featured strongly during 57. But then when the Dino V6 replaced them in 58, the Lancia Ferraris were broken up. So I have found photographs of these Grand Prix cars lying on the scrap heap at Maranello with weeds growing up through them in the early 1960s. And a lot of that stuff was just cleared out and melted.
And how painful that is, but the heritage that we are able to witness today, thanks to the work that's gone on in discovering cars and in rebuilding cars sometimes from nothing, but doing it in such a precise manner is very beautiful to see, and for us to experience these machines that were so successful.
I tell you what, there is such a huge Ferrari fraternity worldwide, lots of them just enthusiasts who would never be able to aspire to a car. There are some very, very great enthusiasts who love these cars and have preserved them. and we're privileged to see them.
Got to say, Doug, as I said earlier on, we could sit here and talk for 6 hours with this about Ferrari, and I'm going to try and seek you out in the paddock and pick your brains about a few.
I'm on the run.
Thank you so much, Doug, for joining us. It's been wonderful hearing from you with all this knowledge of the Ferraris. Hopefully we'll hear from you over the rest of the weekend. Let's look back at some of those remarkable images of the Ferraris on track.
Always good to hear the encyclopedic knowledge of Doug Nye there, where we come on to another important and regular part of Goodwood Revival, and it's the Grid Girls. And nice to see you up here joining us on the top of the pits. Zoe, I believe it's your first time here.
Yeah, it's my first time being a Grid Girl, and I'm absolutely loving it. And the weather's been good, so that's a bonus.
The weather certainly helps, certainly helps. Natalie, I believe this isn't your first time.
No, not my first time, but again, an incredible atmosphere, really enjoying it.
So you must have liked it enough to come back.
Absolutely, it's just something you can't describe being here at the Revival.
And obviously, Abby here, you're back, you've been a regular. Do you like it? Must be quite hard work though, you're all day long there in the grid.
It's not, well, we really enjoy it. We're with our friends, and with this weather, it's just amazing.
I was going to ask you if you had time to see anything else at the weekend.
A little bit. I mean, obviously we get to see all the fabulous cars on the grid, which is enough for us.
And finally, Bethany, I believe this is your first time as well. Are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, it's such fun. I mean, it's great to explore an era that's passed, and it's all, in all its glory. It's just such a great time.
Well, these ladies are looking absolutely fantastic. I think we can all agree. But if we really do want some sartorial knowledge, we have to go to the wonderfully named Dandy Wellington.
Take my hand and come with me because you look so fine that I really want to make you mine.
I dress this way every day. I'm from New York City, born and raised. I'm a style activist, somebody who loves the past but also wants to move us forward to the future.
I mean, it's Louis Armstrong. Like, how are we not? Yeah.
It's incredible. If you've never been to Goodwood Revival, which this is my first time being here, your mind will be blown. The detail, the care, the craftsmanship that goes on in every square inch of this experience, it's wonderful.
My mind's just blown.
We do live in an extremely disposable world. We should cherish the things that we have, right? And bring them new life with every wear. So vintage style, not vintage values is a phrase that I didn't create, but I have taken it on as a mantra in the way that I live my life. Events like this are really important, especially because we see the past at a distance. But when we get to engage with it, when we get to come together as a community to experience it, to touch it, to be a part of it, then we can understand how it plays a part in our lives now, how we can move forward. The past wasn't great for everybody, right? Not everyone has been included in these conversations. So we have to look at it and think, how can we take what's there and move it forward? We can include more people of different abilities, different racial groups, different religions into the conversation, into the community. It takes on this whole nother side to what Goodwood is. We have the racing, we have the fashion, of course, people walking around, but then there's an opportunity for us to sit down and think about what we're doing here. How can we create a bigger impact on the community and on the planet? We're in the south of Britain, right? We're in Chichester. It's a beautiful place. Taking a little bit of the countryside, the beauty, and of course, the impeccable style. I'm loving it. How you doing? You all right? You okay? Everything's all right? It's pure inspiration, and that's the great thing about it. Everyone is doing their own thing. They have their own spin. It's all here, and everyone looks incredible. Feels like I've got a little community here too. I just have to talk to you about this coat. Where did you find it? It's incredible.
I found it here.
Really?
Yeah, it's here.
Really?
Yes.
It's incredible. What year is it from, do you know?
1950s.
Wow. You look fantastic.
Thank you.
You should have won the best dress. Goodwood Revival is a dream come true. It's an epic event that you cannot miss. I'm here, and I want to stay here.
I'm here with Nick, the founder of Classic and Sports Car Centre, and I'm hoping you are going to talk me through some of these absolutely beautiful machines that we have around us. Firstly, when did you found this company?
I founded it in 1991 after a lifetime as a Jaguar dealer.
I see, and you must have a real passion for vintage vehicles yourself to have set up something like this, is that correct?
Absolutely, and not just for the vehicles themselves, but for the whole lifestyle that goes with it. For me, it's all about the nostalgia. My wife's crazy about vintage, so if we go anywhere, it's going to be in the clothes for the period. So if I was driving a 20s car, it would be a 20s clothes, and if it was a 50s car, it would be appropriate. We just love the whole scene.
Oh my God, I love it. So how many old cars do you have?
Well, personally, only about 4 at the moment, but because I've had everything in a lifetime of cars, everything you could think of I've driven, I keep going older and older and older. So last year, the car that I owned, I actually sold here, which was the oldest Austin 20 in the world, 1919. So I'd been driving that around our part of the world, 103-year-old car that goes 70 miles an hour and only has brakes on the back wheels. That was a bit of fun. And actually sold here at Goodwood.
Oh my God, that's absolutely incredible. So if you keep going, do you think you'll eventually reach a horse?
There's a sort of a bucket list of things that I would like to do, but as a company, as you can see from the stand here, the cars that we have is from all sorts of different eras, all sorts of different price ranges. So, the person who buys the Morris Minor 1000 at 7,000 gets just as much fun from that as the other one who buys a £720,000 Aston. And that's part of the fun, really, the relationships with people, selling all sorts of different things to all sorts of characters, many of whom have become friends over the years.
That's lovely. And so I take it you've been here at Goodwood Revival for a long time, coming again and again.
It might surprise you to know, we're quite new to it really. We've only done it 3 times, but the first time we came, we had such a lot of fun. And there were lots of people who said, well, we've heard of you, you've been around a long time, but you're in the north, and it's great to see you here. So we actually, I was talking to my son, who's been the CEO for a number of years now, James, and he was saying that we actually make about 20% of our turnover annually from the relationships that start here.
Oh, that's incredible. That's absolutely amazing. I'm really hoping you're going to talk me through some of what we have around here. Let's go and have a look in here. What is this? Is this a Renault 4?
Well, this is a minivan.
Minivan?
I never ever thought I'd see one at £35,000, but as you can see, it's like new. This was the very first family car that we had. This was the car I went to Cornwall in when I was 8. Not this particular example, but one like this. So, yes, extremely popular, very valuable now because commercial vehicles tended not to survive like cars did. They got a lot harder work. And so a restored minivan now is, in fact, a restored van of many marks is a very valuable commodity at the moment.
Amazing. I love this colour. It's so beautiful. What's your favourite vehicle that we have here? God, I can see some really old ones through the back, actually. Do you want to take me through and point something out?
If I could pick one, it would be this black Jaguar XK. So you can see that it's got the white wall tyres. And this was a man, he's actually very old now, he's just had to part with it, who had seen the Hollywood, he was into the Hollywood scene, seeing how people like Clark Gable would have a Jaguar XK. So when he bought this, he wanted it to look like you might have been driving it down Sunset Boulevard in 1953. So it's a 3.4 litre Jaguar XK. It's the 140, it's got the wooden dash. What's unusual about it is this sort of white wall wheel look and the suitcase on the back, and it looks American, and the white steering wheel there. But he's done 100,000 miles of touring Europe in this car. He's now too old to drive it. He's had amazing fun with it, and now it'll become someone else's pleasure.
Amazing. It's absolutely exquisite, isn't it? I love the wooden dashboard. It's just so elegant.
Indeed so, and of course they were a work of art. I was one of Sir John Egan's 100 when he really got hold of Jaguar in the 1980s, and when we used to talk as dealer principals, and we used to say, these are almost a triumph of style over function. I mean, it just looks like a cat about to pounce. There's just something about the shape of Jaguars which no one else really got. I mean, Sir William Lyons created some automotive masterpieces, and this is one of them.
It's absolutely exquisite. And just before I let you go, this yellow, one of my favourite colours, clearly. Can you tell me a little bit about this?
Well, when Henry Ford was putting the world on wheels with the Ford Model T, William Morris was trying to do the same thing with this car, which was the Morris Cowley. It's called a bullnose, and it does have a face a bit like a bullnose, but it would be the first real car for the masses in the UK. 3-speed gearbox, quite primitive. What's attractive about this one, even though it looks quite scruffy, it's a bit like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. It looks a bit beaten up, but it's actually just as it was really when it was restored in the 1960s. And you could actually use that on a regular basis today to go shopping. Yeah, just like a Morris Minor.
Absolutely incredible. Well, I love it. Nick, I hope you're having a brilliant weekend. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Romain, you've obviously got the grunt in this thing off the line, but there is a certain Jimmy Johnson in another galaxy, so you're going to be looking in your mirrors for him?
Yeah, I mean, I have a big mirror for a big car, so it should be enough. Yeah, we will see what will happen on the race. For sure, it's really nice to see American drivers now coming also in Goodwood, you know, it's quite interesting. Let's see what's going on, you know, it's such a different cars, you know, on the grid, with a lot of good alpha also on the front. So I'm sure after some laps, you know, we will struggle a little bit with the brake. So let's see what they are doing. Will be a nice race.
And is there anyone you're looking out for? I guess the Cortinas with your brakes might catch up in the latter part.
I think they will be all, you know, on the first lap you will see, after 3-4 corners, they will be all on my back if I have a good start. So it will be for sure not easy, like always, you know, but that's good.
Romain, enjoy it.
Thank you.
So that was Romain Dumas, who's going to be starting on the pole position for the next race that's coming up. And this is a very promising, exciting race. It's the St Mary's Trophy Part 1 with the celebrity drivers who will be competing coming up in the race in just a few moments' time in classic Fords and Minis, Jaguars and Alfa Romeos and BMWs, classic cars from the 1960s, early 1960s. And the cars are just heading out of the assembly area right now. And it's going to be a very, very entertaining battle, I think, between some of the superstars of motor racing. Romain Dumas, twice winner at Le Mans, a World Endurance champion, also hugely successful at the Festival of Speed. Gordon Shedden is going to be second on the grid in another of the Ford Galaxies. And a three-time British touring car champion, a slightly different background. So many of these drivers have very different backgrounds in motorsport, but so much success between them. And you've got this mixture of cars, Keith, as well, which is wonderful to see, whether it's the Minis or the Ford Lotus Cortinas or a Mark II Jaguar.
That's exactly what does it for me. I've got to say, Ben, is the mix of cars here on a traditional racetrack with not the runoffs and the gravel traps and all the other things that you have to the get away with it type areas on racetracks of modern times. The big American cars have been so fast. We'll see whether they can keep the tyres working. There's Karun. Is that Karun?
It is. It's Karun. Part of our show this weekend, and we are going to be able to watch Karun from on board.
It was the shell suit that fooled me for a moment.
It's going to be lovely to see how Karun gets on in this race.
He has a very serious face. He's got his race face on there.
Yeah.
That was in our first race of this afternoon. Looking forward to this. The Minis look absolutely supremely agile through some of the slower parts of the course, and then the bigger cars get right on song and power down the straights. But I think we might be in for a bit of an upset. The Cortinas look very good. Even the Mark II Jags, I've got to say, they look really, really feisty around this racetrack. It seems to bring out the most in all the different size cars and engines.
Well, if you're a fan of the Mark II Jaguar, you've got David Brabham, who is going to be part of that. Now, we're on board with Jimmy Johnson here in the big Ford Galaxy. Now, we heard from Jimmy earlier. He's enjoying his first ever Goodwood, which is a huge experience, and he's also very happy to be sitting on the left-hand side.
Well, that's the car suits him. Something that's drifting. It's more NASCAR than IndyCar, which I was quite surprised to hear him say, considering he's been quite good in an IndyCar, that the NASCAR style suits him much better, and the muscle memory might be a big, great lumbering beast of a car that he's got to manage around this fairly narrow, what is it, 2.3671 mile course. It's short, but it's fast in places. But thundering this thing through the chicane here, it's as wide as the chicane is.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see how he gets on with this race. And it is a pure sprint race. This is not a race in which they share with their drivers. That will happen tomorrow. So the owner's entrance of these cars will race them, and that'll be tomorrow afternoon. And there will be an aggregate winner. So the results of both races will count. But of course, we will also just be focusing on this race because we have so many top drivers in this. People, for example, I mentioned David Brabham, Darren Turner, Karun Chandhok, as we've seen, Matt Neal, another great touring car driver, Andy Prio, who's actually quite a long way down. Stoffel Van Dorn is in this race, first time at the Goodwood event, and Stoffel van Dorn quite a long way down the grid. He's 24th on the grid, but I saw him earlier and he was very relaxed and thoroughly enjoying the weekend.
Let me ask you then, is this the best entry we've ever seen at the Revival? It looks like it to me.
I wonder, because it really does feel like that we haven't seen quite this number of superstar, celebrity, professional drivers that we have lined up on the grid here. It is really quite remarkable, and they're beginning to line themselves up in this mixture of the beautiful looking cars.
Trying to get some last minute warmth into those tyres to make sure there is a breeze here, and of course tyres cool down very, very quickly when you're waiting around for the start.
So the cars are heading onto the grid. The last few cars are coming into position as well, and it certainly looks as though it's going to be a very, very entertaining race that we are looking forward to here at Goodwood. The St Mary's Trophy with a huge lineup of star drivers in saloon racing cars from the early 1960s. This is looking to be a tremendous race to enjoy here at the Goodwood Revival on a beautiful day in West Sussex near Chichester. Looking at the left-hand side of your screen there, and you are looking at a Ford Galaxy 500. Now these cars did actually race in British saloon car racing in the early 1960s. Jack Sears was a champion using a Ford Galaxy in 1963. This is being driven by a twice Le Mans winner, Romain Dumas. He has taken pole position and he is starting from that top spot on the grid. But he's got some great battles around him from some very rapid machines. Frank Stipler is going to be alongside him in the Alfa Giulia Sprint. And now this Alfa Giulia didn't race in British saloon cars much in the early 60s, but it did race in the European touring cars, was very successful. And Frank Stipler is a winner in professional race driving, a winner of the Porsche Carrera Cup in the past, all sorts of historic racing as well. On the second row, Andrew Jordan in that red Ford Lotus Cortina. He is always a star here at Goodwood. There you are looking at him, another British touring car champion. We've got a lot of British touring car champions up and down on this grid that we'll be keeping an eye on. Sadly, we haven't got Gordon Shedden, who was due to be up front in a Ford Galaxy, but it had a mechanical problem, so sadly he isn't going to be up front with the others. But Craig Breen in the other Lotus Cortina on the second row, a man who's competing in the World Rally Championship, getting his first chance to compete here at Goodwood in a historic race car. Keith, this is a truly special occasion.
Some of the best drivers in the world and some of the most varied beasts that they will be riding around 2.3671 miles of the Goodwood circuit, and it is going to be an absolute, the first corner, Madgwick, when we do get to racing, is going to be hectic indeed, because the little minis are going to be agile around the outside. These great big thundering American beasts are going to be the kind of car that is going to blast down the straights. We go off on the warm-up lap now and you'll see the power of that big American, and then we're up against the Cortinas as well and the Mark II Jaguars, and they are remarkably feisty around this Goodwood circuit.
Well, let's take a look at how this grid lines up, and you are going to see some names that hopefully are very familiar from the world of motorsport. Romain Dumas, Gordon Shedden and Frank Stipler were due to be on the front row together, but sadly Gordon Shedden isn't up there. They had problems. Andrew Jordan and Craig Breen in the two Ford Lotus Cortinas on the second round. Jimmy Johnson, 7 times NASCAR champion. He's 6th on the grid. Esteban Gutierrez, still with close connections in Formula One. Steve Soper, one of the most fantastic touring car racers over the years, getting on a bit but still fast. Nicholas Manassian and Anthony Reid complete the top 10 in an Alfa and another Ford Cortina. Alex Brundle in one of the minis. He's the fastest mini in qualifying, ahead of Brendan Hartley. First time he's having fun in that. Andre Lotterer. Then David Brabham in a Jaguar Mark II. Darren Turner's always rapid. He's in the BMW. Neil Yarney, Marcel Fassler, Max Chilton, winner at the Festival of Speed earlier this year, setting a new record. Karun Chandhok, our man, he's down in 19th with Matt Neal, touring car champion, right alongside. Further down the grid, Andy Prio, Tom Blomqvist, Jean-Eric Verne in another of the minis, Stoffel van Dorn doing his first Goodwood Revival in a Ford Lotus Cortina, and Emanuele Pirro, another man with so much success at Le Mans. And then on the next row, Rowan Atkinson, he had a podium here earlier this year. Ronaldo Capello, Tom Christensen, 9-time winner of Le Mans. They had a mechanical problem. Watch Tom in this race, he might be coming through. Tony Jardine had an accident towards the end of practice yesterday. Richard Atwood is down at the back there in 30th place. So much much to try and keep an eye on here to watch. I am going to keep an eye on Tom Christensen particularly, because I spoke to him earlier. He feels that the car is actually pretty good, but they just had a mechanical issue. He only did 2 laps.
That's the one thing to look for, is cars out of place as it is at the moment. You're right, TJ, Tony Giardini, tried to rearrange the chicane at some point yesterday as well, so his time is not competitive. But who will it be that comes through? Which will be the car that lasts the longest in this 25-minute sprint race? This really is an all-or-nothing type of race, and I feel that we're going to get all-or-nothing in these 25 minutes. I think the big American cars are going to take some beating. Certainly they're fast, and yesterday in practice it looked like they got the kind of longevity in tyre degradation as well that you would want. It looks like they're going to go the distance without running out of grip.
It is lovely to see those big American cars up against these rather neat little European cars of the time. The Alphas, the Sprints, the little Minis as well. Minis won championships of the British Saloon Car title back in 1961 with John Whitmore, and 1962 with John Love. And yet, as I mentioned, the big Ford Galaxy was also a star car. And for Graham Hill, who we are celebrating this weekend as the 60th anniversary of his first World Championship title in Formula One in 1962. Actually, Graham Hill drove one of those big Ford Galaxies. He drove it at Alton Park in the Gold Cup in 1963. So like that car you're looking at on the left-hand side of your screen, Graham Hill raced one of those. He did get beaten that day by Dan Gurney in another one of these cars. So they really were very rapid at the time with this 7-litre engine.
And they drive so flat on the circuit. They look fairly well sorted. You would think it might be a little lumbering and have a whole load of roll to it, but it doesn't at all. Rowan Atkinson, you mentioned earlier on in the members meeting, he podiumed in the members meeting. I think that was in a Mark II Jaguar as well. He can drive. Let's see what he can do from the back end.
Yes, it must be pretty fascinating for him, though, a bit daunting in many ways, with all these other drivers who are playing their part in this race. So number 124, that's Richard Atwood. That's the last car to line up. Beautiful Jaguar Mark II that is just about to line up into position. And we can just see Rowan Atkinson in the blue, the big blue car, moving over to the right there towards the back of the grid. So we'll see how he gets on as well. There's so much to focus on, but we're really going to be passing our attention onto the front as much as possible, because we are hoping for a big battle up front.
Green flag from the back then. All eyes down on the flag man.
The St Mary's Trophy at the Goodwood Revival is underway.
Oh, jump start? No, I hope not. Very slow from the big American. The 92 car is going to find himself in trouble down the Madgwick, because a couple of agile European and American cars side by side.
Andy Jordan trying to go around the outside in the Ford Lotus Cortina, but it's Frank Stippler who has the lead in the Alfa Romeo, and into second place. Romain Dumas gets the big Galaxy back into second place. And now look at the straight line speed. He's back in front.
Got to do that in the early laps. Alfa looked very nimble yesterday in practice, and it's proving to be so today in the main race. Of course, this sprint race is going to be difficult to see who is going to catch the 92 car now that he's hit the front. Biggest hope they had was hold him up through the early laps. Not a chance.
Behind, you've got the battle between the two Lotus Cortinas of Andrew Jordan and the rally driver Craig Breen, who's getting into historic racing really for the first time here. So the two Ford Lotus Cortinas, there they are, and they know each other because Andrew Jordan's team has set that car up and running it for him, but they've got a battle on their hands, and all of them are trying to come down the back long straight as fast as possible, and the Alfa Romeo is maybe missing out to the two Ford Lotus Cortinas as they manage to zap past the Alfa, but the Alfa's quick through the corner, so I don't know whether they're going to be able to hold on. Andrew Jordan having to defend.
Good camera, good corner. Now you get a real idea of what's what as far as sideways action's concerned, and the big American has managed to get down to the chicane first, and these guys have sorted themselves out slightly better than I thought they might do by the time we got to the chicane.
There is Jimmy Johnson in another of the big Ford Galaxies. So Jimmy is running in 6th place at the moment. Yes, it is 5th place now for him. There's the red with the white stripe. That is Jimmy Johnson, 7-time NASCAR champion. It's amazing having him here.
If you're not here, you couldn't possibly have just felt the way that the ground shook as these guys went by. Oh, a little bit.
He's a rally driver, but he shouldn't be taking to the grass right now.
He's lucky that it's dried out from this morning. It was cold and it was frosty this morning, and the grass now has some grip, clearly, as the 68 just found out.
Frank Stippler flashing the lights on the Alfa, trying to get back past Andrew Jordan.
I think he's optimistic, don't you? Oh, one wheel off the ground for the Alfa, absolutely sideways on, trying to intimidate the 77 car of Jordan if he can with putting his lights on. Never works for me on the motorway.
So Andrew Jordan, can he hold on in second place at the moment? Can he close up that gap at all to the big Ford Galaxy? 1.5 seconds the gap was when they went over the line last time, but as we go down the straights, every time we go down the straights, the Ford Galaxy, you hear the lovely rumble of that V8 engine, and it just pulls away from the European style cars that we're watching behind the Ford Lotus Cortina and the Alfa Romeo, which is having a go.
Yeah, the Alfa Romeos looked so good through practice yesterday. I was impressed with the way that it managed to keep its wheels in line and just power its way through the corners, whereas the Cortinas just a little bit livelier at the rear end, if you like, a little bit more oversteer from the Cortinas. But at the moment it's Jordan in second place in the 77 car, Green in the 68 car in third place, then Stippler 33 is in fourth place. Johnson powering away again, sliding around his first time here, and it's a big ask, isn't it, a race like this in a big car like that on a track you've never come across before.
So there are battles going on throughout the field, but up front it's a good lead for Romain Dumas, still got his race for second. And I have to say, going through that first Madgwick corner, the Alfa looks to have a little bit more pace, and again that's where he gets really close to the back of Andrew Jordan. But now as they pick up a bit more speed, it's flat out through there. Look at the sliding, he's having a look up the inside now, and that could be an opportunity, but Andrew takes the line into the first part of St Mary's and stays in second.
This is quality racing between these two at the moment, to be that close and that confident in the man around you, of course. But again, the Cortina just a little loose at the rear end compared with the Alfa. The Alfa looks the better car, but I think the Cortina has just about got the power and performance to stay in front at the moment. It's going to take something audacious from the car that we see in second place on screen at the moment. So through has gone Dumas already, and he's got a fair old lead, unless he's got a mechanical coming his way or some other unfortunate incident. He looks like he's away with this one at the minute, but the battle for second place is three-way, possibly four-way if Johnson manages to get up there with the big American as well.
Oh, locked up. Andrew just locked up a little bit, but he's kept it online, and he's still being kept the pressure on right behind him by Frank Stippler in the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint, a car that back in the mid-1960s was the European Touring Car Champion winning machine. These types of car, we've got a few of them in this race, but this one is the most rapid at the moment, and let's see.
This is what it's all about though, Ben, isn't it? It's pressure. You've got to keep applying the pressure at the moment. Stippler is applying the pressure to Jordan. Will he crack? Will he make that mistake that Stippler's looking for? This is where he was really quick last time. I think he's got it done this time. He's going to be down the inside, I think, in this particular time. Has he got it there? Yes, he has got it there. Brilliant, brilliant drive. Stippler got the exit out through Madgwick and all the way down there perfectly well, and has managed to slip in front. Now then, has he got the pace to stay in that second place?
We'll find out. Andrew Jordan hopping over the curve. You see how the back end of the Cortina really waves and wobbles. It's not an easy car at this sort of pace to keep it going in a straight line. The Alfa looks a little more stable into the corners than the Ford Lotus Cortina, but that was dramatic. And let's just take another look at how he pulled off the move.
Yeah, it was just great. He got great drive, kept his foot in it, and just made himself alongside. And once you're door to door, that's good enough, isn't it? And straight the way through there. That was a much cleaner move than I thought he was going to be able to achieve, I've got to say.
So the battle for second place is still on. You've still got the Alfa Romeo versus the two Lotus Cortinas. Frank Stippler up ahead of Andrew Jordan, and then Craig Breen immediately behind them. We've got a little bit of a gap back to Jimmy Johnson, the NASCAR champion in his Ford Galaxy. Steve Sopler is currently running in 6th position. There's a lovely shot as they come through the chicane, keeping it tidy. Again, Craig getting a little bit close to the grass, but that is his thing. We will have to see how that's going. And we've got minis racing in this race as well. And Karun Chandhok is on board one of those minis, and he's in a battle with another mini driver, which is fun. Right ahead of him at the moment, we've got the number 19 car, or it was the Stoffel Van Dorn car that was ahead. It's not now, because Stoffel Van Dorn is in a Cortina. So Karun is behind Blomqvist now, right? Yes, okay, so he's behind Tom Blomqvist. There is Karun in the number 7 car, and he is behind Tom Blomqvist. Let's have a look at what it is to drive the Mini. He's looking reasonably relaxed.
It belies his mental state, I'm sure, because really it's been hectic everywhere out on this racetrack, at every place on this racetrack. He needs more power.
Frustration,
clearly.
though. He feels, yeah, maybe it is a bit slow in a straight line or something going on. Look at the balance. Look at how you have to work the steering. This is through St Mary's.
I like the way the steering column is actually rattling around in the dashboard. I don't know if it's supposed to be like that. I'm sure it must be. So Karun Chandok then working very, very hard indeed here on board. You can see that his arms are yawing from side to side to try and keep that Mini on track. But up the front, Dumas has a 4.4 second lead now over Stippler, who has a half a second lead over Jordan. So Stippler is now, this is your race leader, Romain Dumas, and absolutely shakes our commentary position as he thunders by.
I can tell you there's also another battle of the minis going on between Alex Brundle and Andre Lotterer for 11th place. They are very close, so we do have two minis racing really hard here, and this is for 11th position, if that's the two. Yes, it is. So Alex Brundle and Andre Lotterer having this tremendous, and Lotterer's just on this lap got in front, so that is Andre Lotterer in the pale blue mini, and then behind him now is Alex Brundle in the mini that he's sharing with Bill Solis this weekend. That's Bill's car, and Alex had been in front, but now he's got to find a bit more pace again to try and get back ahead of Andre Lotterer.
Well, you've got to say, Ben, that maybe getting into these cars, having practiced in other cars today, this is his first go back in the Mini. The configuration, the change, where you've got to make your mind up where you're going to be and what you're going to do, is completely different. He's got that sorted out perfectly.
Down the inside.
How he managed to find that amount of pace.
No, that was impressive, wasn't it?
Indeed.
Got past Andre Lotterer, and they're being attacked by David Brabham behind in the Mark II Jaguar. So you've got, again, you know, whatever driver we mention, they're all pretty much star drivers in this race. Well, they are all star drivers. They won't be in it otherwise. And it's impressive to see Alex Brundle, Andre Lotterer, and not far behind David Brabham in a very different kind of car, the Jaguar Mark II. But when British Saloon Car Championship was the battle in the 1960s, often these cars will be fighting. Here comes Lotterer.
It's going to be side by side as Lotterer. We've seen him out earlier on today practicing, and he's looked pretty hectic in, what was it? I think he was running Cobra, wasn't he, in the, earlier on, and he looked absolutely outstanding in that. So through has gone the 8 again. So Lotterer in front of Brundle. Brundle's going to have to work hard again as we come through the chicane onto the front straight. Dumas has gone through with a 4.2 second lead over Stippler now, who has a nearly 1 second lead over the third place man Jordan. Then it's Breen another 0.9 back in fourth place. Johnson is still fifth.
So this is the overtake that Andre Lotterer made on Alex Brundle.
Good move.
Yeah, he got down the inside, and Brundle just had to give him the space, basically, and that was a great move by Andre Lotterer. He is such an experienced racer. He's been racing Formula E, and he's actually got a new deal for a Formula E full season next year as well.
Oh, look at this. Brundle again working his way up to the inside. He's going to look again at that same place. Yep. Is he going to be able to get under him? Yes, he is going to be able to get under him. Will he be able to stay there? I doubt it.
But where do you want to be in front? You want to be in front across the line. Oh dear, oh dear.
Well, you don't want to be doing that, that's for sure. Pushing the 127
Marcel Fassler, that is. Marcel Fassler, another of the Alphas. So we've still got the Alpha up in second place at the moment, but Marcel trying to push his car out of the way. He's doing a sensible thing, trying to get it off track so that it doesn't hold everybody up. We've still got 14 and a half minutes to go in this race as we are watching the battle between the two top minis. Alex Brundle versus Andre Lotterer. Behind them we've got David Brabham. Stoffel van Dorn is not far behind them as well. We can't quite see him in the picture. He's in a Ford Lotus Cortina. But Alex Brundle this time is not passed by Lotterer in the same position.
He's looking for a different ploy, perhaps. He's shown his hand too many times already. 1 minute 30.195, fastest lap so far. We're looking at the minis through the chicane. I just love that shot. It gives you a real impression of what everybody's doing out on track. The overhead is a great shot to give you a context of what's going on track.
Down towards the challenging Madgwick, virtually flat out in a car like this, but it is drifting all the way through. You can see the work going on the steering, how it drifts out to the edge, comes back in a little bit, back out to the grass on the outside. No change there. Has he got the run? We've seen this is a good place to get the run, and he has. This is where Alex was passing him. Now Andre Lotterer trying to get back past Alex Brundle.
Well, it's got to be flat through Fordham, hasn't it? So I would imagine Slipstream comes into it a little bit with these minis just through there, because they are absolutely on the floor as far as the throttle's concerned. There's a Jaguar having a little sniff here at the moment as well. This, I think we have the Mark II getting involved in this any minute, and that's going to be a bun fight.
Yeah, David Brabham's loving this. He's thinking, come on, I can get into this as well. It's just not quite working for him yet, as Andre Lotterer and Alex Brundle fight for their positions. Alex, son of Martin Brundle, himself a 2016 ELMS champion in the LMP3 category. There is our race leader though. Romain Dumas now has a 4-second advantage, and he's doing consistent lap times. He's He doesn't seem to be losing any pace. There's your second place car.
3.8 now, he's brought it down, Stippler. So across the line last time, he went from 4 just over to 3.8. He's taking more than 0.2 of a second out of your race leader. This is the part of the race that I questioned many times with you, whether we would get any tyre degradation on the big, fast Galaxy, whether it was going to cost him later in the race. Now we're going to see if Stippler has got a car that managed to get towards him. We'll see if Stippler's got that kind of pace.
So the top three are a bit spaced out, but it's not spaced out. And Stoffel Van Dorn in the background, I think, was just getting past Brabham. So you've got the two minis racing hard here, and then you've got the Jaguar and the Cortina. Yeah, the Cortina has got past. So Stoffel Van Dorn, and here comes Andre Lotterer. Andre Lotterer on Alex Brundle. He's got that run again. This is their favourite overtaking spot. Has he done it? Alex is trying to stay with him, go right round the outside. Can they stay together side by side into St Mary's? Alex has still got it, and he takes the curve.
Perfect, absolute quality. Two minis in unison, brilliant racing from two great drivers. Now the Cortina's come into play. The Jaguar seems to have run out of momentum. Brabham just going back a little bit after the Cortina made the pass. The 66 car then of Van Dorn is coming good in those classic colours. If there's a Cortina of that era, it needs to be in those colours.
Well, I was talking about Formula E, and Stoffel Van Dorn, the champion this year in Formula E, and look how he's now catching a very different kind of car. It's not electric, but he's got the pace to get past both the minis.
It's electrifying. It might not be electric, but he's made the move on both of them, and I don't see how they're going to come back at it, because I think that Lotus Cortina is obviously quicker in a straight line. Minis might try to outmanoeuvre it, but I think Stoffel Van Dorn is just finding his pace now, finding his feet.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's learning the track still as he's getting used to being here around the circuit. He's done Festival of Speed on a different layer where we go up towards Goodwood House. But here at the track itself, he's now really beginning to enjoy this Lotus Cortina, and he has got himself up a position. He's now in 11th place. He'll be chasing after Anthony Reid, actually, who's the next car.
Anthony Reid, I think.
Okay, and the two minis are still fighting. I think this mini battle is going to go pretty much all the way to the flag, isn't it?
And maybe the Jaguar will get into it, and Brabham might catch them towards the end of this race. We'll wait and see. Still over 10 minutes to go. What a great bit of racing we're getting here.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Alex Brundle and Andre Lotterer are putting on the best show of all, I think, at this stage, because there's just nothing between them. And actually, through that section, they've caught Stoffel Van Dorn again.
That is the agility of a Mini, isn't it? They were superb cars when they were built, and they're still superb cars now. I think the Cortina, the Lotus Cortina, should be able to, once it gets through Lavant and comes back onto the back straight, it will ease away again. It's whether they're close enough to try and get to them at the chicane, of course. This is Karun Chandok, back on board with him as well.
Yeah, and he's got his own little battle going on as well. So is he going to be able to...
He's doing plenty of hand waving, and now I know what he's waving at.
Side by side.
With another Mini.
Yeah.
So another Mini race.
So what does that mean, do you think? You know?
So I'm on the inside, and watch out, because we're into the braking area, and I'm going to shove you wide. There we
go. Oh, no! Oh, he goes off to the left, and the other car just about survives.
Unbelievable.
Wow, that was all a little bit marginal, wasn't it?
Hartley got absolutely completely crossed up then.
Brendan Hartley, the Kiwi, who's having a great fun weekend, but that nearly went horribly wrong for them, both of them. And so I think they've just about managed to get through. You're looking at 63, there is Tom Blomqvist.
Here we go. Oh, that was as sideways as Karun could have got. Was it Karun that was properly sideways?
Actually, it was Blomqvist, I think. What was it? Let's have a look. Who got sideways, yes. So it was Tom Blomqvist who really got completely out of shape
He gathered that up so well.
Karun is...
Natural tendency is to get out the throttle when you're in a big panic station like that, but if you do that in a front-wheel drive car, it goes right the way round on you.
What an amazing mixture of drivers.
Karun is in number 7, of course.
Yeah, that's right.
He's managed to stay out of it. Now then.
What, lucky number 7, you mean?
Yeah, it's the Barry Sheene number, of course. We've got the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy here as well during the course of the Goodwood weekend.
And we've got just over 8 minutes to go in this St Mary's Trophy. racing of early 1960s saloon cars with some of the most professional drivers of the current era on board many of these.
Let me tell you, with that little bit of a hold up through the chicane there, that back marker has brought it down to 2.3 seconds between Dumas and Stifler now. This man is chasing hard. Second place man, you can see the big Galaxy, that's gone through your shot. Now we come to the second place man, the 33 car here, Little Alpha is chasing that big American. Will he be able to get... It's the one thing when you're in a big fat car, you're going to have a real problem trying to get through somewhere like the chicane here if you've got traffic.
It's interesting actually, because up to now Dumas has set the fastest lap of the race at a 1 minute 30.1, but Stifler on that lap did a 1 minute 30.2. So the Alpha, the little silver Alpha,
it's closing him down. I'm sure tyres are going to come to play. I didn't think they might in this short 25-minute sprint race, but it looks like that might be an issue, unless there's something else that I don't know about. But look at Stifler right out to the white line and the other side of it, back into the sunshine from the cloudier side of the track. Maybe that's making a difference, the fact we've got a little bit of cloud now cooling the track down a little bit.
We shall wait and see. I think Jean-Eric Verne, he's still out there. We've just seen a car come into the pits, though. We have seen a couple of cars drop out of this race, sadly, but we've still got this battle up front, which is great fun to watch. And that was another... it's a good lap going on for Stifler. Let's see.
Coming to the line now. So there it is. Look at this. Stifler again, nimble through the chicane. He won't be as fast in a straight line, of course. Passing that big American is going to be harder than anything. Romain Dumas is really going to be the widest Galaxy you ever did see.
He gained 4/10 there, Keith. So not a huge amount, but he's got it down to just under 2 seconds.
4/10 on a what? 2.5 mile track, 2.4 mile track. I would say that was pretty good. So Stifler, he's determined.
That was amazing, just kicking up the dust on the grass. I hope he didn't have to lift off the throttle, because if he did, this won't be his best lap. Meanwhile, we've got this other...
Tina Wars and Mini Wars.
Yeah, this other great fight that's going on. Let's go back to Alex Brundle and Andre Lotterer. The two of them are still racing hard. Anthony Reid in the number 70 Cortina. He has now been passed by Stoffel van Dorn. So Anthony Reid is the one sort of checking his mirrors, because those minis are bearing down on him. Anthony, such a crucial part of this Goodwood event, has been a part of the Goodwood Revival for many, many years. And here comes Andre Lotterer again.
Oh, so close. He's almost part of it. It's almost a double-decker mini.
Alex Brundle in the number 80 car, up against the number 8 car.
He's going to come out from under that slipstream any minute now and try to cut to the inside. Will there be room for that at all?
This must be nerve-wracking for Bill Solis, the owner of the number 80 car. They only got this car rebuilt just in time for this event this weekend.
Look at the pace on the Cortina he had there. The minis didn't even have to back out of it, and he's managed to pull alongside the Cortina.
Anthony Reid, yeah. They haven't quite got him there, but Anthony Reid is definitely about to be passed, isn't he?
Yeah.
Lotterer going to the inside.
Took his opportunity, didn't he? I think he got out of the throttle because of the Cortina, and Lotterer was up the inside. But the number 8 of Lotterer making that move at the moment. It's still Dumas leads from Stifler, Jordan, Breen, Gutierrez, Soper, Minassian in 7th place, Yanni in 8th place, 9th in Van Dorn, and Reid is in 10th place, and we're seeing what trouble he's having holding on to it.
And it's almost side by side, but no, Andre Lotterer and Alex Brundle do follow each other. New fastest lap, by the way, by the race leader.
Yeah,
so
significant.
That Ford Galaxy is not losing pace. It's just set a new fastest lap at a 1:29.886.
I think that's just answered my question.
Yeah.
Is it going to run out of tyres? No, it's
But this is a chance for Andre Lotterer to make a bit of a break on Brundle, because if he gets past that Lotus Cortina...
Here, though, isn't it? Madgwick, he's managed to do it, managed to get through.
And this could be tricky for Alex Brundle, because he's got to get through as quickly as possible, otherwise he's losing valuable space to the other Mini that he's been fighting with lap after lap after lap. Alex will be desperate to get past that Ford Lotus Cortina of Anthony Reid as rapidly as possible.
It's going to be about Cortina placement, isn't it? Where he places that car to cut off Reid's advantage in some of the corners. There's the fastest car of the race being chased by the second place man. That doesn't look like 2.2 seconds to me.
No.
I think Stifler's closed him down. Maybe there's been a mistake from your race leader Dumas, because he is right on top of him now.
Yeah, look how close he is.
Is there a problem for the big American Galaxy? Perhaps there is. Let's have a listen.
Well, he didn't dive into the pit, so that's good news, and he's got acceleration down the straight. But you're right, that gap has closed to 0.6 of a second on that lap.
He took a second and a half out of him all in that lap. It must have been a mistake that we didn't quite see.
Or traffic.
He'd only or traffic. I don't remember seeing any around him, but certainly there's no way that you would have taken that out of Dumas. traffic, we are told. So our spotters tell us that traffic was the Rowan Atkinson. It was that he was tripping over 1:29.8. He did the lap before, so that sort of indicates that he's got pace. And then all of a sudden we find Stippler all over him, the race leader. There, Stippler all over the curbs as well on the inside.
I'm loving watching Frank Stippler. I have to say his style of driving,
look how close he is to him again.
His determination is fantastic to watch. I mean, they're all brilliant drivers.
He's going to make a pass on him. I don't know why Dumas seems to be inconsistent on this last couple of laps. Yeah, there we go then. Stippler's got
the grass coming alongside. He can't quite make it, and the Galaxy uses its power to get away.
I think he ran out of traction. There was no way that he was going to get a full throttle there, was he? It would have been spinning like mad, possibly on a rev limiter, because taken to that much grass, it wasn't going to give him the grip he needed. So Dumas has been let off the hook a little bit there by the over-ambitious Stippler. Got to say, what a fantastic effort.
Look at this once again. So Frank Stippler tucks it into the inside. Dumas runs it a little wider. You do run wide there anyway, and he knows.
All four wheels.
Yeah, he knows that the car's going to come back. That is the standard line. So he knew he had to cut onto the grass. It has actually cost him a bit. The gap's gone up now from 0.6 to 1.6 seconds with just 2 minutes to go.
Cost him a second, and that could have been a race-winning mistake, I was going to say. So a shame there for Frank Stippler. Rowan Atkinson, we're told, is off. He's on the grass at the moment, so he's rejoined, but he's having all sorts of fun at the back.
Yeah, well, we've got all sorts of entertainment going on, haven't we? But I tell you what, Andre Lotterer in the Mini that we were watching battling with Alex Brundle definitely managed to just gain a little bit of an advantage after they managed to get past the Lotus Cortina. So that is going to be helping him a little bit. And Max Chilton's down there with them with the Lotus Cortina as well. Can Stippler do anything here?
We're going to get a lap and this one done, I think, because the flag will be out. They're doing 129, 130s consistently. 129 is the fastest lap done by Dumas a couple of laps ago. Everybody in Goodwood is at the fence watching this. Everybody around here. Hope you're having a great time at the Goodwood Revival.
Yeah, what a wonderful view it is. And although these two race leaders have opened up a bit more of a gap than we have seen at certain times, what a variety of cars. We've got three completely different cars. They are from the same early 1960s period in motor racing, but the big Ford Galaxy with lots of horsepower, the nimble, sweet little Alfa Romeo with a 1600cc engine, and then the Ford Lotus Cortina running in third. Andrew Jordan is still in third place at the moment, ahead of Craig Breen. Craig, the rally driver, doing a fantastic job. He's still in fourth place. Esteban Gutierrez is now in fifth place in another of the Alfa Romeos, which seem to work very well here at Goodwood, I have to say. Steve Soper is in sixth place, then Nicolas Manassian is in seventh, Iliani in eighth, Stoffel Van Dorn, who's moved up through the grid pretty well, actually, I have to say. I think he's got more and more used to the car. He started 24th. I think they may have had a problem in practice yesterday, but Stoffel has been one of the biggest gainers of this race. He's gone from 24th to 9th, and Anthony Reid is currently holding that top 10 position. I look like what happened, though, because Reid had dropped back behind Lotterer and Brundle.
It might not be over yet. May I just interrupt you slightly? The last lap, the checkered flag is out now. It's just come to the end of our 25 minutes, and that Alpha is not done yet. Could he pinch this sneaky race down at the chicane? I wouldn't put it past him, but I don't. With that big long run, there's a back marker coming into view now. I wonder if Dumas is going to be unlucky here, and whether Stippler is going to have the luck. Let's wait and see. Blue flags are being waved frantically. This is going to slow Dumas down, but I don't think it's going to be enough. No, he's going to power underneath it. Oh, maybe he's not. Maybe he's not. Yes, he gets it done. He should be safe now, but look at Frank Stippler. Oh, Stippler's right there on top of him. I figured he might have a bit of a go. Out will come the checkered flag now, and it is going to be Romain Dumas.
Across the line he goes. Romain Dumas wins the St Mary's Trophy by a fraction of a second in the end over Frank Stippler in second place. Andrew Jordan's going to come through in third, and we have seen three different cars driven at such style here to take the top three places around the track. The Ford Galaxy, the winner, the Alfa Romeo in second place, and the Ford Lotus Cortina in third. But it's Romain Dumas who is the star. So look at the battle of the minis, and it's still on, but I think Andre Lotterer is going to be able to fend off Alex Brundle to the line. Here they come. They are chasing after Anthony Reid. I don't quite know what happened. There must have been something that went on with Anthony getting back in front, but Anthony Reid comes over the line in 11th place. Lotterer wins the mini battle, and we're on board with Karun Chandhok, and he is going to cross the line, I think, in 17th place. Yes, Brendan Hartley just up ahead of him, Karun down there. But what a lovely opportunity to have some fun in the mini, and but well done to Andre Lotterer, who won the mini war.
But this was the man of the day. Looked like he might have got bulked from the line. He just didn't get it launched off the line very well, but it didn't take him very long, did it, to power the Galaxy past, and he was on a different planet in comparison to most others when it came to the power, that's for sure. So the 92 car, Romain Dumas, and we can see this, the back marker just homing in as we get to Woodcock Corner here, and he was in two minds there whether he's going to be able to make that move, and all the time Frank Stippler kept it flat all the way through there. And look at this, in the braking area, he very, very nearly, really, if that back marker had just held Dumas up a little bit more, there would have been a pass on and a shock at the end.
Yeah, the momentum, because the Galaxy, when it loses momentum like it did behind that other car, it's a big, heavy car, so you lose that momentum. He didn't have then the speed through the chicane that he would normally have, whereas the Alpha was absolutely maximum momentum. So, but then under acceleration, the Ford did it.
And that other car that we mentioned and sort of dismissed fairly well was Dindo Capello, so it was no slouch in the other car.
No, absolutely. No, and he did keep out of the way. Fair play to him. He
just.
It was quite close, but he did keep out of the way. Look at the wonderful reaction from fans here at Goodwood, and it's so lovely to see you all enjoying the show that we've just enjoyed so much. This is such a part of the revival, taking saloon cars from the early 1960s and seeing such different machinery driven by superstars. We will see this again tomorrow, but the cars will be driven by different drivers. And actually, although Romain Dumas has won this race, the actual St Mary's Trophy will be an aggregate win for both today's race and tomorrow's race. So you can't say that Romain has won the trophy. He hasn't. It'll all depend on how it goes when they share back to the owners and entrants of the cars.
That puts so much pressure on the second driver, on the co-driver. Stippler did all he could to close that gap down to an acceptable level for his co-driver tomorrow. So it's really going to be down to who drives the best out of the, shall we say, the amateur drivers, for want of a better phrase. It's going to be this is not done and dusted by any means.
No, but he still deserves the applause that he's getting all around the circuit for winning this race. I mean, he has won this race fair and square, but it was tight at the end there once again. And I have to say, so impressed with what Frank Stippler did throughout that whole race. The start he made, he nearly managed to get in front of the Ford into the first corner. There's Karun. I think Karun Chandhok has had a lovely time in the number 7 Mini, and we will see that car back out again tomorrow, but in a different pair of hands as the cars go back to other drivers. It's going to be John Cooper who drives that car in the race tomorrow. A couple of the BMWs, one of the BMWs anyway, down at the back there, and there's some congratulations going on there. Romain Dumas and Frank Stippler having a bit of a chat and a pat on the back after they put on such a great show for us. And Romain Dumas now, helmet off, and with a big smile on his face, and quite right too. Well done. Many congratulations to him and to everybody involved in that, because we saw a tremendous show, and that's what we all come for here to Goodwood, isn't it? To see an entertaining battle like that, and particularly in the midfield too. I love watching the minis going wheel to wheel, side to side, and we nearly had a big accident, but they all sorted it out and kept it as clean as possible.
Yeah, quality driving, even at that close quarters, all the way around the racetrack. And the Mini Cortina battles were probably my favourite, although I've got to say, Romain Dumas looked like he was under a little bit of pressure. He just caught the back markers occasionally where he didn't want them. When he lost that 2.5 second lead, got himself tangled up a little bit. Stippler was looking for an opportunistic move late on by the look of that, and he wasn't shy, was he, coming down into the chicane? In fact, Capello locked up on the way in on the other Alpha on the way in there, and Stippler got under him quite easily, but there was no way. Once the big American car had got through the chicane, there's no way you're going to out-power it to the line. So, good win, but tomorrow, it's all to play for.
Well, we shall see how it all goes. It is going to be at the end of Sunday's races that we will see the second part of the St Mary's Trophy and to see how the aggregate works out. But for today, Romain Dumas has done the job. The victory by 0.6 of a second in the end over Frank Stippler, with Andrew Jordan in third place. And we can hear from the top three now with Ed Foster.
Andrew Jordan, I'm going to squeeze in. Sorry, Frank, we'll come to you in a second. Andrew, even as an amateur, I knew you were giving it everything in those first few laps.
Yeah, I was. The whole way through, really. It was, it was low grip and sliding and pushing on. But it's a good thing with this race because of the aggregate result. You know, it could come down to tenths at the end. So you've got to keep pushing on. Obviously, Romain was very quick and Frank was very quick in the Alpha. But it was good to be here and having the gala and the cigar.
Andrew, well done.
Thank you.
Right, let's find Frank Stippler, who spent a little bit of time on the grass. Frank, what a fantastic drive. I mean, you needed one more lap.
Maybe. The car was pretty strong until the end, and Romain is a fantastic driver. But beside that, it's just so amazing to be here. And always in the in-lap, it's close to the tears. I mean, it's such a privilege to be invited and to drive such a car. Maybe the GTA is one of my favorite cars all over. I think I drove more or less every car meanwhile, but the GTA is just such a pleasure to drive, and thanks to Alex as well to preparing it that well.
I'm not surprised after that. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's find first place Romain. Romain, we're just going to dive in. I'm so sorry. Romain, he kept you honest, didn't he?
Yeah, for sure he was there all the way. I mean, at the end, I was very happy to see the checker flag. On my board, they showed me 2 minutes to go. Luckily, I saw the checker flag at the same time. I can tell you, it was very great, but good fun. Such a different car, and at the end, with nearly the same speed. And it's a great show. We'll see tomorrow with my teammate now what will happen. But nice race like always, and a lot of tactic. I have to save the car at the start because I was really scared with the brake. And at the end, anyway, I didn't have much brake left. So very interesting, like always.
Romain, well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed that star-studded race there, and I've found another star driver here at the top of the pits, Mr. Jochen Mass. Did you enjoy that?
Yes, of course I did enjoy it. It was a fantastic race, I think. It's thanks for calling me a star driver. But, you know, it looks easy really in a way, but it isn't. I mean, they drove splendidly well. You know, I mean, the big Galaxy is a wonderful car to drive. And of course the GTA, the Alpha, is not really in my books as a winner here. But Frank Stippler drove it exceedingly good and so on. So it's quite intriguing how these cars sort of, you know, balance themselves out in the various performance levels, because one is lighter and the other one's a bit heavier, and the one has much more grunt, and the other one has 170 horsepower, the other one has, let's say, 600. So it makes quite a difference. But of course, the more power you have, the more difficult it can also be. So you're fast on the straights, but in the corners, naturally, the cars are a little more tricky. And the minis are fantastic. I mean, they're so ridiculously fast. I drove some mini races here. I thought I really had to learn everything again. You know, it was just intriguing. You know, one hit me in the back and the other one hit me on the front wheel. And they all excused themselves. And I thought, what am I doing? What am I doing wrong? Mass. And I found out very quickly, I braked. I shouldn't brake. So it was quite funny.
When you watch those minis, those steering wheels never in a straight line for the whole lap. Obviously, we're enjoying the sunshine here, but I think they might have looked for a little bit of rain today to help them out against those big American cars.
No rain here. Please, don't give us a bad idea. No. It's great. Even in the rain, Goodwood is not bad to drive on, unless it's really pouring. But it's just so much nicer for everybody if the sun shines, right?
Absolutely. What would be your car choice in the St Mary's if you were going to pick one?
St Mary's, I think I need a lot of power. That explains it. I think a Galaxy, so it's more my league in the moment. Sort of, it's sort of adapted to the decades you live. You know, sort of every decade has, you know, 50, 80, 100 horsepower.
Not quite as powerful as some of the cars you've driven in the past, but it looks comfortable, the Galaxy.
No, the cars are wonderful to drive, I feel. You know, they seem to be awkward, but they oversteer, and of course you have to turn the wheel. It's not hard to steer, but you know, you just have to be aware of it, how much and this and that. It's sort of, and you get used to it very quickly, and you take it in your stride, and you use it to your advantage if you listen to the car enough.
Well, of course, you're not just spectating today. You're going to be putting the helmet on in a bit and driving into the dusk, shall we say, later on today.
Yeah, I look forward to drive the DB4, which is really a lovely car to drive, and it's very creature-friendly actually, and it's just a bit hard to get in and out. So I'm not looking forward to the driver's change. You know, either I start and then I have to get out, or I have to get in, and you know, either way it's difficult.
Which would you prefer, given the choice?
I think this time I took the choice to get in instead of getting out. So let's see how that works.
Well, at least you can take the glory at the checkered flag, eh?
Yes, exactly.
Well, best of luck, Jochen. We look forward to seeing you later on. We're now going to head back up to comms for some more action.
Thanks, David. And here we are looking forward to some and more great action from some cars from a previous era to what we were looking at. So we're watching the cars build up their preparation for the Goodwood Trophy, a 20-minute race for Grand Prix and voiturette cars, as they were called, the single-seaters, between 1930 and 1951. And the most typical of these, the ERAs that you're looking at, there are several of them there, but there are some Maseratis in the mix as well, and also some cars from slightly later on. And right at the back of that group there is the BRM, the car that we haven't seen here. We saw it at Goodwood initially last year for the first time, but we haven't seen it race yet until now, and this is going to be fascinating. So it's a V16 powered BRM. Let's just hope that it can go the full race distance. We're going to be able to see they've completely rebuilt this car using something like 20,000 original drawings because none of the cars still exist, and yet that car is going to be competing in this race. So that's something to look forward to. But we've got ERA on pole position. David Morris is the man who's going to be starting right up front, and beautiful conditions, just about perfect conditions, Keith, for this race.
I was just looking at this field. What a lineup we've got here of quality cars of this era. I mean, just where else would you ever see anything quite like it? And you're right, with the sun shining down here at the Goodwood track, it is just a spectacle that you don't get anywhere else at any other time of the year. It's just, I'm in awe, I must say, at trackside, watching this from the Stirling Tower, from the Girling Tower even, and enjoying every minute of it, Ben. Thank you.
Well, we've also been joined in the commentary box by Chris Druitt. And Chris, you are very much a fan of motorsport from this period, 1930s, 40s, 50s, very much your period of motorsport. The ERAs that we are looking at, particularly with the driver who sits quite high over the rear axle, we've got them in various different colours. They were cars that raced at Brooklands before the Second World War.
They did, Ben, and at Donington as well, introduced in 1934 by Raymond Mays, who then went on to lead the BRM team. And voiture racing was effectively Formula 2. But ERAs are lovely to drive. The trick is to chuck them into the corner and then steer them on the throttle.
And the heritage of these cars that still exist, and so many of, I'm always quite surprised at how many ERAs still have survived this period from the early 1930s when they first came along. Raymond Mays was part of that organisation, and yet we still have so many left.
I know, and the funny thing was, even after the war, when Grand Prix started, they were dominated by the Italian Alfa Romeos, but ERAs were still racing. They got lapped every 3 laps or so, but they were still, Bob Gerrard and Reg Parnell, people like that, having a lot of fun.
But Maseratis are also a factor in this race. They haven't got quite the same qualifying speed, I noticed. Most of the Maseratis are a little further down the grid, although Pat Blakeney-Edwards is as high as 7th on the grid in his Maserati. There are a few down towards the back, but they raced here when the Goodwood Trophy first began, didn't they?
Yes, of course, we've got Maseratis with 4 cylinders, 6 cylinders, and Patrick's has got 8 with a lot of power. The funny thing about Maseratis post-war was they used to rush off the start line, and then within 4 laps they packed up because the metallurgy was not terribly good. Now they're miles more reliable, pumping up the pressure from the fuel tank.
Yep, that's something you don't see in racing nowadays, but that's something that was so typical then, to pump up the fuel pressure before the start of the race. Of course, this was a period when they did at least go to single-seaters, because before this you used to have a mechanic sitting next to the driver who would do all of that pumping up.
Yeah, single-seaters came out really for Grand Prix racing in the early 30s.
Yeah, so and the
interesting car, middle of the front row, Ian Baxter's Alta, built by Geoffrey Taylor, who always economised as much as he could, so they weren't very well built, but now they're quick. The funny thing about this one, Ian Baxter's car, have a look at the rear suspension if you're in the paddock, has no shock absorbers, just twin springs each side.
Amazing, isn't it? Just
so many cars and so much to look at here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
ERA,
that was last time.
ERA GP1, they came in 1938, they produced 2 much more modern ERAs designed by Peter Burton, really modelled on the Silver Arrows Mercedes, and they were hopeless. They never did anything.
Was that hopeless in terms of power or in terms of the chassis?
No, not hopeless in terms of speed, but hopeless in terms of reliability.
Right.
But Duncan Ricketts, in particular, has developed the GP1. GP2 has recently been sold and is being completely rebuilt.
So when they rebuild these with modern materials, is that what makes the difference?
Absolutely. Yeah, we learned so much about metallurgy during World War II.
You're looking at a driver sitting in the cockpit of one of these cars, sitting over the rear axle, front-engined machinery, even though, interestingly, in the 1930s, Auto Union made a Grand Prix car with the engine behind the driver, but everybody else stuck with the traditional front engine.
Yeah, we were worried yesterday when the BRM packed up during practice with oh dear, BRM, but lovely to see it back.
Yeah.
They've taken a panel off the side.
Okay.
I guess it was overheating yesterday.
Yeah, because it was just a leak we saw, wasn't there?
Yeah,
basically?
well, sort of steam coming out.
Yeah, it has qualified 12th on the grid. Rob Hall is driving the BRM. You can see in the middle of your shot, pretty much, it's one of the lower looking cars on that grid. But we're about to see the formation lap get underway with David Morris on the left-hand side in the silver ERA. Ian Bamber is in the green Alta 61 in the middle of the front row, and Nicholas Topless in another of the ERAs, the R4A model. Then the blue and yellow car, the R5B. Isn't that one of the more famous ERAs, the R5B?
Remus is the car that Pat Lindsay won the first revival race in when we started the revival again.
So it has great history here.
It really does.
Lovely. Well, good to see the cars on their formation lap, and we can just get an idea of how these cars are looking and how they line up on the grid as well. So let's take a look at that. So David Morris it is on pole position, Ian Baxter alongside, and Nicholas Topless. And then amongst the ERAs you've got Padden Dowling, but then the Bugatti, that later Bugatti, which we'll talk about, Tom Dart, that was the last, one of the last Bugattis that ever existed. That's 5th on the grid. Then Ben Fiddler, another of the ERA. Pat Blakeney-Edwards, keep an eye on him in the top Maserati. Then Michael Gans 8th. Mark Gillies, who's won this event before, 9th. And Duncan Ricketts is in 10th place in that later ERA. Richard Bradley in the Maserati. Rob Hall in that BRM that we're seeing race for the first time here at Goodwood. First time in many years that type of car has raced here. Rob Hall is 12th on the grid. Julian Mazjoub is 13th. Then Michael Birch, Alex Simpson, Julian Wilson, Christopher Mann and Roland Wettstein. And then Ewan Sergeson and Stefan Rettenmeier in the Maseratis down towards the back of the grid. The last row, Marcus Nasius and Luke Brantz in the Talbot Lago. That's a slightly unusual one as well. But it's a real mixture of cars to look forward to, Chris.
The Talbot Lago is interesting because post-war in sort of 48 to 52, it was much slower than the Alfa Romeos, but it had much better fuel consumption. So it's sort of tortoise and hare at once in Grand Prix by not having to stop so often.
Yeah, well, that was a good way of doing it. And there you are looking at the BRM. And yes, you can see they've taken a panel off the side there. So presumably where there was a problem yesterday, they've decided to take that panel off. The car does look immaculate. I love the exhaust pipes, those little exhaust pipes that all flick out from the front there.
And the noise is painful. It actually rattles your eardrums, doesn't it?
It does.
It will be when it goes past here in the tower, that is for certain. The thing that concerns me always when we race something like these beautiful, slightly elderly cars, as modified as they are for the rigours of racing nowadays, is that you get over enthusiastic as a driver, and suddenly just a few more revs here, just a few more over revs on the way down through the box into some of the corners, and that just causes the odd reliability
very little
problem.
difference between the A-Type and the B-Type ERAs. B-Type had a slightly stiffer chassis.
Okay, well, we shall see how they all get on against each other. Front axle suspension on the ERAs. There is one out there that has independent front suspension, but that was very unusual at the time. The cars are now beginning to come around on towards the grid. Just Julian Mazjoub on the Alfa Romeo 308. Look, this is a lovely view of the onboard camera here.
Julian Mazjoub in the big Alfa Romeo 8C.
Yeah.
Awesome car.
So we'll see how Julian gets on. He's starting in 13th place, and you're going to get a rather lovely view of Julian in the Alfa.
And how hard he has to work to keep it on the tarmac. So we're looking forward to this. This is the Goodwood Trophy race as they come to the start line then. And a much anticipated race here at Goodwood. Still, it's a beautiful day, a light breeze. It's warmed up a lot outside. I must say, I stuck my head out of the box a moment ago and was treated to a face full of lovely warm air. Here, hang on a minute. We've got in the second row, we've got a problem there.
Stalled car, presumably.
That will be a problem. They will have to sort that out.
And here's Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Maserati. So, oh dear, Pat, one of the most experienced and successful historic classic racers in the country, but
he's not still waving, so maybe he's got it going again.
But he's still working on something.
He's working on something in the cockpit, isn't he?
No.
But
he wants to push.
Needs a push.
Yeah.
So there's a pause. Let's hope that they can all sit there idling. They should be all right for a moment or two with these vehicles just idling before they can actually set them off.
He's going for the paddock.
Yeah, I think he's going for the pit. Yeah, absolutely. There is a gap into the pits there, the pit exit. So I would think they're going to be taken straight into a race here, and well done to him at least for realising quickly there was something wrong. We have a green flag from the back.
Here we go then.
We're all set for the Goodwood Trophy to get underway, and the 1930s, 1940s and early 1950s cars are getting away, and it's a good start from Ian Baxter from the middle, but David Morris in the silver machine is going well, and Nicholas Topless on the outside. He is trying to take the lead round the outside of the first corner, trying not to get on the grass, and he doesn't, not yet anyway, and it's still side by side in the battle for the lead. David Morris in the silver ERA, Nicholas Topless second place in the blue car. Third place is the Alta of he and Baxter, everybody else now just about getting into position and finding their way through that first corner and now getting up to some proper speed, Keith.
Car stalled in the middle of the grid, and that's why we saw somebody going down the outside on the grass trying to avoid a collision at the start of that race. Meanwhile, here we go. This is going to be, as they warm themselves into this racetrack, it's going to be interesting to see as we go into the evening sun who is going to take the Goodwood Trophy. I don't think it's going to be quite as cut and dried as we might have thought at the beginning. Meanwhile,
good little battle going on behind as well, isn't there? Mark Gillis, who's had a lot of success here over the years, the number 3 car, the Green Machine. He's trying to make up a bit of that ground as our race leader, the poleman, David Morris, is still opening up a bit of an advantage at the moment.
And was keeping an eye on his mirrors as well, as he does again, ducks down. That's one thing about having a driver poking his head up as high as they do in these classic cars, is that you can see exactly where he's looking and what he's doing. And he's just pacing himself at the moment with who is in second place. Chicane for the first time then.
Yeah, he's got it, a nice little gap. Hopefully he can work on building up that gap further behind. It's a little bit tight. That's Mark Gillis just trying to get through there a little more cleanly. So a lead of 1.2 seconds at the end of the first lap. And the noise, especially as the BRM goes past.
I think that was the one that Chris was talking about, that rattles your eardrums even without headphones on it. Almost my head imploded.
Rob Hall in the BRM, by the way, has made up a few places on this opening lap. He's gone up to 8th. You can see it in the background. It's a bit smoky. It's a bit smoky, and he's looking down. There could be a concern on the BRM in the background. It had a problem in qualifying yesterday, and I just saw another puff of smoke. So I do hope it keeps running, because it's such a remarkable car to see out there. But we'll just have to wait and see whether he gets it through. There's the later ERA. But where is the BRM? It has dropped back a bit in the background. It is still there.
Still there, but slowing, it looks like. The number 9 car of Morris did a 1:38.7 from a standing start. So we'll see how that improves through. There's the extra aero and the rather loud exhaust system of either side of that machine. It really, I thought the Galaxy earlier on was noisy when it came past the commentary position, but that is ear-shattering.
Missing out there is Roland Wettstein in the Parnell MG. We've only got the one MG-based Voiturette car here, Chris. That's a slightly less usual car in this form of racing.
Built by Reg Parnell, who we used to call the king of Goodwood in the post-war times. He was a great racer.
We've still got a battle for second place though, Keith. This is getting a bit tighter now, because you can see that Baxter, who qualified second in that green outer, he's really getting on terms.
I had the feeling that this wasn't quite going to be as cut and dried as qualifying might have said. As we get to race conditions, and that looks absolutely superb. The 61 car of Baxter looks like he has got pace, and we'll wait and see if he can get in touch, but he's there or thereabouts at the moment. We've still got 16 minutes of this race. Only a 20-minute race, of course. It's quite a short race distance, so he's got to get it done. Got to work it out early.
Ian often fights for the lead in vintage racing. It's a very quick car, that Alta, and it's going well nowadays. So I wouldn't be surprised if he forces his way past at least one of those ERAs, maybe Noctopolis.
We'll see. He finished 5th in the Festival of Britain Trophy here last year. As you say, a very experienced racer with this car. This was built in the late 1930s, along with some of the ERAs that he's competing against that are up ahead of him at the moment. We'll still keep an eye on Rob Hall. He definitely lost a place or two on that last lap, one place I think, but he is still going in the BRM, so that's good news at least.
You can see what Chris was on about there. The Alta was closing in on that longer straight down towards Woodcote here, and the third place man in our picture at the moment is looking very, very sharp indeed.
David Morris in the silver ERA stretching out a bit. That's the car his father, Martin Morris, raced for a long, long time.
Okay, well, he's doing a good job. He's got a second advantage at the moment. Just seen a good lap, though, by Mark Gillis, who's actually set the pace. He is down in 4th place, but he is catching this group.
1:32.2 is by far and away is a second faster than any other car on the track.
Chris, you've seen Mark race here a lot. He's had a lot of success over the years.
Yes, he's a great ERA racer, very often wins. He's in one of the earliest ERAs, R3A, but he drives it, he pedals it beautifully. Lives in the States.
We're looking at him now, the number 3 car.
He's got that fastest lap, 1:32.2.
That's quick.
Yeah, it's a good lap, and he's right up there now with Baxter and Topless.
Oh, he nearly wasn't.
Big slide. He just about managed to control it. And just bear in mind as well how these drivers sit in their cars, no harness, no roll cage above them, yet driving at high speeds in these older cars. It takes some bravery just to be out there.
Shaping up to be a good battle between Topless, Mark Gillies and Baxter, and I think it might get even more exciting as we go through the race.
Well, it is getting tight as they come down towards Woodcote Corner, and now, rather than just going on the attack, Baxter's going to have to be a little bit aware of that number 3 car right behind him, which has been lapping very quickly and has caught the battle for not just a potential podium, it's currently in 4th, but potentially a win.
This next series of bends is going to be very interesting indeed, because looking in the mirrors, they're going to know what they're going to have to do. And here we go, looking for a move at Madgwick, not there, too far back, camera angle fooled me. So now then, flat out down towards Fordham.
Ian Baxter, there he is. What a great view of him holding onto the steering wheel.
Oh, he's there.
Mark Gillies has got a real chance to get past him.
Ford Water next, flat out through here.
He takes the line, and fair play. Mark just gives him the space which he needs to do. But they are still right on target with Nicholas Topless and his ERA. It is allowing our race leader, David Morris, to get away just a little bit more, because these 3 are fighting.
I think Mark might be a threat. They're threading their way through slower cars. I think he might be a threat when they get down to Woodcote.
Well, let's see if he can get the exit out of this vital corner now, out of Levant, get the power on early. You can see a little bit of wheel spin actually there, couldn't you? Just a little bit of smoke coming off the inside rear right tyre. That's as he got onto full throttle.
See what I mean about getting the tail out of it and steering on the throttle with an ERA.
Yeah, that's what the car was so well known for. And he isn't in a position to actually go, is he?
He's been trying to line something up, but he just hasn't quite got the pace that he would want. A little bit of sideways action again coming from the number 3 car there in 4th place at the moment. Gillies then coming through the chicane again.
They are all very close.
Now he's looking a little bit more like he's in position, but the 61 car, the outer just leaps away out of the chicane. Just seems to have that little bit of extra torque coming out of the chicane, Chris.
But they've all caught up to the race leader a bit, because the gap has gone down to 0.8 of a second.
Coming down.
Yeah.
I wonder what the orange blob is on the front of Mark Gillies' car. Indicates it's running on methanol, and that's for the marshals, because it's a different job.
He's got a chance, he's got a chance.
Oh, that's tight. That was very, very tight. Methanol, because it doesn't burn clearly, is that the...
It burns with an invisible chemical.
Yeah, so the marshals can't see if they're on fire.
Well, that was a bit tight between them, but it didn't quite come off, so Baxter still in 3rd, Mark Gillies still in 4th.
This is getting tasty now, Ben.
Yeah, it is.
He's
a very different line there. Unusual line out of St Mary's. Look how wide he's trying to get a really wide line into Levant. Let's have another little look at the fun and games there. That was very close between them. Thankfully, the space was given.
Sure.
Just.
Sure.
We've got away with it. But this is not over by any means. We've got 11 minutes still to go in this race.
Which is plenty.
And they're getting closer to David Morris.
He's dropped back a bit, actually, Mark Gillies.
Maybe he's got a bit.
And now for 2nd place, Baxter
goes through.
Yeah, he's managed to get past Nicholas Topless.
And Gillies seems to have dropped right back.
So I wonder what happened there, because whether they had a problem. He's looking down in the cockpit. Is there an issue with the car?
Yeah, he's looking down again, and there's a little whiff of smoke I saw there as well. But it is now the 61 up into 2nd place. Baxter has grabbed the opportunity after the promise of Gillies.
But Nick Topless is fighting back.
Yeah, he is. So it's not over in the battle for that 2nd place at the moment. Mark is now looking a bit more confident again. Let's see if this car is going to hold together. I noticed, I had a look at the cars, Chris, and some of the cars have a supercharge. Actually, he's got a chance. He's going for it. He's going up into 3rd place. And so the car is running quite well. Some of the cars have a supercharge that actually sits between the driver's legs. Not many of them do. Most of them have it in the front. But some of them have it with the driver right between their legs. Amazing.
This is something Mark often does. He takes the first few laps fairly gently and then applies the pressure. Now
in traffic, traffic.
The Parnell MG.
We're at half distance now as well, so maybe this will be the pardon the pun, but pulls the pin at this particular point. A little bit of sideways again and a hand wave. Thank you very much for giving me space. The number 3 of Gillies goes through.
Yeah. So
still closing down the 61 again of Baxter. Baxter's not got away like I thought he might have done through that traffic.
Well, let's see how this all works out here, because Gillies is still applying the pressure solidly.
As Nick Topless got a problem, he's slipping further and further back in R3A.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's see how this works out then.
1.6 was the difference from Morris to Baxter. It's down to 0.9 now. So the leader has been closed down by some margin, some considerable margin. Can that momentum be kept up by Baxter? Baxter in the 61 car, closing down the race leader, the 9 of Morris.
Remember, Baxter doesn't have the power of the ERAs. It's an unsupercharged 2-litre against the supercharged ERAs.
Yeah, so he hasn't got quite the straight line speed, but he's got a lot of cornering performance. This is the top 3. As you say, Topless has dropped back a bit more than was expected, so maybe there is a bit of a problem on his car.
Gillies is looking keen again, that's for certain, in 3rd place. He's going to look for an opportunity at the end of this lap, you can almost be sure of it.
Race leader, David Morris. So far he's kept control, but the pressure is still building up. There's still a little oversteer for Gillies to sort out in the number 3 car.
And more back markers coming into view as well, which is going to make a difference.
Let's see whether it all holds throughout the rest of the race. We've still got most of the cars running, I'm glad to say. We've got 1 or 2 in the pits, though there are always going to be some mechanical issues for these older vehicles, but they can still entertain us, and they are right now in this fight for the lead. Look how close our top 3 cars are right now. It was about a second between first and second last time, but it's even closer now.
It is. They pop past Ewan Surgerson in the red Maserati. He is very good at looking in his mirrors and keeping out of the way of the people coming.
Well, he did a good job then. Sideways again. Baxter absolutely lost all the momentum coming out of the chicane. Got his foot in it a little early, perhaps, but so that might have let Morris off again.
I don't know whether that meant that Mark Gillies lifted, because he also lost a bit of time. Almost made me think, I wonder if he lifted off thinking that Baxter was going to lose it in front of him. He's now caught back up to him again.
And an old...
Oh, he's actually got a run on him.
Yeah,
he's got a run for second place.
We know that it's quick with the supercharger on it, and he's got underneath him. He goes to second place.
Yeah, he's done it.
Gillies goes to second place, but back markers are coming into view again.
Yeah. That does complicate things. He saw the car coming alongside him, knew he had to give the space, whereas earlier on he was able to shut the door. This time Ian Baxter had to give him the space, and Mark Gillies is now up into second place. Can he still win this race from 9th on the grid? I'll tell you what, he's got a chance. We've got 6.5 minutes still to go, and he's closing.
And he's dispensed with that back marker. They got rid of the back marker very, very quickly indeed. All 3 are through now, so it's a straight race between these 3.
There is the BRM. Glad to see it still running, despite being worried earlier that there was a little bit of smoke coming out of it. And just listen.
Down in 9th place, there's still smoke coming out of it.
I think David Morris was easing off a bit.
All right.
To preserve the car, and now he's going to stretch its legs again, I believe.
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah, that's probably put by commentator's curse on him.
But he's still leading at the moment. There is David Morris, still in control, but not by much. You'd think he'd want a bigger gap than that, wouldn't you? It's close. Oh, he's good through the chicane, though. That was neat. He pulls away a little bit through that chicane every time. He just has a very neat exit there that seems to work. Whether it's the gear ratio on that car particularly, I don't know. Could be anything, really. But he comes out of the chicane well. But as you get to the end of the straight, it's almost as if that gear ratio has run out and he's revving too much.
It was 0.5 at the line, but it's certainly considerably less. And again, he gets the drive there, doesn't he? Gets up alongside. Can they make the move? He looks in. Yes, he has done it. Brilliant move. Gillies absolutely superbly judged. And a back marker to stick between them as well if he can.
Mark Gillies has taken the lead of the race, having started 9th on the grid. He is now in front. What a tremendous drive it's been for him. I do wonder whether Morris had some sort of problem. He was definitely again glancing down into the cockpit a little bit, but the car is still running.
Oh, Gillies is not out of it yet, as he's absolutely sideways as he dropped down into the compression. So Gillies trying to make good his escape from everybody behind him.
It's such a physical exercise driving these cars, isn't it? As you can see, and the body not being held by a harness in a grippy race seat. The body, your core strength needs to be reasonably strong just to hang on in there as well.
Perfect. Line to line, your race leader.
Can David Morris get closer and
And a back marker.
Not far away.
Yeah, we've got a back marker right where you don't want him, and that really is. Well, he saw him coming, which was a good move.
Yeah, that's the big Elvis Goodwin special.
So he's managed to get by the time we get to the chicane. That's not upset the top three. Let's take a look at this overtake again. He absolutely kept his foot in it and rolled up the inside. Brilliant move.
That was a good move. Just a quick note, by the way, we saw Pat Blakeney-Edwards pull out at the start of the race. He did actually get going. I hadn't realised. So he's now running in 10th position, Pat Blakeney-Edwards. So he's done well, having started from the pit lane. So he's got himself halfway up the order, basically, where he is now. We have, 17, 18 cars still running.
It looks like there's a lubrication bottle in the middle of the track that's been discarded.
Okay, it's more likely to happen with cars of this era, having maybe the odd bit fall off.
It's a bit like me then, Ben.
Mark Gillies is still our race.
And again, in that
leader.
compression, sideways every time.
Impressive to watch, isn't it? But it's a great place to watch. Lovely to see so many fans down there at that part of the corner with the change there. Now let's just see. Second car, keep an eye on.
Yeah, there it goes. It's just dropped out from underneath it, whatever it was.
Thankfully, it has been avoided so far.
Obviously not crucial. It is an oil can.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Plastic oil bottle.
Yeah, to be added in if necessary.
Here's Patrick Blakeney-Edwards doing what he can to get back up. He's up to 9th.
Okay, that's good. So he's getting
It's a good
another
drive
place
from pit lane after he would have had to have left pit lane after the whole grid had gone by.
Well, he is a star driver. We know that. We've seen him in so many rapid performances here. Yeah, it does sound good.
This isn't over yet, you know. I've got a feeling that Morris might have a bite back. He's just put in a 32.0, so he's just faster than the fastest lap. He's just put the fastest lap in of the race so far. So Morris has, with 2.5 minutes exactly to go before the flag comes out. So what have we got? A couple of laps.
They hit
that bottle.
One of them hit, I think it was the leader who hit that bottle that was lying down, and it's flicked it onto the grass, which is perfect. Got it out of the way.
The problem would have been if it had still been full of oil.
I think David is fighting back in the silver ERA.
Let's have another look at this. A bit of a slide here from the race leader getting up onto the curbs there.
He loves it sideways. He just got a little bit of grass there as well, didn't he, as he asked for the brakes down into the chicane.
Controlled it beautifully, though.
Indeed.
And sitting on the back of the car there, you feel every little bit of movement of the back end of the car. If you're not used to that sort of feel, it can be quite unsettling to have all that movement going on underneath you. But for these guys who are experienced racers in cars of this era, they're just thoroughly enjoying themselves. And actually, the lead there that Gillies has over Morris, still pretty tight, not much to choose. And David Morris, having done that 1:32.014 you mentioned, that fastest lap, still in the mix. Oh, another car, aware,
but not really able to get out of the way. When you catch him in the middle of the chicane, it's a real problem. You can't get out of the way.
This has given an opportunity to all three bunch right up and close together, and actually that's quite a quick car in a straight line, the number 7 machine, but it's got out of the way now, and the top three are still going with it. With a minute to go, we're going to see the checker flag, aren't we?
When they come round. This is the last lap then, effectively. Now this guy was in all sorts of trouble here. He couldn't disappear, could he?
Yeah.
He did all he could, but when you find yourself in the middle of a chicane, you're stuck.
But thankfully, all okay, I think. Let's just have a look at the gap. There is the battle for the lead. It's still these two.
Two-man race then, to the flag.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Ian Baxter in third is just a bit too far away to attack into the last corner.
But one mistake, that's all it takes to get someone right on top of you, and then you've got the chicane. Always interesting breaking into the chicane on the last lap. It's that do-or-die last lap manoeuvre, if possible.
Well, let's see how it goes, because the exit of this one leads you towards the crucial area you're talking about. Sometimes if you get traffic in this area,
too far away, I think Gillies has got this covered. I can't see any traffic that's going to cause him a problem. We're going up towards Woodcote now.
He's looking over his shoulder, wondering, am I under pressure? Yes, you are still under pressure.
He's still under proper pressure, but I just can't see it unless we've got a back marker to interfere through Woodcote then. The last blast down towards the chicane into the braking area. What a great drive it's been, Ben.
Fantastic. Through the chicane they come for the final time. the checker flag out. It's a sprint to the line. It's going to be very, very close to the line, and it's just done by Mark Gillies. I think he just held on there. The gap, 0.051 of a second. That's how close it was.
Maybe he was
David
a little
Morris.
gentle out of the chicane that time around. Maybe he thought he got it done as well.
But David set the fastest lap of the race on that lap, a 1:31.4. Well done to him. Brilliant exit from the chicane. Nearly got it back. And you can see they're congratulating each other. Thank you guys for putting on a tremendous show in these 1930s single-seater voiturettes, as they were known. As Chris was saying, it's effectively what was Formula 2. It didn't exist in those days, but that's effectively what it was.
Take a look at how this worked out, because Gillies looked like, was he struggling? Was there a gear change in there somewhere that he just kind of pulled very slightly? Because I couldn't see how he could make that much of a gain, because it didn't look like he got that much of a run through the chicane at him. He was too close to have had that, but really tight at the line at the finish.
That was incredibly close, wasn't it? He must have been feeling a bit anxious there, but he's a regular winner here at Goodwood, and he's done it once again. Well done. Many congratulations to Mark Gillies, who came from 9th on the grid to take another victory in the ERA, and after a tremendous battle right to the checkered flag, we saw the top 3 coming through. Just to tell you that Pat Blakeney-Edwards, who started from the pit lane, he did manage to finish in 9th position, so that was a good one. But I don't think the BRM did make it to the end, did it? No, I think in the end it dropped right down the order, which is a bit of a shame, because we had seen it racing earlier on. But it's still lovely to see it out there and hear it. For everybody who's here at Goodwood this weekend, there would have been a new sound in their ears from that V16 engine. So thankfully everybody got away with it, but this was on the last lap.
Oh, that
my
gets as
goodness.
close as it does.
It's Malcolm Ricketts, wow.
Yeah, so it's
Grass
snapped back
tracking.
the other way. Classic driving.
Oh, look how long he had to keep fighting it as well. That is a classic. You know, you get on the grass.
When you sat that far back in a car as well, you get the right pendulum effect. He must have been feeling it.
Yeah, that was the late ERA, the E-Type, the car that Chris was telling us wasn't really particularly effective in the day. Well, I'll tell you what, he did a good job of controlling it there in that race. Good fun to watch, and well done to all those drivers who are so brave to be out there racing at this level in cars of that era. No seatbelts, no roll cages. They just get out there and do their best and put on a tremendous show.
David Morris, I think the fastest lap will be like a consolation prize, I feel, at the end of that, because he might have wished he'd gone a lap earlier.
Mark's still looking down in the cockpit. I wonder what's worrying him.
I had the feeling that as he came out the chicane, it just looked like it hesitated at one point. Now, I have no idea.
It's a pre-selected gearbox, so he chose the next gear before he got into the chicane, but maybe he didn't think it had engaged properly.
Yeah, it's a good point, and maybe we'll get to find out. But the top 3 making their way up to the line now so they can celebrate. There'll be a little discussion, no doubt. Bit of congratulations.
Chris Jewett joining us up here in the commentary position. Knowledge of these older vehicles, without being too personal, you know very, very well.
They're my sort of age.
But all in good condition.
Of the 30s.
It's lovely to see them out there. And as you say, the Alti on the right, a very rare car, but this car is raced very regularly, isn't it, by Ian?
It is, and hill climbed as well.
Yeah.
Often wins at Vintage Prescott.
Yeah, so it works very effectively. Well done to Mark Gillies, though, who has taken victory, and he fought his way from 9th place.
We wonder what happened to Nick Topless, who fell away. Where did he finish?
Finished in 4th place, so but yes, didn't quite work out. Let's go down and hear from our top 3 with Ed.
Ian Baxter, I'm absolutely knackered watching that. It was like a touring car race.
Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle. You've got to pick your spots, because with no dampers, we have a certain line that we've got to stick to, and it makes for an interesting ride. But it's great, absolutely brilliant.
Congratulations, a fantastic drive.
Thank you.
Right, let's go 2nd place, David Morris. Where are we? Here he is. David, I'm sorry to interrupt. Fastest lap of the race on the last lap, and I mean, I think it was 0.051 seconds or something.
Well, it was close. I was trying to keep him honest, and yeah, it was good. Car was great. Had a little bit of slipping in top gear, but that's the way it goes. So we'll fix it for next year, hopefully. So, yeah, all great fun.
Well done.
Thank you.
Right, and the winner Mark Gillies. Sorry guys, squeeze in here. Mark, I mean, to come from 9th and win, but I mean, there was so much pressure.
Well, not really. We're just vintage racing at the end of the day. It's not like, Jos Capito's at the end of pit lane waiting to greet me with a contract, but that was a magic race. Really enjoyed it. I mean, I made a good start for once, and yeah, it was great. And David's just a joy to race against. He's such a gent, and he's bloody quick, so it's all you want, really. Yeah.
When did you know the win was on?
When I got past Ian, I think, because then he was hard to pass, but David's pretty gentlemanly, and I was going to give him room if he came lunging as well. So it was great, and thanks to Dick for letting me drive it, and James and Duncan and Phil. We had a big problem yesterday. It looked like the car was icing, and they worked tirelessly, and it was magic from the word go. So fantastic. Love the meeting. So it's a shame in circumstances, but it's still a fabulous event.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, we are being treated to a glorious afternoon here at Revival. We're down on the Richmond lawn now, and behind us is a Verve Clico tent lawn, I don't know, whatever we're calling it, enclosure, where people are having a lot of fun. You might be able to see it actually, Davey, if we just go part ways. Everyone looks like they're having a British summertime picnic, even though it's very much approaching autumn. I mean, the vibe here is special, isn't it?
I feel a little bit empty-handed, actually, to be honest. But yes, no, it's absolutely fantastic. Perfect weather, perfect afternoon, and people are really getting into the swing of things this afternoon.
Well, none more so than the picnic rug of people behind us. We're going to go that way, David, because they've just said to us they want to be on TV. So their wish is going to be granted now, isn't it, David?
You have two upside-down bottles there, so that's is that
David,
a good sign?
You wanted a drink, empty-handed.
Oh, thank you. Cheers.
We are being treated down here. I'm going to come and sit down because we've got some mechanics. I'm going to obviously talk to some mechanics. I'm going to come down to you first. What have you been working on today? What machinery?
A few Ferraris. A few were a bit firing on 3, not on 4, so we had to get them going. Bit of pushing on the start line, but we got there. We got there.
That sounds pretty special and stressful, because some of the machines are worth, what, 25 million? How have you been keeping calm under pressure?
Just trying to control it. Just keeping things in order. You know, a Ferrari is a Ferrari, so on the day, what can you do? All went well.
Went well. The Ferraris got on the grid, guys, which is what we want to hear.
Well, thank goodness you were here is all I can say. But you came very well prepared by the looks of things.
Yeah, but we didn't need to be too prepared because luckily there was a tent that we found that there was some nice champagne. So luckily we just got into the swing of it, really.
Well, what better to do at Goodwood Revival?
Without a doubt, absolutely superb. Thank you.
Are you all having a good time?
Absolutely super. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Well, they are having a great time, and that is exactly how you should be celebrating Goodwood Revival 2022. Well, David is going to go and drink that glass of champagne off camera, and we go to the Whitsun Trophy next with Martin Hayward and Bruce Jones. Cheers, David.
Cheers.
Chin, 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 I say. Have a drinky in the sunshine, cup of tea until we put the mics down. Welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. Martin Hayward, Bruce Jones, ready to guide you through Rolling Thunder, the Whitsun Trophy, presented by Sky Cinema, the Big Bang of sports cars. Technically speaking, unlimited sports racers and sports prototypes of a type that raced up until 1966. So, the advent of Can-Am, and that is going to bring the Thunder, also cars like GT40s, Lola T70s, as well as the McLaren M1s, M1A, M1B and so on. So Bruce Jones, these are really the behemoths of the track this weekend, aren't they?
100%. We've had the little under 2 litre sports car race, the 1.5 litre Formula 1 race, that's the Glover Trophy. That's about keeping your momentum going. Here it's about keeping it on the island. They've got so much power to play with, and if they don't warm their tyres up very effectively as they come round to the grid, it's going to be a really, really tricky time as they try and put the power down. They're going through the second part of Madgwick, but we got on the front row, we got Ollie Bryant in that Lola T70 Spider. Those are the newest cars in the pack, and it really is an exquisite mixture of cars, but just the noise they make, that alone to me puts the hairs up on the back of my neck.
Anybody who was in the collecting area when they all fired up is now probably what bit mutton after that, because they do make the ground shake, they make the air shake, and they certainly rattle your eardrums.
Cubic capacity, massive element in here. We've got 4.7 litre engines in all sorts of things. Then we go up to the 5.7 litres in the Lola T70 Spiders. And then the biggest engine of all, we've got a couple of 7 litres out there. We've got a Ford GT40 Mark II, that's car number 4, Jean-Pierre Lessou. And we also have probably the hardest one to keep on the island. There it is, the middle of the screen, the white AC Cobra with the black band around its nose. Car number 11, Bill Shepherd. Well, he doesn't drive anything unless it has at least 7 litres. So he's the man for the job. And no wonder this is going to sort of make a truly fabulous and frankly quite frightening noise when this whole grid accelerates away for the Whitsun Trophy.
Yeah, I hope the camels by the Drivers Club are nicely settled, because this is going to be like nothing that they have ever experienced before. And if you are not yet trackside, you are probably being attracted like bees to the honeypot by the sound of thumping great racing engines. So, you know, the ERA of Mark Gillies, 1.5 litre supercharged. No forced induction on these things. They just draw the atmosphere in at a prodigious rate, and they get through fuel quicker than the drivers get through underpants.
And one little car, well, the little car is a medium-sized car, but one that's sure to entertain. It's bright yellow, it's down towards the back of the field. It's the Lotus 30 and Katsuaki Kubota, the brave individual who's driven this before and come back for more. It's a car famously difficult to handle, and look out. But I think in time he is mastering it, but it's going to be a real thunderous grid as we get underway.
Lotus 30, the Lotus 20, but with 10 more mistakes, it was famously described as. So, a lot to get under control, and especially from this standing start, when the flag drops, that's when the tyres start to become tortured, and somehow feeding in the 400, 500 plus horsepower through, although they're relatively fat, are still not big fat slicks. That is going to be a real art to getting away well.
Yeah, now I was talking to one of the drivers, Billy Bellinger. He's driving one of the Cooper Monacos, less power than most of his rivals. He's got a Ford engine. He said actually you don't want to overheat your tyres when you come around. You need them to be a little bit flexible when you accelerate, and then to the double right-handers at Madgwick. So many techniques, but it's all about handling the power of these brutes. They are vicious. 27
cars on our grid, headed up by Ollie Bryant's car number 2, the Lola T70 Spider with the Chevy V8. Rob Hall in the centre of the front rows. That's the white car with the lavender highlights. I think that's the colour we should describe it as. Ollie Bryant, white car with red stripe through the centre. and Stuart Hall on the outside of the front row. GT World Champion a few years ago in the World Endurance Championship. He is racing this pale blue, dark blue, metallic McLaren M1B. So we've got a Lola, an M1A and an M1B on row 1. John Spires on row 2 on the inside in his McLaren M1B, and Mark Shaw on the outside on his M1A, and that's also blue metallic, but I'm going to call that Mecom blue. It is the Mecom Racing Team colours, so it's a slightly different colour. So no, that's Mark Shaw, 154, you can see grey. 2 rows back actually is Alex Thistlethwaite. He's got the Mecom colours. Gordon Shedden in the GT40, the first of them, car number 37 in the middle of row 3 of the grid, and Mark Shaw on the inside. So it's a 3x2 by 3x2 grid. It's a narrow track. This narrow grid is absolutely packed with heavy metal machinery.
And that's 2 of the qualifiers didn't make it to the grid. One was Steve Seaman, who got hot under the collar as he was put off into the chicane.
Heading away on the formation lap of the Whitson Trophy. Unburnt hydrocarbons rich in the air as Ollie Bryant leads the field away from pole position in car number 2, the white and red, or white Lola Chev with the red stripe up the centre. Rob Hall with the Palmer Violet highlights on his white McLaren M1A, and on the outside of the front row, the two-tone blue car of Stuart Hall. John Spires, another McLaren M1, it's an M1B, the slightly later version, and Mark Shaw in another M1A on row 2. Ford GT40, car number 37 of Gordon Shedden, the multiple touring car champion, is on the inside of row 3, with Chris Jolly in the Cooper Monaco. Very different looking car to the big McLarens and Lolas. He's in the centre of that row. Alex Thistlethwaite on the outside in his Lola T70. Then James Cottingham in the Ford GT40 with the multicoloured narrow stripes up the centre, and alongside James is Nick Padmore. Tony Sinclair, James Bellinger and Sean Lynn make up the next row ahead of Ewan Surgison, who's back in another car this afternoon, Peter Clutt. Then a bright yellow car, Katsuki Kubota in the Lotus 30, Pedro Machado Silva, and Richard Mines, car number 9. Phil Shepherd in the Goliath AC Cobra with Ian Simmons, Joachim Volks-Rusenol, then Tim Meinrich and Steve Seaman not starting in car number 70, that was damaged. Not badly damaged, but damaged enough, I think, given the short turnaround between practice yesterday and racing today. So it's Tony Seiler will start then with no car alongside him. Andrew Waring, Marcus Black, and Marcus Black, the remaining car, James Davidson. So Steve Seaman wasn't on the grid. Who was the other car, Bruce Jones?
Andrew Waring, so down
Andrew
right towards the tail. So 2 of the last 5 cars won't start, but certainly the other 25 will. And if you thought it was noisy when they had their practice start away from the grid, wait for the real thing. 100% intent, and I don't want to count how many horsepower. We are dealing many, many thousands.
Yes. Yeah, I think the ante to get a seat at this table is around 450 horsepower, and anything beyond that, and yeah, your day just gets a lot busier. And that's basically the way it is. The more horsepower you've got, the busier your race is going to be.
Bear in mind, these are big, wide cars as well. They're going to occupy an awful lot of the track. Any overtaking into the chicane, one does feel, will lead to tears.
Yes, you'd better be pretty surgical. So the 2 GT40s, the one with the yellow stripes, nose to tail, that's Gordon Shedden, and the one with the very narrow red, white and blue pinstripes, easy for me to say, that's James Cottingham. The 3rd GT40 of the 2, obviously, is the one in the pale blue livery with the stripes down the centre. And the 4th of them is the white one. There are 5, in fact, because we've got the open car as well, the GT40 Roadster, which is such a familiar sight here on these grids, and that's Pedro Machado Silva. So we have 25 cars then coming to the line. The green flag waves, who are ready to go for the Whitson Trophy. They've been given the 5-second board with the red stripe. Ollie Bryant, the man on pole. In the centre, Rob Hall. Good start from Stuart Hall on the outside as well, no relation. And away they go. Smoking wheel spin from John Spires, but he gets the Chevy hooked up in that McLaren M1, and he is looking down the inside of Stuart Hall for 3rd place into the first corner at Madgwick.
Well, Mark Shaw made a poor start in an earlier race today. He's done it again, so he's gone tumbling backwards. But pole start to Ollie Bryant's got a 2-car length advantage as they get down to Fallwater. Gosh, they got there quickly, and that just shows the pace of these cars. Into the little dip, into St Mary's, it's Bryant very tightly ahead of Rob Hall and Stuart Hall, keeping that front row intact.
Looks like Katsuki Kubota was very slow away. Can't see the yellow car in the back. I think he is right at the back. He is right at the very back in that Lotus 30. So I'm not sure if that car has the traditional Lotus Queer box that never really worked very well. I'm not sure.
Did he have a spin on his own? He could have done, because he's that far back. But the race leader, Ollie Bryant's got it absolutely hooked up at the front. The Lola T70 Spider just already eking an advantage over the two Halls, Rob and Stuart. It's Rob in second place, as he was in the grid, and then the more bulbous looking M1B McLaren tucked into third.
Yeah, Stuart Hall in third position, and where Ollie Bryant is exactly where you want to be, unflustered by people behind, so you can just focus on the car for the first couple of laps, not overwork the tyres, not get them overexcited amongst themselves, just sort it out, get it balanced out nicely, and then you can start to put your head down and really try and pull away. Rob Hall, Stuart Hall, second and third. John Spires in fourth place, where he was on the grid ahead of Mark Shaw, who's recovered to fifth. Car number one, the red car with the green stripe, Tony Sinclair, another of the Lola T70 Spiders. Let's take a look. Watch the yellow car, Katsuki Kubota. Did he jump or was he pushed? He jumped, or rather, the Lotus pushed him.
Well, that's true to period as well, so very unfortunate for him. He's fallen back. Another person who dropped a lot of positions was Chris Jolly, who qualified the Cooper Monaco, the Chevrolet engine version, very well indeed. He's fallen down to 10th place.
Yeah.
Others who dropped, Gordon Shedden started well, but he's down to 12th position, having started 6th in that silver and yellow Ford GT40.
Yeah, the lead GT40 is in 7th place. It's the car of James Cottingham, car number 23. He's chasing Nick Padmore in the 55 car, and that is another of our McLarens. That's the Hamill.
He's the Hamill, and he started, Martin, down in 10th place, and he's up to 6th, so that's a mighty first lap from this Goodwood specialist.
Yeah, and the Hamill unique in this field. Don't see too many of them around, but it is a regular appearer here at Goodwood. There it is.
We certainly don't see too many around. It was one of three, middle of shot there with the green flashes on his helmet. There is Nick Padmore really pressing on excellent exit speed. He gauged just right coming out of the chicane, and with that Ford GT40 in 7th hanging on, that's one muff, and that's James Cottingham on board really pushing hard. Shouldn't really be quite with them, but he is.
James Cottingham has a habit of doing that, getting cars where they really shouldn't be. But there's the Hamill in its sort of dark black cherry livery with a white stripe down the centre. Again, Can-Am was a great development place for all sorts of weird and wacky ideas and small manufacturers. That's exactly what you're looking at. There is Gordon Shedden giving chase to who is just ahead of him. That is Jolly. So Chris Jolly and Gordon Shedden both going backwards, both from 6th and 7th on the grid, and they are now down to 10th and 11th.
Yes, we keep talking, Martin, about Can-Am. Can-Am didn't come in until 1966, so only the youngest of the cars in this field. The cars before were racing in the US RRC, the Road Racing Championship, but one begat the other, and it went on to just phenomenal things and made so much money for McLaren. The Formula One team probably wouldn't have existed past about 1969 if it wasn't for the prize money they brought back over the pond.
Peter Clark in the white GT40 with the black bonnet. That's the prototype GT40, blown past around the outside by Pedro Macedo Silva is following him now. So who came past them? James Bellinger, I think, is the car that went by both of them. Leaders through the chicane again. 4th place, John Spires. 5th, Mark Shaw. 6th place is the other way around, isn't it?
Well, the Hall and Hall battle is exquisite. It was a third of a second on the start-finish line. I was just looking at speed trap times, and the fastest driver, this happened as well in qualifying. I've seen 162.8 miles an hour by the driver in 10th place. So Chris Jolly, that Chevrolet engine in his Cooper Monaco is clearly very, very potent.
Yeah, plenty of poke in a smaller car, particularly when you present it to the air, than either the Lola or the McLaren. There's Stuart Hall pushing on in car number 54, the two-tone blue car, and all over the back of Rob Hall. Rob Hall in 97, the white McLaren with the lavender nose and the lavender numbers and stripe down the centre, and that big clear plastic gurney on the back. Another clear plastic gurney on the back of Stuart Hall. So if you wonder why they're clear, so the driver has something to see in the rearview mirror other than just vibrating alloy.
Well, just fantastic, scrapping everywhere. The green and red Lola, that is Tony Sinclair down in the middle of the pack. But Ollie Bryant, he's not that far clear. It's 1.6 seconds last time, ahead of that great battle between the Halls for second place. It's 2 seconds now, and a third of a second between Hall and Hall, between Rob and Stewart, second and third. Great battle. Here's Chris Jolly, now with Gordon Shedden. Both of them, as we said, had a very poor first lap, lost 4 or 5 positions apiece. Coming up through the Cooper Monaco with the yellow helmet, that's Chris Jolly, and the silver Ford GT40 with the yellow stripes. That is British touring car expert Gordon Shedden.
And behind Anthony Sinclair, car number 1, that's the red car with the green stripe. And just behind him is the 98 car, that's Alex Thistlethwaite in his Lola Spider. These guys are chasing that pair. Next GT40 behind them is the pale blue car, Sean Lynn. But Stuart Hall now really angling for a way to get by Rob Hall. He was halfway around the last lap, he was out of the chicane, he was down into Madgwick, still trying to find a way through. So is Gordon Shedden, Flash in car number 37. That silver and yellow GT40, looking for a way past the Cooper Monaco. Cut back to the battle for second place. Rob Hall ahead of Stuart Hall.
And these two, if they weren't fighting each other, would be able to set off after Ollie Bryant. Their sector times are so similar. Ollie Bryant through the chicane for the 5th time, leading by 2 seconds last time around, about the same this time, but second and third, that is surely under 0.2 of a second. Let's see what the interval is. 0.194. It is under 0.2 of a second.
They're catching traffic. They go by Marcus Black. Tony Seiler has just peeled off into the pit lane in his Lola T70. He started towards the tail of the field. He's obviously got a mechanical problem. Stuart Hall sticking to it. It's his only drive here at the Revival this weekend. He is open to offers. He would love to do more racing at the Revival. He does a lot of work with Roald Goethe and particularly coaching Roald's sons, but he's not tied to Roald's cars, and Roald doesn't bring anything here to the Revival. So if you want a quick hot shoe, Stuart Hall's your man.
Here's a question, where to look? Hall versus Hall, or the run from 8th down to 11th place? Sinclair, Thistlethwaite, Jolly Shedden, almost nose to tail. This is fabulous. And these are big parts, and Mark Shaw goes spinning around out of 5th position. The tyre wall doing what it needs to do. Didn't see how he lost it, but the car whipped around very sharply indeed on him. Little flame at the back, he needs to hop out of that, but I'm sure the marshals, well, they're already there very quickly indeed.
Treco Chev in the back of that car. And that was one of 2 cars that arrived here as car number 54. That one became car number 154. And out comes the battle for second. Rob Hall ahead of Stewie Hall. And just with a little bit of breathing space now, Rob. Ollie Bryant with the headlights on. So hopefully his alternator is working. And he is creeping away, but the gap has sort of stabilised. Just over 2 seconds. It's as far away as he's got. He has just set the fastest race lap though, Ollie Bryant, so crept out to 2.3, and this is into St Mary's. Oh, goodness me.
Well, the car snapped away the first part of St Mary's. That is a long sideways tumble there for Mark Shaw, but went towards the sort of dummy commentary tower, and of course that tower was protected by the tyre wall, and the marshals could not have been on the scene faster, so great job for them. Now look back at the battle. Tony Sinclair, the red Lola T70 Spider, being pushed very hard indeed. Alex Thistlethwaite touching behind. There's been a change of position behind them because Gordon Shedden is now ahead of Chris Jolly, so he goes to 9th, Jolly to 10th.
Yeah, and Rob Hall still holding off Stuart Hall. Was 2.3 seconds Ollie Bryant's lead over the battle for second last lap. It went out by a couple of tenths. He's doing 2.19s, but the guys behind are doing 2.19s, very low 2.20s, so there's not much in it. These two cars very evenly matched indeed.
Well, Stuart Hall sitting in the McLaren M1B in 3rd place is really trying to gauge this one. Where can I get the M1A? Where can I find an advantage? He's hung back a little bit, now he's closing in all over again. Maybe he's decided, right, I've got it. What's up ahead? Is there any traffic that can help me? Not as such. Marcus Black on the right-hand side of our screen there, slowing a little bit to let them through.
Gordon Shedden has moved up again, hasn't he? Flash has got by.
He's got up 2 more positions.
Yeah.
Because then comes Tony City. Gosh, he's done really well. He's passed all 3 of those cars, and the silver McLaren in the background is not part of that battle. It's a lap further back, car number 44.
So they've gone by that car.
Sorry, the silver McLaren with young Australian racer James Davison has actually caught that group.
Yes,
and he's the one on the move up.
So the car they went back by
safety car is being brought out onto the circuit because of the stricken 154 that went off into the tyre wall back at circuit. Mark Shaw's McLaren M1A. Safety car, there's the message, the wave yellow flags all around the track.
So the hard work and the fast laps of Ollie Bryant over the last couple of laps to go from 2.0 something to 3.0 something away will be undone. So the safety car will gather the field up together, and a big moment for the GT40. Ooh!
That's Joaquin Folcrossignol, the Spanish driver in the Escuderia Montjuic car, of course, that famous parkland circuit in the middle of Barcelona.
Oh my goodness, he was off a long way there, wasn't he? All the way down the straight into Madgwick. Come on baby, come back. It never quite did.
That is one of the most fortunate spins I've seen there, because of course the tyre wall on the outside would be coming right up towards him. He just managed to keep turning it far enough to the right to avoid contact. So that is a real heart in the mouth moment.
Yeah.
Now the safety cars at the front of the pack. The order is Ollie Bryant, Rob Hall, Stuart Hall, John Spires, Nick Padmore, James Cottingham in the lead GT40 in 6th place overall.
And that big spin as well, Richard Mines was the first man on the scene in that red number 9 GT40, and he must have seen his bank balance flash before his eyes. So, everybody back together. Right, there's the race leader, Ollie Bryant.
Right, as the field concertinas, we just talked about James Cottingham in the best of the Tour GT40s, and about 2 laps ago he had 4 cars between him and the next best, which is number 37 with Gordon Shedden. But Shedden had those outstanding standing couple of laps. He's now right on Cottingham's tail, and we could have for the final we've still got 12 and a half minutes remaining in this race, a real charge to see. There it is, car 37, it's silver and it's yellow, and a driver on board who is, as we say, an arch competitor.
Mind you, James Cottingham's no slouch. You can see the rescue vehicle there to tow away Mark Shaw's car, so it won't be too long, I don't think, until that McLaren is out of the way. You might hope that, I think probably it'll be this lap, maybe one more of the safety car, which will probably rob us of another 4 or 5 minutes. But it will give us plenty of racing before we get to the checkered flag. Ollie Bryant's lead will be down to a cigarette paper over Rob Hall and Stuart Hall, and that again suddenly opens the battle back up. When you've dug into the car and put in a couple of really quick laps, he had 2 consecutive fastest race laps, and then you get a chance to cool it back down again, he should still be able to fight with what he had.
Right, credit where credit's due. From 27th on the grid, albeit 25th because 2 cars didn't start, James Davison is the driver in that silver number 44 M1B McLaren. That's up to 10th place, so he has had the field compressed in front of him, and if he can carry on overtaking at that rate, who knows, even a top 6, which would be absolutely remarkable. And car owner Brad Hoyt will be rubbing his hands as he watches, and maybe covering his eyes as well, and his ears.
Well, he will, because Davidson in 10th place. Where is he coming through? Just there in the middle of your shot in that silver car, number 44. Getting towards the top 6 would have been really tough with the gaps that had opened up in the first 15 minutes of this race. But now, all bets are off. He's only a few seconds behind the race leader. As they come across the line, lights are still on the safety car.
Well, the first time they could possibly go out when they're coming down the Lavant straight towards the end of this lap. We're not saying it will, but that's the point at which the lights would go. You never have them being switched off as they go into the first corner. It's always towards the end of a lap as a warning to the lead car. But every other driver in the pack behind will have to be looking at the body language of what's happening up ahead.
Just saw the red and white car of Ewan Surgison, car number 58. That's in Team Surtees livery. And Ewan with his London Rowing Club coloured helmet on. He's got a variety of different race helmets to suit the various different cars that he races. So when he races one of his Villiger Shadows, he has a Clay Regatoni replica helmet on, because it's a car that Regatoni raced. And here with his Graham Hill helmet for the weekend. This, of course, is a weekend where we are honouring Graham Hill. And
so look in the middle
of the Surtees team.
Sorry, Martin. I was just going to say, look at the 2 Ford GT40s in 6th and 7th position. You can be sure James Cottingham is eyeing up what's ahead, and so should Gordon Shedden as well.
And also looking over to their right to see if the car has gone. The car has gone, and it looks like it is tucked away safely, so we should be getting ready to go back to green. Getting ready to go back to green.
Yeah, they should have just been able to pull...
One missing letter makes a lot of difference, doesn't it?
Not guilty, no guilty, no, I don't know how that works, but anyhow, certainly they didn't have to take Mark Shaw's car far, they just had to put it behind the dummy commentary tower, which is the one on the infield.
Lights off on the safety car, so the Porsche driver drops a gear and harries his way off to the pit lane, and there's the indicator for Ollie Bryant, for Rob Hall, for Stuart Hall, John Spires, Uncle Tom Cobley and all, that we are about to go back to green flag racing. The touring car driver in Flash has switched the headlights on. Gordon Shedden's got the headlights on car number 37, just in case James Cottingham wasn't aware that he was right up his exhaust pipe.
Use a tool, any tool, there's the example. So Ollie Bryant in that lead Lola T70 Spider, he can dictate the pace of the start when he drops it. The others will have to follow. They can't overtake before the start-finish line, but they can get as close as they possibly can. It looks very, very tidy in the middle order.
Yeah, very good indeed. Close battle between the two GT40s, and at the line, making a pass down the inside is Davison, the 44 silver car, just behind this GT40 battle. So that looks like a very good restart from James Davison. Hold the shot, hold the shot, hold the shot. Didn't get through. Okay, there's a little lock up there as well behind them into Madgwick. So Davison now gets the run on the exit of Madgwick, and through he goes. So he is now from 10th up to 9th place, goes by Thistlethwaite in the Beacom coloured car. Next target is Sinclair in the red car with the green stripe, and if he hasn't got by him before the end of this lap, I will be amazed. He is absolutely flying.
It's got a huge amount of grunt. Absolutely fantastic engine in Brad Hoyt's McLaren. James Davison doing the job, but now the GT40.
Cottingham Shedden.
It's not over yet, but just remember the order. It was Cottingham and Shedden on the restart. It's still Cottingham and Shedden, but Shedden has many ideas and many ways of applying the pressure. Let's see which one he chooses.
And don't forget that Shedden started in 6th, Cottingham in 9th place. So Flash has got ground to make up. James Cottingham had a very good opening lap. See the two puffs of smoke as both cars bottom at the same point of the circuit. James Cottingham a little bit more flamboyant, Flash a little neater and tidier. And he is all over the back of the rival GT40. 23 with the pinstripes up the nose. That's James Cottingham. 37 with the yellow highlights. And Stuart Hall looking at Rob Hall again. Down into Madgwick. 7 minutes and a little bit more remaining. So this plus maybe 3 more. Ollie Bryant again just easing away. Fastest second sector of the lap on the restart.
Yeah,
of anyone in the entire race.
Feel as though that it's a question of when, not if, that battle for second place. Stuart Hall is looking.
Right.
They have a problem with the GT40 battle because someone else is joining it.
Yeah, Gordon Shedden needs to be very on his toes here, because often when you're racing, a quicker car coming by opens the door much better than when you catch traffic. So that number 44 McLaren is coming up fast behind the GT40s. It's caught them, and Shedden needs to make sure that when it goes by them, as indeed it's bound to, here it goes in the background, coming down the Lavant straight, he needs to tuck in behind it and try and slipstream past James Cottingham as well. Now you can see in the battle in the background, through has gone the 44 car, Shedden's alongside, he's taken the opportunity and he's boxing James Cottingham out to the outside. That's exactly what Flash needed. Quicker car coming through always rolls the dice, and you've got to be ready to take the opportunity.
Martin, it's great you wrote the script before the start of the race, and it's really all coming true. Congratulations, but it's going to take a real leap of imagination for anybody to topple Ollie Bryant. He's now almost 2 seconds clear. Remember, it was a 3-second advantage before the safety car came out and bunched them up, but they just banged in the fastest lap of the race. That's our race leader.
Yeah, 1:19.1. The 2 Halls behind him are doing 1:19.5s, so he has got 4/10 a lap in hand. And now James Cottingham in 23 chasing Gordon Shedden for what is 7th place. So in fact, although Cottingham has been passed by 2 cars, he remains in 7th. Flash has got by, in fact he's gone down to 7th from 6th. Flash has got by him, but so too has Davison, who's in 6th place. And the gap to Nick Padmore is a second, and it is not growing. Nick Padmore ahead of Davison, as we see Ollie Bryant leading from Rob Hall and Stuart Hall. John Spires sort of on his own, no man's land in car number 96 in 4th place, but Nick Padmore, 55, is going to have a lot of Oh, Stewart having a little think, showing his nose on the inside. He's using all the tricks, isn't he? Show your nose, just move around in the background, try and get the driver to check the mirror when he should not be checking the mirror, and see if you can unsettle a man in front.
Well, certainly is. So Ollie Bryant starts another lap. Lap number 14, still 2 seconds to the good. Under a fifth of a second between Hall and Hall, between Stewart and Rob, or more to point, Rob and Stewart. And now John Spires has lost a position. In fact, he's lost several positions. No, sorry, it's a timing glitch. It's a timing glitch. Nick Padmore still holding on to 5th place. Gordon Shedden ahead of Cossingham. Have to wait. No, James Davison now has risen to 5th place. Sorry, a little flurry of movement on the timing screen. So the driver who started 25th, James Davison, in number 44 McLaren M1B, is up to 4th place. But this battle, this is a hard nut to crack. Well, it is Rob Hall. He never knowingly leaves the door open for anyone. Very, very fair, but he's been racing for a long time, and huge mechanical sympathy as well. But Stuart Hall, well, same application for him.
I tell you what, if I could drive a car or prepare a car the way Rob Hall does, I would be a very happy man. Never mind combining the two together. Ollie Bryant is creeping away. Gaps out now to over 2 seconds, but the battle for second place is still alive, and you can just see the fog of fuel as they get off the throttle, as the throttle snaps open and shut during gear changes. You see that fog of onboard fuel behind Stuart Hall's head. Rob Hall, the car moving around a lot now. He's having to place it to deny Stuart Hall a run. Gets it neat and tidily through the chicane, thunders under our commentary position. John Spires in 4th place, the white and slightly darker purple car, and closing him, still closing, is James Davison, but the gap is not coming down quite fast enough. I think this and one more.
Yeah, and one thing, of course, with the field being bunched up behind the safety car, it means there's going to be no traffic immediately ahead of the 2 Halls, and that would have been the opportunity for Rob Hall. He's just got to get it absolutely fair and square. They're safe in 2nd and 3rd, just the question is which way around will they finish. But you have to say Stuart Hall has tried everything he can in that M1B McLaren, and the wise old bird up front, Rob Hall, has got the answers to the questions.
He really has, hasn't he? So far, Stuart Hall has not been able to find a way through. Actually, it might be this and 2 more. They're doing 119s. I think we might get a couple more laps after this. Ollie Bryant is a couple of seconds up the road now, 2.6 seconds clear of this battle.
Right, fastest lap of the race, not our race leader Ollie Bryant, but James Davison up from the back, now to 5th place. He's below 1 minute 19, but he's got to find 2 seconds to catch John Spears. And
Stewie looks outside, cuts back inside, couldn't get his nose in the gap. Rob Hall judged that very well. Stuart Hall made him go in shallow, and he knew that he was going to run out wide. But the second element, there was just not quite enough room to get through between the 2 apexes at Woodcote. So Stu's going to have to try again. Looking down the inside into Madgwick. There's the battle for 4th place. And there is James Davison closing in on John Spires. He's reeling him in, but has he now used too much of those rear tyres? Because the rate of progress seems to just have dropped a little.
Right, we've got this lap and one further lap. This is the penultimate lap, and with the second lap being gained by Davison on Spears, on the last lap he should be right onto his tail, and they're already right onto his tail as the Vinegaroon Special turns left at St Mary's and over the little brow into the dip, but just holding on. But James Davison is pouring that number 44 McLaren M1B over every bit of the slope, as the M1B, of course, of Stuart Hall is also being pushed so hard.
Yeah, really nothing between these cars. Rob Hall just with a little bit of a tail kicking out there, really chasing the throttle hard. Here comes Stuart Hall. That little loss of traction may have hurt Rob Hall. Stuart Hall is going to try and look again. Again, he's going to try and look to the outside and cut back underneath, but there isn't quite enough of an overlap. Down to the chicane for what will be the penultimate time. The leader has started the lap. It will be the last lap for these guys. So this will be a 16-lap race.
Well, Stuart Hall is really just applying every ounce of pressure he can, and no goes to the outside. In the background, we've got 4th and 5th places and possibly about to change. I think John Spears will be just in front of the line, 0.2 of a second to the good, but James Davison, maybe on Man Magic, will be through. With the last lap, at the end of the previous lap, we just saw the tail coming around a bit on Rob Hall's M1A. The pressure is really coming on like never before.
Davison hasn't made the move. He hadn't into Madgwick anyway, so Rob Hall with Stuart Hall looking on the inside down to St Mary's. Ooh, you're going to have to be brave. See that wall on the outside of the circuit standing up in front of you. Hits the little ripple in the middle. Rob Hall, half a lap to go. Ollie Bryant is away and clear. It's about 2nd, it's about 4th. And John Spires and James Davison, 96 and 44. Here they are. This is for fourth place. No, that's the battle for second. The next two cars in shot. Davison's got by. The silver car has got by, so he's up to fourth place. We didn't see where it happened, but it happened. And Stuart Hall alongside on the last lap again. Look at the vapour coming out of the injectors as they snap through the gears. Stu is on the inside. Rob Hall. The door was not really open, but Hall just put his foot in. Last lap lunge. He got it done. Neat and tidy, nice and clean. Ollie Bryant will be the first to the checkered flag. Victory for Ollie Bryant. Stuart Hall in second place. Rob Hall will take third. And James Davison ridiculously in fourth place from where on the grid, Bruce Jones?
27th, but two cars pulled out so nearly from 25th. An astonishingly fast drive, fastest lap of the race to him. And I really thought that Rob Hall had done enough. He just didn't leave a door open. And I would love to see a replay. There we have our race winner, Ollie Bryant, celebrating there. But I'm fairly sure I saw a hand signal as those the battle for second place went down towards Woodcote. Rob Hall was Stuart Hall was just waving, I think, at Rob, I'm coming through. Yeah. You cannot resist me. You will not resist me.
Well, great race for second place. Great race from Davison as well. And last lap moment at the chicane. No, it's Kubota. This is back to live pictures. So he had a very lively first corner in the Lotus 30. Kubota comes across the line in 17th place. And the battle of the GT40s, by the way, Gordon Shedden just ahead of James Costigan. What do I mean by just? I mean 0.22 of a second, which is there was not a car length between them as they came across the finish line.
So let's just give you that finishing order. So Ollie Bryant, now take a look at this move.
Yeah.
There is not enough space for two big, broad, open-top sports cars down there. Late on the brakes, here comes the moment where, unfortunately for Rob Hall, he was on the outside line. He had to cede the position, and Stuart Hall forced his way up the inside. Really big twitch from him going through the second half of Woodcote, but he hung on, and that is second place in the bag. And in behind, John Spires had a similar battle with the number 44 M1B with a similar outcome.
Yeah, Stuart Hall really set that up as he came out of St Mary's through Lavant. He would have got the drive there through Lavant. He started to pull alongside as they got onto the straight. And once he was on the inside, down the straight, unless Rob found another gear somewhere, he was always going to be in the way. And Rob knew as soon as they got to the brakes that Stuart was still on the inside and that McLaren was always going to drift out wide. So Rob just had to roll off the throttle a fraction earlier, get on the brakes a fraction earlier and let him go. It was a classic last lap move, neat and clean, respectful racing from both men and some pretty epic stuff. So there are the top three. And don't think that they're going to look cool and relaxed either. This is alligator wrestling in the bright sunshine, wearing winter clothing. This is going to be a very hot-looking trio. Waiting there is Ed Foster. So he'll have a chance to chat to our top three. We'll get a look at the classified pools check just beforehand and confirm the result. But it was victory for Ollie Bryant in the number 2 Lola T70 Spider. McLaren's second and third, the M1B of Stuart Hall, car number 54, ahead of the M1A of Rob Hall, car number 97. John Spires is shown actually as a fraction ahead of James Davison at the line, but that's not what the Mark 1 human eyeball saw. So I never really like to argue with timekeepers. I will often question Stuart's decisions, but timekeepers tend to have science on their side. Well, disgracefully, Ollie Bryant actually looks like he did just meander around in the sunshine. I think that's really unfair. I think it's time to catch up with Ed Foster and hear from our top three.
Right, Rob Hall is escaping round the back here. Rob, decades of experience kept him behind for the entirety of the race, but what happened coming out of Lavant? Did you just get a bit sideways?
No, for the last 2 laps, it's, I think we're on the bones of fuel. It was fuel surge, so it was a bit flat and then get straight and then it would go, but that was just enough. So, yeah, good race though.
A fantastic drive, well done, Rob.
Okay, cheers.
Right, let's find a second place man, Stuart. Where is he? Here he is. Stuart Hall. I mean, I don't know what to say after that. Your heart must have been in your mouth.
I mean, that was, being pushed on the grass at 160 mile an hour was interesting, but just sent it, and yeah, P2, wonderful.
These things look like quite serious things to drive.
Yeah, I mean it's Ollie, Rob, all down the grid there's quality. So really fun race to be a part of. Amazing event, absolute privilege to be here really in just any car, but to be in this with GPX is fantastic.
Well done.
Thanks.
Right, Ollie Bryant, here he is. Ollie, you started first, finished first, but it wasn't quite as easy as that.
No, it's the safety car made it a bit exciting, but I've not actually won the Whitsun Trophy before, so it's fantastic to do it. I thought I had it under control last year, and then brakes faded at the end, and Keeney got past me. So at Goodwood, it's never over till you take the checkered flag. So fantastic to bring it home, and I saw that Stu had a good battle with Rob in the mirrors as well. So it was really good. But special mention, obviously, to Simon Diffie running the visor strip on the helmet here, and he was always a good supporter of everyone and all the other sort of historic racing legends. So it's fantastic.
Well said, Ollie, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
On we go to Goodwood Racecourse, perhaps the most picturesque in the country. And as usual, there's a full house for Stewards' Cup Day. With the blower in working order, the bookies are happily chalking up the odds. In the paddock, the 22 runners give the customers their last chance of a checker. The field's in line. And they're off, with 6 furlongs to go.
Three, 2, 1, go. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
All aboard, everybody.
How do I look? Hello.
Oh, what a feeling now. I know you love it, babe. If you can pick it up, I'll give you everything.
Hold your breath. Make a wish. Count to 3.
On we go.
We're not in Kansas anymore.
Oliver, you will be the greatest man of all time.
Sky Cinema brings you classic movies from the golden age of Hollywood and beyond.
You can't turn something like that down.
Bring it down right there.
Right, Mr. DeMille, I'm ready for my close-up.
This car belongs to the Pakistani ambassador.
Does?
Inside this room, all of my dreams become realities. And some of my realities become dreams.
Please, sir, I want some more.
An unrivaled range of movie greats. Available now on Sky Cinema.
Well, welcome back then. The Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy is about to get underway. Our last track action for you on day 2 of the Revival. And this man next to you, I think you'll recognise him, Karun Chandok, of course. He is going out there a little bit later. Second driver, though, Gary Pearson, the owner of the Jaguar E-Type, you're going to go out into battle, is out there already. More pressure or less pressure when you have to go second?
I think it's less pressure. I'd like to think so anyway. But no, listen, Gary owns the car and knows the car very well. He races it quite often. So I thought it's a safer pair of hands to start this race when everyone on the opening lap tends to get their elbows out.
Well, I was going to say, are you relaxed and ready? But you're the most relaxed man in the pit lane.
Well, my kids have gone off to the grandstand, so I don't have to stop them climbing into every second Ferrari that's around. So, yeah, I am pretty relaxed now.
So you're looking forward to some peace and quiet in the car?
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to this race. I haven't driven an E-Type in the dry before. I actually raced one with Gary the very first year I came to the Revival, but it was so wet. And I only drove this car yesterday, so it's a bit of an adventure into the unknown. But listen, the sun's shining, there's a great grid of cars, and just very happy to be here.
And finally, starting 8th on the grid, how far up can you get, or are you expecting to get?
To be honest, if we can finish somewhere in the top 6, I'd be delighted with that. But frankly, even getting 8th on the grid was a bit of a shock to the system. So we'll just, if we can hang on to somewhere around there, we'll be happy.
Well, good luck, and good luck to your teammate as well, Gary Pearson. That is Karun. He's going out there in the Sir Stirling Moss Trophy, which is coming your way in a moment's time. Let's go up to the commentary booth with Martin Haven and Bruce Jones.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, everybody downstairs. We are ready for another... we're going to have to stop saying, actually, another guaranteed barnstormer here at Goodwood, because they are all pretty much guaranteed barnstormers. What we have is the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy, a 2-driver race over 60 minutes with a mandatory pit stop, so between minutes 20 and 40, and this race is being run for sporting GT cars of a type that raced up to the period when the circuit closed in the mid-1960s. So these cars are actually all pre-1963, and predominantly it recreates some of the big Tourist Trophy races here, Ferrari 250s versus Jaguar E-Types, interlopers in the form of things like the pole-sitting AC Cobra, and a couple others that we will talk about as we look further down the grid. But let's take a look at this retina-searing car, driven previously by Mike Whittaker and Mike Jordan. It's Mike Whittaker and Mike's son Andy Jordan who will race that one, so the former British Touring Car Champion. Mike Whittaker starts it, and this Hughes Cobra is loud visually and orally. It is also indecently quick, and the E-Types are going to be perhaps a little better balanced, but a little undergunned in terms of power alongside it. John Young starts in the centre of the front row of the grid in a dark blue E-Type with white nostrils, and alongside him Nicky Pastorelli in a silver Ferrari 250. Row 2 is the Gooding Greensill E-Type, white and black. You can see there the Butcher and Hall red E-Type. There are more than a few E-Types, including the famous gunmetal and pale blue nose livery of Cut 7, that car being driven car number 17 in this race by Richard Mines, the owner, and former World Touring Car Champion Rob Huff. In fact, he's also a World Touring Car Champion this year, but in the Privateers Cup in the WTCR series. And so in amongst all the E-Types and behind the Cobra, a slew of fabulous Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase. I'm taking no arguments on this. This is a hill on which I will die. The single most gorgeous Ferrari ever made. Don't bring me your GTOs. The 250 short wheelbase, it's the one. And it has a lot of winning history here. We saw in the Graham Hill tribute parade, didn't we? One of the Rob Walker cars that won the TT here with Stirling Moss at the wheel.
Well, they've all got away, and I think Nicky Pastorelli's worked out a secret weapon. He's going to blind everyone behind them with tyre smoke, but it wasn't the quickest way off the grid, so the Dutchman's got that out of his system in that glorious short wheelbase Ferrari from the outside of the front row. Next time around, we the race proper, the start.
Now, being an ex-single-seater driver of relatively recent vintage, what he's done is left some rubber on his grid spot. Quite a lot of rubber on his grid spot, but he has left some because, as tyre engineers will tell you, rubber actually sticks to rubber. It doesn't stick to the road. So it sticks better to rubber, let's just say it that way. So let's take a look then at the grid for the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy. The AC Cobra Dragon Snake, the Puce Behemoth, Mike Whittaker and Andy Jordan, Jaguar E-Type of Young and Ward in the centre, and the all-Dutch combination Pastorelli and Hugenholtz in their 250 GT on the outside of row 1. Gooding and Greensil's E-Type, and the short wheelbase of David and Olivier Hart, the father and son combination. Paul and Butcher's E-Type starts 6th, the Gay and Twyman 250, the silver and yellow car in 7th, and in 8th place the Pearson Chandok Jaguar E-Type. More E-Types behind them, Tetley and Mayton, car number 10, and the Mines and Huff Cut 7 car. That's a fixed head coupe rather than the convertible with the soft roof, as is the Young and Ward car on the front row of the good. So FHC fixed head coupe, so it's got the slighter sort of fastback look with the opening rear window. So aerodynamically should be a little superior, but there is not a very great deal in it. So that's your first 4 rows of the grid. Behind them, Friedrichs Hadfield, the best of the DB4s on the outside. That's in 13th place on the grid. But it is Button and Buncombe, the childhood friends, in car number 22, run by Bob Neville. Another fixed head E-Type, and in between them another all-Dutch crew, Berman and Vanderlof, in a red 250 short wheelbase. Another Cobra, the Cook and Bryant car, that's the white one, ahead of the IndyCar team, the E-Type of Dixon and Franchitti. Minshaw's father and son, John and Jack, in 333, the family E-Type. Needell and Spears, hot under the collar from his last race, not Tiff, Spears, in the number 3 Cobra, ahead of the DB4 of Ditting and Mass. Another DB4 GT behind them. On the inside of the next row of the grid, and we work through more Aston Martins. The C1 Chevy Corvette, that's the white car number 20 with the white hardtop. That will be easy to spot even with eyes closed, and there are 25 cars on the grid because the 26th car there, the Padmore and Stahl E-Type, will not start. Green flag waves and away we go. The flag drops and an electrifying start from the outside of the front row for this 1 hour long Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy from Nicky Pastorelli. The Dutchman in the Ferrari gets away like a scalded cat, and the Pole City Cobra down to 4th place as they turn into Madgwick Corner.
Oh, well, Gary Pearson gaining places hand over fist. He's gone several places, but Nicky Pastorelli knew exactly what he was doing. We discussed about him laying some rubber from his starting point on the dummy stars, and he laid it down and got out front, but the Dragon Snake, we know it's mighty quick in a straight line, is back not in 2nd, not in 3rd, but in 4th place. You can spot it, it says it's metallic, in fact candy flake pink, but in behind, how many E-Types would you like in one shot? Well, we can give you plenty, but unfortunately for William Paul in the red number 5, he started very well on the grid in about 5th place, and he's fallen down to about 8th or 9th or 10th.
Yeah, he was just passed by the Minshaw car, the red car. There is the Cobra in the middle of all this. Now, what the Cobra is going to do is run out of tyres and brakes. So running out of tyres on lap 1 is not a great look in that car. That's why I think Mike Whittaker being relatively cautious. It is, however, Nicky Pastorelli that leads from John Young in the dark blue E-Type with the white noseband, sort of shades of the Courier Cross colours there, if you like. And a sea of cars coming through, the more upright DB4 GTs. Problem 465.
Well, it's right down the back. It's Martin Hunt's Cobra. He overtook several people and is having to hand it back because clearly it's something amiss. I'm afraid that's a tumbler. The last car's going past him, so places gained and sadly the race lost. However, our race leader, Nicky Pastorelli, from 3rd at the start, not just taking the lead, but stretching at 1.1 seconds over John Young's E-Type, and then David Hart, 3rd place. That's up 2 positions in his Ferrari GT short wheelbase.
Now, in 5th place, 5th place is the Gooding Greensill E-Type, and I was talking to Nigel at lunchtime. He said they had a couple of problems in practice yesterday, which hopefully they have ironed out. So that car looking to work up the order. The gunmetal car with the blue nose, that's Rob Huff and Richard Mines. Richard starting the car. Car number 1 on the back of that. As we watch car number 10, the white car with the red roof, that's the Tetley and Mayton car working through ahead of cut 7. And again, this is a sort of combination of pro drivers and gentleman drivers, and not everybody has started their gentleman driver. So we will see one order in part 1, and that may well be changed in part 2. Some driver lineups, Dixon Franchitti, you're thinking perhaps, will be very similar, although Scott Dixon doesn't have much in the way of history here. Car number 22 as well, the dark blue E-Type fixed head coupe. Al Buncombe's not slow. Jenson Button, he's won a thing or two in his time, but again, neither of them wildly experienced on the Goodwood Motor Circuit. So, you know, your reputation doesn't necessarily make you quick around here.
Yeah, and I mean, Jensen's raced an E-Type here before, but a higher spec in the RAC, the Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy. These are much more road-going style of car. They're not so much away from the original form. Person who really suffered on that opening lap, I mentioned William Paul lost a lot of positions. He lost 9 positions, so his teammate Rory Butcher, the touring car race, is going to have to do an awful lot to play catch-up.
Yeah, he probably is, isn't he? Pearson and Chanduk's E-Type up to 4th place after the start, but Nicky Pastorelli, fastest race lap, now nearly 3 seconds clear of the 2nd place car, which has been shown as Damon and Olivier Hart's car. So that Ferrari has moved up ahead of the Young and Ward E-Type, and it happened on the last lap. So we have a Dutch driver first and a Dutch driver second.
Yes, we were talking about there was a little battle between them just to be qualified better than the other one, but beautifully smooth driving from Nicky Pastorelli here. Wonderful to ride.
This is Jensen Button.
Oh, sorry, Jensen, I beg your pardon.
We're on board with Jensen in the E-Type. Those toggle switches and no dials, that's a Jaguar dashboard, isn't it? Even a racing version of the Jaguar dash. Car prepared by Bob Neville. Jensen raced a different E-Type that Bob owned last year. He sold that on, and then this one came into his sphere, and he's prepared it for his revival meeting. And Jensen, as ever, when he's back in a car, just enjoying driving for the fun of it. And win, lose or draw, yes, they want to be competitive, but the two of them just want to have fun. He and Al Buncombe have been like schoolboy friends, primary school friends, all their lives. They've done things together, and this is no different. He's just behind this big chasing pack, which is a real snarling wasp's nest of E-Types, the Ferraris and the Cobra.
But the important thing there, a place being gained by the Dragon Snake, is that Jensen Button got to the front of that group. He gained another position. He's up to 7th. His next target, albeit 4 seconds up the line, is the number 7, which is pressing on very hard the short wheelbase Ferrari with who started that? Vincent Gay started that.
Here he is, Vincent Gay, now looking to go by John Young as well to follow the Cobra through. So the 250 GT short wheelbase of Vincent Gay, that's his car. It's silver with bright yellow Curie Francorchamps. I'm not quite sure why Jacques Smart has decided yellow. It is obviously one of the Belgian colours, but a Curie Francorchamps car's always had either flashes of yellow or were all yellow. But the Cuse Cobra on its way up the order as well. So Mike Whittaker starting that car in 5th place. In fact, he's now up to 4th place, isn't he? So the Young and Ward E-Type, the dark blue car number 4 with the black roof and the white noseband. That car just gradually dropping away from the leaders.
Gary Pearson driving beautifully in the white E-Type with the black roof. He's got past Dragon Snake trying to hang on behind. Ooh. Yeah. Smoky there.
He is a little bit, but he is closing down on the 2nd place car of David and Olivier Hart, and that is the very dark, unusual colour for a Ferrari. It's a real rich British racing green. Car number 16 coming down into Madgwick. Then the white number 23 E-Type, that's Gary Pearson, and he's been caught fast by Mike Whittaker. Whittaker now clearly feeling, I've got the temperature in the tyres, I've got the brakes where I want them, now's the time to start pushing on. And John Young in the dark E-Type with the black roof, holding on from the number 7 Ferrari of Vincent Gay.
Yeah, Vincent looking very, very positive. You're absolutely spot on, Martin. Mike Whittaker not going too hard too soon on his rubber, and we've seen this when it raced here last year. It really does come on song as the race keeps progressing. Gary Pearson's going to have to fight very hard. He'll be woefully short in the horsepower battle, but in the handling battle he comes out on top.
And of course that pink purse, whatever, Cuse with metal flake Cobra, it's the 289 body, it's the narrow body. It hasn't got the big bulbous arches, it hasn't got all the rubber of the 427 cars that we're going to see, the big block cars that we'll see in the Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy. So it's the 289, it's the smaller, just 5.5 litre engine. So it's still got not even remotely enough tyre for the power. Riding on board again with Gary Pearson, sharing with Karun Chandok. We'll be doing some of the TV coverage as well this weekend. And you can see they've got the timer on the steering wheel, so as well as getting away from the line, he had to press the go button to start stop the start watch, as Murray used to say, or start the clock going, so he knows when they're getting towards the pit window, because the team won't be on the radio, okay, box, box, box this lap. He'll have to box, box, box himself, and a little bit of arm signals, I'm sure, with the pit wall just to confirm when he's planning to come in.
Well, it'll be another 12 minutes or so until the pit window will open. It should be 20 minutes into this 1 hour race. So they've still got plenty of racing to be getting on with. But every lap, Nicky Pastorelli's just stretching a little further clear. He's not being troubled in that fantastic number 14 250 GT short wheelbase Competizione, a car that in period mainly did hill climbing.
Yeah. Well, you know, these cars were built to do just about everything that their owners could throw at them. Look at the E-Type, look at the tyre squish, but look at the way that the driver is not getting cornering grip that you would see from a modern race car, even from a modern, you know, 2-litre touring car. Far more grip with a slick tyre. These are treaded tyres, they got deep sidewalls, that get 60 profile at best. So the Dunlop CR65 racing tyre and that kind of thing is built to be leaned on, but it's built to drift, it's built to slide, it's not built to give cornering on rails. These cars don't have the suspension for it, they don't have the tyres for it, they don't have the brakes for it.
Yeah, and next time you take a look at a rear angle shot like that one we've just seen, look at the fact the steering wheel wasn't being turned in opposite lock, it was just the car drifting across. It's like, oh, little bit of a twitch on the exit for Gary Pearson there from the chicane. The Dragon Snake surely this time will swallow it up. It's got a better exit, the more power, the greater power it has. And up the inside, how did you not see the bright pink car coming up the inside? It's all right, Gary Pearson's seen it, but you know what? You're not quite close enough. Again, look at the drift, and still those front wheels not being turned. It's steering on the throttle there at Madgwick. That is what historic racing is all about.
That is, if you hear the phrase four-wheel drift, that's exactly what people are talking about, where the car is not steered through the corner on the steering wheel. You set it up, and then you balance it with power. So Gary Pearson closing in on David Hart, father of the duo that drives that green Ferrari. All this time, by the way, Nicky Pastorelli disappearing into the middle distance. He's left Sussex, he's in whatever, yes, I was going to say, whatever the next county is in the direction he's heading.
Now, David Hart made a bit of a mistake in the second part of St Mary's, and Gary Pearson, we're riding on board with Gary Pearson, got very, very close indeed. You know what, I tell you who'll be getting agitated down in the pit lane. The Muck driver's going to take over, Karun Chandok. He'll be bouncing from foot to foot, knowing the car could come in from second place, because I think David Hart, unless it was a soulless mistake, is now really feeling the pressure from Pearson.
Well, Karun wakes up bouncing from foot to foot. You know, he's just Zebedee, basically, isn't he? So he will be super excited and just chomping at the bit to get this. And I wonder, actually, you know, Gary Pearson's not slow, as you can clearly see. You know, he's closing down the man in second place. There's David Hart, there's Gary Pearson. And again, we talked about this in the last race. I would be happy if I had a preparation company, one iota as good as Gary Pearson's, never mind being able to drive as well. Is that the Button car? No, car number 4, so that's Young and Ward's car. John Young was losing ground from the start.
He was, he'd gone down several positions.
It's a failure to proceed, isn't it?
So that's most unfortunate. So Chris Ward, who was surely going to be a star in that car, doesn't get the chance to do so. But second, third and fourth, David Hart, Gary Pearson and Mike Whittaker, 3 different makes of cars producing their performance in different ways. Enticing.
So Ferrari, E-Type, Cobra. Keep an eye on the car behind, car number 7, Vincent Gay, in his silver and yellow Ferrari. He's just set that car's fastest race lap, 1 minute 30.8. Only one car is going quicker, and that's Nicky Pastorelli, the race leader, who did a 129.6 on the... I mean, Nicky Pastorelli is just destroying them right now. But having started on the front row, John Hugenholtz and Nicky Pastorelli's plan was to start the quick guy, get out front, and then give it to John Hugenholtz with as much of a cushion as possible to see if he can hang on and claim victory. Vincent Gay, conversely, is actually probably in this car as quick as Joe Twynham, so this car's pace should not drop. Vincent Gay was a good GT racer when he was a younger driver, and is a very good GT historic racer. And again, look, David Hart covering off the inside there. It's going to make him very slow out of the chicane. Can the E-Type, can the Cobra take advantage? They come under us. The Cobra's making a move down the inside of the E-Type. I thought that it was going to be David Hart that was in trouble. It's not. It's Pearson as through goes.
Job done.
Mike Whitty's not yet. He's still got an overlap. Still through he goes.
It was last time around Gary Pearson was catching David Hart, and in turn was being caught as they accelerated past us, past the pits by the driver in fourth place, Mike Whittaker. But this time around it was another half length closer, and that was just enough. At that point Gary Pearson looks across, goes, if I turn in now there's going to be tears.
I'd like to see how clear or otherwise the Cobra's windscreen is, because that E-Type number 23 has been blowing oil smoke for a while, and he's been sat behind Whittaker. Whittaker's been sat behind Gary Pearson. Now they are right with David Hart. Pit lane doesn't open for it. Ooh, and that's a lot smokier than it was. That's a lot smokier than it was. The Pearson E-Type drifting out wide there. Is he drifting out wide on oil that he's leaving on his tyres?
Quite possibly. Now, often when you get a change of driver in a tight pack, they will have a different approach to where they go past. Also, if you get the Dragon Snake Cobra, you've got a bit more grunt, so you've
got a sledgehammer to play with.
Exactly. Where's the walnut? But anyhow, the walnut is David Hart, who's driving really, really well. That little one mistake about 3 laps ago at St Mary's aside, he's held on to this second place. But look, as these two cars accelerate away, the thoroughbred, the Ferrari in that second position, but right behind, well, it's not, it's a savage thing, it's a wonderful thing. The Dragon Snake is surely going to drag past him down to Madgwick. Up the inside he goes.
He does, straight down the inside, and David Hart knew the writing was on the wall, didn't he? Just rolled off the throttle there.
And look how you were quite right, Vincent Gay is on the tail of this battle. The order keeps on changing. Gary Pearson pushed back to third in this group, fourth overall, but Vincent Gay driving beautifully in the silver and yellow Ferrari.
6 minutes till the pit window opens. By that time, Vincent Gay will be third, the Cobra is already second, and Pastorelli will be 15 seconds up the road. It's already 12.7, so it's not enough of a margin, but it is a big margin for John Hugenholz to take over.
It certainly is. Naturally, I slightly sense I need to see a few more corners of Gary Pearson's E-Type. I think it's stopped smoking, which is either a good thing or, unfortunately, a lot of time, not a good thing. So, Karun, as you were in the pit lane.
Right, DB4 GTs.
Oh, the bonnet's coming up on the
Corvette. Oh dear, now that's got those sort of turn latches, in fact, as the Astons do. And the fact that it's a front-hinged bonnet, as indeed the Astons are, is a good thing, because it means that if it flaps up, the air immediately pushes it back down. But we can see the turn handles have not quite gripped. Into the pit lane he comes. Now this is a little bit force majeure.
Well, it's before the pit window's open. He needs it to be put back down. The car's owner, the author, Peter James, will not be jumping on board. This will have to go out. The pit window is not open. Just fix it, please.
And I don't think Peter's ready either, but I think they have been shown the black and orange flag. Look, there's an official there to make sure it all happens in his Damon Hill hat. And they are gaffering down gaffer tape. If gaffer tape can't fix it, it's really broken. Out goes the Corvette C1. So yeah, Peter James, as ever, an enthusiastic member of the Revival fraternity, coming back out of the pit lane in front of the car that is in 10th place. So that's the Berman and Vanderlof red Ferrari. Meanwhile, back in this battle with the Aston Martins, there's the... Now, what position are they? I've gone complete. Oh, that's the race lead. That's Nicky Pastorelli going through. So now, okay, back to the Astons. The Astons are battling just outside the top 15. So DB4 GT, pretty though it is, and some would argue getting on for as pretty as a short wheelbase, not as quick in this race as the Ferraris are. The leader has gone through that battle.
You know, if you're not going to be in the top 10, you want to battle probably with cars exactly like yours. It's certainly the photographers for the Aston Martin Owners Club and Aston Martin owners themselves, they will love this trio of Aston Martins. Of course they'd want those DB4 GTs to be at the front. Now, Nicky Pastorelli is going to stay out as long as he possibly can before handing over to John Hugenholz. So his advantage, with many cars between him and the bright pink AC Cobra behind, it was, what, 14 seconds last time around? The Cobra is going to be coming in quite early, one feels, because Andrew Jordan is already pacing around, ready to get on board.
He really is, isn't he? Again, Andy Jordan and Father Mike running a very successful race prep team, and the gap is coming down, down to 10 seconds.
Yeah, that was traffic in front of Nicky Pastorelli, but he's got past that gaggle of cars, but the chasing cars may not catch that before they serve their pit stop, so he's taken the hit, but tough.
Well, the other thing is they may not catch them in the same place. If they catch them on the Lavant straight, then all well and good. If they catch them on the front straight, all well and good. Here is the Cobra coming up behind the battling DB4 Armada. 3 DB4 GTs, white, Aston green, British Racing green with the red nose. And up comes the Cobra in second place. Now, Mike Whittaker doesn't want to lose any time here. 2 minutes 25 till the pit window opens, so he'll have to do at least this lap. So I think Andy Jordan was probably just saying 2 laps to go on the pit board. This one plus maybe one more. I do fear for the longevity of the Pearson Chandok number 23 E-Type, though. It is blowing out a lot of smoke. If that was my car, I would be thinking it's not very healthy.
Have you ever driven behind your Morris Minor?
Yeah. Funny enough, never have. Nothing else I own is as quick. So, shape up in the Astons, and David Hart has to take to the curbs, and John Young squeezes through as well. Now, is this a chance for the Astons to change positions? No. Obviously, they all need machine guns and the ejector seats.
Exactly. It weighs them down, but Tom Alexander at the front of that trio of Aston Martins, but really well done by second, third and fourth. Whittaker, David Hart and Gary Pearson to get through. But our race leader, Nicky Pastorella, stroking clear, but in fact, teammate John Hugenholtz now starting to get all ready to come on board. The pit window opens in just over a minute's time.
Well, I think, it's wise to be ready just in case the car appears, because if the car appears without you having your helmet and gloves on, you've got no hope of holding your position, because it's just going to be a complete mess. However, don't forget, we had problems yesterday in the Freddie March Memorial Trophy, the first race of the weekend, as we raced into the evening, exactly as we're doing here. Cars with speeding in the pit lane violations, cars coming in too late, cars coming in too... Now, nobody came in too early, but cars coming in too fast and not spending enough time in the pit lane either. So there's a mandatory minimum pit stop for safety reasons, and because you need a pint and a half of olive oil on every driver to get them in and out of a Cobra. Other cars are less difficult to get in and out of, even with the roll cages. But there is a minimum pit stop time for safety. There is a maximum speed in the pit lane of 20 miles an hour. It's unbelievably slow when you've just come off a circuit as fast as this.
And the mandatory pit stop time from pit in to pit out is 50 seconds. But actually the one that's far easier to fumble is the speed in the pit lane, 20 mile an hour. Not average, is the maximum there. A bit of tail out exit from the chicane from David Hart. This should give a bit of sucker to Gary Pearson. He should be able to close in. He's 0.8 of a second down that wide to black E-Tape. I actually think when I've looked at it recently, it's not smoking as much. But let's take the rear shot. Oh no, it is most certainly 1 PKL. Woof.
Now, it's not smoking in a straight line, is it?
No.
Yeah, no, it still is. I was thinking, because it really smokes when he turns into Madgwick. Now, is that just because he's lifted off and then puts the throttle back on to drive it through Madgwick? In which case, it's valve guides. In which case, it's not an issue. It'll just be a little bit richer than it needs to be. But anything else, if it's after you've lifted off and then get back on the power, that's valve guides, and that should be okay. I mean, obviously it's not what you want to happen, but it should be okay. Johnson Button on board the number 22 E-Type in traffic.
Yeah, well, he's going past Tom Alexander. He's trying to keep up with Scott Dixon. He's closed in enormously. He's found 4 seconds on him in about the past 4 laps, so he'll be enjoying this chase. Look, an IndyCar great with the World Formula 1 champion.
Right, multiple IndyCar champion and Formula 1 World champion. There you go. You can't argue with that. That's some great calibre of driver in this race. Just those 2 drivers on their own really just kind of put Goodwood exactly where it is for pro drivers or former pro drivers.
Yeah, Scott Dixon's been eyeing up this event for years, wanting to come across. He came as a spectator once, now he's back as a racer. I don't think it'd be his last visit someday.
Yeah, judging for what Jimmy Johnson's been saying, ditto for him as well. First car's in the pit lane, first in, Friedrichs and Hadfield car. Not sure that looked like a racing stop though. It may have been. Into the pit lane comes the car from second place. It was second place, wasn't it? Yes, it's already dropped down the order as it gets into the pit lane. Out gets Gary Pearson. In gets the slightly smaller figure of Andy Jordan.
So Mike Whittaker hopping out as fast as he can, and again 50 seconds mandatory minimum pit stop time. Yesterday with the first race of the meeting, it took a while for any penalties to come through. We couldn't understand the timing screen, but it all sorted itself out in the end. But they have been forewarned. All the drivers don't wreck your race.
Okay. John Young into the pit. That's not John Young, that's 179. So into the pits comes the white E-Type of
David
Gooding to hand over to Nigel Greensill as early as he can. As I said, Nigel said they had a couple of problems in practice. Hopefully the car will be running better in the race, he said. They didn't qualify that shabbily, did they? They were 4th on the grid. So David Gooding doing his job as the non-pro driver, which is keeping up the speed as much as possible and not blowing it by getting involved in racing that you don't need to be involved in. Like you, if I was the team manager of the number 14 Ferrari, I would be keeping Nicky Pastorelli out until the very last minute, until there are 20 minutes and a few seconds to go. So I think he's going to do 2/3 of this race. And as we've seen, the other side of that coin is with Andy Jordan getting in as early as humanly possible. So he also does 2/3 of the race. Scott Dixon, Dario Franchitti, probably going to be 50-50. Oh, we've lost an Aston. That's the Muller-Höflinger car, the father-daughter. So Arletta Muller got married. She's now Arletta Höflinger. So Urs Muller and who started that? It was Urs.
It was Urs who started it, and now we've just seen Karun Chandok getting strapped in with his Indian race livery helmet on board over the checkered background. So still for once relishing this occasion, but of course he would have watched the giant screen. He'd noticed his car, the number 23 Jaguar E-Type, has been smoking. It will carry on smoking.
But the boys will have been saying, "Don't worry, it's fine. That's okay. If it does it there, that's a problem."
Right, came in exactly the same time as the David Hart car. Olivier Hart is now on board that very, very dark green GT. The 250 GT short wheelbase. So nothing ventured, nothing gained. In fact, in anything, Olivier Hart's got a better exit from the pit lane, has gained a second or two.
Very much better. Guess where he really got up.
And they come out ahead of the Dragon Snake.
Yellow flags are out. Safety car board is out because an Aston Martin has.
That's the number 6. That's the Urs Muller one.
Right. So actually, Urs has had it off, and that is. Is that at Woodcote? Yes. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's the end. That's the end of the lap. I can't see around the corner. Can somebody move the grandstand back, or can we just pull the camera back so we can figure out where that is?
No, I think it's actually at Madgwick, is it?
Yeah, well,
let's take a look.
Either way,
it's down at turn 1. It's Madgwick. So the approach
right
to the
on
first
the end
corner.
of the tyre barrier. He's gone onto the grass, hasn't he? And
correct.
Just
possibly by the smallest of margins.
Skid.
Look at that high shot, shows how far round the corner is, but it's such a long corner at 2 points at which you should be clipping the inside edge and guiding it around the outside. And unfortunately, it probably was literally just one outside wheel onto the grass, and the rest, well, you can see with the damaged door that's been removed from the car being put down onto the deck. So Urs Muller will be really, really upset because he was having a fine race. That trio of Aston Martins having a real
they were having a proper dust up, and 3 DB4 GTs, and that means that there's no real advantage for any of them. There he is walking back. So pit lane is closed. So no pit stops here.
Okay, Martin, who hasn't pitted? Well, I'll tell you who hasn't pitted is Nicky Pastorelli. That 14-second advantage, maybe it came down to 10.
Only half the field have pitted.
Only half the field, but everything, that advantage is going to be compressed, and then he's going to have to serve a pit stop. This is a big helping hand for everyone from second backwards.
Absolutely. That unfortunately shoots down, putting Pastorelli in first and building up a big advantage. If they'd got John in before the change, wouldn't have made any difference because he still would have been caught with everybody behind him. Now at some stage, once the track goes green, and it's probably going to be another couple of laps, so maybe with sort of 7 or 8 minutes taken out of the time, we're going to have a very small pit window. So the leader, car number 14, Nicky Pastorelli, yet to stop. In second place is car number 7, so that's the silver Ferrari 250 with the yellow highlights. And Vincent Gay in second place, still to hand over to Joe Twyman. In third place is car number 10. They've yet to stop as well, the Tetley and Maidson car. Fourth place, 333. Now that's the Minshaw family, one of the Minshaw families. This is E-Type. John Minshaw, who shares with son Jack, so that's 333, the red E-Type. Then you've got car number 1, Scott Dixon, Dario Franchitti, another E-Type Jag, also yet to stop. They're in 5th place. 6th place is Van der Lof and Berman. Van der Lof started that car, didn't he? So Jelmer Berman waiting to take that over. That is car number 12, and that is in 6th position. Needell and Spires, car number 3, they're in 7th.
They started that because John Spires was still recovering from the previous race. And then the last car of the front runners not to pit was the Nick Ditting and Jochen Mass.
Car. Yeah. And so that car is in 8th place. So of those who have stopped, Olivier Hart is in the British Racing Green Ferrari 250, car number 16. Right behind him should be the white E-Type with the black roof. That is Karun Chandok, who's taken over number 23.
And then the Dragon Snake.
Yeah, then then the Cobra that you can see. So, right, safety car is out, pit lane is closed, it's relatively quiet until I throw to Ed, who is with Mike Whittaker. Ed is with Mike Whittaker.
Mike, it was a tricky start, but what a climb back through the field.
Well, the tricky start was my fault. If I could only find where second gear is on a H shift, I'd be better. But then it was really good coming back past the guys. We're a little short top speed, but we got quite good handling, so I just had to try and just pick my way through.
Andrew's in the car at the moment. He did say that the rear tyres sometimes go off. I guess he's got that all under control.
Maybe not, because I think I used a lot of rear tyre coming back past the guys who were second, third and fourth. And I nearly needed mud and snows passing the Ferrari down into Madgwick. I got a bit of a grey view of the track.
To be fair, Andrew's a professional racing driver, so he'll be able to handle it.
That's why I went first as the amateur. And I just left it to Jordan's just to decide when to pull me in, which now looks like it was the right call.
Best of luck.
Thanks, Ed. Thank you.
Well, Mike Whittaker downplaying his role in this even more than Ed Foster was after qualifying third for the MG race tomorrow. So, yeah, if only I knew where second gear was on an H-pattern gearbox, it would have been a better start. Well, you know, in the heat of battle, just getting the clutch coming back up a fraction before the gears engaged. We've all been there, we've all done that, and most of us at a traffic light rather than in a big car on a big stage like this.
But Mike Whittaker suggesting, you know, all was simple and he just did his bit. But just looking at a replay there, when he went past the Ferrari with David Hart on board, he had the right-hand wheels on the grass on the way into the first part of St Mary's. So he didn't lift, because at that point that would have been cataclysmic. Yeah. So he knew what he was doing, but he stuck his neck out and he made it work.
That's what he was talking about. M&S's, that's not the shop. These aren't just tyres, these are M&S tyres. What he means is mud and snows. Ask your father. Actually, in fact, for most of the audience here, you actually are your father, so you know what an M&S. Yeah, so a big and knobbly all-weather tyre. M&S's, they just don't find them anymore. Town and countries don't exist anymore. What a great look on a car they always were. So, safety car remains out as I witter on inanely, halfway through the race with 8 seconds to the halfway mark, 30 minutes down, 30 to go, and about half the field have stopped. So there are a couple outside the top 8 who have yet to stop, but everybody else ahead, well, particularly ahead of the Cobra and the E-Type that it's chasing, number 23 E-Type, they have stopped. So Heeman and Chundok in a 23 E-Type, and the Cobra right behind car number 822 as the... Well, actually, rather straight looking from the side we first saw it from, Bruce.
Yes,
and not quite so straight on the passenger side.
Yes, you can't close the door on the passenger side because it's lying on the grass. But anyhow,
that's a good news, bad news accident reported. The good news is that the right-hand side is lovely. The bad news is that there are 2 sides to the car. Oh, there were. There's now really only 1 side to the car.
Anyhow, it will take a while. Obviously, the car will be fairly quickly put up onto that flatbed truck, but they've got to repair the tyre walls on the outside. But a driver who was absolutely flying was Jenson Button. We got the treat of riding on board with him, and he's down with Ed Foster.
Jenson, you've just been saying that you were going backwards. I don't think you were.
No, I was. At the beginning, I went forwards, and I got up to 6th, I think, from 11th. And the car felt really good. The guys did a great job of improving it from yesterday, because this car hasn't ever tested. It's come straight here, basically, so we've never driven it. So it was, yesterday was a little scary, but today was really enjoyable. I almost got put in the pit wall at some point. Everyone had to move their pit boards out of the way. I was actually ducking as I went past. So no, a lot of fun out there, and then with the last sort of 5 laps, I had massive degradation. So still some work we need to do with the car, but it was really good fun. And I had a little tussle with Scott Dixon as well, which is nice.
You said that the car was quite difficult yesterday, but you've improved it. What did you do overnight?
Quite a bit. Stiffened it a lot. So it's working much better, but yeah, we just struggled a little bit with top gear and also and just overheating of the tyres. I'm trying to be as smooth as possible, but yeah, it didn't really work. But no, great fun. We called the pit stop really well, though. We came in early, and now we're running in 4th, I think. 4th after the people in front do pit stops, which isn't too bad.
Well done, Jenson.
Thank you.
Yeah. Not having any fun here at all, though. Jenson and Al Buncombe, are they, in car number 22?
Well, I just wonder if their friendship can last intact, because what tyres has he left his childhood friend Alex Buncombe on that fantastic-looking Jaguar E-Type? But I tell you what,
we've all got that, mate, haven't we? We've all got that, friend.
We certainly have. But I love the fact he's great fun out there. I nearly was put into the pit wall, but such a visual entity there. Right, riding on board and just taking a look around the lap, and it's quick, slow at the moment. And this is Jensen's car. I was just identifying the helmet. That is Alex Buncombe. We're now looking at him, and of course he's driven an awful lot of historic racing cars as well. But Gary Pearson was one of the stars in the early part of the race, but we were slightly concerned about the 23 Jaguar emitting a lot of smoke. Let's find out from Ed Foster what was going on.
Gary, cracking first stints, but there's quite a lot of smoke at the back of the car. What's going on?
Yeah, we've got a bit of a leak. The dipstick's chattering around a little bit. It blows a bit of oil out, and when you turn right, it drops on the exhaust. So it's nothing serious. It looks a lot more alarming than it is.
The smallest of problems, but what a great first stint. Everything seems to be working quite well.
Yeah, the car's going really well. Had a cracking race with Dave Hart. We've had a lot of good ding-dongs over the years, and that was just always good fun. And it's nice that we pitted at the same time, because we've obviously, between the Cobra and ourselves, we've picked up the safety car nicely, so the race is going to continue. So Karun was quick in the car yesterday, so he can continue doing with Olivier.
Good luck, Gary.
Thank you very much.
I just, again, obviously a man who knows his car intimately. There are two dipsticks in my car. At least there's only one now because it's in the car park and I'm here. But of all the rattles on my car, I would never know which was which. But yeah, so it's okay, and it wasn't. It's unlikely to be valve guides on a brand new racing engine, but it was something less significant than it looked. So good news for that car, and the good news is, as he says, that they have got their driver change done, and they got it done when the pit lane was relatively empty, and then the time they had lost no longer exists because all of the gaps have been closed up behind the front runners who had stopped.
So you've really got to feel for Nicky Pastorelli. Built an advantage. He got to about 14 seconds, came back a bit. He's still leading, but he hasn't made a pit stop in his Ferrari 250 short wheelbase. Neither has Vincent Gay. But the good news for Vincent, at least he's gained about 10 seconds or taken it out of that under the safety car. We're still going to be another lap or two under the safety car. In fact, I wonder what it does to the last two cars who haven't pitted.
We're going to be another 5 minutes, so they are going to have to extend the pit window because pit lane is shut. So the 20-minute window stopped, and somebody somewhere has started their stopwatch and is now waiting to. So we'd had maybe 12 minutes of the pit window.
Yeah, and we've still got theoretically 4.5 minutes before it has to close, but it is closed at the moment because the safety car is round.
In fact, maybe not even that amount, because we had 30 minutes to go. We were under safety car there, were we? It's a little Austin J40 track down on the bottom of the picture. You can take your kids around and they can try out the Christmas present they're going to ask Daddy for. Love that one. You can see the aero display of all the Spitfires and the Hurricane on the Lavant Straight by the bridge there. And don't forget, there's still plenty of opportunities to get fed and watered around the circuit. And there will be, over the road, by the way, if you haven't been there, shopping heaven. And there will be food, music, drinking and shopping until 10:30 tonight. What a beautiful way to spend a Saturday evening after a fantastic day at the Revival. Scott Dixon still needs to hand over, so there is the Kiwis helmet. That is definitely not the Saltire and Italian flag of Dario Franchitti. So Dario waiting in the pit lane patiently, as everybody is. It's kind of twiddling their thumbs and going, yep, eventually we'll go back to racing and we've still got to do the pit stops. So they'll have to work on that. And there's a lot to see and do. This race will finish
23 minutes.
Yeah, 23 minutes. So the clock started running when we got underway, so the 60 minutes isn't stretchable. Unfortunately, that means a little less racing for all of these drivers. It does really throw a fly in the ointment in some of the strategic planning. However, what it will do is put everybody close together. Rob Huff got into cut 7, didn't he? He's taken over from
yes, he has.
Yeah, no, that was Huffy's helmet, I could see. So
okay, Martin, let's just go
17. Expect that to come up the order now.
Yeah, you would, but let's just go through the front runners of the cars that have pitted. Olivier Hart has taken over the number 16 the 250 short wheelbase. But let's go down quickly to Dario Franchitti, who's with Ed Foster. He's still got to get in the car. Scott Dixon is bringing it round. Ed.
Dario, Scott's had a great opening stint.
Oh, yeah, it's really unbelievable. Passed a load of cars, good lap times, and yeah, I couldn't ask for more. Really good job.
This has surely got to be the worst bit, the waiting.
Yeah, especially as the plan was to pit as soon as the window opened to avoid a safety car, but somehow we didn't translate that into the pit board, so unfortunately we find ourselves in this position. But hey, Scott looks like he's having massive fun out there, so yeah, we'll pit in a couple of minutes when it goes green and see what we end up with.
Now we've got a lot of the cars are going to come in at once. Have you got a plan?
Try not to get hit.
Right, well, best of luck.
Thank you.
That's going to be an issue. 10 cars need to pit out of, how many have we still got running? 22. So half the field, as soon as we go green, will just peel into the pit lane pretty much as one. Now, they won't all be in one lump. There will be cars between them, but there won't be many cars between them, and so hopefully the garages are spaced enough that they're not all falling over each other.
Yeah, the team should be sensible at this point. If it is only 10 cars, they should have enough space, but just make sure you're not right next to another crew. They should work that one out.
Well, the good thing is you don't have to stop outside your own garage like you would say at Le Mans.
No,
you can, if you know that the guys next to you are stopping and the guys on the other side are stopping, you can actually walk along the pit lane and set yourself up somewhere like where the Cobra was, because they don't need to stop. So you just make some space for yourself, and the driver will then just look for the helper in the pit lane. Of course, that might not be the easiest thing to see either. Shadows lengthening, and as we get back to racing, they will be heading into the sunset as they head down towards Ford Water. You go into the shadow then as you drop down through St Mary's, but again, as you come up towards Lavant, you will be again a victim of the low sun.
And in fact, we were hearing from the drivers in the evening race yesterday that as they leave Lavant and go down towards Woodcote, you can't see in your mirrors.
No.
The sun's still a bit higher than it was in the race yesterday evening, but it's still a factor when you're trying to find someone which way they're going to try and pass me, and all you can see is bright orange in your mirrors. It's very tricky. So Nicky Pastorelli still leading, still owes us a pit stop. Second place, another Ferrari 250 short wheelbase. That's Vincent Gay. He's got to come in. And the top E-Type that hasn't come in, car number 10, that's Jack Tetley, to hand over to Nick Maton from third position, with John Minshaw to hand to his son Jack.
Yeah, so all those guys, you can see there is still a tyre trolley, or still a trolley of tyres down on the exit of Madgwick, the first corner here, as they continue to work on the pit wall. The drama was less about removing the Aston, because that at least was a roller. It still had wheels attached. It was the right way up, which is often a big help when you're trying to get things onto a flatbed, particularly things of this sort of nature where you can do possibly tens of thousands of pounds worth of damage by dragging it inconsiderately onto a truck, or lifting it inconsiderately.
Just to clarify, when you said a roller, that means it rolls on its wheels, as opposed to one that went rolling across over its roof and down again.
Yeah, when you can push them forwards and backwards, it is an awful lot easier to move. By the way, just again, our traditional, when we get a quiet moment, shouts to all the heroes in orange, and particularly here in white, because an awful lot of the track workers and officials will be wearing white overalls here, as in period. So all of the marshals, all the officials giving their time for free here, as they do at every race meeting, keeping drivers safe, keeping the cars safe on track, and keeping the spectators happy as well. And shout out to all the stewards as well, who are doing such a good humoured, great job. It does help that it's not freezing cold and slicing with rain, so as ever, the Revival trying to get the best out of this late English summer. But thank you to all our marshals, all our stewards, and all the officials who make this such a joy to come racing at. This Revival meeting is just one of the great sporting events of the British summer, indeed of any summer anywhere, I have to say.
Sporting and cultural. Right, there's still several more laps. Those course vehicles will need to be removed. Certainly you don't want two Land Rovers sitting on the outside of the corner with the trailers, but it looks like the repairs, the tyre wall, are pretty much complete. They're being inspected now. So for Nicky Pastorelli, well, it's not past his bedtime, but it's way past the point at which he should have come in, but they can't come in for the cars that, because there was still time on the pit stop window, but they can't come in because the safety car is leading them around. So it does mean that John Hugenholtz will take over with not that much racing to do. It's down to 17 3/4 minutes remaining by the time the pit stop has been served, and that's not going to be in the next lap. Maybe even with 2, it's going to leave some of the drivers only 10 minutes to finish this race. But those that didn't come in and serve a pit stop will be fuming. It might have been by the smallest of moments, Martin. Maybe they were planning the next time around. Maybe they were just trying to avoid crowding in the pit lane, and they've been caught out. The safety car came out, the pit lane entry was closed.
Yeah, so all of the plans of mice and men have gone to rack and ruin here, haven't they? Whether you plan to start your second driver and have your first driver bring the car in somewhere in the top 10 and then have plenty of time to reel in those in front, or whether you hope to have a handy advantage when you hand it over to your second driver and allow him to try and sit on that, neither of those works. So we should have driver change window will remain open after the 20 minutes to go, so 4 minutes ago, and they will extend the driver pit window for the length of time that the safety car's been out, which has been, I think, over 15 minutes. So effectively, the pit window will be open until the end of the race. Also, we will have stationary yellows at Madgwick. The first corner will remain under yellow flags. There will be no overtaking once you get down into Madgwick, or under braking for Madgwick, where you get to the marshal's post. So,
and just to stress, the yellow flag at Madgwick is not only for the first lap once the safety car is withdrawn, it's for the remainder of the race.
Yeah. So, pit window will open as soon as we go green. Not as soon as the lights go off on the safety car. So when we go back to green, that will be the start of a potential in-lap for the 10 cars who have yet to stop. And when they all peel into the pit lane, Marshall's just explaining that to the team and the drivers, what's going on, how's it all working.
Well, that's Ludovic Lindsay taking the, well, he's raced here many a time. They're explaining what is happening, what we've just explained about the extra time being added to the pit window. He'll be going, great, I get a race and I mustn't overtake into the first corner. Okay, yeah. 2 things I need to know, got that.
Absolutely, and that's actually probably going to be really, really important when they all come out of the pit lane in tight formation, as they currently are, as they get ready to head in. So the cars that will pull in are 14, 7, 10, 3, 3, 3, 1, 12, 3, 3, 3, and 16, David and Olivier Hart in the dark green Ferrari will be the first of those who have already stopped. So our MGA police car, Nina heading back to, yes, the tyre wall will need a little more work, and that's why there is no overtaking down, because if a car can find it once, a car can find it twice, and that is not quite as stout a tyre wall as the marshals and officials would be hoping for. So I think the safety car boards will be withdrawn at the end of this lap. The lights should go off on the safety car as it comes out of Lavant corner and heads down the Lavant straight. That will be the end of timing sector 2. That is the standard practice in pretty much anything you race, pretty much anywhere. So hopefully we will go green at this stage with 14.5 minutes remaining. Pit window is effectively open until the end of the race, but if you've got a quick driver in the pits, you don't want to give him 10 minutes, you don't want to give him 5 minutes, you want to give him as much time as you possibly can.
Okay, 2 cars you really need to look for. Nicky Passarelli, car number 14, that is leading the way, but that has not served a pit stop. Another Ferrari short wheelbase, car number 16, is the first of the cars that has. That's down in 9th position overall at the moment, with the 8 cars ahead of it having to serve a pit stop, and all the advantage the Nicky Passarelli car had built got up to 14 seconds clear of the second place car. That has been really compressed. This is a big chance for the Harts, father and son.
Don't forget, for Olivier Hart, he's in 9th place on the timing. He's not 9th in the queue. There are cars that he cannot pass before he gets to the start-finish line that may be between him and the cars that stop and may be slower than him. So he must remember that he's not to overtake before the start-finish line or in turn 1. So he's going to have to be very sharp down the straight. Okay, safety car has not pulled in
No, light still flashing, just comes past psychometry position, so at least one further lap. And the clock continues to count down. When we stop when it gets to 0, we've got 13 1/4 minutes remaining. So real frustration for Nicky Pastorelli. He really did his part. But we thought he was going to come in right when the pit window closed, or just before. He was going to run the long stint. John Hugenholtz was standing ready to take over. However, he is still waiting.
There is John. So, I mean, that's always the gamble. That is always the gamble in the two-driver race. If you keep your pro, till late, that you've got to get them in early. In case there is a safety car, then they're best placed. The early gap will be eaten up. But if you have your pro out and he has to go long, otherwise there's no point putting him first, then you run equally or perhaps a larger risk of a safety car crushing your early advantage. So lights should go out this time round on the safety car. Yellow flag still being waved all around the circuit. Safety car boards are still out, but they will be withdrawn.
And of course, every single driver in this queue wants the car ahead to get closer to the car ahead. You do not want this to telescope outwards, and certainly we've got cars like the Dragon Snake, penultimate car in the line. Number 16, that is our leader of the cars that have served a pit stop, but way down this line.
And in front of him, he's got a couple of the Astons that were having a battle and a couple of other lap cars, and they need to close up. I mean, he is
lights out, safety car coming
20 seconds behind the lead car in the train, so that's all free time for the cars that are ahead of him that are going to stop. That's free time for them, so their 50-second minimum is going to be much less. The downside for them is their in-lap is going to be much slower, and his in-lap was much quicker when he came into the pit. So the total time in-lap, stationary and out-lap at racing speed is going to be less than it will be when you're coming in off the back of the safety car. However,
one other little factor I want to put in, the driver's been behind the safety car for quite some while now. What happens when that happens? Their tyre temperature starts to really tumble away, and so they can all react very well. So Nicky Pastorelli powers on, and he's going to try and gain another couple of seconds and more, and in behind some of the others now, arriving in the pit lane. Joe Twyman is standing waiting. Don't get in that car, Joe, that's not yours.
No. Now, none of the front runners have come in. They want to get back up to speed and try and get through some traffic.
This is Scott Dixon coming in. Dario Franchitti. Did you hear that stop? I did.
Yep, that's cold tyres. That is cold tyres.
And that's Mark Gordon climbing out of a car, another E-Type further up the pit lane. There's Dario Franchitti taking over from Kiwi, his teammate, and swapping it around. So yeah, frustration standing in the pit lane, but it was a great job by Scott Dixon.
The two of them are a little more the same size than the two drivers here. That's like me standing next to my Mrs. Haven. I mean, the height difference between the two of them was phenomenal, that they're both going to race the same car. So 10 minutes on the clock and change. We should get maybe 7 laps, 6 laps, probably. Dario's in reverse.
Why was he in reverse? There was no car in front of him, so that was a little bit of a mishap. I'm sure he'll laugh about it afterwards through gritted teeth, being the competitor he is.
Sure, the Scottish language will be fairly saltire blue at the moment. However, he's on his way. Everybody else getting back up to racing speed, trying to get the tyres up to temperature and pressure. But for those who have stopped, look at this. This is a massive traffic jam. Rob Huff in the middle of it, the gunmetal car with the blue nose.
He likes it best when there's loads of traffic. And look to the Dragon Snake Cobra, that's picking its way up through the...
No, goodness me.
Well, that was quite an avoidance there from Nigel Greensword of the 179 E-Type. Very gentlemanly, keeping out the way. But it's the flood that we predicted. Vincent Gay is in the number 7 Ferrari that came in from second place. The cars that hadn't pitted, and our race leader is in as well, of course. Nicky Pastorelli handing over the 14, the silver short wheelbase, to John Hugenholtz, who's waited so patiently. Look how little space, the door nearly being removed by the Dragon Snake when that came in just a few seconds later.
Well, for Nigel Greenswell in that silver E-Type 179, they started this lap in 16th place, but 8 cars ahead of them had to stop, so they should be corrected time back in the top 10.
Well, very, very tidy takeover from John Hugenholtz, but he couldn't get away. He had to wait, and maybe, in fact, that's what Dario is doing. Maybe he was waiting to go and hooked it into reverse.
Yeah, Tiffany Dow just saw in the pit lane as well, doing his change to John Spires, the number 3 E-Type.
The white E-Type with the red roof, that was Jack Tetley handing over to Nick Maton, who also had been waiting patiently.
Off goes number 12 Ferrari. Yelmer Berman at the wheel of that red car, comes out behind Vincent Gay. And Vincent Gay around them, going car number 1, the E-Type with Dario Franchitti, and he hopefully got that done before he got into Madgwick. Dario will have been very aware of where he didn't, so very aware of where those flags were. So Dario behind the...
Well, it's the Alex Buncombe car, so arch rivals, but I'd like to see that angle again, because I'm slightly concerned there might have been a passing manoeuvre into Madgwick, where it's a no-no, the yellow flags are out, but I'm not trying to make that happen, it's just a query. Put it out.
Didn't make the move. There's cut 7, there is the green Ferrari, and there is the Cobra, so there's the green Ferrari, car number 16, Olivier Hart, with Andy Jordan behind him. And they are nearly a lap ahead of Rob Huff.
Yeah, they got slightly compromised by the DB4 GT, even though that's got Simon Hadfield at the wheel, I think, into that first corner. But
that will be a quick Aston now. Here comes Franchitti. He's got alongside. Ooh. Olivier Hart, the young Dutchman, trying to go around the outside, just completely offline through Ford Water and into St Mary's. Through goes the Cobra. Simon Hadfield will bring up the pace of that Aston to pretty much E-Type matching speed, but Olivier Hart can't wait. He can't afford to. He has to go the long way around the outside, and Bruce, the road drops away on the outside on him.
It does. Simon Hadfield was caught in the middle of the track. He saw Olivier on the outside, but he saw the bright pink bonnet, how could you not, of the Dragon Snake on the other side, tried to give that space, and that just meant that poor Olivier ran out of room on the outside. That would have been a scary moment. And bear in mind, his was the car that was the leader of all those who'd served a pit stop, but the Dragon Snake at this point in the race is looking mighty, mighty powerful.
And that means that was a change effectively for the lead, because Olivier Hart in that Ferrari was the leader. The Dragon Snake car of Andy Jordan has gone through. Simon Hadfield having a long look in the mirrors. Where do they get to the yellow flags? Not long after the start-finish line, probably about under the bridge. So no overtaking there as they sweep into Madgwick.
So again, confirmation, Andy Jordan now leading from Olivier Hart. 822 Cobra from 16. Tucked in behind, looking so pretty in that dark livery, the 250 GT short wheelbase.
And they're chasing that number 8 Aston Martin DB4 GT, and that's going to make life very tough for Andy Jordan. He doesn't have much of a speed advantage over Simon Hadfield. Squeezes through on the inside. Hadfield will let him go. He'll let the Ferrari go as well, because he knows it's not this battle. Did you see the way that Olivier Hart was ditch hooking there through Ford Water?
Right, it's a 2-horse race. We've got the Aston Martin that's a lap down effectively, but the rest have yet to cross the finish line. That was the advantage of the cars that pitted. So we've got Whittaker and we've got Jordan and Olivier Hart. Then an enormous gap. They won't be able to see the car that's running in third place, which is now John Kugenholz, and he is fully 53 seconds in arrears. That's cruel, so cruel.
So he's just come across the line, chased by Dario Franchitti, Jack Minshaw, Twyman, Mayton and Berman are the next bunch of cars to go. And they're actually really quite close together. So
yeah, you know, one I was really looking out for was when Jelmer Berman took over the number 12 GT Lusso, the Ferrari, and he's already just appreciably quicker than the cars ahead of him. He's got a long way to come, but 52 seconds separating second from third.
Nigel Greensall, fastest race lap in the number 179 E-Type, the white E-Type with the black roof and the black backing to its numbers. So Nigel Greensall, the fastest man on track. That didn't take long. 1 lap to get up to speed, and bang, in he goes. However, Andy Jordan has now gone quicker than that, 129.258. The only man in the 29s in this race. No, the second man. Greensall was the first.
Yeah, no, the third man, because Olivier Hart has also done it. He is just under a second in arrears, but picking his way through the traffic. Andy Jordan in that bright pink 822 Cobra picks off another one. He picks off the red number 5 E-Type that Rory Butcher, Scottish touring car racer, is really getting to sing. But every car he passes, if he can put it between him and Olivier Hart, with the clock counting down 9 minutes remaining, is a blessing for the race leader, Andy Jordan.
The Butcher Paul number 5, the red E-Type between the Cobra and the chasing Ferrari. So that's another little bit of traffic that Olivier Hart has to get past in that dark green Ferrari. So lots and lots of starring roles being sort of mooted by the safety car. Expected to see a lot from Rob Huff in Cut 7. That's not happened. Expected to see Scott Dixon, Dario Franchitti coming up the order. That's not been able to happen.
Well, it's up to third place.
Yeah.
In the fourth place, it's just a second down on John Hugenholtz. So Franchitti will be absolutely putting on a charge to try and make sure he gets to meet Ed Foster. They're all clamouring for a top 3 position.
That's the big attraction here, isn't it?
Olivier Hart has got a moment. Traffic is up in
yeah.
front. The Cut 7 Jaguar right in front of our race leader, Andy Jordan, who's just got to be wise at this point and not panic, but certainly looking to pounce, is the dark green Ferrari in second place, car number 16.
And don't forget, you can't overtake there in Madgwick, so he can do. Now, hand out to the cockpit. Huge clump of traffic in front. There's Huffy, 2012 World Touring Car Champion. Around the outside goes Andrew Jordan, and Olivier Hart's going, goodness me, are you kidding me? What are we on, the M27?
Yeah, but this is always the thing. You get the second half of a race when the pros get on board. This is the battle for third place. Car 14, the long-time leader, John Hugenholtz, now at the wheel, having taken over from Nicky Pastorelli, but Dario Franchitti back racing again. Mr. Twyman around the outside. So Ferrari, E-type. Hold on a second, Dario. Let's see what you can do. But the clock's counting down, 7.5 minutes remain. This is epic.
Joe Twyman, that was cheeky as you like. Now, obviously, Dario would have seen the build-up in his mirrors. We're not getting that in his mirror. All we're getting is a view of Dario. But Joe Twyman, that was arrive, pass and disappear. Do not go around the outside of the 14 car of John Hugenholtz. Hans Hugenholtz, the circuit designer of Zandvoort, among other places.
Suzuka, obviously going to be visited next weekend by the Japanese Grand Prix.
Yeah, so free to go again. Vincent Gay looking, well, there's no chance they're going to catch the top 2. But he's up in the second place, and a penalty for Olivier and David Hart, a 5-second penalty, so they are nominally closer, but again another bunch of fast laps coming in despite the traffic from these guys. That's the Hart car in second place. That's not going to cost it second place, so it is now Joe Twyman in third from Dario Franchitti and John Hugenholtz, that battle. There is the Olivier and David Hart car. Olivier Hart driving now. Still not able to get by Rob Huff. He's been 2 laps now stuck behind Huffy, and that's the Ferrari just doesn't quite have the legs on the straight that it needs to get by, which the Cobra clearly did now.
And Joe Twyman just blasted past John Hugenholtz as well.
He's up to third.
Up to third, that's a really great run. And remember, it was built on the foundation of Vincent Gay having a really, really good first half of the race, but they had to wait for that pit stop. But really, Dario Franchitti, he'll be smiling, but he's desperate to get up on the podium. So his next target is John Hugenholtz in the silver Ferrari in front of him, car number 14. Super smooth, super Dario.
Yeah, just watch Dario. It's so relaxed. It's just all happening so easily. He just makes it look so straightforward. If you're in the passenger seat, you would be screaming in terror because the speed these cars are carrying just would overwhelm anything you're used to from a road car, but he just makes it look so straightforward, and that is the art of a pro driver. When it looks like he's on the M25, when he's at speed around Goodwood Motor Circuit.
Well, up to fourth place, but with the first 2 cars getting such an advantage from that long safety car period. As soon as everybody had served their pit stop, the first 2 were 52 seconds clear of the rest. They're having their own battle, but unfortunately, Olivier Hart has blotted the copybook, or maybe it was Father David on the way in. Either way, speeding in the pit lane, cresting over the 20 mile an hour. Very stringent speed limit for a very narrow pit lane. That won't cost them second place, but it does mean that there's no chance that they will be able to take victory, surely, from Andrew Jordan and Mike Whittaker.
Kiwi Scottish combination, car number 1. Scott Dixon started, Dario Franchitti here. This is the replay of him coming the long way around the outside of John Hugenholtz and just tucking in before the yellow flags at Madgwick. And he would have been very aware of those from the previous lap, would have known exactly where the marshal's post was. Got it done in plenty of time, got his line back, and here is our race leader Mike Jordan taking over from Mike Whittaker. And again, last lap, still in the 29s. Car in third place, Joe Twyman, 1 minute 34 the last lap. So the leaders are not the leaders because of the safety car. They are the leaders because they're darn quick.
Absolutely. So sad to report that the Pearson Chandok car reported to the pit lane quite soon after its pit stop. So Karun didn't get very far. The smoking has clearly been more. Now, car 17, a 10-second penalty for being under the minimum pit stop time. And car 17 was a car that had a role to play earlier on in the event. It's the Rob Huff Mines car, so that's tumbling out of the top 10.
And we talked about this, the minimum time from pit entry to pit exit is 50 seconds. It's measured on transponders, but that means the team have to be very careful about releasing the car too early. And of course, Rob Huff, being a pro, the moment they got the wave, they'd have gone go, and he'd have gone. So you know, it could be 1 second short in the pit lane. That's a 10-second penalty. You always lose much more than you gain if you are too short in the pits. But it's a human stopwatch. It's not Formula One precision in the pit lane. The timing measurement is, unfortunately, the human element of the pit stop is a little less so.
Yeah, and I think, Martin, in many cases when you've had a sort of interrupted process, as we had this time with the safety car keeping out for so long, maybe people are just a little bit too keen to atone and grab back some time that unfortunately has cost them far more than it's gained them. So, new fastest lap of the race from the race leader, Andy Jordan, stretching clear 8.22, the Dragon Snake Cobra. He's got an advantage plus the extra 5 seconds that were hitting Olivier Hart, so they're relatively close on the track, but however...
And into the 28, so 1 minute 28.790. So Olivier Hart in the 28s as well last lap, 1:28.999. And nobody else below a 1 minute 30 lap. So again, the top two, as we said, are just fast.
Look, but if we even stripped away the 5 second penalty, there's just 1.6 seconds between them. But they were the lucky two. They've been some of the quickest cars in the first half of the race, but they got the pit stop done before the safety car was called out, because poor Ursula went off into the tyre on the outside of Madgwick in his Aston Martin. It brought the safety car, it shuffled the race, but you know, you've got to just be a little bit lucky sometimes, or wise. Let's go for wise in the timing of your pit stop.
Wise and lucky, and if the safety car comes out and you have done your stop and you're ahead of all of your rivals who've also stopped, then you've got to make the most of the restart.
And particularly, Martin, when it's a long period behind the safety car, it does leave the others that haven't served their pit stop with really meagre pickings to aim for.
Yeah, you don't have much time to play with. Andy Jordan used his impeccably, got ahead of Olivier Hart very quickly from the restart. Joe Twyman in the number 7 Ferrari is now third, from Dario Franchitti in fourth. Is that gap coming down? No, Dario just lost 3/10 to Joe Twyman on that lap. The way the Ferrari came past and left the E-Type, you sort of thought that was probably on the cards. That number 7 machine, we've seen it here a lot racing in Goodwood. It is a very quick car and it's very capably driven.
And I still really feel for the Pastorelli-Hugenholtz combination. Nicky did such a brilliant job, and sensational start from the outside of the front row. Car 14, where is it on the time charts? It's down in 7th place. John Hugenholtz really hasn't had much of a chance, and he could be about to be lapped by the race leader.
Might be. This is the last lap of the race. Punching the air with delight. Not yet. Not yet, Andy Jordan.
Practice punch, that was.
Yeah. Now, keep going. Oh, hang on. Checkered flag, pit window closed. Really?
Oh, so maybe he did see the checkered flag. Okay, we didn't.
We didn't.
We still had 25 seconds on the clock, but that has been waived. So 34 laps on the board, and victory by 6.2 seconds for Mike Whittaker, who started the 8.22 Dragon Snake, and Andy Jordan, who brought it home. Worked that very well indeed. The pit stop timing was also, as it turns out, immaculate.
Yes, it was. Again, if anybody still had a last lap lunge saved up for the last lap or got within shooting distance, there is no last lap. Checker flag is out. So Dario Franchitti heading down to the final corner here into Woodcote. Again, watch the hands. If you were in the car for the first couple of laps, you know, if you ever get a passenger ride with a really pro driver around the track, just watch his hands and feet for the first couple of laps. Don't look out the windscreen. That's just going to age you unnecessarily. Watch what he's doing. Feel confident. Then, once you know that he's really got the car under control, then you can start to look out and enjoy the ride. But certainly the first lap, it's just going to blow your mind. Even an elderly road car like this, 60 years old on road tyres, is going to be very different.
So coming past to take the checkered flag for the second time, but that's just simply because he was a little bit caught out.
Or possibly the first time.
Yes.
I didn't see it.
Maybe
he did. I don't know. But anyway, he was punching the air with delight. The time has now elapsed. He has got to the line. And
what has happened, Martin, is the fact that the excellent Yelmer Berman gained another position on what was the final lap, moved ahead of Nick Mate and won car ahead of another, a Ferrari GT Lusso moving ahead of an E-Type there to complete the top 6.
Yeah. Now the fastest lap for the 179 E-Type on the final lap from Nigel Greensell. Again, like a lot of the cars in the field, the hot driver in the pit lane while the safety car basically dissolved any chance of them using that power. It's 10 years since Andy Jordan first raced here in a proper car, of course, a Morris Minor. He then came back in the family Austin A40, that grey car with the red highlights, and he's driven all sorts of different things as well. From a British touring car champion, has become a hugely capable, hugely fast and hugely flexible historic racer as well. If you put him in a modern car, he will still be quick. Put him in anything, in pretty much any grid. I'd like to see him in something like a Formula Junior, something that takes him very much out of his comfort zone, to see exactly what he makes of tiddly cars and opening wheels. He's not exactly a tall guy, you know, it's not Matt Neal we're talking about here. He is single-seater driver sized, so I'm sure he'd make a pretty good fist of those as well.
I have a sneaking feeling he'll be open and receptive, whether you catch him now or in the middle of the party later on.
Yeah, you can probably get him to do anything if you catch him in the middle of the party. That's fair enough. That's very fair. And I'm not just talking about Matt Neal there either. So very, very valid point. Well, again, as with yesterday evening's race, a couple of pit stop penalties, but unfortunately the biggest factor in this one was that the safety car blunted the charge from behind of several cars who had started with their less speedy driver at the wheel. No disrespect to those who started with equally speedy drivers, because they got just as stymied as everybody else. If you'd made your stop before the safety car, as Dario Franchitti was saying that he and Scott were hoping to have done, Scott Dixon, then you had a greater chance, but you had to go out and get it. It wasn't just handed to you, and Andy Jordan is very much a go out and get it kind of driver. He brings the Cobra to the line. Vincent Gay is already there in the number 7 car. In fact, Joe Twyman is already there. Vincent Gay will join him shortly. So, not quite a donut, because he knew he had a fairly costly Ferrari behind him, but I'm sure if he could have, he would have there. Andy Jordan arrives at the feet of Ed Foster, as do we all eventually, and he is our race winner. So again, you know, their tactics were always cut and dried. Mike Whittaker was going to start and hand over to Andy Jordan as soon as he could, and in the end it worked perfectly. There's Mike Jordan on the left hand side in the brown coats with the shades on, looking just as happy as when he's been driving the car with Mike, and high fives all round for the JRT crew. Father and son love their racing, and a good race to end this Saturday afternoon here at Goodwood. Let's hear from our top 3 drivers with Ed Foster.
Right, so if you follow me around here, Ed, it's quite a busy podium, this one. Let's start here. Joe, what a wonderful move around the outside of Lavant.
I think it was Woodcote.
Sorry, Woodcote?
Yeah. Well, look, Dario is obviously a fantastic driver and a great friend. So to be racing with him is a privilege in the first place. And I don't believe I'm saying this, but to beat him is absolutely wonderful. So, but I have to say, Vincent did most of the race, so he did all the work.
Well, let's come to you, Vincent. What an amazing opening stint. It was a busy few laps, wasn't it?
Yes, this fantastic races. And the car is very good, and I have also a very good co-driver, and it's a crazy race, and I am very happy for the third place.
Well, congratulations to you both. Let's try and find second place drivers, squeeze through here. David and Olivier Hart. They've got their laurels on around their necks. David's trying to make a break for it. Olivier, let me grab you. That was a very difficult end to the race, wasn't it? Because there was a lot of traffic.
Yeah, I knew the pit stop was perfect timing. I knew we would have been in front of the Cobra. But then after that, I didn't really understand what position I was in. Congratulations. And then we were just going through the backfield, and it was crazy. It was like five cars in one corner. Tried to keep it clean, and then obviously, especially in sector 3, I could really gain on Jordan. But then on the end, the last 1 minute I saw it on the TV. They gave the checkered flag, so I was like, okay, is it done now? And then they gave the checkered flag again. I was like, oh, okay, bad luck for me, but I don't know. I did my best and I couldn't do better than this. So I'm pretty happy, and the car felt much better than yesterday because the second time I drove it. So yeah, I'm happy. So yeah, and my dad did also a very good start.
Thanks.
Thanks.
David, let's come to you. I mean, what a fantastic result for a lovely, lovely car.
Yeah, I didn't respect it. I had a really bad night. I only slept for 4 hours. I was, fuck. But sorry. But I was happy. Finally it went well and constantly, and nice fight.
Well, congratulations. Let's try and find the first two. Sorry for the language there. Emotions are running high. Let's squeeze through JRT. Sorry, everyone. Andrew, I'm no expert, but you look quite happy with that.
I'm pumped. Yeah, that was the aim, to come and win this race. So it's we obviously had a bit of a learning year last year with the car with Mike, and we put a lot of hard work into it. And under the safety car, I didn't really know what was going on, and it was going on and on forever. So I didn't really know where we were going to be once the others pitted. So it was full on. It was a full on race with the yellow flags and the traffic down at no name on one lap. So. Yeah, Mike will have fun watching the onboard. I treat this car with just enough respect, I think, but I had to get through. So, yeah, fantastic team effort.
Mike, let's come to you. You've just won a race at Goodwood after fluffing the start. What a cracking effort.
Well, that's thanks to who got in after me.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, listen. It's just great to drive around here, isn't it? It's my best weekend of the year, whether I come last or first. And, you know, thanks for the preparation of the car and Andrew for the drive. We've sort of pulled it off. We were fortunate with the safety car for once. It's robbed us a couple of times in the TT, but it helped us today.
Well done, Mike. And just apologies again for some of the language. Emotions are running high. Not yours, Mike, don't worry, not yours. But that is everything from us down on the podium.
We have always believed that lavish personal space is essential to an unrivaled experience. Our perfectly sized ships are the ultimate vessels to explore the world and discover the freedom of having unrivaled space at sea.
You've come back at the perfect time as those cars just shoot off on their victory lap there around the Goodwood circuit. Congratulations once again to Andy Jordan and Mike Whittaker there, taking the top spot in that Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy from pole, remember, so quite the achievement from those two. David, we are coming to close on day 2 of Revival. I want to start with highlights off the track because we've seen a lot on it today.
Well, it was always nice to talk to Jochen Mass. I look forward to that every year. He told me another fantastic James Hunt story, which is sadly unrepeatable either by myself or him on air, which was fantastic. It's always good to catch up with him and hear what he's got to think and say about the weekend.
And in terms of racing as well, we were talking off camera, St Mary's Trophy, it's got to be right?
Got to be. For me, I love the St Mary's Part 1. It delivered again today. It was great. We had Frank Stippler give a really good go at it against Romain Dumas in that huge Galaxy. Stippler in the GTA, small car, big car. That's what St Mary's is all about for me. And Andrew Jordan rounding out the podium.
Yeah, and finally, of course, what a great tribute to Graham Hill. You were lucky enough to speak to Damon as well. He had some great words to say, didn't he?
Fantastic. Always good to catch up with Damon, and a huge and right celebration for his father today. 60 years after he's won his first F1 title.
Wow. Well, let's now draw your attention to what you're going to be seeing. We're coming back here tomorrow on day 3 of Revival. This is how Sunday morning is going to look in terms of the schedule. So again, it's going to start at 9 a.m. with a track parade of the Austin Sevens before you have the Chichester Cup. The second part of that, Settrington Cup, the really fast-paced children's race for children between the ages of 4 and 10 in those little Austin pedal cars there, before we have another tribute to Graham Hill, and then again part 2 of the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy. But David, it's not just about the morning session, there's a load to look forward to in the afternoon as well.
Absolutely, and obviously the big one, the sort of blue ribbon event of the weekend, the RAC TT.
And that again has so many famous faces in it. That is the one that you guys need to set your clocks for tomorrow. The RAC TT is set to be one of the blue ribbon events, as David just said. Well, all that is left from David and I to say is good night, have a safe journey home, and if you are coming back tomorrow, well, we'll look forward to seeing you then. Good night, thanks for watching. Bye.